Hey, what's going on, Bacon?
Just coding,
Nice.
just programming.
Yeah, I saw earlier you asked me a question about a picture that I posted on another server.
Yeah,
That was just
yeah,
the title, like the tide nodal points.
right. And what do you get from that picture? Does the picture tell you that you think is relevant?
I mean, it's just data on the points that have the most extreme tides, right? So it's based on the the variation between high and low tide.
Yeah, the amplitude, maximum amplitude, right?
Yeah. Yep. So.
Right.
Yeah. That's it. That's all it is.
Okay, because I've seen this picture and people trying to argue that that implies that the tides aren't related to sun and moon. Sorry, the sun and the sun and moon, and I don't see the connection.
You don't see the connection between the sun and the moon and the tides?
No, I don't see the connection between that picture and therefore tides not being related to sun and moon.
Oh, we were just talking about the fact that some places don't even have tides. Yeah, I mean, there was talk about the sun and the moon. There seems to be some sort of correlation, but there's not any direct causation.
Why not?
Well, I mean, what would be the reason why, like in my area, that yes, we may be in a full moon cycle, but the moon being on the other side of the planet at that point in time is causing my area to have a high tide. So
Don't
you
think
hear
that
me?
makes sense under quantum mechanics?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so you don't think that makes sense under Newtonian mechanics?
No, if the moon's on the opposite side of the planet from me, right? Why would my higher tide be during that period, but when a full moon is closer to me, I have a lower tide? Are you saying that like the water is some sort of homogeneous body that the Earth moves side to side within, as if it's like outside of the Earth and the Earth is moving within it, being pulled closer or in some way, shape, or form to the moon during its full tide, or that the moon's gravity is somehow tugging the mass but not the water?
I'm not sure if I got your question. But but from Newtonian mechanics, the tides should appear on both sides because, well, maybe you're picturing the orbit of the moon around the Earth too simplistically. Like if you picture Earth being like in a fixed position and the moon going around it, sure, uh, we would only have high tides in the moon side of the Earth. However,
Well, you have high tides all throughout, right?
yeah, you also have the influence of the sun. But I mean, forget the sun. The tides from the sun are smaller. So just to simplify the explanation, let's just try to explain that in a solely moon and Earth system. So if there's just a moon and the Earth, you would also have tides, and you also have tides in both sides of the moon, both sides of the Earth, not just the one that you have the moon, because you have to take into account the motion of the Earth itself. You can't have a body orbiting another body and just one of them moving. The center of mass is going to stay still. So if the center of the mass is still and one body is changing its position, then the other body must be changing its position as well. And if you take that into account,
like a barycenter.
Yeah, the barycenter is going to stay fixed. If you only have Earth and Moon, the barycenter. Oh, 1 second. So yeah, sorry for that. The barycenter is going to be in. It's not going to be accelerating. The only thing that are going to be accelerating or changing the velocity is the Moon and the Earth. Both are going to be changing velocity. So both of them are experiencing acceleration. And if you try to calculate what the acceleration would be on the Earth, it's closer as you're closer to the Moon and slower as you're further from the Moon. So Earth accelerates towards the Moon faster where it's closer to the Moon and slower where it's further. So around the middle of the Earth, you have a mid acceleration in between the two extremes. So the part that is opposite to the Earth, I'm sorry, the part of the Earth that is opposite to the Moon is going to be accelerating slower than the middle of the Earth, for example. So it's gonna, let's say, lag behind. It's not the appropriate term, and I think it gives you an intuition of what should happen. So yeah, you should get tides in both sides. Maybe I explained in a very confusing way. I'm not sure.
No, it's all right.
Oh, I think your microphone disconnected or something,
Yeah.
because it sounds a lot worse now.
Can you hear me though?
I can, but your mic is suddenly worse.
Yeah, no, it's because I'm in my truck. I actually have to go hook up a trailer real quick, so give me a minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, my Discord is acting crazy. I opened it up. It's about to die in a second anyway. Anyway, but when I get back, I did something cool, man. Wrote this program that was supposed to estimate the ratio between the distance of the sun and the moon, and I got it right. And based on calculations from the quarter moon phase on timeanddate.com, basically I took the position of the subsolar point and the sublunar point at the exact moment of the quarter moon phase, according to timeanddate.com. And then I took that angle and
You solved the
compared
triangle?
it. So what?
You solved the triangle to get the sun's distance?
Yeah. But to determine what that angle was, I had to take the Haversine function between the sublunar and subsolar point, and then compare that to a quarter of the circumference of that same great circle, and then use that angle to complete the triangle.
Nice.
Yeah, I got 402x, which is right in one.
Oh, you use the hover sign to predict like the elevation angles of them, so you can.
No, I use the hover sign to. I use the hover sign to get the distance between the two, so that I
But
can.
that's why is this distance over the surface helping you? Oh, it's the angle, right? The distance is gonna be the angle, right? Between the two lines. The lines that connect center of the Earth to the moon, and the line that connects the center of the Earth to the sun. The lines over the surface are gonna be the same as the angle, right? Between those lines. Is that's why, right? Kosho? Well, never mind. You back, Napalm?
Yeah, I'm back, but I might robot, and my mic's probably shit. But do you know if there's like a animation of title charts, like a visual of it anywhere? I'd like to
I'm not
see
sure.
like title charts, right? So taking all like the local title charts, putting them all together, stitching them around the globe, and then like a modeling of at least, not necessarily the scale, but positions of sun and moon and phases of the moon as well, and
Right.
just play with that to see if there's a correlation or something.
Oh, it would be great to do that. That's a great way to test either way, either model. If you get the data, I can do the model. You don't even have to get the position of sun and moon, just the level of the ocean in certain points over the time, over some known period, and I can do the rest. Or maybe I can try to find the data
Yeah, the
myself.
problem is title charts are like very specific, like location specific. So it'd be difficult to do like a full scale modeling unless you took the time to really compile a whole bunch of data on local tide charts and then plot those.
Yeah,
Because I
that's
mean,
the idea.
the title charts are available. Like I can look up my tide charts for this month, next month.
Right. Because if I'm not mistaken, the first well succeeded way to predict tides was just using it was one of the first analog computers, and they used the position of sun, moon, and the barycenter of Earth and a couple more things. I don't remember what it was. Well, with all that to predict tides. It was like one of the first precise and reliable way to predict tides.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I pay attention to my local tide charts, right, because I live close to the water, it's too hard to draw like a direct causation based on positions of the moon and the phases specifically. seems to be more correlation to the phase than the position of the moon where I'm located, meaning my relative position compared to that of the moon at the time of high tide.
And how did you reach that conclusion?
Just from going through a couple months of tidal charts and looking at where the sun and the moon would be located during high tides, specifically like days when there's only one high tide and it's the highest tide of the month, but also the other days as well.
Do you have that? You still have that data?
I'm sorry, you robot it. It's probably my connection.
Do you still have that data?
No, I mean I was just doing it. You know, look at the chart, go to time and date, look at positions, and just going back and forth, flipping through 2 months worth of data, just trying to see if I could get any direct correlation. I mean, there seems to be some sort of correlation, but it's not. It doesn't stick out at you. Let's put it that way. More so to do with the phases of the moon than the position of the moon itself during high tide.
Well, if it was more related to the phase, I guess it would be higher tides for like everyone at the same time, and lower tides for everyone at the same time. Because if the phase of the moon is the same for everyone, but not the position. Like, well,
Yep.
the position can be in my horizon, but at your zenith. And if that's the case, and the tide's higher for you than it is for me, in 6 hours from now, the situation flips. Then the phase has not that much to do with it as the position. Oh, what do you mean I'm funny? How am I funny?
Wait, who's funny? Who said funny?
Oh, I'm asking Jace. He texts on the live stream one time.
Did you really think he had the data for that?
Maybe. There's only one way to know, right?
Bless your soul, Bacon. Bless your soul.
I didn't
how do you,
take the time to plot it out. I just did it for my own
Granted.
edification.
Why do you have so much contempt for people who don't take for granted the doctrines of academia?
The doctrines of academia.
Yeah, all their
Hey,
physical
Jace.
doctrine.
Jace, do you have all that data for the sun and moon positions and correlations to all the local tide charts?
Dude, I didn't make the silly claim that you did.
What was my claim?
About
Exactly.
the phase of the moon that you didn't have data for.
I didn't say that they didn't have data for it. Bacon and I were just having a legitimate conversation about our thoughts about tides and whether there is or is not a correlation to the moon's either position or phases.
Sure. And
I
you
actually
said
don't.
there
I don't know
was.
if.
He asked
I
you
actually
for
don't
the
know
data, and you didn't have it.
But why do you have so much contempt for him about that?
I explained to Bacon that I explained to Bacon that I have looked at my local tide charts and looked at time and date. Right. It's not like I logged that information and kept it and plotted it or anything like that. I was doing it while I was working.
I suppose you don't have it with that condescending contempt because you've yet to answer the question.
I'm stepping
I
out.
don't have contempt for him. I said that like a minute ago. I could care less.
Obviously, you do, since you keep condescendingly ridiculing him and anyone else who disagrees or supposes an alternative that contradicts what academia teaches.
Yeah, just like
How about some
upsetting.
fucking evidence, Grim?
Grim isn't even in the room.
Who the fuck is this? Oh, Gregory, you. Sorry.
I thought
I should've known by your
academia taught us that
condescending
Like that
gravity is
just
not a
that
force.
just speaks volumes right there. He just give that loud, disruptive, disrespectful blurt, and the person who he's trying to attack isn't even in the room.
Oh, it doesn't
Be
matter.
ashamed.
You guys say it all. You say the
No,
same
no,
shit.
be ashamed.
You say the same shit.
No, be ashamed.
I'm not, because you guys say the same shit. You might as well just
Gregory
say
was
put you on
ridiculous.
one category. Put you on
They're
one
pretty
category.
different. Grim and Gregory are quite different.
Yeah, they say the same thing.
Well, they don't have the same cosmological viewpoints in terms of the shape of the Earth. They're quite different.
It's ridiculous.
Oh,
Grown man behaving that way.
I just think it's odd how, excuse me, it's acceptable to think that the gravity of the moon is tugging on the waters when I thought academia clearly states that gravity is not a force at all doing that.
You're incorrect, but nice try.
Wait, what is the argument?
Gravity is a force.
Are we gonna
Interesting.
seriously play this force fucking argument thing? Like, come on.
Arma, it's important.
No, it's not. We literally
If
know.
gravity was a force, the special theory of relativity would never have to be put into existence.
Look, the whole thing is all right. I don't care. How
Arma,
you look
why
at
is it not important?
Because our
Because
model
you can't articulate arguments for it very well.
no.
That's why.
No, get the hell out of here. Anyway, so the thing is, right? We know, okay, that gravity, does the little pulley thing. All right, it doesn't matter if
No,
it's a
it
force
doesn't.
or not. It does the little pulley
Yes,
thing.
it
all right?
does. It does matter, and it doesn't pull
No,
on
it doesn't
anything.
matter. Yeah, it kind of does.
Yes, it does.
Hang
It
on,
most
one at a
certainly
time.
does.
One at a time. Hang on.
Kinda. I said
Arma, why
kinda.
is it not important?
Because we literally know that the gravity pulls the stuff. I mean, look, whether you want to call it a force or not, it still does the pulley shit. All right, I don't care how you look at it. All right.
Okay, so if that is the case, Arma, then it is important. If that is the case, what you just said, that it is important, that's the thing in question that may or may not, as far as we know, cause the effect we're trying to understand.
Okay, but like, they literally
actually we know, but that's okay.
Yeah, and also in my model, I'm gonna say my model, okay, globe model, whatever, okay. They already say that gravity is the reason why orbits happen, the reason why we're falling. We fall, and whatnot. I mean, it's not hard to think that it could do the tides and whatnot. All right, I mean, it does its thing. All right, I don't know. I'm not too knowledgeable on this, so I'm not gonna say too much. But I mean, it's pretty obvious. All right. Pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious you're not too knowledgeable on it. That's why you wanted to hand wave it as it being a force or not a force.
As if you're any more knowledgeable. So,
NASA, how do you know the moon is causing the tides?
Come on.
How do we know the moon's causing the tides?
Yes, like you just said. How do you know?
Well, why would the moon not cause the tides? What do you think?
What kind of answer is that?
The answer is that you guys, or when you say that, it's like, how do we know that cars can travel on the road?
Hang on, does the moon tug on the ocean water?
It's a more condescending dodging of the question. Like, you claim and pretend to know so much, then demonstrate what you pretend you know.
This is basic stuff you should have learned in 6th grade.
Okay, if it's so basic, then explain it then.
Oh, I can't explain it to you because you're a science denier. I'm done explaining science to science deniers.
Right, now you don't want to demonstrate the knowledge that you pretend to have because I'm so right?
All right, hold on. Paid, we were actually having an interesting conversation. You've come in doing what you're doing, so you're going to be muted for a couple minutes if that's what you're trying to do. Can we move on back to what we're talking about?
Do Globers think the moon tugs on the Earth, on the oceans?
Sure, I think it's less of it that it tugs and more so that, like, I don't know, maybe it just...
No, that it is a tug. You think it's the moon's gravity literally tugging on the water.
Let me finish, all right?
Yeah, let him finish.
As a force.
So the way I look at it is that, it's less that it's, I mean, maybe you can call it a tug, whatever, but I look at it as, you got the water that's, being attracted, to the Earth, right? But then you also have the moon up there, and sort of like just kind of, make it's sort of going against like the Earth just a tad bit, so maybe, it like, isn't
pulled as much, and therefore it's a little bit higher, and there's the tides and whatnot. So yeah, I guess tug, sure, but I mean, like, I don't know, I don't really see an issue with it. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. Like, if we're gonna assume,
you're not gonna see it if you don't look and pay attention.
but I mean, like, okay, but do any of you guys actually like know the theory of gravity and whatnot, like through and through, like actually know like the the end, the ends of the
one of us
theory.
in here has an encyclopedic, exhaustive knowledge of any of the physical doctrines, including the academics who teach these doctrines as dogma.
So it's fair to assume that it may be possible that you guys are missing something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
an argument from ignorance fallacy. Why don't you people just answer the questions directly? Here are the facts, Gregory. Boom, 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 boom. This is what I know. Why don't you people just do that?
Well, because I don't.
We do. We publish them in papers, dude.
Okay, so if you know so much, then just say it here. I don't get it.
Well, first of all, I don't really know too much, but I do know, all right, that within the model, though, all right, water is literally attracted to the planet, all right, being stuck on the ball because of the gravity. So it's not hard to assume that the moon could also do that, and therefore somewhat negate the Earth's pull and therefore tides. I mean, it's not that hard to kind of wrap your head around that.
It's not a matter of comprehending the idea. The point is, how do you know it to be the case? Stop talking. We're not talking to you about, is it comprehensible? Is it intelligible? Yes. That's why we're asking you about it. So
okay, fair enough,
the question is, how do you know it to be the case?
Fair enough. Okay, my bad. Maybe I just came in, just wanting to hear what I wanted to hear. All right, fair enough.
Books written by dead people that he's never met before that gets taught to him. That's how.
Not me specifically.
And there's nothing wrong with books and reading information and doing research. That's fine. There you go. How did they get the information? I mean, how do you know? Is it first-hand knowledge? Is it second-hand knowledge? Is it third-hand knowledge? How do you know?
Well, me personally, I don't. All right, we might have to look for someone who does know in the chat. But yeah, I was just going strictly off of just like the logic of, could it be done? Like logically. But yeah, I don't really know the details. Of how we would know. How we know it. So unfortunately,
very well, we don't know everything.
In this chat specifically, sure. I mean, I'm sure someone out there does, obviously. But
I mean, this is why I become indignant, because some of these people, some persons in here, they come in here with all this condescending arrogance and pride and haughtiness, and they pretend as though they know so much, and then we ask them simple questions. How do you know? Give us the 411, break it down to us, Mr. Smarty Pants. All I get is every answer except a direct sequitur answer to the question I asked. That's disreputable. That's shameful. That's dishonorable.
I'll be right back. Gotta check on my food.
What evidence do you have, Gregory? Since you seem to know so much.
I didn't make a single claim.
I know.
I'm just asking questions.
It's interesting.
Since I know so much, you say, as though I made a claim in here. I just came into the room hearing the conversation being had, and when I hear Waxy Waxy asking questions, all I hear is every answer except a sequitur answer to what he said. Just break it down to him. What do you know? I didn't make a single claim in here.
Well, do you think the tides are connected to the moon, Gregory? In some way? What do you think the correlation is?
That notion never even came to my mind until it was mentioned to me. When you sitting down watching TV, watching the Nature Channel or something, it never would have occurred to me that supposedly the moon caused the tides. So I don't know. I mean, it could. I don't know. As far as I know, it could. Perhaps, I don't know. Maybe, perhaps, in my mind, more likely that it's some mechanism, some natural system the Lord has made under the sea surface and deep under the water on the sea floor that probably is causing the tides to change.
I think at best they have correlation but not causation at best.
Yeah, two events happening at the same time, not necessarily one causing the other.
Two events happening at the same time, day after day, year after year, month after month, forever, as long as we've seen them. Yeah, I guess, no, just correlation, no causation. Got it.
Well,
So that's
see,
what
the
you've
problem.
observed?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Master. That's what you have observed? You observed these two events occurring simultaneously without fail.
Oh, yeah.
So at all times.
Yeah.
Wow.
Were you here 100,000 years ago,
Yep.
NASA?
I was here 100,000
Were you here
years
a
ago.
million years ago?
Yep.
You were here a million years ago?
Yep.
You were? Cool.
I'm
Wow. Okay, cool.
That's fantastic.
But I mean, there are like, okay, if the moon's gravity is tugging on the water, causing tides, why is it not uniformed? How come it doesn't happen to rivers and lakes? People go, oh, there's tides on the Great Lakes at 5 centimeters, but I doubt anyone can actually see that or notice that 5 centimeters.
Actually, they have.
When
But okay.
Is it orange or salt water?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Freshwater. The freshwater lakes?
Yeah, freshwater lakes, Great Lakes. They're
Yeah,
freshwater.
at 5
bulge up towards the
centimeters
moon at 12
maximum.
o'clock. When the moon's at 12 o'clock, do the freshwater lakes bulge up towards the moon?
Yeah.
Causing a high tide on the lakes?
Yeah, but it's not very high. It's only like, 5 centimeters.
Actually, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Wait a minute. I don't think the moon has anything to do with it. I think time has something to do with it. Time is the cause of the tides because it happens the same time all the time. So time is the cause. It's not the
but
moon.
it's consistent. One second, I gotta go do that.
Well, it's what you said. It happens the same time every day. So if it's correlated with time, then time is the cause.
Einsteinian interpretation of the tides, huh, Paul?
Exactly. Well, technically, time is the cause of gravity.
If there's a solar/lunar eclipse, wouldn't that be a double gravity pull on the tides? So we have a super high tide that day, or super low tide.
Absolutely.
Oh wait, okay. So you've got a day that the sun causes the day or determines the day, and the moon causes the month. So you got a lining of the day and the month. So it's still time. What are you talking about?
So can I just interject real quick? I'm in the middle of running some loud machinery, so I'm just going to say this. I won't be able to participate after the fact, but just to let you know, tides do change from day to day. The timing is not consistent from day to day. And there's also 2 high tides, 2 low tides most of the time, specifically in my area. So you have 2 high tides throughout the day and 2 low tides. And then when you have the larger tides that are just a singular tide, that seems to correlate with a full moon. So that's the only real correlation I can see between the moon, where it's located, the timing in which I experience high tides and all of that. It just seems that my singular high tide days seem to correlate with the full moon.
You talk about tides. Tides mostly concern sailors and fishermen, correct? That's why it's a practical concern, right? Am I right?
I would think, yeah. I mean, the guy that works at the donut shop, he's not going to be too concerned on the tides from a day. But I mean, if you're out lobster fishing or just a recreational fisherman, you do want to know what the tides are going to be.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What were you going to say, Paul?
See, like if it's... Oh, sorry.
I think I talked to him. Oh, he's deaf now. Go ahead, Daxi.
Oh, well, I mean, see, but if it's like phase, like if it depends on the phase, I don't see how the phase of the moon would matter if the mass of the moon is still there. It's just being, covered by a shadow from the angle of the sun. So that doesn't make sense to me either. Why is it a crescent moon would have less tide than a half moon and vice versa? I mean, the moon's still there. Even if it was a completely new moon where you can't see it, the moon's still there. You're just not getting light shined on it. So there's just, it leaves a lot of questions that I don't find, that it leaves a lot of, it doesn't answer the questions well enough for me. I wish I could articulate that better, but yeah.
Yeah, the answer isn't quite adequate. Yeah, English.
Right. But then again, I don't know. That one dude just said something about the eclipse. Like when the sun is directly behind the moon, or the moon, That's kind of an interesting thought I never thought of. You think you would have like a super tide at that point? But mostly it's just, gravity is not defined as a force any longer because of the special theory of relativity. I mean, if gravity was a force, the special theory of relativity would never have to come into existence. And mass doesn't attract mass, and it's not gravity pulling on things. That's not, it's the warping and bending of space-time, which is completely different than a force. So it's just irritating how it could be a force when they feel like it, or it cannot be a force when they feel like it. Because if it was a force, then that's going to open up a lot of problems, like the three-body problem and all that. It's literally the same argument they have for refraction. It's refraction when it suits them. It's a force when it suits them. Yeah.
Post-hoc fallacy. Now we recognize this discrepancy after the fact, after the theory is made. Now we appeal to this to then patch it up. And now we're caught in this dialectical tension in the theory.
Well, you do have gravitational lensing that occurs within a gravitational field in heliocentric model. So why isn't that not the cause?
You don't have no gravitational lensing.
Does light bend in a gravitational field?
Yeah, that's not actually gravitational lensing. That would only be gravitational lensing if you were looking through an actual vacuum, but you're not. You're looking through matter, lots and lots of it. You just assumed that it was empty. Therefore, you assumed it must be only gravity and space-time bending the light, because there was no other answer. But see, we're in the space age now where we already have equipment out there recognizing that there are plasma densities and electromagnetic fields out there that are condensing and pushing plasma into filaments. And you've got great heliopauses around all the stars. And then you got a cluster of stars into a galaxy, a cluster of galaxies. And then you're going, look, see that galaxy cluster right there? Look at the gravitational lensing, as if it's some fucking clear space right there. You're looking through dust and all kinds of amazing, lots of shit that you're just ignoring out of the equation, and then ruling
in your own paradigm.
Gravitational lensing. Yeah, same with the light bending from behind the sun. You get the gravitational lensing. It should be a couple of solar radii away from the sun, as the theory predicts, but it isn't. It's only in the solar plasma limb, near the most dense part of the plasma that you can actually see through. Huh? Imagine that.
So there's a refutation to that hypothetical answer.
Boom. So there's no gravitational lensing. If so, we'd be able to detect it with our little experiment when we tell the flat earthers, oh, look, mass attracting mass. Well, why don't you shine a light on it and watch it bend? Oh, it doesn't do enough to bend. Well, then how's it do enough to do anything? I mean, you guys, we say you can measure
another instance, like
you're 10,000th of a proton in the standard narrative. We can measure 10,000th of a proton. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, there's another instance where it's like, okay, so here's the paradigm that you're telling me, and these are the implications which I can obviously detect. I don't need to go through 4, 8, 10 years of university to realize this, and I only need at least 2 brain cells to rub together to realize this. These are the implications of your paradigm. Why won't you follow them? I don't understand.
Right. Exactly. I mean, well, because I don't like it. I don't like it when you do that.
See, I'm different than a lot of people. I don't mind arguing within the paradigm because I see the flaws in it too.
Well, I do it too. I mean, I'll say things like atoms and electrons, and for my worldview, it's standing waves and a substrate of an etheric substrate condensing matter into what we visualize as matter, right? But I mean, I'm still going to talk about what I can use from their axioms to show them how their axiom it doesn't matter which axiom you look at, there's a logic flaw.
Of course, we Globers would say that there's plenty of examples like that in the flat Earth idea too. So we'll do the same thing back at you.
Well, I am a Glober.
Oh, yeah, I was talking to the.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, let that sink in for a second. I am a Glober, and I am talking shit about black holes, big bangs, neutron stars, and all that nonsense.
I don't know. You seeming kind of sus right now.
Matthew, what would be an example that you would critique?
Oh, the moon looks real to me, so I think it should follow the law of perspective.
Yeah, me too.
The contrary.
The law of perspective says that as things get farther away, they should get smaller in apparent size.
Twice as far, half as size. You know?
Yeah, and so the full moon, the full moon is up all night and it stays the same apparent size all night long. So therefore, it's not changing distance.
Yeah.
And I would argue a little step further and say the sun too, really, because I mean, unless I can find another example where heat and light come from a place that doesn't have matter, then I have to say that the sun is also made of matter.
I agree with the sun thing too, but it's a little bit harder to look at the edges of the sun because it's so bright, and so that's why I usually use the full moon as an example.
Oh, they got the
moon
solar filters, so you can get a nice edge. You can actually see the
right. Most people don't. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, a lot of people don't use solar filters though, so the moon is probably the easiest one because you can't even BS that one. That one.
Yeah, but Matthew, concerning the moon in your example, I mean, I don't understand why are you saying that? What is the flat earth saying that provokes you to say that?
Oh, some guys think it's a plasma thing, you know what I mean? They'll say the moon, they don't know what it is, so it doesn't have to follow the angular size rule because they don't even know what it is. And we just go, well, oh well.
My impression of what most flat earthers say about the moon is that it travels over the flat plane, gets closer to you as it rises, and gets farther away as it sets.
Okay.
That's why we figure, well, then it would, like anything else, probably have to follow the rules of, engagement on angular size.
Yeah, and there would be points when the moon would have to be twice as far from one city as another city. I just posted at 6 past the hour an example.
Yeah.
If the Earth were flat, then the moon would have to be twice as far. But in both those cities, it looks the same size, which is odd.
Do you think the moon is a humongous rock?
I think it is a object that obeys the laws of perspective.
There's a reason I ask you that question, Matthew. Do you think it's a humongous rock?
Yes, it's about 2,000 miles in diameter.
How do you know that?
Logic, reason, observations, long history of measurements and calculations. There's a whole history behind it.
Sea of tranquility.
You can know something is a rock without knowing what the material is that made up that rock. I can hand you a rock and you won't know what kind of rock it is right out without actually investigating what it actually is, but you'll know that it's a rock by the way it looks. And
yeah, that's an instance when the rock is in my vicinity and I can actually have a tactile contact experience with it, as opposed to the moon when it's all the way up there, so we have no experience of that.
Yeah, Greg Ray's right. If you have a magician and he flicks a card in front of you and the card disappears, and he switches it with a little mouse, does that mean that somebody switched turned a card into a mouse? Did that really happen because you saw it?
What does that even
mean?
No,
that's an optical illusion or something.
It's an optical illusion. So you don't know until you actually can test or examine the actual object to know what's happening.
Right. So the fact that optical illusions exist doesn't mean that everything we see is an optical illusion.
But we're missing the point. So concerning the moon, how do you know the moon is a rock as above than just looking at it?
Yeah, I get your point. It has fixed features on it. Fixed features. It has mountains, valleys. It has craters. These are solid fixtures that only change a little bit over time during these ion storms and stuff that kick up dust. But you can see clouds on the moon sometimes, and they're not like the clouds you see here. They're like dust storms on Mars, basically, where a bunch of dust is just moved around because of the electrons and the ion interference, attracting the charged dust to the electric fields. So I mean, we do have that going on too, and an explanation for the mechanics of that in a solid physics realm. So we know why these things actually happen. We know what materials. We know basically what materials they are. We don't need to know exactly every single material that's on the moon. Just like I don't need to know exactly what Mount Fuji's completely made of to know that it's a mountain.
How do you know?
I've
what
never
are you
been
saying to interpret the mountains, craters, and valleys?
The mountainous regions and the craterous regions with the
Show
sunlight
me what you're
shining,
looking at.
the sunlight shining, the Sea of Tranquility, the edges of the Sea of Tranquility, the rocky edges and taller features where you can see the shadows casting down onto the surface. The raised edges are casting a shadow down onto its surface, and I don't know what else casts the shadow besides matter in the first place. Maybe you can help me out. With
Okay, well, show me what you're looking at.
Oh, I can't believe you've never seen the moon before. And if you're looking at it with brand new eyes for your very first time, what do you want me to do? Show you the moon right now? Look up outside.
You said
So
sea
you're telling me you're standing on the ground? Are you telling me you're standing on the ground looking at the moon with your... Okay, fine. You want to be held down talking. Never mind.
Yeah, that's a question, right? How far away from Northern California are you?
I mean, just fuck what I gotta say, right? Like, you just
right,
don't
well, I
listen
mean,
to nobody else. Never mind.
It's kind of what Grim does. He just doesn't seem to care what other people
damn.
I have a question though. I've heard on the globe side that you can't trust your eyes. Isn't he talking about making observations? Isn't observations done with your eyes? So how do you reconcile? Hold on a second. How do you reconcile you can't trust your eyes, and at the same breath saying you're making observations about what the moon is? How do you reconcile
That's what I'm trying to ask him. Are you just standing on the ground looking at the moon with your naked eye, and you supposedly see mountains and craters and valleys and clouds and all this other stuff here?
Oh, am I looking at it with my naked eye? Do I have a telescope? Have you ever used a telescope on the moon before?
That's fine. That's fine. You can use a telescope, but I can look across and with my telescope at objects. And you're saying I can trust what I see through my telescope with my eyes?
What I'm saying. Well, be more specific. Trust in what manner?
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gave examples of why I would trust it, not just because I would trust a mirage or something, because I'm trusting that the distance on that the horizon must be exactly where I think I see it at, knowing about refraction and whatnot. I mean, you're using the word trust really blindly, and I'm giving examples of why I think that it's actually there, and it's fixed features. The fixed features are a really good indicator that is a solid
features that have never changed since humans have had telescopes.
Are you saying that it doesn't have features? Because I mean, if that's the case, then you're denying the actual evidence where you can see shadows cast.
So what is this evidence? What are you looking at?
Shadows.
Hang on a second. Hold on a second.
On the moon itself, blocking the light from the sun, casting a shadow on the surface of the moon. Thank you. Now you can
so
go.
You're inferring. No, hold on a second. He's inferring cause and effect. The cause of the shadow is this feature blocking the sun or whatever the light source is. So he's implying a cause and effect relationship. So don't you have to manipulate something to prove that? So your observation, just because you observe something like that, that doesn't mean you know the cause of that thing. You're just inferring that.
So, right. And I'm inferring that because there is no other known mechanism but that. You give me the other known mechanism, and then we can say maybe it's that.
Okay, but here are you giving me all these descriptions of what you supposedly observed?
Geo, is it just me, dude? Am I interrupting everybody, or is that just the way I am, or is it just that the way the room is?
This guy's really obnoxious, huh?
Yeah, you do it.
Really?
Yeah, well, who's
a dialogue with him? He comes in here talking. He doesn't want to have a dialogue, not listening to anyone else speak. Still talking.
Yeah, because you just interrupted
conversation by
You're literally interrupting me in the middle of my sentence, dude, to complain about me talking. That's fucking ridiculous.
So can you finally get to the point and tell me exactly the specifics of your observation? Since you know so much.
Again,
you're talking about you observe the moon. Are you just staring at the moon with your naked eye? Are you looking at it through a telescope? What? Specify.
We're going backwards here because I've already described all of the mechanism. I've described that I'm looking at it with a telescope. I've described that as shadows are cast on the moon by the moon itself. You can follow the direction of the light and the shadows. You can see very clearly that that's what that is. And if you have another mechanism for that, so excuse me, you're interrupting me again with the little hum and a bullshit. If you have another reason or another explanation, if you have another explanation, am I interrupting again, Gio? Is that my bad? If you have another fucking explanation for what we're seeing there, please, by all means, give it. But until then, you don't win anything here.
Okay, so can you show us what you supposedly saw?
Say that again?
Can you show us what you supposedly saw?
The moon. You can just look at it with the telescope right now.
Can you show us what you supposedly saw?
The moon looks like a rock, therefore it's a rock until proven otherwise.
This is very elementary. I mean, if you've never seen shadows on the moon before, then I guess
looks like a
you gotta
rock.
go back to the drawing board. No wonder you're in the stuck position.
Yeah, I don't have a telescope, and not everyone does. So can you stop pretending like everyone does? Like, just go get your telescope out of your closet, Gregory, and go look and stare at the moon for several hours. Like, bro, can you show us a picture, a video, something?
Yeah. You know what? My bad. I expected that if you were this deep into this type of a conversation on this level of interest, that you'd have probably had a telescope by now, so that you can verify some of your bullshit or falsify some of your own shit. But you don't. 'Cause you're not really interested in actually doing that, are you? You're more interested in trying to argue your way into reality.
What kind of
So I guess
telescope do
you
you
can get a
have?
picture and video, right?
Here, let's just give him let's let anybody get Google a fucking, how about a Dobsonian telescope image of the moon?
Like, I gotta
You
get
got
all.
Dobsonian?
I gotta be at the end, the receiving end of all this fucking condescending bullshit from him. But he calls himself trying to teach me.
That's really what burns your ass, right? Your lack of understanding, and then your inability to
That's why
try
I'm
and
asking questions, Grim. That's what people who don't understand do. They ask questions. But what your response is to someone who doesn't know and is asking questions, seeking answers, is to condescendingly ridicule them for being ignorant and for asking questions. Is that how you teach your children? Is that what you would do if you were a teacher of a classroom? Grim?
Absolutely. If I find my child being willfully ignorant intentionally to avoid an actual point,
ignorant on asking questions, Grim?
I'll call his ass out on it. And it's done him well, too. He owns his own house now.
You have a very interesting interpretation of willful ignorance when someone's asking questions repeatedly.
Yeah.
All right,
You're
can you
acting
guys
like
somehow,
you're acting like you've never seen shadows on the moon. I mean, that's willful ignorance.
Like, all I'm doing is asking questions. I'm getting all this goddamn ridicule and condescending remarks.
No, what you're trying to do is make a monkey dance. Get me this, get me that, show me this, show me that, as if you haven't seen it before. And I'm not stupid enough to dance for you.
Monkey.
That's your problem.
What's your opinion on the Aristarchus crater?
Pete Shea is crazy as fuck. And I love him though.
I mean, at the end of the day,
you know what the Aristarchus crater
Grim,
is, right?
Isn't this all kind of just philosophies of what the sky is? Like you've said your philosophy, you think it's a rock and shadows, whatever. Somebody else may have their viewpoint, but I mean, no one in this room has ever gone to the moon to verify what it is. So at the end of the day, it's like it's all just philosophies on the sky.
Oh, I agree.
Perhaps he could get to know what he supposedly knows. I mean, I'm not crossing that out. That's the problem. Like, just tell me what you know. But instead of just telling me what he knows, I gotta be at the fucking target of all this goddamn ridicule and mockery.
It might have something to do with
fault of my own.
Dude, Gregory, we're trying to move on and have a conversation. I understand that was upsetting to you, but we have to somehow just move forward.
That has to stop. Like, they can't just be allowed to continue.
Dude, you ain't gonna control the mods in here like you think you are. And plus, if you're gonna be willfully ignorant, then pretend that you're the victim because I'm calling it out, well, that's kind of on you anyway.
Hush. Give me some evidence.
You've seen the moon before. You're asking me to dance, monkey dance, and hand you pictures of the moon and waste my time with all that nonsense. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what the shadows
are.
It's
a waste of time for you to substantiate your knowledge claims about an empirical thing.
Okay, here's the deal. I've given you examples of why I think that it's an actually solid object, and you have not given me any examples of why.
Give me any examples. You gave me descriptions of what you supposedly saw, not showing me what you saw or empirically observed.
Oh, I don't have to show you. Everybody knows
the moon, bro.
Everybody knows
you have to empirically substantiate your empirical claims, right?
Everybody knows that the hills on the moon cast shadows on the moon, and everyone can see it.
Everybody knows.
I don't give a fuck if you think that because I don't tell you now, somehow that gives you some sort of leverage in this conversation. It doesn't.
Yeah, everybody knows, huh?
Pretty much, yep.
You ever see a star through the moon before? That's pretty interesting.
You're a pathetic man. You come on the internet ridiculing people for not knowing that the moon is a rock. That seems worthwhile to you?
No, I didn't say I ridiculed them for not knowing the moon is a rock. I'm saying that for not accepting the
Have rocks and volcanoes and valleys and clouds and things. Don't you know? Oh, you're such a stupid idiot.
Is this me again, Gio, or is it him actually? Which one? Let's be real here, man. He asked
I'm
me.
at you because I don't know everything you know about the moon. About it being a supposed rock. All I'm asking you is to show me a picture, a video, of what you supposedly saw, and you give me all this grief for it.
Yeah, I'm not showing you a picture or a video.
Ollie, how big is Aristarchus crater?
Who knows, particularly?
You don't know. I know.
I don't
26
know.
miles in diameter. 26 miles in diameter. Should I ridicule you for not knowing that? And
Yes,
I mean, I knew that.
Definitely should, because that just makes so much sense.
But see,
Ridicule
you
me
could
for
also
not knowing.
see the funny thing is, Aristarchus crater is visible with the naked eye, right? Yes, it is. That was the rhetorical question.
If your eyes are good.
Well, no, it's literally the brightest spot on the moon.
Yeah, so I mean,
A lot
I know
of people that well, see, a lot of Globers that because you don't have to be a flat earther to not trust NASA and whatnot. A lot of Globers make the claim that it's a power station from aliens and shit. I mean, that's whatever. But see, the thing is, what bugs me,
the moon is
I'm
not a
not
solid
telling-
object. How is it 26 miles across this Aristarchus thing? I mean, that seems like you're holding two contrary ideas to be true. I don't know. What's that called? Cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, substantiate your empirical claim.
All right, so I gave
justification.
I don't have to.
Unjustified arbitrarity. You don't have to substantiate your empirical claim.
Are you really doing that, dude, again? I mean, you just asked me to do something, and I gave you justification for why I believe it's a solid object, meaning the shadows, the way the light interacts with it, and da-da-da-da. And you've given me no examples of why you think it's not a solid object. So so far at this point, I'm the only one who's given an example of why I think, or justification for my belief. Would you give justification for your belief?
In 1956, there was a very prominent scientist who thought it was plasma and not a solid object at all. That's, again, neither here nor there.
That was not a prominent scientist. That was
he was just a crackpot then? What was his name?
You tell me. Where did he go to
I don't
school? We already investigated this guy.
Couldn't
He's
tell
nowhere
you.
to be found.
But
Nobody
hey,
knows. Nobody knows where he went to school. Nobody knows if he was really a scientist. Get on it, dude. I've already been all over that.
Oh, you have.
I'm a plasma
Yeah, you were also
cosmologist.
talking about seeing dust storms and clouds on the moon, too, which is fucking
telling me that the
stupid.
moon is plasma?
But
I'm literally
anyway,
a plasma cosmologist.
Aristarchus, you sound like you're
That's literally what
underwater.
I believe in, bro.
He really does sound like he's underwater.
Aristarchus, see, this is an issue I have. The moon is 238,000 miles away, right? Or roughly whatever, 240, 239, something in that neighborhood.
Do all you guys agree with that? Or is that just your idea of what the moon?
We do not. We do not
I
agree
thought
with
that's
that.
what NASA claimed because they all went there, right? And they had to calculate how much fuel they were going to need, and they figured out how far away the moon was. They said it was like 237,000 miles, whatever. Again, besides the point, Aristarchus crater is only 26 miles wide, and we could see it with the naked eye. How are we able to see something that's 26 miles wide from that far of a distance?
The same way we can see
Also-
an airplane light that's less than 1 foot in diameter from more than 10,000.
We could see the entire plane, and it's not really. I mean,
I'm talking about at night.
4
for
miles
light.
in the air versus 240 miles.
Hold on, Aristarchus.
Not quite
Hold on, let me
the
see
same.
this.
You're talking about that glassified surface. The Aristarchus is where it's like it's all shiny right there. So
It's
when it
literally the
reflects
brightest
light-
spot of the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a
It's
ratio
kinda
of
like-
10,000
it's
to
kind of the
1.
same way.
The distance
Hold on a second.
between
It's kind of the
radius.
same way I can see a tiny mirror from 2 miles away on a mountain. Once the light from the sun is being reflected off of it, but when the light from the sun is not reflected off of it, I can't even see or make out or resolve the person
Right.
holding the mirror. Thank you.
Right. Now, have you ever done a moon phase experiment before with a ball and a light?
Yeah, it works every
Because
time.
NASA claims that's exactly
Yes, I'll do
how
it right now. I'll
moon
do it right
phases
now. Here's the
work.
moon. I'm looking at the moon right
Okay.
now. I'll
Can
get
you
a
see the
ball.
moon? I can't see it.
Yeah, I can see
Oh,
the
there
moon.
it
I'm
is.
in Northern
Actually, it's right
California.
there. I
The
can
moon
see
is
it.
crescent.
Yeah, it's a crescent. Right. Now, what happens when you see a
Is there a
crescent
ball in
moon
this
after
moon?
midnight? That happens about 3 times a year. Can you explain that with the moon phase experiment?
Yes.
After midnight where? You understand
Right,
that
and what
midnight
is the
is in the
moon?
middle of the night. It is in the middle of the night for most people.
Can I ask you why would that be an issue?
The middle of the night could be as late as 1 a.m. for some people.
Why would it be an issue if the moon has that effect at night?
No. Why would it be an issue to see a crescent moon after midnight?
Yes.
Well, if you get yourself I don't know if you have any handy, but if you got a ball, preferably, it's the best thing to do is go get a styrofoam ball from the store, jam a pencil in it. That way you don't have your hand on it. You're not casting shadows from your hand for real. Get a single source light. Your face where you're looking, and you extend your arm completely out right in front of your face, have the moon right there, and you're staring at the light. So the face, your face where you're seeing, that's the Earth. That's where you're standing. And of course, the moon's going to be in front of you. And you slowly turn, and as you turn, you can make the different phases of the moon. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not done. It's impossible for one, Arma. You never grasped any of this.
First
you
off, I
started
actually showed you my 3D model, all right, and it actually worked.
Yeah, you did a shitbag model that did not work.
No, I did a pretty good model, actually. And I showed you. You didn't understand how it worked.
You got ridiculed for like 30 minutes because of it.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. It was a terrible example.
I could pull it up again.
Again, I'm not finished.
I'll pull it up again.
No one wants to see that trash model again, dude. It wasn't
trash. It was
help
good.
you with anything.
So I'm like,
but probably like a lot of people
Don't
don't
let him
think their
derail
kids are
you.
ugly either.
Don't let him derail you. Just to finish the point about.
Guys, this could be a really good discussion if everybody just relaxes a little bit, just chill down, because you're all talking over each other, and it could be a really good discussion. Just chill, relax.
Relax.
You get yourself a styrofoam ball, you jam a pencil in it. You hold the ball in front of your face. You hold your arm completely stretched out so the ball's in front of your face. You're like where you're looking, that's the surface of Earth where you're standing. You stand in front of the single source light. It's best to do it at nighttime, or like if you can go into a bathroom where it's dark, and then turn just one light bulb on. Okay, then you slowly, rotate yourself, and as you rotate yourself, the phases of the moon will change, and it'll look exactly like the moon phases does. The thing is, you can only get a crescent light if you're staring at the light bulb with the moon in front of you. It is physically impossible to make a crescent when the sun is behind you. So therefore, seeing crescent moons, especially, personally, you can't see one at any point of the night because you cannot replicate it with the moon phase experiment. But, you can see crescent moons at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, like 4 different times a year.
You can't see it at 4 o'clock.
There's a video in chat that it does. Just real quick, there's a video in
crescent
chat
moon
that
will always be set by 11. But there are times where it doesn't, where the crescent moon won't set until 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, right, yeah, there's a crescent moon tonight too, but the moon's probably going to be beyond my horizon by about 10 o'clock. Because it's 6:28
over here in the East Coast.
Didn't you guys didn't the Michelson more leave?
I'm on the East Coast, kind of.
You guys, Paul was trying to say.
Paul was going to say something.
Yeah. You posted a video.
You guys didn't the Michelson Morley show that the moon, Earth, Moon, Sun model was completely unworkable?
No. But I was going to say, I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard what I said.
Yeah, it's called the three-body problem.
No, it's not. It's not the three-body problem. That test didn't show anything to do with that, and it didn't do any of that, so it doesn't matter. But the backside, I don't know if you heard me, but when you said the thing about the moon after midnight, midnight is not the middle of the night for almost anybody. And at midnight, at some places it's the middle of the night at about 1 o'clock in the morning. But nobody's ever going to see a crescent moon, especially right after the new moon, anywhere near 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, unless, of course, you're talking about the last phase. Because like if the moon is a what is it called? Not a new, like it's about to be a new moon, then the crescent moon is out right before morning. Then yeah, you actually will see it at 4 or 5, 6 in the morning. But you're not going to see one that was out during the night that late. But after midnight is perfectly reasonable.
We will a couple of times a year. But see, it's not even just a crescent. It's making a gibbous moon during the daytime. You cannot replicate that with the moon phase experiment either. It doesn't line up. And the thing is, the moon phase experiment, no, it doesn't. You could say it does all you want, but until you go get yourself a fucking styrofoam ball and jam a pencil in it and try to do it, because the moon phase experiment 100% replicates what's going on with the moon, the sun, and the earth. There's no arguing that. It's literally the same thing, just on a much smaller scale. It's literally showing the same exact thing. Because your position of the sun, as it changes the phases of the moon. And I've already said, and you literally just said that you can't see a crescent moon after midnight. You cannot make a crescent moon after midnight with a moon phase experiment. Well, after midnight, still, solar midnight. Like when the moon's directly 90 degrees beyond you.
And I'm talking about directly after the new moon. There's parts of the crescent moon when it's like a crescent moon is just before the quarter moon phase.
Yeah,
so
again,
it's a very
try
big,
to
it's a
replicate.
week-long range.
Then replicate that with the moon phase experiment and show me it working. You can't.
I can't. I'll
the
do
same
it
thing,
right now, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. You got yourself a ball and a pencil?
Yesterday. Yeah, I'll do you one better. I posted this yesterday.
Of you doing a moon phase experiment.
Okay, first off, moon phase experiment wouldn't be super.
Yes, it is. It's literally the exact same thing. It's the cause. This is what they claim is what makes the moon phases. The position of the sun to the moon. That's why crescent moons are physically impossible after. I mean, again, you can't make one once it's pitch black anyway. Once the sun is no longer in your field of view and it's dark, you shouldn't have a crescent moon at any point. Solar midnight, that's just a little bit the icing on the cake. But also, you cannot do a gibbous moon during the daytime, and everyone sees gibbous moons during the daytime. That's extremely common. The crescent moon after solar midnight, that's a little, yeah, but okay, make a gibbous moon then with the moon phase experiment during the day. You can't do it.
Just so this is clearly understood, a new moon phase, when the moon is in front of the sun, it should follow that the new moon is going to be out almost the same amount of time the sun is out. And same thing with the full moon. The full moons will be out in about the same amount of time that the moon is not, that the sun's not out. Every other phase.
You've never seen a full moon during the day?
Every other phase is going to have some portion of the night or day, night and day both, where the moon's there. The full moon and the new moon are the only ones that will follow the sun.
I've seen full moons set on the western horizon at like 7 o'clock at night, meaning the full moon was out throughout the entire day. That's very common. You mean to tell me you've never seen a full moon or a gibbous moon during the daytime?
That's never ever happened.
You can say
I'll give you
$100,000.
I'll give you $100,000. I'll give you $100,000 if you can show me anywhere north or south of the Arctics where that's ever occurred. Anytime, $100,000 I'll give to you.
It happens all the time. You just gotta pay attention.
The full moon doesn't set at 7 p.m. That doesn't happen anywhere.
Well, that's a little. The thing is, I've seen the full moon throughout the entire course of the day before.
Hold on, is it the full moon or is it like really close to the full moon? I mean,
it doesn't matter.
He said full moon. He said full moon.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because
full moon, you cannot replicate a full moon during daylight.
But Vaxi, it might not be like an.
How are you going to get a full moon during the daytime? Do your moon phase experiment that all you guys have claimed you've done before, which clearly you haven't. Because if you did, you wouldn't be arguing with me about this.
Yeah, so the moon is out about 12 hours. It's like a little bit less than 12 hours. So the sun is variable. Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Let him finish.
Hold on, guy. Yeah, the sun is variable for everybody on every part of the year except for the equator, where it's 12 and 12. Everywhere else, it changes, to very big, 14-hour days to 8-hour days to whatever. So the moon being a consistent like 11 hours and something minutes every single day, 11 and a half hours, is going to tell you that there's going to be variable times where these phases it might be the case that the full moon is out during the daytime, like for a couple hours. If you're somewhere that has 14, 16-hour days, so that's not that bizarre.
I see.
Yeah,
the only problem with that, Coach,
what you just said.
Hold on, let me jump in for a second. Yeah, I get what you're saying, because that's one of the arguments I used to make, is the crescent moon at night and the full, at least maybe a full moon, but even if it is a full moon, it virtually would be impossible to see. Because I agree with you. If you watch that video I posted, when you see a full moon, it's when the sun is facing, the light side of the moon is facing the sun, and it would have to be only mainly at night. You'd be able to see that. Did you see it? I agree with him.
But I imagine if you're at what do you call it? The terminal line, whatever. If you're at the point where it's like half, day and night, whatever, right? You would have 180 degrees of sky in front of you, and then on once I'd imagine the moon would be in view though. I do think it's possible. You just have to be at that terminal line though.
I've seen full moons during the morning when I got up, drank my Red Bull, did my thing. I'm like, oh look, the moon's out. It's a full moon. Sweet. So I went and grabbed my telescope because it's a different perspective. Looking at the moon through a telescope during the daytime. It's just it's neat. Quite frankly, I hate it. I don't even break out my telescope when it's close to a full moon because it's so bright it washes out all the stars, and then I don't have a lot of filters. So trying to view a full moon with a telescope, it's literally like staring at a light bulb. It's not comfortable. So I prefer to look at the full moon during the day. You sound really crumbly, like you're talking in a trash can. So.
Anyway,
it gets a little irritating when people argue about the moon phases and then they don't even do a moon phase experiment. It's frustrating.
Okay, but I literally did a 3D model though, and it checks out.
You did your model, dude.
How was it shitty? Okay, hold on. Let's debate this real fast. How was it shitty?
It. Because it took you like 45 minutes to try to adjust it. You couldn't get it adjusted properly. You couldn't represent us standing on the ground looking at the moon. It was all... The whole thing was just terrible. And the thing is, if you would just go get $3, go buy a styrofoam ball from Walmart...
Oh, and that's better than this stuff?
Light bulb. Absolutely.
How is that better? You can't go on the ball and look from the ball's view, though? I mean, how are you going to
get... Because your eyes are the surface, dude. Your face with the ball in front of you is a perfect representation of the surface of the Earth that you're at. Look, and as you pivot and the light bulb goes behind you, it starts becoming nighttime. And then try to make crescent shadows at night and try to make full moons and gibbuses during the day. You can't do it, yet we see it quite frequently. I don't understand what the problem is. I know it's not comfortable for you to know that, but it is what it is.
No, it's simple like math for crying out loud. If you're on the, I guess it's called the terminal line. If you're where it's pretty much with the sun setting or the sun's rising.
Is there a terminator line? It's at like 9:30 in the morning when there's a full moon out and I'm looking at it through my telescope? No.
But once again, we have to know for sure if that's full moon or if that's like getting close. Because if it's 100% full moon, then that's kind of tricky to get. But
if you can't tell if it's a full moon or not a full moon, it's pretty freaking full. I would say.
But there's still kind of like leeway if it's not 100% full moon.
Okay, do you know what a almost full moon's called? It's called a gibbous moon. Now try to make a gibbous moon with the moon phase experiment during the daytime. You cannot do it.
I think you could do it. I mean, it depends how many hours we're talking about in the day, though.
You're saying you can do it, but you can't. Because I tried to do it.
It just depends on how many, once again, hours in the day we're already, in. Like if we're like 5 hours in, probably not. But if we're like, maybe 2 hours and, maybe 2-3 hours.
You're coping, bro. Hard.
I'm not coping. I mean, like
yes,
you haven't
you
even.
Are.
No, first off, you haven't even given us any like actual. I mean, you're just giving. You supposedly seen this before, but I haven't seen this.
Do you want me to turn my camera on and show you? I mean, I can.
How are you gonna show me? Is there a gibbous out right now?
I can just do the moon phase. No, I could do the moon phase experiment with the ball and just show you how it doesn't work during the daytime.
Or I could do it in my 3D model, all right? Because I've already done it in my 3D model. I don't need your.
Yeah, it's like your little safety blanket.
It's not a safety blanket. It literally works.
Perfect. Say it works, even though no one in the room at the time agreed with you that it was a good representation. That's fine.
Well, it's not exactly good. Well, it's not exactly a good, whatever you're doing because the scales aren't exactly, proper. You know what I'm saying? You need better.
It's the exact same principle.
No, but you still need like a smaller moon to, and whatnot. I don't know. It's not 100%. Scales aren't.
It's how you cast shadows on a ball.
Vaxy Waxy, what is the are you saying that you don't think there's a correlation between the sun and the moon phases? Or are you just saying Are you just saying it doesn't work on a heliocentric model?
Oh no! It's just the thing is like seeing a gibbous moon during the daytime or a crescent moon at any time at night. You can't physically replicate that with the moon phase experiment. It's impossible. You cannot get the shadows to line up with where the sun is. Now, the heliocentric model claims it's the position of the moon versus the position of the sun, which causes the phases. But the thing is, there's certain times where it's broken and it doesn't work, and we see phases we shouldn't be seeing, and at times we shouldn't see it at.
Should I make clips?
I have a real quick question. Why is the computer model he made so-called better than doing something in the real world?
It wasn't.
No, because the scale is better. The scale is actually proper. There's the actual scales involved.
Well, you can still do that in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually did the scales properly, but in the video that was sent, I mean, that scale wasn't technically correct. So I'm just,
if you want another,
what I've
here's
seen.
another.
A lot of people don't get the scale
Another
right.
one, and this will really make your mind melt.
Another one.
Yeah, whenever you see a full moon and Venus at the same time when it's dark, wrap your head around that one, bro.
What?
Yeah, I've
you
actually
gotta
thought
ask
about
how
that.
big is that orbit? Yeah.
How do you see Venus
there's
when
little.
it's even at dusk? Go ahead. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, I didn't even catch any of that. But what?
Well, mainly
How do you
it's.
see?
I mean, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, how do you see Venus if you said you have to be reflecting sunlight and it's on the inner orbit? So how do you even see Venus? Because you shouldn't be able to.
Wait, who are you talking to, me or like what?
Here's a fun fact. Here's a fun fact. Venus and the moon both are reflecting sunlight. So I don't know why anybody would think it was a mystery why you could see both at the same time. They're both
That's
reflecting.
not. No, that's not the argument. That's not the question. It's actually the fact that you see Venus at all, because it's on the inner orbit, and it has to be reflecting sunlight. So how do you see it?
Is it always on the same side as the Earth, or is it on the other side of the? I mean, on the same side as the Earth, same side as the Sun as the Earth, or is it sometimes on the other side? It's sometimes on the other side. It's sometimes on the other side. Yeah, it goes around the Sun. So if we both go around the Sun, there's times where we're on one side of the sun and Venus is on the other side.
Okay, that's your story. Stick to it.
You got to try to think about how big is Venus's orbit.
Yeah.
That's the part you're missing.
Anyway, I got the gibbous moon in my 3D model and daytime. So yeah, you're debunked, Baxi. Just saying.
Why wouldn't I be able to see the moon at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock tonight? Is it not crescenty enough? Because I'm looking at it right now and it's like, it's at the midpoint. I'm like, okay.
That makes sense.
Be there by 1.
Yeah. I mean, one of the more.
We're gonna have a nice crescent all the way to my time till like 10:20 tonight. So it's gonna be very visible in the dark. And you got to think like, where's the sun in relation to the moon to where you can have a crescent when it's 10 o'clock at night. Like I said, there's a couple hiccups where like every I want to say it's like once or twice, 2 to 3 times a year where you could see the crescent moon after midnight, and you just shouldn't be able to. Not that it rises after midnight; it's already in the sky prior to midnight, and you see it while it's still in the sky after midnight. Solar midnight. Is that what it's called? Solar midnight or lunar? I don't know, but when the sun is directly opposite of where it would be at noon your time.
Here we go. Let me post my picture. I got daytime gibbous. You could suck it. Here we go. Check it out. I might have to zoom out though in the next image so I'm not.
Where'd you post it at?
Yeah, I mean, I might have to post a second image just so you can actually see where the camera is actually located. Otherwise, this looks like it could be, faked, but you don't like my 3D model, so I'd show you, but
Yeah, that's still a trash example, dude.
I mean, if I can just let me see. I mean, I could even probably do it in like MS Paint for crying out loud. I mean, I can go as simple as that, and it would still check out.
How is making something in MS Paint? Why don't you just draw me a picture, then call it proof, dude?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. Like from like a top-down view, like a orthographic kind of.
Yeah, except when you do an actual phase experiment with the balls and the single source light, it's not orthographic. It's a much more accurate version.
Oh,
where's the sun in your picture?
Wait, you're talking about like my one I just sent, or like what? Or you're talking about the hypothetical.
This is why you got ridiculed for like an hour the last time you tried doing this. It is not anywhere near what I'm doing with the moon phase experiment.
Yeah, I literally. Okay, you know what? I'm screen sharing. I don't care if anyone, whether you guys want to like, look at it or not. I'm gonna do it though, so you can't say I didn't try. All right. Fucking.
Well, actually, I have to agree with him. Where is the shadow or the shade or where's the darkness at? Like, I mean, if you move that and you move into darkness, and the moon is still visible, is that what happens, or does the moon disappear?
I mean, I literally have the 3D model. I mean, apparently it was bad, but I mean, I'm streaming it. If you guys want to check it out, go ahead. But I mean, I literally have the 3D model. It checks out. You can have a gibbous in the daytime. It works.
Okay, so move it throughout the day. Keep the sun there and see what happens.
Wait, move it throughout the day. Okay.
Yeah, because it's got to stay in the daytime. If you see the gibbous most of the time during the day, then there's a problem. But if it disappears, then maybe you're right. But if it stays up there for most of the day, then there's a problem. And the same thing with the crescent moon. If it's visible for most of the night, but if it should drop below the horizon and not be visible, then if it's there visible for most of the night, then there's the problem.
Trying to figure out how to go about doing this. Because I have a stationary camera, so the Earth will spin in my model, and the moon will orbit around, the Earth, but the camera stays in one spot. So I mean, I could also have it where it moves around the surface of the Earth too, but like it's a little bit complicated.
Keep the camera stationary as if you're observing it. Move the Earth and see if the crescent or the gibbous moon stays visible for most of the day. If it doesn't, then then your model's correct. But if it does, where I actually meant, if it stays visible for most of the day, then that's the problem. If it drops below the horizon, then that would support your model.
Well, okay, you say for most of the day, but remember, when I say my camera stationary,
hold on.
Okay, when I say my camera stationary, I mean like it's literally, it doesn't like, okay, so there is no like, I mean, I could have it where it moves along the planet's surface, and then we get a day, but otherwise it's just gonna, like, I'll show you. Like, I'll just.
That's okay. Okay, I live in the States, live in a state. I don't leave my city very much, so when I make observations, it's going to be within a few miles. So you keep the camera stationary on your model, and then you move the Earth or move the sun or move whatever. It's really easy. I don't know why this is complicated.
No, because I'm not.
I did it, by the way. Let me grab you the photos.
Look, all I know is that I got the Earth spinning right now. The camera's, stationary, relative to, the blender, grid and whatnot. So, I don't know. Like, I guess you're confusing me because you're saying like day or something, but there really isn't a day in terms of this camera. Like, there isn't a reference, to day, because it's literally
if the Earth is rotating
daytime,
and the sunlight is moving across the surface of the Earth, making day and night. So make your camera stationary as it's moving through the day, and see if the gibbous moon stays visible or not, or does it disappear?
All right, there it is, guys.
Hold on.
Now, I tried very hard to do them both at the same time, but you can barely resolve the moon as it is on my cell phone. So I had to take an image of the moon so that you could just compare the image that I also took of the little baby booger squeezer, because that's what we need for this argument, is a baby booger squeezer.
Yes. A little.
The baby booger squeezer shows very clearly the same relationship and ratio of the light reflection to the moon, giving you the same idea that we're trying to explain to you, that the light coming from the moon is actually being reflected from the sun, just like on this baby booger squeezer.
Is that what it's called? A baby booger? Oh yeah, it is baby booger. Yeah. Oh my god, that's a gross name. Oh yeah, that's pretty crazy. Pretty cray-cray.
It's the same exact angle, and if you have a comparison or an argument or anything about it, look, I just did it right now. I mean, you could do it if you had a baby booger squeezer. I'm just being playful, but still. I could not find a ball in my whole house. I was like, what the fuck, man? This is such an easy thing. I tried it with an egg. Well, the oblongness of the egg it's shiny. Yeah, the egg was too shiny and stuff. And the balloon, I tried a balloon, but the balloon, you can see through it, so it couldn't cast a shadow on itself. I was like, motherfucker. And then my wife came up with a baby booger squeezer. She's a genius. Yeah, booger sucker, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, snot sucker. Yeah, we'd call it snot sucker. Go on.
At least you're using one of those instead of the one's got a tube on it and you have to stick it in your mouth. That's the one that's gross. We've got both of those in our house.
Notice the sunlight covers most of your tool, but it only covers a small portion of the moon. Why do you think that is?
Look at the it's the same ratio. It's the same ratio. It's not because the moon is larger. That's why. The same ratio is being lit up, though. If you're looking at ratios there, you'll see that.
I see your plastic tube is more than 50% lit, but the moon is much less than 50%. Can you explain that?
That's not more than 50%. Where do you see 50%?
Yeah, it is 50% lit, but from the other side, the angle you're looking at shows you. Go ahead. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a sphere. A sphere is obviously 50% lit, but you just don't see because I didn't angle it to the other side. It's not dark on the other side there. It's lit, just like on the moon. It's not dark on the other side. It's lit because it's a sphere. You know how you know? Have you ever seen libration? You know, where they video the moon over months and months so that you can see the actual rocking back and forth, which shows you the extra dimensions, that it's not just a flat disc. It rocks back and forth. You get to see more of each side of the edge as it comes back around.
Lit. The moon is only about 15% lit. Because you can explain the difference, what's happening? Maybe it's not really the same light source.
Oh, yeah, dude, I've got a house for sale, and it's 50% less than you think. I mean, if you believe that that's 50% from your angle there, then let's sell you some property. I got 50% of an acre of land you can buy from me. It's really a quarter of an acre, but
when they run out of arguments, they use false analogies.
Right. So clearly don't see the you clearly see the crescent, and it's the same relationship, and it's not 50%. Dude, it's just a smaller ball.
I'm gonna have to agree with that. It's not 50%.
It doesn't match.
Otherwise, there'd be a straight line cutting it across, right? You'd have a straight line cutting it across, not this arched line, and you'd have less dark than you have light, and which you clearly don't. And the only reason you think that is because that ridge around it.
About 50%. I'm giving you credit that it's not really a sphere. It's really
ignore that middle ridge. Ignore that middle ridge, since that's not a part of an actual sphere. That's extra, and it's giving you more light, and it's giving you the illusion. You just ignore that middle ridge and draw the line between all the other ridges where the.
I like the middle ridge because that makes me think of Saturn, and when you look at Saturn, it doesn't look like that. So let's go with your example.
The exterior of us.
Saturn's rings aren't connected to the actual
plane. Saturn is exterior to us. We're not going to see phases on it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Saturn's outside of our orbit, therefore we don't see phases.
Why wouldn't you see phases on Saturn? Isn't it lit by the same?
Exterior to our orbit.
It's
only see phases on things interior to our orbit.
As the moon. Why wouldn't you see phases on Saturn?
Roderick, let people answer. Fucking hell.
They're going to be able to explain this simple thing.
What does that matter?
It matters a lot because you're only going to see phases of anything when it's actually in your orbit. In other words, the Earth. You're not going to see phases of any other planet in the solar system. You just won't. That's just how it works. Okay, well...
Maybe you can show me an example with an orange and a lemon.
The phases in their model is essentially because Mercury and Venus are within the orbit of the sun. So that's why the phases occur. You don't get phases when anything that's outside of the Earth in their model. They had to do that in the reverse engineering of the heliocentric model. They had to.
Wait a
do
minute.
It that way.
What do you mean reverse engineering? That's one of the proofs of the heliocentric model. Actually,
it's not a proof.
Actually, it is one of the pieces of evidence of the geocentric model. The fact that Saturn, Mercury, and Venus are interior to us is shown by the phases. It only works as it's interior to us.
Because we never get an angle on them great enough to show the other side. These other ones are so far out away from our orbit that we always see them as a full moon, basically, fully lit up, because of the way that they're outside of they don't come in between us and the sun, and we don't get an angle of relationship close enough to them to be between us and the sun in any way.
All right, here we go.
I just recorded the moon phase experiment with the ball. Is there any way I could share that in the chat? It says I don't have permission.
You could probably just link yeah, there you go.
That's sweet.
What are you showing in live stream?
Oh, my bad. I was trying to show the freaking moon phase thing, but then I don't know who it was. I think it was Rags to whatever, Rags to Riches or whatever. He was trying to say something else. I don't know what he was on about, but I was just trying to show that gibbous is visible from daytime. That's literally it.
Well, it's not, and I'm going to show you right here.
But it is, because I literally showed it in mine.
Thanks, Arma. That's very good, actually.
I'm just saying, like you want to ignore my shit, like, for fuck's sake.
No, what you did with my stuff, Arma, whoever that is.
Oh, my bad. You guys have similar voices. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, Arma did that with my stuff and put the.
I thought you were fucking vaccine.
Put the moon and the snot sucker right next to each other so that you can see that very exact ratio.
Yeah. What I did was I tried to make it like, because if you look at the shadow, obviously it's gonna kind of throw you off. So I try to make the shadow like kind of like the moon shadow, where it's sort of just atmosphere and shit. So just to make it a little more obvious.
Yeah, that's nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but if you have the sun and the moon both above the Earth and they still are correlated with the sun and the moon phases, you'll still get moon phases in a similar way.
And where's I thought Gregory had a problem with this being possible. Like, we'll never fucking do this. Where'd he go all of a sudden?
Look, it's all just a system of geometry.
He does bow out, doesn't he? Like, without saying, "Hey, you're right," or anything. He just leads by leaving. That's great.
Godric, can I just read something to you? It's kind of a little bit of better explanation as to why we don't see phases in the planets outside of outside of our own orbit. It just sounds a little bit better, this one. It says, because of orbital mechanics, a planet with a superior orbit, one that orbits the sun further away than the Earth, will not go through phases as we see it, because the planet won't cast a shadow from our perspective. Earth will go through phases from the point of view of any planet that has an orbit superior to Earth. I think that just kind of sounds a better explanation. That's why we don't see. That's why we don't see phases on planets.
So there's no phases on planets.
We do on Venus.
Yeah, and Mercury, because they're inside.
Yeah, that's because it's in. Yeah, that's because it's inside our orbit. Yeah, sorry, should have said that clearly before. Yeah, that's fair enough. Because the planets are outside of our orbit. In other words, they're further away, so they're not. We're not. They're not. Oh god, fucking, I don't know. Waffling.
It's like you get to watch them go around from outside. You get to watch them go around the sun from inside your own orbit. And
exactly. Yeah, so technically speaking, when you're viewing the planet, say, I don't know, Jupiter, for example, right? You're basically, the sun is behind you, essentially, technically, right? So you're not going to see a phase.
Right.
I can't post the video. It says it's too large, I guess. So
Well, it's
I could
in
do
any
it in
case,
here.
it's irrelevant though, because I showed in my example, I showed it. It works.
Well,
So it
okay, so
automatically
I was
makes
gonna show
everything
you.
void. It automatically
What?
makes
Because you made a little computer program on Microsoft Paint.
No, first off, it's Blender, and second off, it's to scale, so it automatically puts whatever you have to show, to shame because it's it's void. All right,
How do I turn? I don't have permission to turn my camera on. Not that I should anyway. No one needs to see that mug, but.
Will somebody read my name out loud twice?
Who said that?
Ali.
Ali Tabuga.
I get jokes from The Simpsons.
I love it. All right, just lighten the mood. All right, now let's go back. Ali Tabuga.
Booger squeezer.
Yeah.
And what a coincidence that I fucking found a goddamn booger squeezer.
So you guys don't want to see it done with the ball and a single source light? No?
Absolutely, let's do it. Are you using the sun and then comparing it to the moon, or just doing a single source light and a ball?
Just doing the single source light and explaining how the shapes of the phases work.
Yeah, well, we already know that, but
It says I have no video permission. I'm like a noob in here.
But you know what I did on the beach a long time ago, it was 15 years ago, but if you go outside with the ball, like a soccer ball or whatever kind of ball, and you can do it standing outside. If you wait until the sun's going to be closer to the horizon, you'll get a better better simulation of what you're trying to represent.
Yeah, I got
Because it's going to do
a very dim light bulb that was working
the
good.
ball at arm's length and then just spin around slowly.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not going to be close to.
Yes,
There's going to a small light bulb in your room. It's not going to
It works just fine.
do the trick.
It should work.
Yeah.
A light bulb should work. I've done it with light bulbs before in multiple balls and spun them around in the room.
Yeah, but if you want to be accurate though,
we have to use Arma's computer thing and just
that's really
call
good
that a
and
day.
to scale. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Yeah. Mhm.
That's true. Yeah.
no, just use the sunlight. Just use the sunlight that's coming in straight. But if a light in your room is going to be angled, how closer you are to it.
Hold on, Coach. No, he wants to insult my 3D model. All right, that's to scale. All right, so I'm gonna have to attack him on this. All right, there's something wrong with my model.
Can I get permission to
All
turn the
right,
camera on?
Okay, he's gonna ignore me.
Say again.
Can I get permission to turn on the camera?
No,
I
the
don't
other guy.
know.
The guy was talking to me and me.
Yeah. Oh, not you, Coach. I was talking to you, but then I was talking to Vaxi, and then yeah.
Gio, did you give him a role so he can live stream?
Yeah, I'll give it to him. Just be aware that whatever you share goes on the live stream. So if you share your video, or it'll pop up on the live stream. As long
Don't
as
play any music. Yeah.
But
It's
sometimes,
just my shitty little bathroom.
well, like sometimes if
make
people
sure
have it, they might click the video button by mistake or whatever. So you just have to be aware that it'll.
I know. Yeah, that's never.
Make sure the
that's
toilet's
never
like
fun.
like flushed, like
Flush the toilet.
Oh, let me get some Windex and a mop. Let me clean.
Yeah, we can't show that on YouTube.
I put all my RPGs and stuff away, and
RPGs.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this.
All right, let's see. Time to be a boomer.
What happened? Where'd it go?
I think he might have accidentally left. Oh, never mind. There he is.
Okay, so I gotta turn it. Is there a way to flip it? I think if I flick the screen. No. I'll just have to hold it like that. I won't be able to see. Okay. All right.
It's so hard to hold the camera and the ball. I know. I was doing the same thing.
All right. Can you guys see at least?
There's a new moon. I see a new moon.
Okay. What do we got here?
Waxing.
Crescent.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but it's a crescent.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when it's nighttime, when the sun's behind me, physically impossible to get a crescent. Let me try the brighter light bulb. Hold on. I don't know if that's any better. Okay, so look, we got a new moon.
That kind of works, yeah.
We got the crescent. Okay. Now we're coming up to about a half. Now we're coming up to a gibbous. Now see, it's clearly not, it's not daytime right now. So how would I replicate this at 9 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning? When the sun would be
always in the same lockstep position with the sun every day. They move into relative. So I don't know why you're wondering that.
That the shadows, like the thing is, I cannot physically make the gibbous shadow unless the light source in a certain position. I cannot get a gibbous here. I can get a half, just like I can't get a crescent when it's nighttime. See, that's the problem. I don't get why it's so complicated. And the thing is, your model usually claims that this doesn't happen, but it happens several times a year.
I don't know what you think you're saying right now. I think you're misunderstanding. Like, you think that the sun and the moon, like they stay in the same distance from each other, and then day and night happens, and they must stay.
No, I'm saying based on the position of where the sun is relative to the moon is where the phases come from, and it's physically impossible to get a crescent moon when it's night. And we're going to have one tonight till like 10:20, 10:30.
Here, I will put your...
Hold that thought. I'm noticing that your ball is casting a shadow. Does the moon ever cast a shadow on the Earth like that?
Yeah, when it's eclipse. But
why does it have to be an eclipse?
Because if it's not an eclipse, then it's going to be casting a shadow into space. I mean, you would literally...
What the hell are you asking? Though, has anybody else got his point? Like, I don't really get it.
You cannot physically replicate a crescent moon unless the sun is in your field of view.
Here you go. Hold on.
Meaning when it's nighttime, you can't do it.
Here, I'll put this to
especially
rest.
after midnight, because the moon is more than 90 degrees away from the Earth, away from the moon, which means it would never make that shadow.
Here, hold
on.
on.
They're not on the same exact. Wait a minute. You think that they're both on the same exact track or something? The moon is 5 degrees off tilt, off the what is it? The magnetic
that
equation.
Just explains the shape of the shadows and the phases and where the sun has to be to make those shadows. It's the exact same principle.
Actually, look at my image. I sent it to you. Right, that proved that. There you go. That's how it works. You could be in daytime and still look at
I
the
just
moon.
showed you how you cannot be in daytime and make a gibbous moon. It's not possible.
Well, I'm showing you that. Well, I'm showing you that it can be possible.
I already showed you physically with objects that you can't do it. I don't understand why you're fighting that.
Because
in your example, you need a bigger U. You have to be able to cast a shadow.
But also, yeah, you're only looking
the Earth's
from
shadow has nothing to do with moon phases. It's all about the direct. It's all about how the light is hitting the moon.
That's right.
Right, and if it's nighttime and the moon is on the opposite side of the globe,
in between you and that big light, and then move that around you so it's blocking.
I can get a spotlight and put it in a field and do it. It's still. I mean, it would have to be dark out.
And put the beach ball between you and that light, and then hold that thing out again, so that you're in the shadow of the beach ball, because you're in the shadow of the Earth. So be in the shadow of the beach ball.
No. My face is the surface of the Earth.
Well, what's wrong with my image, though? I mean, you still haven't addressed it just because it's a
I can't. Because I just physically did it, and you cannot get the shadow to work.
No, okay.
And you need a bigger U. You need a beach ball or something in between you. Yes. You have to be on the surface of a sphere. You have to be on the surface of a sphere that's turning.
There's nothing wrong with it, and it doesn't.
In order to duplicate all the bodies here.
Right. What he did was right. His interpretation of what's happening is incorrect.
Yeah, Vaxi, look at my image again.
No, it's all based on the position of the sun relative to the moon, causing the shape of the shadow that the moon is casting on itself.
Hold on. Look at my image. I sent another one. The green line is showing what you saw in your demonstration. All right. Yeah, you were in the shadow.
Now you're gonna computer.
No,
it's not what.
No, because you were basically we were basically facing the moon when you were rotating around.
When do you ever see a moon phase like that? First off,
what are you talking about?
The fuck does the moon ever look like a goddamn Pokeball?
What? No.
Just drawing that for you to understand the angle relationship.
See, we are not this. We are not the Earth. We're on the surface of the Earth. Okay. There's a difference.
The Earth doesn't matter except for your position.
It's the same perspective.
Disappear the Earth, and then you're where the Earth was only, and you still see the same moon phase.
Draw a line at 90 degrees to where that line goes from the Earth to the moon, and then you'll know what you'll actually see of the moon.
All right, see? Look, we got a crescent right here. How can I physically make this crescent when it's nighttime and the sun's behind the Earth?
That's not nighttime. That's springtime.
It is nighttime. If the sun is directly behind the Earth, it's nighttime. What is your problem?
That's 6 months away. Excuse me. You need to just spin the ball you're holding in your hand there. That's day and night. What you're doing is changing
so
the
this
season.
is day and night. Oh, okay.
No,
So I can make all the shapes
I'm
right
sorry,
now
you're
just by
changing the
doing
season.
this.
Why aren't you listening to me? You are changing. You are 6 months away now. You have changed 180 degrees around the seasons of the sun. It takes a year. It takes a year to orbit the whole entire sun. Yes, it does matter. Because you're confusing the orbit
how
of the
do I
sun.
get this? Okay, so
oh my God!
how
Why is
would I
he
work this
interrupting
out?
me?
How would I get a crescent
Do I have a
moon
mod?
when it's dark out?
I don't want to be here all
You
day,
can't.
and it's hot outside. So can I just get this point across without him interrupting for a second? What you're doing is you're confusing the seasons, which is your orbit, with the spin, which is your day and night. Silly. Don't do that. You spin the ball, now you're getting day and night on the places of the Earth, and then you move it around in a circle like you're doing to get the seasons. You've moved a half a year away.
I'm simply rotating as the Earth would rotate in a single
No,
day.
you're orbiting. The rotation is the turn, is you
No,
actually...
I'm not. I'm not going around my bathroom. I'm pivoting in a circle.
Hold on, I got an idea.
My feet don't even move. I'm just literally going around in a circle.
I think I got an idea, but you can't use the camera. You gotta use your head instead. All right. So your head is Earth, right? I want you to have basically the moon where it would be full moon, right? But I want you instead of having your face facing the full moon, I want you to be sort of just facing, in front where the moon is to your left and the sun is to your right. I want you to try that first, okay?
How that's going to represent the pencil. Spin the pencil so you can watch your planet go to day to night. Draw a media, a line, straight down, and then you'll know that's your day and night. And you turn your ball day and night, and then when you start actually turning your whole entire body away from the location, see that you're going through all your moon phases right there, waxing and then waning. You keep stopping at 180 degrees. You keep stopping.
Because there's no point. I can show you everything from here.
No, there is a point. You keep going, and then you get what you're looking for. Just keep going.
Oh, so if I keep going like this, I'll get a. Look! No crescent.
Waning.
I cannot replicate a crescent. While the sun is behind me.
A little further. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Look! It's morning.
Look at your disingenuous.
I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
Look,
you cannot replicate a crescent when the sun is behind. When the sun is behind the Earth that you're standing on, where it's nighttime, you cannot make a crescent.
I think you're both confused. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I'm definitely not.
You can't make a crescent. You cannot make a crescent moon when it's nighttime.
I'm definitely not confused.
I think Armour's got to draw a diagram of what he's doing visually and showing where he's wrong.
Yeah, which is really good. Yeah.
Yeah, draw a moon with him turning the moon
on a
around.
track and spun the track around me. Would that help?
I don't even.
It's kind of like
that
to
would
me.
be
It's
demonstrating that the sun is moving around me.
me
doing a complete turn.
My art skills to the test.
I just don't have any sex organs.
Oh.
But I'm a professional at sex.
Wow.
To me, that's what it sounds like, right? It's like I'm a musician, but I can't sing or play any instruments. It's like,
can you demonstrate how to make a crescent shadow when it's nighttime? I don't understand why you guys are so confused. Your eyes are the surface of the Earth when you're looking. The moon's in front of you. When it becomes nighttime and the light bulb is behind you, like it would be at night, you cannot get a crescent moon to form. It's not possible.
Why don't you use your eyes
Crescent moons can only work during the day.
How about this, dude?
That's why you've only seen a crescent moon after storming that 2 or 3 times a year. It doesn't work with your model.
Oh my God, this is what you don't understand, right? The Earth is not staying in lockstep. Like California doesn't face the moon the whole entire time, like you're doing. You're California facing the moon. the whole entire time while the moon goes around. And you're wondering why you can't see it at night. Because you need to turn around. If you had eyes on the back of your head, which is still Earth, you'd be able to see it at night. Silly.
So what, you want me to rotate the moon around the back of my head where no one can see it?
No, well, listen, if you put a... Okay,
your
the
eyes are the surface.
The Earth
No,
is the
your
ball.
eyes are the
People
grow
all
eyes in
understand
the
it.
back of your
Try to
head.
be quiet.
Come on.
Try to be quiet and understand this, please. Just for a minute. All right, there are people all over your head, the Earth. Okay? They're on all the sides of your head, the Earth. Your eyes are only on one side. So you're keeping the ball in front of your eyes, which is in one location on Earth. So you're not really representing what's happening. You yourself need to be also spinning to get day and night. You're not
spinning.
No, you yourself alone, not with the other thing spinning. See, you need to be spinning to create the day and the night. And the moon doesn't spin in lockstep with the
So what,
Earth.
you want me to hang the moon from a string and then do it that way?
You don't understand, do you?
And then as I turn away from the sun, then what?
Oh my God, this poor guy. You realize that you need to be also spinning. As the moon is orbiting you, you also need to be spinning.
You could hang it
You're not
from a
representing what's
ceiling
happening.
lamp. You could hang
That's
it
why
from a
you can't
ceiling
see it
lamp.
at night
Do
from
it.
your position, because you're not ever giving us a night.
So you got
Silly. You're not giving
a
us night.
ceiling fan to hang it from?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to work either.
Well, that'd represent
Simply
its
put,
orbit around the Earth.
the phases are based on where the sun is relative to the moon and how the sun's reflecting off the
Are you
moon that causes
doubling down on
shadow.
this, really? You didn't understand what I said?
Absolutely, because it's perfectly right.
Oh my God, you're not right at all, because you're not representing what's actually happening. And we're trying to show you the reason why you're not seeing it at night in your experiment is because you're not demonstrating a nighttime in your experiment.
Absolutely am. When
No,
I
you're
no
not.
longer face the light bulb,
No,
it is
you're not.
nighttime.
No, when you're
Yes, it is.
Bullshit, dude.
Bullshit.
So if he stood away from looking away from the light and just moved the moon to his field of view, left to right, that'd to his farthest right or his farthest left.
Okay. Hold on.
But I don't think his camera's going to have the field of view because he's got it in portrait mode.
Yeah.
See, I thought there was like if you double tapped the screen, you can get the camera to flip to get to the front camera, but
no, you got to swipe the top.
Okay.
You got to swipe the top bit down and go to auto rotate.
Okay, there's the sun. This is the face of the Earth. Here's the moon. Right? How would I get a crescent to form when it's nighttime? At any point, show me when the crescent happens. At any point, guys, stop me. Where's the crescent? There isn't.
Hold on.
You cannot get it to work. It's simple. You cannot get a crescent moon. Look, the sun is behind the Earth. This is the front of the Earth where you are. It's nighttime. No matter where I put this, a crescent will never appear on the surface of this moon. Ever. Ever. Daytime. Oh, crescent right there. Perfect crescent. Waxing crescent. Waning crescent, or whatever, vice versa. I don't know. I can't remember. But the thing is, when it's nighttime, because the sun's there and we're facing this way, no crescents to be found. How do you not get this?
Here, I got it.
I don't understand what the problem is.
I put
Where is
my
the fucking crescent?
Hold on, I put my artistic skills to the
that's not
test.
a crescent. That's a gibbous. Look, we got a gibbous moon right here. See? It's full this way. Gibbous moon. Let's make a gibbous moon when it is daytime. Look, there's the sun. Oh, I got a half moon. I can't make a gibbous.
All right, here we go. I got it. I got it.
Is it starting to sink in, you fucking goofballs?
Hold on, no, Vaxi, look, I'll show you. I drew it out. I drew you. I mean, I don't really know what your hairstyle is, but I drew you holding out the ball. All right. Now, from your view, well, look, whatever. I don't know. Okay. So anyway, I drew a person, all right, holding the ball. It's presumably blah 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 blah. It's supposedly you, all right. And then from nighttime
view, I didn't see a crescent moon when it was nighttime. No matter where I put that moon, a crescent was never going to form on it.
Let's not worry about the crescent yet. I'll get to the crescent.
Well, no, we are worried about the crescent. This is the crux of the conversation.
I wanted to show you the gibbous.
When it's nighttime, do you want me to do it again and try? Like you could show me where to miss the gibbous moon?
I'll do the crescent. All right,
I'll do it a lifetime with you.
You do it one step at a time, otherwise you're confusing yourself.
Yeah, I'll flip you around. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna rotate you 180 degrees.
I can't. I don't know, guys. I just cannot get a crescent.
Yeah, I'll show
Sun's
you.
directly behind me. You can show me, but I'm literally showing you. So what are you going to show me that I can't show myself? If I could make a crescent when it's night, I would be doing it right now, and I can't. There is no crescent. There's a full moon, no crescent.
Hey, I think
Okay,
you need
the
to
moon just rose an hour ago.
you need
No
to
crescent.
put a pier between the moon and the light. You need a pier.
What do you mean a pier?
You know, pier shape.
Oh, a pair, yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me go to the fridge. Hold on. I'll put a pear mask on. That should fix everything. And you know what? We'll do it from right here. Right? The sun just set. No matter where I put this, I will never get a crescent to form. I can get crescents all day like this, but I cannot ever do it at nighttime. That's literally all I'm saying. I should be able to make a crescent right now, and I can't. I should be able to make a gibbous right now, and I can't. I don't understand why you guys are having trouble with this.
We're not. You're the one having.
You are. Okay. Okay. Look, it's daytime, right? Call it noon. Sun's right there. Where would this ball have to be to become a gibbous?
Hold on, I'm drawing it out right now. Give me a second.
No. Just tell me I'm doing it live time with actual objects and a light.
I'm not focused on that.
Where is the
I'm
gibbous?
drawing the picture.
Arma, where is the gibbous?
I don't know, man. I'm drawing the picture. All right, leave me alone.
Draw the picture. I'm demonstrating it. Where's the gibbous?
Bro, I can't. It's hard to explain with how you're doing it. I'll just draw the picture. This is more easier.
If you can replicate what he draws, then you can see what your issue is with what you're trying to do.
If I can replicate what he draws.
Yes.
Okay. We can make gibbuses when the sun's behind where the surface of the earth I'm standing on is, where it's nighttime. I can make gibbuses all the time.
All right, let's try this out.
Now, once the sun starts coming into your field of view, no gibbuses to be had. Just like when the sun's not in your field of view, that you cannot get a crescent. I don't understand the problem. And look, I'll even rotate it. It's still no gibbuses, no matter how fast I spin the motherfucker. Oh, it almost popped off my stick.
Interesting.
So, I mean, you guys can laugh and mock, but the thing is, I couldn't get a gibbous to form when it was dark. I mean, a crescent to form when it was dark, and I can't get a gibbous when the sun's out. Yet we see gibbuses during the daytime quite often. How is my experiment? Well, that's not really an experiment; it's a little demonstration. How is that any different? Now you can draw me pictures and stuff, and go into Fantasyland with math and say things.
It's
sure,
not Fantasyland. You're just viewing it from one part. No, because when you do it, everyone's telling you you're viewing it from one side of the earth, aka your front side of your face. All right. But if you have eyes on the back of your head,
view the moon from different parts of the earth while you're standing on one part of the earth, or do you only view the moon from the part of the earth you're standing on?
You have to rotate independently, dude. It takes 29 days for the moon to go all the way around the earth. What you're doing is trying to do it all in one day and going, well, what's the problem? You dummy. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to call you a dummy, but I mean, it's just.
I think what you guys are saying is
in one day.
And you're gonna hate this, but what you guys are trying to say is totally non sequitur. As it's not related to what he's saying at all. Obviously, if there's
like $5.
Obviously, if it's nighttime, you're looking at the moon, and the sun's not there because it's on the other side of the earth. That's all he's saying. I mean, I don't get you got to do this in the 3D computer model and all that. Silly.
Yeah. Here, I mean, I have it 3D model, but he doesn't want to look at it. But here you go. I did another drawing. All right.
No, it's not that I don't want to look at it. It's just if I could get a crescent moon to appear while the sun is behind me, I would have demonstrated it in my crusty little bathroom.
Yeah, he's not rotating from his moon orbit. So when he orbits the moon around his body with his eyes facing the moon the whole time, that represents 1 day of 29 days. It's
Exactly.
he's really he's messing
So
up.
you mean to
He's
tell
not
me
spinning
if I
independently from the moon.
suspended
Why
the
are you
moon?
talking? You're just so
Wait,
fucking
wait, 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 wait.
interested in not being
So
right.
if I hang the moon from a string and then I walk around the moon, I'll get a crescent moon when the sun's behind me.
I totally just
How's
told you
that
what
any
you did
different than what
wrong,
I
and then
just
you're gonna
did?
make up a completely different problem that's another misinterpretation of reality. I'm sorry, dude, but it's very simple. You're not moving
It is
independently
very
from the
simple. What?
yeah, you're not moving independently from the moon in your example, which is why you're not seeing what you're expecting to see, which is funny because you shouldn't expect to see what you're expecting to see if you knew what you were supposed to
You're
be
right.
seeing.
You should never expect to see a crescent moon at night. Absolutely, because I just
No,
demonstrated
you
why it's not
absolutely
possible.
should. And I just told you what you just did was wrong because you never independently
It's
rotated from the
wrong
moon.
how? It doesn't matter. I'm just showing you
Yeah,
where the
dude.
phases of the moon and the position of the sun are. Once
Poor
that
guy,
sun is
dude.
behind me, a crescent moon will never appear,
You
no matter
can
where I
drive
put that moon.
a vehicle. I mean, this is where I worry about people just are on the road who can't figure their symptoms.
How many boosters do you have for COVID? Did you get your monkeypox one yet?
Yeah,
I've never been
if I
vaccinated in
may
my
just be
life, you
allowed to
dipshit.
say something here, if I may
just
just,
sure.
I think what
I'm
I think
sure.
I
just
think
showed
what's
an
being
image.
demonstrated. Can you hear me? I think
Yeah, I
what's
was
being
just trying to get in before anyone else talked.
yeah. Well, I was trying to get in just before you were
Yeah,
trying
but
to
I'm
get in.
delayed more than you are.
Hang on, and I'm going to say this: what's being displayed here is the flaw in the model. The guy that's
Oh, no, there's
demonstrated
not.
the flaw
No,
in your
it's
model.
It's a
Yes,
flaw in your
that's what it's
understanding of
done.
the
There's a
model,
flaw
Jim.
in
yeah, the
your.
flaw is in his
It's the flaw
experiment.
in your model.
Dude, the flaw is in his
It's
experiment.
the
You guys
flaw
have
is in
such
your
a bad
model
bias, it's
because
ridiculous.
and if you let me finish, you're
No,
complaining
you're
that
just
someone's talking
crazy
over
town.
you.
You're telling us it's
Shut
a
up,
flaw in
dummy.
somebody else's.
Will you let me speak now?
You're the
So
only
I'm going to
dummy
say what
here.
I'm going to
You and this
say.
other guy
I'm
are
going
the
to say
dummies.
what I'm going to say because you complained for the moderator. Shut your mouth now. Let me say what I got to
Why don't
say.
you suck
You've
my
been
dick,
talking
dude?
a
You're
lot.
so stupid, it's
Why
ridiculous.
don't you go and suck an elephant's dick, you fucking sick cunt. Now shut
You
up.
suck a
told you to
whale's
do.
dick. That's the biggest one, I think.
Now shut up and pay attention. What's been highlighted here is
Fucking
the
pimple.
flaw in the model. The flaw in the model. There's a lot of assumptions you have to make because we haven't
Name the
proven
flaw.
that
Name the
anyway.
flaw. Name the flaw,
Shut
dude.
up.
Name the
Shut
flaw.
up. Yeah, the fact that you stupid cunt. Now shut up. Now, what's happened here is that it's been exposed that there's a flaw in your model because the moon is a self-luminary. That's why you can't get the gibbous in the day like the man was telling you. Okay? It's not the sun that's like shadowing on the moon. All right? That's what it's been exposed here. The
It's not
moon
a
is
flaw.
self-luminary. Yes, it's self-luminary, and that's all I got.
It doesn't need
If
this.
I yield to the impatient Wally.
Vaxi, I sent you the
If it
picture. Look
wasn't
at the
a
picture.
flaw, if it wasn't a flaw, once the sun, the light bulb is behind my head and I'm facing opposite directions, at some point going left to right, I should be able to get some kind of a crescent, and I can't.
Vaxi, did you see my picture?
You're not rotating
Absolutely,
your body.
Maxie. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, guys. Sorry to tell you, but the globe doesn't work in reality, guys. This spinning globe thing is dependent on reality to just draw it. Look at this guy making cartoons and trying to explain reality in cartoons. Come on, bro.
Well, it does work. But anyway, Vaxi, real fast.
It doesn't work.
It works on the cartoon, huh?
Norma, if it worked, I would have demonstrated it in the bathroom.
But I literally how about this? Right? How about this? So when you're looking, hold on.
Hey, bro.
Reality.
Reality is not cartoons. Let me tell you, bro.
That's
reality.
fine.
Is not
Okay.
cartoons.
Anyway, so Vaxi, real fast. So when you're looking, so when you have the light in view, right? If you can see the light in the corner of your eye, right? That means that would be daytime. All right. For you, all right. Imagine your head is Earth, right? So if you can see,
imagine, bro.
No,
Man,
okay,
shut the fuck up, dude.
So anyway, so now imagine you turn your head just a little bit to where you don't see the light in your view. Okay. Now see if you can still see a crescent moon from the corner of your eye. All right. If you can see the crescent moon without seeing the light in view, that means you're in nighttime. All right. Looking at the crescent moon. Try that out, Vaxi. All right. That'd be the best way to do this.
That's right. So when you're in crescent, right, your head is not spinning faster than the rotation of the moon around you. So now your days are lasting 29 days in your example. You're not spinning your head around independently from your moon, which is orbiting your Earth. So what you're basically doing is having the moon stay right over California the whole entire time. And you're wondering why you can't get the effect. The moon doesn't stay right over California the whole entire time. So that's why you're not getting that effect, dude.
Exactly.
You're wondering what's wrong. It's you.
It's directly overhead at all times for in his experiment, which is wrong.
Is that what you're saying?
It's dumber than a box of rocks is what it is. And to have that much ego about it, god damn.
Yeah.
But I don't
have ego about it. It's not possible to demonstrate.
Baxi, do what I just do what I just told you.
There's no preference.
Hold on. How does wait a minute, your response to him when you were also being condescending, here's the thing. When it's nighttime in California and everywhere else that it's nighttime and they're all experiencing the same phase, he's asking how that phase when the sun is behind us. Like, what does what you said have to do with that question being done?
It's not just behind you. It's behind you and either below or above you, depending on where you're seeing the light on the moon. The moon is not on the ecliptic plane of the Earth. It is 5 degrees off. Therefore, you'll be able to see light from the ecliptic plane onto the moon. That's why.
Yeah, but like seriously, Vaxi. Okay, you first.
Sorry, yeah, no, I thought it was him again. My bad.
But
So
Vaxi,
you were
you there,
gonna just respond because you thought it was my voice.
Vaxi, I'm asking you to try this one more time, but this time I want you, all right, to try it, right, where you don't see the light in view. Okay, you personally, you cannot see the light. I need you to turn your head to where it's out of view. All right, the light, you can't see the light at all, right? But I want you to see if you could still see the crescent moon though from the corner of your eye. All right, try to get it crescent moon, all right, and you know, and try to see if you can look at it while not looking at the light itself. All right, because that would mean that you're in time. You know what I'm saying? Looking at the crescent moon. If you see the light, that means you're in daytime, right? But if you don't see the light, that means it's nighttime. So see if you could do that, right? Turn your head away from the light to where you don't see the light, but you could still see the crescent moon, and that would prove that you could see the crescent moon at nighttime.
He accidentally did
I
it.
will when I get back. I'm
moved
about to run an errand real quick.
It's okay. He already accidentally did it. You can rewind the thing, and when I told him to keep going, which he wouldn't do. That was in of itself.
No, I absolutely, dude. I've done like several full rotations. I wasn't hiding anything.
Yeah, you were. You were definitely.
Okay, fine then, dude. Rewind it and point out my error. You said you have it. Go ahead, rewind it and show us.
Again, you already showed us. Is what I'm saying.
Okay,
you don't need to you moved away from the light bulb, we could still see the crescent moon on the other side, the waxing moon. When you were coming back around from the 180 degrees, you tried to quickly move from that to the light and then back to that. And when you did that,
I wasn't trying to do anything.
When you weren't looking at the sun anymore, when you were coming back around and you were only looking at the moon, it was nighttime and you can see the crescent. And then you poked it out at the light real quick to try and scramble everybody's brains of what just happened. What happened was you accidentally exposed a hole in your own idea, and it's already done.
Well, I exposed. So I proved that you can see crescent moons in the morning.
This conversation is over.
Yeah. So, dude, one of the last eclipses I saw, it was a crescent moon.
Change the subject, dude.
You could probably see a crescent moon. You're gonna see. Let's see. The moon's gonna set at 10 tonight, 10:30. You'll be able to see a crescent moon in the morning. You can see a crescent moon in the evening.
Ali, he
but
can't
guess what?
seem to
It's
show
still daylight. It's still twilight.
Can you show us the gibbous moon, Ali? If he can't do it, can you improve that and show us the gibbous moon that you claim in real life?
I was gonna say I'm in my car right now.
Just wondering. So you can show a waxing moon, but not a gibbous moon. Is that correct?
Whatever the case, the correlation between the light of the moon and the sun and the distance from the earth and the speed that they travel all relies on one thing, the radius. How did you get the radius of the earth?
What are you talking about?
How does it rely on the radius of the earth when I literally just did it with a booger snot remover ball? And compared it to the moon with the exact same lit up relationship and directions.
Because he's galloping this to a different issue.
I figured.
I'm just a little upset that I was told that I was trying to lie and hide something when that wasn't even the case. But
you know what?
you said you caught it. Can you
that was unnecessary.
Look, most people who are absolutely biased, you know, Captain Ahab and all of that, you know, they don't see the problem.
Absolutely biased.
Right.
You
When they
don't
have
see
to
the
leave-
problem, dude.
No, I
Once
literally.
the sun's behind my head, there are no crescent moons to be had.
Oh.
Same with the front.
And
Once
that was clearly displayed. That was clearly
light bulb?
presented.
Yeah.
It was
I
clearly
wasn't hiding
presented.
shit.
It was not explained at all.
Demonstrated. It was clearly demonstrated that there's a flaw in your model.
He was very reluctant to
was.
move the thing where I asked him to move
No,
it.
he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Oh.
He wasn't. And he
Yeah,
did it
no,
anyway.
Dude,
and he did it
You were
anyway.
not even. You were not even here.
Anyway.
You were
Jen, there's
not
no.
even-
I was watching.
Jen, you were not here. If you were here, you'd be
watching.
Dude,
your mouth would have been running.
No, I was watching.
I'm running up to the gas station. I'm gonna grab a beer. When I get back, I will let you direct me exactly where you want me to go.
Yeah. That'd be good. So,
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
go to the gas station and get a beer. That's all I want you to do.
You know what the sad part is?
You said what now?
I said go get a beer. That's all I really want you to do. I don't care what else is going on. Just relax.
Yeah, you don't care that we're going to expose your flaw in your model. Yeah, you don't care about that. Of course not.
Actually,
Go
I
get the beer.
already
Go
demonstrated
get the
very
beer and
clearly
then
how he was
exponentially quickly
incorrect.
get back and show him up again.
Right. I've already demonstrated how he was incorrect. For some reason, he cannot even fathom that there's an issue with him not rotating his own body. And the other young man who came in, he also gave him a very clear example of what he should do in order to be able to verify if his hypothesis was correct. He's still not doing that. So,
I didn't have
in fairness, he isn't home right now. When he gets home, he said he'll do it again. I'm just curious that Jen thinks that the moon waxes and wanes in 24 hours.
Exactly. Both of these guys do. That's what this guy thinks. Because he's not giving a demonstration.
I'm telling you that it's not the sun. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you can tell us all you want. We take it with a grain of salt, buddy. We know you. Fine.
Yeah, I don't know how you would be able to pick up a grain of salt anyway when it should have been a pinch of salt. But there you go.
Yeah, you're not even a pinch of salt. You're a grain of salt.
You can pick up a grain of sugar. A grain of sugar can be picked up, but a grain of salt, I don't think you'd be able to do that. Sorry. So you got it wrong again. Yank.
How long does it take the moon to wax and wane, Jim?
You're an absolute
one whole month, I thought.
Right. And what Vaxi was doing, he was trying to show it happening in basically a 24-hour period. That's the inherent problem with what he was showing.
That by itself would not
No,
matter.
but the problem is a crescent moon. Once the sun is behind me, there's nowhere I can put that ball to get a crescent. It's not possible.
The sun by itself does matter. You need
the sun is not supposed to be behind
So keep the ball in the same spot. With Vaxi, what you do is you keep the ball in the same spot, have somebody else hold it as you spin in that circle, okay? And then you'll see the crescent moon at night. Because you'll rotate in the night, you'll still be able to see the moon in your field of vision.
This is
But it won't be directly overhead. All it is it won't be directly overhead. In your demonstration, the moon is always directly overhead, which is wrong. That's what the problem is.
It doesn't matter. It's just
It will matter.
the crescent
What do you
moon.
mean it doesn't matter? Of course
It will matter. When you put the moon in the phase that you want to demonstrate, and someone's holding it for you, and you didn't spin in a circle, you'll see how it matters.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Finally.
It's still not going to change anything.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but then I have to hold the moon steady to where the sun is. So we got to assume
No,
that only Earth is
somebody
moving.
else just needs to hold the moon for you as you spin in a
That's
circle.
it. An assumption is being
I don't
made.
have anybody to hold the moon for me.
Then hang it from the ceiling.
Just rotate your camera away
that's
from it.
what I said. If you could hang it from a ceiling
Get a piece
fan
of string.
Yeah,
off a ceiling fan.
I'll do it for you, dude. You want? I mean, we don't have to wait for you to do it, do we?
Oh, that's true.
Well, considering I'm at the gas station, yeah, go ahead, dude. Turn your camera on. Let's see.
What kind of beer are you getting?
Where's my booger squeezer, baby?
I don't know yet.
I still think this is ridiculous.
Domestic or imported?
Let me get
So
my
I'm going to
booger.
reach for one as myself.
I feel like my 3D model should have been enough, but apparently we got to do everything in reality, though.
Oh, God forbid that happens, right?
I'm just saying. I mean, there was nothing wrong with my model, but
It's in your backyard, it doesn't count. You didn't know that?
yeah, I don't.
So you have to build a nuclear reactor in your basement next.
Tonight, get an IPA, an Indian Pale Ale, like a 9.5. Yeah.
I mean,
It's kind of gross at first. Then you kind of, like it.
What are you talking about?
IPA beer and the
Yeah.
taste.
Okay, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was going to advise the man to get a Japanese
What
beer
the
if it's available.
beer?
Something different. Get yourself a Japanese beer if it's available.
All right. Anyway.
Sorry, I just have a Bud Light.
All right. Yep. Anyway,
Water. Piss water. Never mind.
Anyway,
He
I don't
hasn't
see
got
why.
a tongue for that.
Okay. Anyway, I don't see why my MS Paint drawing or my 3D model were incorrect. I mean, they deal with straight lines, which can be drawn out as a physical thing. So I mean, there's literally nothing wrong with it. But if you guys want to do it, with actual balls and shit, then so be it. But I think it's a waste of time if you ask me. There's literally nothing wrong with what I did.
Yeah, you depicted a spinning globe that you've never experienced, never seen in your life, and you're saying, "Hey, I live in this cartoon that I depicted, guys."
Well, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying. I'm literally just trying to show like the phases and stuff. And what I did is technically checks out. I mean, I was, I don't know. I mean, this is really silly. But I mean, if you guys have to do it in reality with balls and strings and shit, I mean, so be it. I just think it's silly. That's all I'm trying to say here.
That seems like a poor stance to have on an argument.
How is it a poor stance? I literally showed.
Done in reality, yeah. Reality is stupid. It's not valid.
No, it's not that. It's just that I literally showed already that it works. I mean, with straight lines and whatnot. I did it with MS Paint. I did it with MS Paint, right? That shows straight lines and whatnot. It shows it checks out. I did it in a 3D model, 3D modeling program to show that the angles check out. All right. I mean, I don't get why that isn't a valid, thing. Just because it's 3D, a 3D program, or whatever. What's wrong with that? Technically, like, there's nothing wrong with it.
Nighttime.
What?
Daytime.
Anyway.
Nighttime. Trying to show you something.
Oh, you have your camera on right now? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
Ah, dude, I'm driving.
Wait.
I'll record it and just post it for the room.
Oh, okay.
See, that was my video, and it said it was too large to post.
Okay, robot.
My battery says, give me a second. I'm having fun. Two examples. I'll give the example of what he did, and then I'll show you what it is he should be doing.
Yes.
But I'm going to have to wait a minute for my battery to charge up. A couple minutes. It's on E. It's dying here.
It's fast charging. You're good.
Yeah. The tank is on E. My battery ran out of electrons. Particles. Oh wow, okay. It's not gonna let me.
Oh, why?
In three minutes. I'm on 3%, so it's not gonna be. Hold on.
I'm gonna charge mine.
So do you guys want to continue this topic, or are we waiting, or
what's the topic?
Well, yeah,
I mean, he's a robot, right? I mean, we all hear that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, am I roboting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
But the topic was, it was related to the moon phases. Basically, Vaxi's claim was that we cannot see the gibbous, or we shouldn't see the gibbous, at nighttime, and we shouldn't see a crescent in the daytime. Well, no, or maybe it's the way around. No, or wait, hold on. My bad. We shouldn't see the crescent at nighttime, and then the gibbous in daytime.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. And that's just false. But he will die on this hill, so we have someone else recording proof of this being possible.
It's false, yet I have already demonstrated how it's not possible.
But it's not false because you only demonstrated from one view of the planet, all right? Literally, we've been trying to show you this entire time that you've only shown one view, the front of your face.
Oh, yeah, I forgot when I'm in North America, I can also see the view of the moon from some shit. My bad.
I don't even know what you're trying to get at.
You're only showing it from one spot of the Earth. Well, yeah, that's the whole point.
No,
Yeah,
I literally showed. So hold on. Okay, listen. What was wrong with my image that I showed?
From an orthographic view, from an outer space perspective. Okay.
Okay. And what about the 3D model that I did too? Because the 3D model also shows that it could be done. You're just gonna write it off because it's a 3D model, right? Is that what it is?
I've already showed you a 3D model.
And I showed you a 3D model too. Your 3D model only shows one view. Okay. My 3D model shows another view. All right. I can show both views. I can show.
What do I care about other views? I care about where I'm standing.
Because you're showing at nighttime. Okay. Look. Listen. You're showing. You're showing. My bad. You're showing at daytime. My bad. So when it comes to the crescent, you're showing from daytime, right? The thing is, all right. There's also. No. Listen. You don't You think you're okay? You're roboting first off, but you think you understand this, but you don't. All right, I don't know how to. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, my 3D model literally shows that it's possible, and you want to be very stubborn about this because you showed. Like I don't even know how to tackle this anymore. I don't understand.
I got more battery than I thought. Back on the Wi-Fi. There, I should probably not be roboting as bad. What is it, baby? Alrighty. I got more battery power than I thought.
Anyway, I'm gonna continue this, all right, until we fucking, until we're beating a dead horse here, okay? Listen, all right. The reason why your argument doesn't work, saying that, I showed that it doesn't work, is that in my 3D model, I can literally show what you showed, and I can show what I showed, all right? So that automatically just negates your argument because your argument doesn't debunk this, all right? It's just one point of view, all right, on the Earth. While in my example, it shows what you were seeing, and it shows what someone at nighttime would be seeing, all right? Because what you showed in your model was just daytime, all right? In my model, it shows daytime. I can show daytime and nighttime, all right? And at nighttime, it could also see the crescent moon, all right? That's why your argument isn't an argument.
How was it daytime when the light bulb was completely behind my head and I'm looking in the exact opposite direction of where the sun would be? How is that daytime?
Wait, for the crescent?
That's literally the only spot where I can get the crescent to form on the ball is if I have it in the daytime position.
Now you're just switching it around. Now you literally just said nighttime a second ago. Whatever.
Let me get some string. Hold on. I'm gonna try to rig it up. I think I know. Yeah.
I mean, I maybe I'm imagining things, but I think you literally just switched up what you were just saying mid sentence.
Yeah, I don't think I have any string.
You get some string and try it out.
I think I have some wire. I said I don't think I have any string.
Oh. Get
That's on wire. This might work.
Yeah, get some wire, or maybe if there's like floss or something. That's what I used to use when I was a kid.
No, I use those little axe things. I don't like the floss. I mean, I love floss and I floss constantly, but I use the little dental axes. I feel like they work a lot better. Oh damn it! How do I untangle all this shit? Man, I got some. I got
How do you not
certified
have
wood class.
strings? You ain't got no 550 paracord or nothing? Come on, dude.
Get like an old
I got
set
rope.
of like.
I got some rope in the backyard. I could probably pull some string off of, but I mean, I feel like this
Bro, first
really
thing you
thin
need to do is
wire
get
should
some.
work just fine.
First thing you need to do is get yourself some 550 paracord. All right, be a man.
What would I do with the 550 paracord?
You'd have a shit ton of string right now. I'll tell you that.
That's a good one. Oh wow, that was an interesting fart.
I replaced my bootlaces with it. That shit's fucking fire because you could pull the strings out, still have a bootlace, all types of shit.
Yeah.
You wear boots or you got like Crocs? You got that Croc thing going?
Yeah. First off, I do not wear flip flops or Crocs. I got a pair of Nike courtsides and some other pair of Nikes and a couple of work boots.
Yeah, replace all your shoelaces with your work boots at least with 550, and you got something to work with.
Yeah.
Wait, is there something wrong with flip flops? I can understand Crocs, but what's wrong with flip flops?
You know what it is with flip flops? If I'm in public, I get really uncomfortable because if I've ever had to fight somebody, I do not want to be wearing a pair of flip flops. I just always think in
How
that
often
kind
do
of
you
terms.
flex on
Like
them?
if shit ever goes down, I don't want to be wearing flip flops like I'm
Just fucking
trying to get to my
take
car
them
from
off,
the
step
beach.
out of them.
You
Step out
know,
of
I mean
them.
that doesn't help either.
Here's
Because
what
at
you
least my
do.
feet exposed. All you gotta do is stomp on my toes, and I'm done.
Oh wow!
That's
Do
why
you carry a gun everywhere you go?
I mean, no.
Okay.
I mean
You sound like
sometimes,
someone
but
that would.
yeah.
Where?
I don't have a handgun at the moment. I got a rifle, but I got to get another handgun. Although, I mean, I could technically carry my rifle around everywhere I want in my state too. But
Better get it quick because most handguns under the proposed assault weapons ban are going to be pretty much illegal.
It passed the House, didn't it? Or it's already halfway.
I'll tell you what a
I
good
still don't
handgun was.
understand that.
That Ruger LCP 380. Good
I
fucking
have one in my
handgun.
truck.
Small, fits right
I think
in the
that's
pocket. Yeah, that shit. You get the pocket holster for it, bro. That shit's fire.
I have
My
one in my
brother got
truck.
a cool 9mm. It was a brand. I think it's called a Canik. I've never even heard of that brand, but it was pretty sweet.
I used to have one in my truck, but I lost all my guns in a boating accident recently. Forgot.
Yeah, me too.
Oh wow, boating
actually,
accident for you too.
How'd you lose
Yeah.
your guns in a boating accident? This guy's got no string. You lost all your guns in a boating accident. What the fuck's
I
going
lost
on?
all my string in a boating accident too.
You had just all your guns on the boat?
You don't get the joke.
I don't know.
That went right over
Please
your
explain.
head.
Yeah, help me out here.
Because if cops show up looking for your guns, where are they? I lost them in my boat sank. They're all at the bottom of the river. Happened about 8 months ago. Sorry.
So go find it. So go get the scuba guys out and shit. That ain't gonna save you.
Which river? I don't know. I was drunk.
What? What is going on?
That's true. That's a good point. Which river? Which lake? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
You'd be getting a whole new problem though if you're drunk with guns, because it's.
Hey, I wasn't driving. I was drunk, but I never said I was, boating the boat. I was just there as a passenger. I'm allowed to be drunk as a passenger.
I mean, as long as you're not like, being belligerent, And you still have your wits about you while drinking. It's fine. It's all about how you behave.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is. I
not.
mean,
You can't be
if it's to
drinking
the
with
point where you're
guns. That's definitely not
stumbling,
legal.
yeah.
No,
What do you mean it's
dude, you
illegal?
can't
No,
be
it's not.
drinking. Yes, it is. Dude. You can't be drinking with guns. What do you think this is? The fucking Wild West?
Absolutely. What, baby?
All right.
Is
So,
that guy gonna do like he was gonna? I thought he was gonna shut down my argument.
Wait,
Yeah, armbar.
I got a question for
me, the
Arma.
other guy. What's up?
Hey Arma, so you believe the Earth is a spinning globe?
Yes, I believe. That's the word. Believe.
He
All right,
does. He has strong faith.
Let me ask you this: what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, was that supposed to be funny?
No.
Too many Star Wars movies. Maybe Star Trek. What are you, a Trekkie?
I mean, hold on. What do you mean the fuck is wrong with me? I mean, it's I don't have any reason to believe it's fucking flat.
No, you don't have to
After
believe
all
it's
this
flat.
time.
You just have
That's
to
even
accept
more
reality.
ridiculous.
This place is not a word, right? You can't say, hey, this place is flat. A word. No, this is not what it is.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna get into this freaking semantics talk where it's like, oh, it's not flat because there's mountains. Shit. You know what I'm talking about, all right? I don't think it's a plane. I don't think it's a a dome thingy. Like I don't think it's those little things you shake with the snow in them. I don't think it's a snow dome thing, all
Definitely
right?
not a globe, right?
No, I don't. I think it's a globe.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So what is wrong with you then?
What is wrong with you? What do you think the Earth is? Well, actually, I guess I should ask that first and then say what is wrong with you. I think I know the answer.
Earth.
What is
Earth
yours?
is Earth.
Okay, but what shape do you think it is?
Earth doesn't have a shape. Earth.
No,
Why
there's
would
nothing
have
but
a
dry,
shape?
dry land.
Hold on, hold on.
What's the shape? What's the shape of a lake?
I want to know what I want to know what shape you think it is. All right, I want the answer so I can do what you did.
Shapeless. It's not an object that you can give it a shape. It's not
So
an
you don't
object
think-
like that. It's not an object that like the one that you think in your mind, like when you say Earth and you think about this globe, that object. No, that's not what the Earth is.
So you don't think it's a ball or a globe or whatever?
It's not an object like the one that you have in your mind.
So
Those
okay,
many
so
shaped objects.
Okay, so what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'll be back.
Yeah, I got you. There
Are you
go.
an
That's what you
atheist,
get.
Arma?
No, not quite. No.
I mean, are you a Christian? Do you follow the Bible at all?
I don't.
I mean,
don't
because just
know.
from
I don't
that,
know.
if you have faith in that,
My
then
answer
that
is
tells you what the Earth is.
My answer is I don't know.
I mean, just based off the Bible, the Earth's not a thing. All Earth is dry ground that comes out of the water. So it really
Okay.
doesn't have a shape. Because a handful of dirt is the Earth. Oh man. Okay, good. I thought I left my damn light on my telescope, but I didn't. So that's good.
Anyway, the other guy was silly because he thinks the Earth is not a whatever. All right. Anyway.
You know, it's
Yeah.
kind of funny that you say that you think he's silly, but at the same time,
He said it
you
first.
you,
all right. He did it
right.
first. That's what he
I know,
did.
but
Yeah.
you said, but think about like the Goldilocks zone that they talk about with being this the right amount away from the Earth, from the sun. Like, how many of those do you really have to accept to think that you're on a spinning ball? Like, as far as the speeds go, it's just right so that you don't feel it.
Well, the Goldilocks zone is actually quite large. First off, but
What do you mean? No, I know, but it is just right.
I mean,
It's the Goldilocks zone, relatively speaking, and it's relativity that makes you silly, right? It's the relativity part that makes you silly, bro. Because you have to accept not only is it just the right amount from the sun, even though that relatively that may be a big area compared to the whole, but also it's just big enough that you can't see the curvature, right?
Okay, real fast.
Why is that silly?
You hold on.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of things like that are just perfect, so that you don't feel it, you don't see it. All those things are like, okay, well, it just happens to be this big. It just happens to go this fast. All of the vectors can mathematically be scaled down.
Why is that wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's a stretch to accept that the Goldilocks zone applies to all of these things.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not. I'm just saying it's pretty crazy. You have to say it's amazing. Have you ever?
I don't
like,
agree.
if,
It's
if
pretty
there wasn't,
crazy.
let's say if there wasn't an increase like in the speed of the sun or the Earth, like just a little bit of an increase, it would make a big difference, right? Like it has to stay in that zone for it to seem like it's stationary. Right?
New perspective. You understand where, at least from, I think I know where Steel is going. All right, and it's a really good point. All right, if it wasn't that way, we wouldn't be here. All right, that's the whole thing. All right, it has to be perfect, and that's why we're here.
Another miracle.
No, it's not a miracle, all right, because we wouldn't be talking about this if it wasn't the case, all right. So obviously, whenever it is the case, all right, we exist, all right. Obviously, it is the case, and that's why we exist, all right.
Somebody has to win the lottery. New perspective. Somebody has to win the lottery, right?
Huh?
If somebody happens to have all 15 numbers, I mean, what are the chances it's going to be you? Pretty slim, but it's going to happen.
Right.
And we just happen.
Yes, someone gets the winning numbers.
That's right.
Yeah.
You have to believe that you have all 15 numbers and just happens to be perfect, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. You know, spoiler alert. If we not spoiler alert, but if we assume multiverse, then that's definitely not an issue. Okay, just saying. Just saying. All right.
You're gonna go multiverse.
I'm just saying. I'm
just
just saying.
happens to be a multiverse. Also.
If multiverse exists, then there's literally absolutely no issue whatsoever, because that means literally there are plenty of verses out there where it happened. You know, the numbers were right. That's it. You know, the winning.
And you're not silly.
How is it silly? I'm just saying if that was the case.
If it was a multiverse, that's your defense on this.
Yeah, because the whole point is that if you get the numbers right, all right, we exist, all right. That's the whole thing, all right. And obviously, we exist, therefore the numbers were right, all right. And
there we go. There we go. Now the only way I would agree.
It's not. It's literally not a miracle.
You might have to agree that if it's not what they're telling us, then the whole thing was reverse engineered brilliantly, right?
I don't know. Anyway, all I know is that's not a miracle.
Well, wouldn't you think?
I don't know. My mind is blanking out right now because all of this is stupid.
Why? Oh, your mind's blanking, but we're stupid.
Yeah, because whatever you're saying
you're
is
the one
just
having
silly.
a mental seizure.
No, because it makes no sense. Like it's literally like that's how it works. All right, there's
You
always
can't
the
even
person
answer
who
a
gets the
question
winning
I
lottery
have.
number.
You're calling us stupid.
Okay, so what's your question?
Okay, I was thinking the other day. In fact, let me just go here. Like the extinction of the dinosaurs, supposedly, or whatever. You know, these kind of events that happen. Well, if the Earth increased its speed to like a small amount, but relatively big amount compared to the whole.
That happened yesterday, actually.
Right. In fact, it did, right? But you think that might cause some things, right? What if it happened like even more, like to the point where, wait a minute, it fucked everything up, right? Everything got fucked up from that increase in speed, right? You think that might have happened along the way at some point, right? Like maybe that was the cause for some kind of extinction. You would think that would be kind of like a thing we would have heard about, like, oh, the Earth went around the turn, you know, and the momentum, you know, because those things are a very fragile system, even though it's perfect, right?
And why would they change though? Unless there's like an asteroid hits the planet and then bam, it kind of speeds it up a bit.
Right. That's the only thing they say is the asteroids coming down and hitting us as if we're stationary like a target, rather than us being the ones moving
how it
and having
works.
the movement. I'm saying the movement increase might cause a lot of damage if it was too much or too slow or too fast or whatever.
I know I found it.
Like those kind of things we never hear about. It's always just perfect, right?
What are you talking about? I mean,
I'm saying your Goldilocks thinking has got you talking like a blonde.
no. First off, the Goldilocks thinking. All right, the Goldilocks zones of all these variables and whatnot, they're relative. I'm not going to say they're large, but they have a good amount of wiggle room, I'd say. All right, so it's not that big of a deal. Second off, all right, this whole speed change thing and whatnot, right? I mean, like, once again, you need a reason for why that's going to happen, right? So if an asteroid crashes, maybe, you might, but it also has to be a pretty big asteroid too for it to, hit at an angle and then get, the speed up and whatnot. Like you're really like, it's not a good argument. I don't really get it.
I'm not even trying to make an argument. I'm just philosophizing with you a little bit. That's all.
Okay. Well, it was fun,
it's crazy
get me thinking.
That you really are just making like backhanded, like not backhanded, like you're bending over backwards to make excuses for this ridiculous idea that
I'm
we're
not
moving.
making excuses. It's not. It's just
ridiculous about it.
Yeah.
It just happens to seem like we're stationary, right?
Yeah, you understand.
You are kidding.
Oh, I thought of something regarding the how you guys wanted me to hang a string
Yeah, do that.
and like keep the ball at a certain. Well, I won't admit I'm outside right now. If I keep the ball at a certain, like, it has to be at a very specific angle from the sun, extremely specific, which means that the sun, which would mean that the moon would have to follow the sun throughout the entire day. When that's not at all what happens.
What are you talking about?
Because dude, think about it. If I make the crescent moon phase with the light bulb and the ball, and then I hang it right there, and then I start spinning, that means the moon has to stay at that perfect exact distance from the sun at all times.
Look, we're just
for
trying
that
to.
The moon rises.
your rotation. That's it. We just want to demonstrate that 1 24-hour period. So you either have to hold it perfectly still while you spin in a circle, or you have to make it still. Right?
Yeah, but that's not what we see in reality, because the sun moves completely across the sky throughout the day, then the moon rises as a crescent.
Hold on,
and then the sun completely disappears.
And
the moon
that
still
would be
going across the
duplicated.
sky.
That would be duplicated by you spinning in a circle.
You hold on. Yeah. What I was gonna say is, yeah, Vaxi, if you keep the moon in a spot, right, and then you start moving your body around, right, you could treat that as you just changing your location on the Earth, right? If you want to look at it that way, we could treat it that way. Or if you rotate around while you have the moon just hanging on a string, whatever, we could treat that as you changing your location on the Earth. Okay, if you're facing the moon, that means you're in the daytime, part of the Earth, right? Now, if you look away, that's obviously nighttime, and if you know what I'm saying? Like you can also treat it that way too. All right. We don't have to treat it as, the day going by. We could treat it as the location on the Earth. If that made any sense.
No, but that would mean that the sun and the moon would have to be in fixed positions with each other throughout the entire day. Meaning once the moon rises,
okay, so you didn't understand anything I just said then. So you're ignoring what I just said.
There.
So you're ignoring what I just said. Because I literally just said we could treat it as your location on the Earth instead of the fucking day. All right. We're treating this as a moment in time, and then when you rotate around in circles, right? We're treating that as you just changing your location on the Earth. Okay, if you're looking at the moon, that's a location on the Earth where you are just dead. You're just looking at the moon. You're in the daytime, and let's say you look away, kind of, right? That could represent a position on the Earth where you're at nighttime or something. All right, you could represent your angle to pretty much a location on the Earth. I don't.
Yeah, but once I start tilting, once I start rotating to where I can no longer see the sun, meaning it's becoming nighttime, the sun's no longer visible in my sky, I'm not gonna be able to see the moon either unless I start fucking cocking my eyes around my head.
We'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's see if you can see the crescent moon without seeing the eye in view. All right. If you can do that, that means you're at nighttime, and that means you're. My bad. The sun in view. My bad. Yeah, I said that weird. All right. Yeah. Without the sun in view. All right. I had a feeling I said that weird, but anyway, yeah.
Right. And how would I replicate 10:30? Because the moon's supposedly the moon's not setting till 10:20 tonight. How would I make that work?
Let's not worry about the specific times right now. No, because you're like because you're moving like the goalpost. We were just trying to see if you can get a crescent moon at nighttime. That's it. Yeah, you are. We were just trying to see if we can get crescent moon at nighttime. All right. Let's not worry about the fucking specific times.
I cannot get crescent moons at nighttime.
Yeah,
I've already demonstrated that by turning away from the light bulb,
but
and having the moon in my hand in front of me, and then making the moon go east to west in front of me while it's nighttime. You don't like it, but that's not my problem.
I literally gave you an example where you would probably get the crescent moon at nighttime. All right, if you look at the crescent moon right from the corner of your eye, but you don't have the light or the sun in view, right? That means that would represent you being on the Earth at nighttime, looking at the crescent moon. All right, if you can do that. Right, then everything you just fucking said is wrong. All right, let's try it out. All right, let's not spend another hour on this because I swear to God, this isn't going anywhere. All right, you really think you're really convinced you're correct and you're not. All right, come on, let's try it out.
All right, let me get all my tools.
Yeah, get your tools out. Come on, let's set this up already because this convo isn't going anywhere. This is almost as bad as that one time we were trying to convince George about. Freaking what was it? I think it was the hump and the drop or some shit. That was bad. That was horrible. I literally did it in the 3D model too, and he was like, "Oh no, look, it's whatever." And I'm like, "Are you serious? I literally just did what you wanted, and you're still somehow fucking jumping through hoops and shit."
But you do realize whenever you present something with your 3D model, the vast majority of people watching disagree with it. Even Glover's going to do that's not really accurate. It is true.
No, it's not.
Oh shit! What did I do with that
literally
ball?
that day when I was doing that model, a lot of people were saying, actually, you did a really good job on that, because I was literally showing the ground disappearing and then showing like a horizontal plane and shit. I actually did everything they said, and somehow George was able to jump through a hoop, fucking do some mental gymnastics to make it where that isn't the case or some shit. And literally everyone, even flat earthers, were saying, George, you're wrong. Like they were actually like agreeing with me and shit. So get out of here, Vaxi. Never want to see your face here again. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I know what you're talking about.
Are you talking about SE?
SE? Was it SE?
If you're talking about a hump drop thing, that would be SE. Yeah.
Oh yeah, SE. My bad. Okay, you know what? Whatever. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I might have came off, whatever. But I'm sorry. Yeah, SE.
I think it's kind of.
You don't articulate any of your arguments well at all, dude.
How did you get that from this? I just mixed two names up. Come on, zip it.
Yeah, don't let them see here you didn't give him credit for his hump.
Yeah, it was SC. My bad. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was SC because that whole day we were like trying to explain it to him, and I think I did a good job, and everyone else was saying you did a pretty good job. I'm like, okay, but SC did not get that. He was just, I don't know what was going on. That was a weird day.
Man, I cannot find my ball and my wire. God, there be pieces of it.
Look, don't even worry about the wire. Let's just try with your hand. But look, like I said, what I said. Where just try to see if you can see the crescent from the corner of your eye. All right, while not seeing the sun. Okay, just see if you
That
can do
wouldn't
that.
represent what I'm seeing right now live at night. Because it's dark out now. What did I do with it?
Is the moon directly overhead for you, Baxi?
No.
Then your model is accurate, because in your model the moon stayed directly overhead at all times as you spun in a circle. That's where you're having the problem.
Interesting. In between
I muted myself. Hold on. You guys just bear with me.
I see you in here, Ruhiv, kind of hot micing.
I was just watching a show.
What?
I was just watching a YouTube video.
What's the latest in the Ruhiv's flat Earth enthusiasm journey?
The latest with me personally.
What do you got? What do you got today?
I've got COVID. I've got COVID as of last night.
Hope you got a mask on. We don't want to get a computer virus.
It's not just a regular cold, and they call it COVID. How do you know that?
Oh, Godric.
Because this is the first time in history where people get sick.
I mean, I actually got COVID a while back. It was a birthday, whatever, and I got it from my bro, whatever, and it felt bad. Like I was just in bed, just like even laying in bed it was a bad time.
Oh, shit,
And you guys both got the jab, right?
Yeah, but I didn't get the booster though, so I
swear to God, everybody who's getting it is jabbed up. Everyone.
Yeah,
of course.
Guys, it's like a guarantee. If you get jabbed, you get this thing. It's like 100%. The opposite of what they told us.
Yeah, sorry. When you said I was hot micing, I'm sitting in front of my computer, but I'm connected to Discord through my phone. So I turned the mic off on my computer, but not on my phone. So you would have heard the video. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, nothing much is happening. Pretty mild symptoms. So all good.
Yeah. Mine were pretty bad though. I was just like in bed, and even just laying down was a bad time. It was pretty bad. I was having like what do you call it? Like fever dreams, but it was like daytime fever dreams, and
Shaking and stuff, shivering.
It was I wasn't shivering or anything, but like I don't know. But like it was just bad though, because like my dreams though were just like nonsensical. They were literally just like yeah. It was just fever dream, usual fever dream shit, not very nonsensical shit. Like I don't even think it wasn't even really a dream. It was just like a state of mind where I was just like kind of half awake, half asleep, and my brain was like doing some weird math. You know, none of it made sense.
Do you have something right now? Because
okay,
you might want to go
you
get
think
yourself checked.
You think you're funny, but you're not. Anyway, you might want to get yourself checked because your little demonstration you did earlier was bad. So there you go. Got him.
First time I went to New York, arrived in New York, went this massive walk downtown, and then got back and had some fucking fever like that, and it was trippy. Like I was hallucinating shit. You know, the leaves would fall from the ceiling, and then I'd catch a leaf, and it would disintegrate into millions of tiny little robots. Like it was fucking insane.
Wait, that sounds like monkeypox, bro.
Yeah, dude. Have you been tested for the monkeypox yet?
Monkeypox. Oh yeah, that was the new thing. I remember that. Yeah.
So Arma, that thing you had, was it different than things you've had at other times in your life?
For the most part, yeah, I would say because it was pretty strong compared to like stuff I had in the past. Like it was pretty strong, no joke. Unless this was like a really strong like fever. I mean, this was something else.
Yeah, and how come you didn't get boosted? You gave up on it?
No, it's not that I gave up on it. It's just that like I didn't think I would personally, need like the booster because like I don't know. I mean, I probably should have gotten a booster, but I don't know. I just didn't really get it.
A booster, you should have gotten like 4 by now, dude.
Did you hear about the athletes that were getting sudden heart attacks?
The what now? People getting heart attacks?
The athletes were getting sudden heart attacks. You see those articles about that?
Nope.
Yep. Be careful, bro.
Yeah, there's athletes all over the world literally dying in the right on the soccer field and stuff, like dying of heart attacks, fainting and passing out.
It's a new thing now. It's called SAD, sudden adult death syndrome.
And the timing is incredible.
Interesting.
But not only that, it was a year and a half ago, I was seeing all these videos and stuff of people like they were getting like these weird blotchy rashes all over their body and like these bumps and stuff. And they're like, dude, I got the vaccine and now this. But all of a sudden now that's happening to everyone. They're going, oh, monkeypox. It's fucking hilarious. I mean, if you can't see it, it's your own fault. I mean, it's separating the wheat from the chaff with whoever got poked and who didn't. And if you did get it, then you're going to get everything you probably deserve. And it is what it is.
Okay, we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, if the devil invites you to dinner and you say, yeah, sure, I'll split a meal with you, devil, and he's cooking, I guess you're gonna get what you get, unfortunately.
That's a really weird analogy or whatever.
Yeah, I just came up with that on the fly. How was it?
It was bad. Sorry, it just I don't mean to be rude.
Well, it's pretty true. This highly demonic, highly deceptive, incredibly evil force has put together a jab, and then the people are like, yeah, I'll get it because I'm tricked by the story you told me. So if you're going to do that, then you're going to have to then have the consequences of what that's going to do.
This isn't okay. You're not like suggesting though that like, oh man, you're like a devil worshiper or something by getting the jab, are you? I mean, that's kind of a stretch if that's the case.
Only problem with the devil cooking the food, he'd probably burn it.
It's actually not a cool story. It's kind of more of a sad story than a cool story.
Or a made-up story.
Interesting.
But is there anything happening in Flat Earth World, Gio?
Yeah, I think there's always happenings.
Okay.
Is
Interesting.
Jeremy? Are you there? Are you at your mic?
He is not.
What up, Jill?
Never mind.
Dude, check this out, bro. We were talking last night. What do you think of this idea? So the Flat Earth Data was in here, and he was showing this, like, at the top of Mount St. Helens, this like awesome like 360 panoramic view, and looking at these other mountain peaks and all that. And he kind of hinted at this, and then I kind of took part of his idea, and then I kind of ran with it. But I think he was sort of talking about parts of this. All right, so what about making a scale model of the Earth? So you take something like that, like, an observation point where you've got long distance, mountains and things in the distance and so on, and scale it down, like 1 to 1,000, 1 to 100,000, scale it way down. Now, obviously you could do different sizes. Like you could make a small scale, 20 feet by 20 feet little model. You could make a 200 foot by 200 foot model, and you could even go larger. You could have like, the size of multiple warehouses all linked together. But you basically model it down. You take the elevations of the mountain peaks and the distances between them, and then scale those down. And so then you would have like basically little mountain peaks. And then in your scale model, you would have one that's absolutely flat, just complete planar geometry, level it as flat as could be. And you do the elevations and the distances all scaled down. And then you can do observations with little cameras and so on to try to see, what you see. And then you could make one that has the curvature, the 8 inches per mile squared, also curved, scaled down. Now it'd be a little complicated. Like, do you make it to where you have one model that has an adjustable floor that turns, curvature versus flat, or do you have like two models, one that has the curvature, one that doesn't, and then basically do the observations on it with cameras and so on and see which one actually matches reality?
The thing
I thought
is,
you guys didn't do models. Sorry, Jeremy.
That's fine. The thing is, I think the effect that's happening, this 8 inches per mile squared, I think that effect is happening over long distance. So like if you scale it down, you're getting rid of some of these effects optically that could be happening.
You mean atmospheric condition type stuff?
Yeah, like the reason it looks like it's 8 inches per mile squared is because there's some kind of optical effect. If it's not optical, I don't know what else it would be that's causing it to look like that.
Well,
I think it's happening along. What's up?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna say, yeah, no, I know. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, if it's happening along the optical corridor kind of thing. But I mean, if we had a scale model like that, even a big one, like one that was in a huge warehouse or whatever, if the observation fit, like if the planar flat observation or the planar flat model fit exactly what we see in reality, then at that point, the only thing that could be, like the only way the globe earthers could still hang on to a globe would be to basically believe in some kind of quote unquote refraction or some sort of effect that is making the earth look planar. They're going to say, no, it's a sphere, and this is why it looks like a plane. That's like the only thing. That's kind of what they already have now. But if it matches the planar Earth one, it's like, I mean, it's like planar Earth model, small scale model, real Earth.
It'd be worth trying. It'd be worth trying. I don't think you're going to get, it's going to look like what you think it is, though, because like I said, I think that effect is this effect that's happening that, in long distance could be magnification or something in the atmosphere, or something that's making it, giving you the apparent drop. You know what I'm saying? Because things are getting lower than in your horizontal.
Hang on, you're contradicting each other. Geo's saying it looks like a plane, like refraction makes it look like a plane, and you're saying it looks like it's got drop. So what does it look like?
It still looks flat, but things are appearing to drop. You never see curvature; you just see things appearing to drop in the distance.
Okay, things drop, but that's not curvature. Okay,
I don't really agree. I don't really agree that we see any drop.
You don't see any drop. Okay, so if I'm at 1,000 meters elevation and I shoot an auto level over to another point that is also 1,000 meters elevation, where will that point show up in the auto level? At some decent distance away. Will it show up at the same?
If you have it
horizontal?
right, yeah, dead center.
Okay. In reality, it doesn't.
Well, there's a dip angle. Are you talking about a dip angle? I mean, there's
Yeah,
some.
but why
There's
should
some
there be a dip
optics.
angle for the same elevation? If there's the same elevation, it should appear at horizontal. It doesn't.
Okay, where have you shown that?
I've got stacks of videos doing that. My Californian aqueduct video does that. My auto level does that. I've done another one of those as well.
So you're telling me that when they use auto levels to level out, floors and stuff, there's just a random drop in there?
Not over that sort of distance.
Okay, so what distance are
You're
you
talking about like 20, 30 meters, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, he's talking about he went to 1,000 feet, put the auto level, then looked at something 1,000 miles away that is also 1,000 feet tall, and was like, "Huh, it's under the level of my auto level."
Why is that?
Must be a ball. That's
Why
it.
is that?
It's the only reason. Yeah, has to be a ball.
Why does it appear below?
And there you
It's some kind of
exactly.
object.
That's the beauty part. Your ball is the reply to a why. It's not what you actually see. And I've said it 100 times.
Yeah. Why does it appear below if the Earth is flat?
There could be some kind of optical effect happening.
Yeah, we know that once you get above the surface, light always bends down. So try again.
Right. What's the R stand for? Or sorry, what's the K stand for?
Yeah, Jeremy. I know you're a mod, but
No, you still spent 6 months. You didn't find out yet?
I found my styrofoam ball and stuff. You guys want to do that, or are we just gonna not
Yeah, let's
worry
put this
about it
to rest
anymore?
already so you can zip it
So-
about that.
Right the hand. Do you agree that there is the drop that he's saying, or do you think that he's misusing the tool? And Max, you got a hot mic, bro. Right the hand. Do you think that there is the drop he's saying, the way or do you think it's just the tools being misused, or what do you think on that?
Oh, he's definitely misusing the tool, no question. But even like you go to the Black Swan or something, this shit just looks lower. The guy's 1 foot off the beach, and it looks like the top of the oil rigs right in the center and shit. So
It's just like power lines. Right? The power line right near you got to look up, and then the power line in the distance you got to look down. So the fact that you have to look down at something in the distance that is possibly the same height as where you're at, that doesn't, to me, I explain that just like that. Like, oh yeah, things get smaller and more towards the middle of my vision, which looks like sinking, quote, quote.
Okay.
Let me finish my brekkie and I'll be back in a few minutes. But that's just bullshit. Back in a minute.
All right. So what you just said makes me think of this. I just posted it in the chat. So is that kind of what you're talking about? Where like from a third person perspective, you've got, level, straight, horizontal, etc., the elevations, but from a visual viewpoint, they all converge. Is that what you mean? Where you got that kind of like the ground is rising, like in the one on the bottom, the ground is rising, but obviously in reality, the ground isn't in terms of that little photo there, or that little graph.
Gio, you ever see
in the top one?
Zanuck posted all the time the Mount Rainier observation.
Yeah,
where you're on a mountain that's higher. Sorry, that's lower than the other mountain. Yeah, you're on a mountain that's lower than the mountain you're looking at, but the mountain you're looking at that's higher is below you. Yeah.
Yeah, he was going off on that actually just last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been on about that one for years. Yeah. So that's the shit right there, right? That's that. I like to call it optical drop because I think it's all optical.
So Gio, in the top half of that diagram, you got your telescope, whatever it is. If you have a person standing right in front of that telescope at the same height at eye level, right? He's going to appear at eye level. Okay. Now move him back to the far right hand side of that image. Is he still going to appear at eye level?
No, he got visually. He's taking up less of the area, right? Like your vision is basically a 2D painting, right? You just see this picture, and like as something gets further away, it's less pixels in this picture, less and less pixels.
Right.
So of course it can't stay at eye level if it's
Why not?
becoming, because it's getting smaller in pixel size. So how, either
Right. That's accounted for. That's just its angular
Yeah, so-
size. Why would it go
Plus-
below
plus
eye
the-
level? Why would its
plus the
eyes
ground-
go below eye level?
Plus the ground is not at eye level. The ground is at your feet level. Your eyes are above your feet.
That line of sight, right? That eye level line is always going to be parallel to the ground. Is that correct?
What's the least error on auto level?
Okay,
No,
what's
the
that
least
line
value?
of sight, that line of sight from the telescope, whatever it is always going to be parallel to the ground, right?
Sorry, yeah. Well, it depends.
Yep,
No,
okay.
it's not.
So
No,
if-
absolutely not. No,
no?
it's not going to be parallel. What's the least value for your auto level or your
No,
your telescope line?
No, Jeremy.
Yes.
Is
What's the
always
least
going to
value?
be parallel to the ground, correct?
What is? No, it's not going to be parallel. What's
No,
the least value for your
why is it
your
not going to be
line?
parallel?
What's the least value? Do you hear the words I'm saying?
I'm ignoring you because this
You
is
know
a
what a least
telescope, not an
value
auto
is.
level.
You
This
know what
is
a
a
least-
telescope. It's not an auto level, right? We're drawing
Okay,
eye level parallel to the ground.
It's not going to
Is
go
it
out for.
always going to be
So
parallel?
it's perfect. It has no least value. There's no error in this.
It's a perfect geometrical line. Yes, it's parallel to the ground, correct?
Vision
There's no
is
least
a
value.
perfect geometric line now. Is that
No,
you want to
this
put that
line,
stamp?
This line eye level, is that always
But
parallel
that
to
line-
the ground?
that-
Yes or no?
That line you're calling eye level is your vision. Are you saying now
No,
that
it's a
vision
telescope.
direct? Well, you look through a telescope, right? That's how it works. So the mechanism that you're making this line with is vision. So you're now flopping from curved vision to perfectly straight vision.
Is that line always going to be parallel to the ground? Yes or no?
Oh, here we go. He didn't even. So the perfectly straight line of vision.
Yep.
Is that going to
No,
be parallel?
this line
That
eye
line
level, is it always going to be parallel? Yes
Eye
or no?
level is when you say eye level, you're talking about when you look, right?
Fine. Yep.
That's vision, right?
Okay. Is it always going to be parallel to the ground? Yes or no?
Well,
Very simple
first I got to know, are you saying that we see in direct line of sight, like perfectly straight
It's a
line?
very simple question, right?
Well,
man.
well,
It's a very simple question.
there's a whole group
It's
of
drawn parallel. It's drawn parallel. Is it always going to be parallel, or does it bend, or what are you talking
do you
about?
see in drawings? So if I can just draw how I see, then I would just draw two straight lines, say that's my vision, and they'll be how you draw them. So why do you need to ask?
Does anyone want to answer such a trivial question?
Well, no, it's not trivial. It's just the whole idea is that there's some
a true or false? Yes or no? That's all you have to answer. Right, the hand. That's all you got to answer.
Well, yeah, I know, but no, it's not, because the thing is, when he says,
okay, answer it and afterwards make your argument. How about that? Answer it first, then make your argument.
I don't do that. I don't jump through.
False. The globe is false. Yes, you're correct. False.
No, well, I'm
how
just
do
trying
I
to
know
get.
if my vision is parallel? How do you know if your vision is parallel? Are there levels on your eyeballs?
This line is what I'm getting. That's a good point. That's a good point. How do I know I'm looking perfectly? How do I know my vision is a straight line and maybe it doesn't drop like an arch or a curve downward? How do I know that's not what my vision?
So your
does?
answer to the question is no.
Well, no. Oh, gee, this is how they do. They cannot go outside of the script, right? So right now they're on the script.
From the globe.
It's yes or no.
No, it's not a yes or no. That's not how.
Vision, I could look. I could look up or down. From eye
This
level,
is
I
the
could look
beauty.
up or down, changing it from parallel. Correct?
Are you stupid or a moron? Right? See that kind of question. It's just like, oh, you stupid or a moron. Well, I only give you two answers. You got to pick one of them. This is
no. His question was, are you a moron or not? It's not, are you a moron or stupid?
Look at how triggered they get.
His question is simple: yes or no.
Okay. Are you?
If it's no, but you have an excuse, then give the excuse.
The answer is sometimes. The answer is sometimes.
Bro, no, that's not the answer. That's your answer, maybe.
When you're looking level, it's level. When you're looking up or down, the angle changes.
Well, hold on. So like
feet though?
Maybe you can see in maybe your vision is not a straight line. Maybe it's a curve down. right? There's these other people, concavers, that say your vision is curved up, right? And then they'll show you a laser curved up. They see
your vision isn't.
So your answer is no.
Your vision isn't.
The object. I'm sorry, real quick. The object that we're looking at, is that in the apparent location of the object or the actual location of the object?
Bro, it's like you speak anything outside the script, it's like they can't even, their eyes just go wide.
It's weird that you say
It's dodging an incredibly trivial question. It's embarrassing.
Your vision doesn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys,
are.
hold on, you guys.
No, it's not.
Hold on, you guys. Sonley,
It's not trivial.
hold on. Sonley's been trying to get in, but your mic's a little low, Sonley. But go ahead. You were trying to get in.
I was just saying, he keeps saying that your vision does this, your vision's in curves and stuff. Like, your vision doesn't do anything. Your vision is passive. Like, your eyes receive light. So it's kind of hard to understand what you mean by saying when you say those things. So people try to ask for clarity, and then you freak out and say they're going off script or something. So it's ridiculous.
They never asked to clarify what I meant by that. They just kept saying.
I was sitting here listening.
Hold on. Let me speak. Bro, let me get it out. Let me get it out. I let you get your entire thought out without interrupting you. So
yeah, well, that's not how conversations work sometimes, Ghost.
It's just not how I can't be civil. That's just how it works sometimes. I just can't control my mouth.
That's just how conversations work sometimes. Sometimes people correct you before you get further down the road. You know,
that's just how it works.
Let him finish. Let's let him finish, Soundly, and then you.
No, he can't control himself. That's just how it works. It's just how it works. He can't control himself.
No, that's not how it works. I don't. Just go ahead.
No, that's how it works, bro. Like I would just know.
Go
I
ahead.
want my point to be. Hold on, I have to. Let me just get the floor for the. I want my point to be that Soundly admitted, whoever that was, I think it was Soundly, that he cannot control himself. And when asked why, well, that's just how it works. Imagine going to a police station after raping a woman.
Instead of diverting from the topic,
let me get this out.
back to the topic we were talking about.
I wasn't done there.
Yeah, right there. Just use your time to say your actual point.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna just imagine doing something vile.
No, he
and
can't
then when
control
asked
himself,
why
guys.
you've done
He
it,
can't-
you
he
say,
can't
well,
go back to the point.
Yeah,
Well, dude, here's the thing.
Well, that's just how it is sometimes.
I was
You know,
thinking
I
about
can't
this
be
earlier. Yeah, no, the thing with these conversations, sometimes people do little interruptions and it's okay. Like someone kind of corrects someone or asks a second question or whatever it is. Other times people really want the floor and not to be interrupted. So I don't know how to like define that, you know, but like Sonley was kind of just tagging on to the end of what he was saying. You took it as an interruption. He might have just thought he was just tagging on to the end of it. So I think that's kind of the vibe.
That's exactly right.
Okay, but no, I was taught, he said, oh, you're being blah, 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 light goes from here. And I was going, look, when you're talking about how light goes from the object, that was my point. Some people say when that light, whatever it is, goes from the object, it travels curved through the density quote medium, right? So if you're looking through a telescope and trying to make a direct line of sight, but your mechanism is this curving, dropping line of sight, then it's not a straight line. They didn't want to address that because they can't. Right. So he just kept hammering, answer the question. Right. So don't, bro, you're not going to catch me in no bullshit, bro. You guys are pawns at this bullshit debate game.
Okay,
man.
you made your point. Can I respond to it now? You weren't being very clear. I can tell you. I was a third party just listening in, and you were not being clear at all.
Okay, so
that's why I
your
tried
point,
to
Soundly?
contribute to the conversation.
What's your point? Do you have a point to add to this, or?
Well, I'd like someone to answer my question. Does that thing go in a perfectly straight line, or will it drop because of a density gradient, blah, blah, blah? Because that's pretty important.
That's a
If you're
much
looking through a
better
density
question.
gradient,
Thank you for clarifying.
if you're looking through a density gradient with the telescope, then that line's going to bend and it won't be parallel. And that's why it won't be parallel. So we should clear that up. Jump back in.
Another reason. There's a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, Ruhif, you'd have to respond to that because you were talking about, you know,
Yes.
what you say, 1,000 feet off the ground, and I forget what distance you said. So
Yeah, whatever distance.
is light curving into the ground, or is it going straight?
It curves downwards, yeah.
Okay, so then that's why the optical drop is happening, not because of Earth curve.
No, that's the other way. You fucked yourself. It's the other
He
way.
claims that it's
Light
curving
bends
this
down,
way.
right?
You can't prove it though, but
Yes, I can. I've shown
Right,
you
what's
the
the
data.
case
that
stand
proves it.
for? What's the
I've
fucking
shown
case
you
stand for, Ruhif?
Okay, I'm going to tone you down, Jeremy. All right, I've shown the data that tells you the density gradient above 100 meters bends downwards. You've all seen it.
Yeah, sure. We can see light bend upwards. We can see light bend downwards. We can see light going a
Not
straight
above
line.
100 meters.
This is fucking brilliant.
Not above 100 meters. Light bends down, when you're a decent height above the surface.
So you can show
If
us the
you're on
actual
the
position
surface.
of the object. You're saying you can show us the actual position of the object.
What do you mean? Show you the that's a nonsensical thing. The object is where it appears.
Oh, it is. So the light's not bending. We're seeing in perfectly straight lines because the object is where it
No,
appears.
I said it is where it appears. That's
Yeah,
the
so we're
apparent
seeing in
position.
perfectly straight lines because it is where
No.
we see it.
No, you've made a nonsensical statement. Can you show me where the object
Is the object
is?
where it appears, or is it in a different position? Because if the object is where it appears, then the black swan debunked the globe.
Right. The object
Yeah,
is where it appears.
Right.
No, the apparent position of the object is where you see it. Where it actually is in 3D space is not there.
How do you know if you don't see it there?
Because light refracts. We know light refracts.
So because light refracts, you're making up that everything we see is actually in a different spot?
Yes, not making it up. That's what happens.
Well, but you can't prove that things are in actually different spots. You're just making a claim.
Light, the atmosphere has a density gradient. Light bends through a density gradient. Therefore, an object will not appear where it actually is in 3D space.
Great. So what we're
And how do
looking
you
at
hit
is not
stuff with a
necessarily
rifle, then?
parallel. Jesus.
Say again?
How would we know if something is parallel or not with our vision if what you're seeing isn't even what? That's what we're trying to do when your question was malformed in the first place, and we were trying to address that.
The problem is you need to know where the problem is you need to know where the thing is before you say if it's higher or lower than where you think it is.
No, you need to know the density gradient. The density gradient tells you whether it's higher or lower.
So you don't need to know where the object actually is. You can just tell me it's higher or lower. Anybody that believes that
I can
shit
tell you
is
where it is
gullible as
from the density
fuck.
gradient. From the density gradient, I can tell you where it is.
So we would have to take that into account when doing long distance shooting, then, along with the Coriolis. Apparently, that doesn't make any sense.
What does Coriolis have to do with long distance observations?
So when snipers are looking at something,
No,
their actual
What are we talking
target
about Coriolis for?
isn't where they're looking.
Coriolis has no effect on what the snipers see.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
Right,
It's
but no,
about
but you
apparent
claim that
position.
people that do long distance shooting has to account for the Coriolis effect because the Earth's going to travel into the bullet.
Right.
Correct.
Because it's a
But that's not
projectile.
That has nothing to do with what they see.
What do you?
Right,
Why
no,
is
I
Coriolis in
understand
this?
that.
In this
I'm just
conversation?
saying, I mean, on top of Coriolis, now we also have to adjust for the refraction. If something is where we're like, if I put my scope on something and shoot, am I gonna? So you're saying I'm gonna have to aim higher because I'm not actually looking at the correct spot because it's refracted.
You will
so it's not where it appears to be?
already have that factored in by the distance and how much the bullet's going to drop you to gravity, right? That would already be incorporated into that.
No, it wouldn't. Not if it's like a really foggy, humid day.
Yes, it would. Well, you're not going to fucking see a target, are you?
Sure, you can.
You just said it was a really foggy, humid day.
Yeah, but if you see in car lights and you're aiming where the driver is, right, and you go and shoot them. So, but we're going to have to adjust because it's refracted now too.
Yeah, but it would be incorporated into your your drop values for the projectile.
Refraction is incorporated in the drop values of projectiles.
It would be, yes. It would be.
I think you're literally just making shit up, dude.
No, not making shit up. It would be in that vertical drop.
Literally just making shit up. It's
It would
ridiculous.
be in that vertical drop. Guaranteed.
Refraction is included in vertical drop of a
I
bullet.
said it would be. I'm not saying it's accounted for separately. I'm saying it would be incorporated into that drop of the bullet due to gravity.
So,
It's not a separate calculation.
I've never heard this before.
Yeah,
I have
that's because
never
they
had
don't
to
account for it
refraction
separately.
when hitting a target at 1,000 yards ever.
Yeah,
Rui,
it won't.
I've got a question for you, a little bit back to what we were talking about before, even though it's links to this. But okay, so I'm not saying I think this. I'm just saying the idea that light bends down, right? So light could still bend down over a planar geometry Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there could still be, in that viewpoint of light bending down, there could still be the drop. How have you deciphered?
No. You've got it backwards here.
Hang on, let me finish my question, then you can respond. How can you decide? How have you deciphered between the optical drop visually, as you're saying, it curving down, versus the Earth actually being curved?
Okay, you've got it backwards, right? If light bends down, then objects will appear higher than they otherwise would. Okay, so if I see an object that is sort of geometrically without refraction below where it should be, right? I know that's Earth curve because the density gradient has already had its effect in bringing it higher, and it's still not at my eye level, or still not at where it should be. It's still lower than where it should be.
Yeah,
You've got it backwards. Light bending
that.
down.
No, I don't have it backwards. I may have said it backwards, but I understand that's what your belief is. That's why everything that the Earth having planar like observational points, and the fact that you guys say no, actually it's around a curve. Of course, something has to bring that up to display it up on the horizon instead of it being down around the curve. So I understand that's your explanation. What I'm saying is, how are you defining or delineating between that optical drop and an actual Earth curve?
You definitely have it backwards because you said the light bending downwards could account for the optical drop. That is backwards, right? Light bending downward would account for objects appearing higher than what they should be on a flat Earth.
We just remember, if you're using the quote unquote bouncing photon model, you have to use the trip not from your eye to the object, which is, you know, that word curve that you're looking for. That's not the one that gives you the information. It'd be the return trip, the one that curves up towards your eye.
No, both bend down. Holy shit.
Unless you're shining a flashlight all the way at the object. No, you see what you're seeing is the light coming to you from the object. This two-way trip.
Hang on, NASA.
Yeah, and that way, the one coming from the object on your quote unquote ball is coming up to you, not curving down.
They both bend downwards. It's a mirror image. They both take the same path.
Bro, it can't. The object can't be below you. It curves down and make it back to your eye. Come on.
Do you understand? Do you understand what happens here when you see the object curving? When you see the object below you, your brain interprets it as though it was in a straight line, so it appears above where it actually is. This is your brain playing tricks on you again. Yeah.
Oh, is it? It's not you playing a trick on me. It's my brain. So let's see who I should.
Assuming you do have a brain, which is a little bit questionable.
I should trust my brain or somebody called paid NASA show. Well, that's a tough one.
Seeing how you probably don't have a brain, I would trust what I said because what I said is correct and what you say is wrong. But okay.
All right. Your eyes and brain cannot know what path the light took to reach your eye. All it knows is the angle at which it comes into your eye. Right, so it's just an assumption that you project that line back out straight, even though we know it's bent.
You still didn't really respond to the thing I asked. How are you deciphering this? How are you deciphering Earth curve out of all this bendy stuff you're saying is going on?
Yeah, because its light bends down, right? Light bends down, which means the apparent position is higher than its position, which it would be without refraction, right? So it's already higher, yet it is still below where it should be if the Earth is flat. Does that make sense?
The basic concept of what you said makes some sense, but you still haven't really. So you're just using a calculation and an assumption to say that there's Earth curve involved. Like you haven't isolated a curve versus the bendy light.
We've got the light bending downwards. The object will already appear higher than it otherwise would appear. Okay? It's even with that lifting up, it is still below where it should be. It's very simple.
If light is doing the 7/6R that you're claiming it's doing,
which it does.
So you're throwing in a radius value to just assert a reified.
I'm throwing in that the density gradient is more dense closer to the surface than it is higher up. Regardless of the shape, light will bend downwards. Nothing to do with the shape, all right? These graphs have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. They show you that when you get above the surface, light will bend downwards, okay?
Okay, so your whole way of isolating it is that you think it would appear different if it were flat, therefore it's curved? Because you plugged in these,
it all matches. It matches what I would expect.
This model upon the observation. You plugged in the model that is a globe, and then you're basically just it's a globe because if it were flat, it would contradict your globe structure that you're already putting on it in the first place.
Yeah. Remember yesterday I said you had perfect logic. If we have two competing models one of them produces results that are not consistent with reality, and the other one does produce results consistent with reality, then that model is more likely to be true. That's exactly what's happening here. This is what I expect, given the data and everything else, if the Earth is a globe. The end. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'll be back a bit later.
Now, what you expect is like a personal thing, right? You know, so all he did was just like, this is how I justify it to myself, because this is what I would expect. I would expect if Earth was a ball, right? It'd like be rolling. It's not rolling, so how can it be a ball?
It's basically a theory of bendy light that makes the Earth a globe. That makes a planar Earth observation be explained as a globe.
Yeah, it has to, because if it's with direct line of sight, right? You have direct line of sight. You get rid of bendy light. You're just seeing the direct line. They can't move any object, right? They can't lift it up or drop it. Oh, it's you see it. It got lifted up. That's why it's where it's at. No, everything would just be where it's at, and then that would once that happens, you can't. There's no denying, like it's there.
I mean, he tried to explain twice that the light bending down would make things appear higher, so that's the opposite of what would be required to turn a plane into a globe. You would need the light to bend in the opposite direction.
Yeah, you're just saying if it's functioning that way, like if the bendy light thing that he's talking about is making something that actually is lower, let's say around a curve of an Earth, and actually making that display higher to where it makes it to where you could, see too far and all that. You're just saying that if that same thing was happening on a flat Earth, then it would be even higher, because now it doesn't have to go around the curve, so it would like be floating up even higher.
Exactly. If that same type of atmospheric condition was happening on a flat Earth, then it would look like a concave Earth.
Yeah. Okay, well then how have you isolated that process of the bendy light in that exact way is indeed happening?
Well, by eliminating that as a variable, like LIGO or GPS coordinates, stuff like that.
I mean, it seems like there should be a way to go along the optical corridor, like all the way along, and do measurements and actually see if that's happening, right?
Yeah, we do that in building, right? Like we just physically go in a line across and build blocks.
No, you mean actually taking like atmospheric measurements along the corridor?
Yeah, not only measurements, but also not only like atmospheric readings, but also like physical measurements as well. In terms of, I mean, it gets tricky as to how to do that, but
yeah, I get where you're going for it. You're trying to like get more of a robust reading instead of like an average over a distance or something like that. You're trying to see like a more detailed resolution of the corridor that the light's passing through.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think in theory you could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, like if we could measure the actual Earth curving and then measure and be like, okay, yes, this thing really is lower because we've measured that, and then now that it's appearing higher, we know that it's not actually appearing where it is. Like measure that difference. Sort of reminds me of the idea, like if you have water level, let's say water is level and it's not like a curved level, but it actually is level, and then the Earth is a globe, then as you go out level, they're going to deviate. Like the Earth is going to curve away, and then that level water, or that level line, let's just say, is going to kind of shoot off into space. So in the same way, like if there's something happening like that optically that you guys are claiming, to where there's something kind of around the curve, but somehow it's being lifted up, then we should be able to measure the curve and then see how it actually is being lifted and verify that.
You're kind of talking along the lines of force the line or something like that. That force the line experiment they wanted to do.
Yeah,
they build a structure in it.
I mean, according to Globers, the force line's already been built because they all post that Link Pontchartrain bridge with the Earth curve in it. So I don't know. It's retarded.
That's not force the line. Force the line would be to build the straight line to actually be able to see it deviate away from the surface.
Right, but when they post
Lake
those
Pontchartrain
wonky
Bridge
pictures,
is a curved line.
oh, true.
This is affirming the consequent 101, right? Just right.
Oh yeah, absolutely, big time. I believe this because that's what I believe.
Yeah, like just to make sure, I'm just making sure I'm hearing this right. Because Gio said, just to clarify what he was saying, you said Gio started out saying, so just to be clear, if we could show that the Earth was curved, and then doing all this stuff and blah blah blah, and you did so, and then the answer was yeah, that's correct. So that's part of the problem, though. Like you got to show the Earth is curved first, and then you can go down this imaginary situation to then get to another imaginary situation, right?
Well, you can show the Earth is curved with GPS coordinates. I mean, you can do that without the atmosphere. You don't need the atmosphere. Or you could do it with LIGO. There's all sorts of ways to do it without the atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
Do you think it's possible that they've programmed in that curve into the GPS purposefully?
That's not possible. Just like it's not possible to fake images of the globe either.
The coordinate system for GPS is a 3D coordinate, Cartesian coordinate system, though, under the hood. So is it possible that there's some sort of, I don't know how they would do that. I mean, and it actually still work. That's the thing. It's weird.
There's no like physical GPS model, right? That's 3-dimensional that it works off of. It's data packets that have no shape. Again, another. I believe
raw GPS coordinates are 3-dimensional, like 3D Cartesian coordinates.
So they're like little pinpoints in reality, or they're like
X, Y. It's an X, Y, and Z coordinate. Yeah.
No, I'm asking, where do they exist? If I asked for you to show me them in 3D space, would you take me out in a field, or would you boot up your computer?
What do you mean show you them?
You're saying they're a 3D space, right?
Well, if I told you to walk 3 steps forward and 3 steps to the right, that's a coordinate system. That's
me in reality. That's what I would.
There's a GPS receiver in reality that goes 3 steps forward and 3 steps to the right as well. And
yeah, but so now so I'm like, you're saying GPS proves this, and I'm like, so right. So when you show me GPS, am I looking at you walking in reality, or is it like a readout on the display?
No, you actually go take measurements in reality. What are you talking about?
No, but I don't know. All right, so when I look at my screen driving, that's measurements in reality, or that's just like a 2-dimensional screen readout?
Dude, the receiver under the hood is moving in 3-dimensional reality and taking the measurement. Yes, it's in reality.
The receiver under what hood?
The screen has nothing to do with GPS. It's just
so there is no GPS. There's no GPS reality. There's just reality.
Yeah, you're making no sense, man.
No, because you said there's a GPS receiver and it's moving through reality, right? Yeah, exactly. So then you said GPS is also this 3D coordinate system that isn't reality, right?
No.
What are you talking about?
I said the GPS coordinate system is 3-dimensional.
But reality is 3-dimensional. So is your GPS coordinate system? Hold on. Let me just get it. Before you interrupt, brother. So there's reality which I walk through.
The conversation, if possible.
Yeah, because you can't clarify your position. This is what he has no idea what GPS.
I have. You always want to go and start talking about me, and I have no idea what GPS.
You're talking about GPS. When you say GPS,
it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be complicated. You're trying to make it intentionally complicated.
You're making it complicated.
It's real simple. So can you, as the measuring device, walk 3 steps forward and 3 steps to the right and understand that that's a coordinate? Let's say that your home is the center of your toilet is 0, 0, 0 in the coordinate system, and now you walk 10 steps forward and 10 steps to the right, and now that is going to be
GPS
10, 10, 0. In the coordinate system, there's a coordinate system that's just a way to measure how far you've moved in reality. That's all that is. It's just a coordinate system.
Where is 0, 0, 0?
Replace you with a GPS.
Look at him go. He's so triggered because he knows we're on.
I haven't finished. Finished talking. That's why. So
Yeah,
now
you're
take the
babbling.
GPS receiver and replace you with the GPS receiver, move it in the same way in your house, and it takes a measurement showing that movement.
Okay.
I don't understand what you don't understand about that.
All right. So where in your GPS coordinate system, where is 0, 0, 0? Is that the center of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay.
Ding,
so
ding, ding.
You've got GPS. Okay.
So if I got a shovel and I started digging, I'd find 3 zeros in the. This is what they use to prove their beliefs. That's reality. The curves.
A GPS is receiving signals and giving you data, and so every time, I think maybe an interesting analogy, like if you're standing in a room and then somebody else is 10 feet away from you, and then they're just they're like the satellite, let's say, and then they're sending this, they're speaking to you, which is like equivalent to the receiving the signal, and then the GPS receiver in this analogy would be like your ear that's actually hearing them. So if they're 10 feet away, and if you take 2 steps forward, they're going to shout to you, 2 steps forward, so, okay, now you mark that. And then if you go 2 steps to the left, 2 steps to the left, so it's like you're receiving signals, and those signals are changing as you're moving through the environment. Now, if it's all legit and then those signals are actually mapping you correctly, that's one thing. But I think there's a lot of potential for like spoofing to be done and various, because you're just receiving signals and you are correlating those to reality. But I guess like in order to really verify, you'd have to, I suppose, verify the entire system to make sure there's no.
Yeah,
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I follow where you're coming
You'd have to
there. You're talking
verify a
about going
sphere
down to
first,
first principles.
then map that coordinate system around the sphere. You got to confirm that it's a sphere first.
No.
You can't just. Obviously, you got to make your coordinate system. The only person who made the 0, 0, 0 at the center of the Earth is someone who already knew it was a sphere to begin with.
No, it's simpler.
Because you're not using GPS to confirm. You're not using that to prove
know
the
it's a
shape.
sphere. We've known it's a sphere.
You're putting it on top of that.
Whether it's a sphere or not is completely irrelevant. I understand what Gio's saying about what.
Because if you could still do X, Y, and Z coordinates on a flat surface, right, in a box.
Exactly,
that can still be 3D.
Well, let me get to Gio's point. What Gio was saying was like going down to first principles and like actually understanding how the GPS system works to confirm that it's just like what it's doing is actually valid, right? Like it's not somehow magically mixing in some mapping to a
valid
globe or something like that. Yeah. But the point is that you could build some type of first principles based technology, from the ground up if you wanted to verify this yourself. Like
I guess that's the point, though, is that you're receiving and getting data, but how you're mapping and plugging that data into whatever system it is you're building is you could take that exact same data and plug it into a flat surface in a box or over a sphere.
No. Except it won't work.
You can totally forget about the surface space that you're in and just build a system that simply measures where you are in an X, Y, and Z coordinate system. Forget about the surface. Forget about the Earth for a second. Just build that system first, and then go test the world you're in with that system.
Right. You could do that with let's say a drone, like several drones or something that are like stationary in a particular location, and then you're sending signals. You have some kind of receiver and the signals every time you move, it's pinging. And yeah, you could create that yourself, like you're saying.
I mean, it would be hard to do, but it's possible, right? You could build some sort of either radar based system or something.
I understand why you guys have to trash GPS. I really do, but it's pretty much bulletproof. All your criticisms fall back on, well, it can't be a globe, therefore we have to find some little hole in it that we don't understand, and then we'll make this into a big deal, even though it's not a big deal because you didn't understand the basic system.
If we started off with one assumption, Gio, and that is that the GPS coordinate system does work the way it's advertised, and it's not a conspiracy, it does actually work, then it does show a curved surface. So if it's the GPS system, that you're worried about, then build a different system.
Right, I see what you're saying.
How exactly does it show a curved surface, though?
Well, let me just respond. So from that perspective, it's either the Earth is curved or the GPS system is
exactly
faulty in some way.
Exactly.
Or spoofed or altered or something. Yeah.
Right.
Well, but see, this is what okay, real quick then. So if all you're getting is sending signals from A to B or B to C, you're getting and sending signals back and forth. All you're doing is getting pings per se. You're not that. All you're doing is getting data, right?
Bro, it goes back to the light. This goes right back to light. It goes right back to curved light, right? Because if light is curved, that would fuck with your mapping system, right? If the way you connect coordinates in your system, right? When we have this coordinate system, he's talking about, oh, I'm here, and then we have these points, and you connect the points to make a shape, because or else you would just have these points. They connect them curved. They connect them with curved, or they're maybe using straight. Maybe in reality, though, you curve the light. So this is why you can't. This model is, I don't know, it's not nothing to me.
So fundamentally, the way GPS works, it's not exactly the same. But those tools where you can shine a laser to distance find to a wall? That actually isn't the same way, because that's a round trip, like there and back, whereas GPS is like a one-way signal, basically. But the idea is that both systems have the same time in a clock, and they're sending a signal. The satellite sends a signal at a certain time, and you receive it at a certain time, and based on the speed of light, you can know how far away that satellite is. That's essentially how it works.
Oh, you're using satellites to do this?
Bro, he's using the speed of light. You're using the speed of light to prove that the Earth is a ball. Like, so when we start digging through, when we get to like what he uses, because he was like, oh, there's proof in GPS that the Earth's a ball. Well, then we start looking at GPS.
How do you think the laser measurer works, sir? The one you can go to.
Here we go. Now ask me to prove. Well,
how do you think the laser measurer works?
Bro, this again. You say how it works, so therefore.
Well, right the hand. Yeah, he is saying that. But if you got in your car right now and started driving, let's say you have no maps, you're in a city, you have no idea where it is, the GPS is going to get you where you want to go. So, I mean, clearly there is some consistency. So I think what he's saying, I don't want to speak for him, but what he might be saying is that, like, taking that to the next level, just saying that not only is it accurate to get from here to there and all of that, but it's also down to the millimeter, et cetera. So in that idea, it's like an accurate representation of the XYZ coordinates. And yeah, I mean, the speed of light and the satellites and the timing is how that system is claimed to be running.
Well, here's the problem with that. Like, so when you're driving, right, and your phone, picture you have your phone on the passenger seat with the GPS, the phone is lying on its side, so you look down it, you can see the map, right? That's 2D. That's a horizontal plane you're driving over, and you're just driving over it. You're following the map. So you're going to use that to prove that the Earth is a curving around itself. Like that again, you're saying, oh well, it wouldn't work if it's flat. Yeah,
that's
it's
like
working now. It's working right there. It's
because your
flat.
phone ignores
That's
the
like
third
confusing.
dimension.
Oh,
That's
there
like
you
confusing.
go. Ignores it. GPS ignores it.
That's correct. Your phone, the phone in the map
Yeah, the
program,
phone.
like
That's
Waze,
using GPS.
Waze doesn't really care too much about the third dimension.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter anyway. That's like confusing the data that a website has pulled from a server with how it's rendered on the screen. I mean,
this is your argument, though, bro.
No,
your argument. Exactly. Hold on. Wait. Let me speak to that. He goes like, well, I could render it like that. Yeah, and it would work, right? Or you can render it like a ball, and it would work. That doesn't make. Hold on.
Could go get a real.
Look. They know. I know. I'm gonna get this one out. So just get all your shit out.
Go ahead and get it out then. Fuck.
Yeah. So he just admitted that you could render it any way you want and have it work. Right? If you want it to work on a flat surface, you can do it. You want it to work on a concave, you can do it. Right? So saying, oh, it worked. Hold on. I didn't make the point. I know. I didn't make the point.
You made your point. You got to stomp on it.
Let him finish.
Stomp on it. Go ahead, stomp.
He did finish. He just wants.
No, I didn't finish.
Go ahead and crow some more. Let's go. Come on.
Look, man.
I mean, I don't think that's quite what Sonley was saying, but
he was saying. Hold on. Maybe if you guys just let me get it out, you would know what the.
Please tell us when you're done crowing.
All right.
Dude, can you guys give Ghost 30 seconds to finish?
Yeah, just let him finish his thought, guys.
So Soundly's argument was that because it's a ball, GPS is a ball, he renders it as a ball, and then it works, therefore the Earth must be a ball. But then he will also say you can render it as a horizontal plane and use it for your phone, and it will work. But that doesn't mean the Earth is a horizontal plane. To me, that sounds like doublespeak. I'll let everybody else determine.
Do you want to address
I
that?
didn't say
It
half the
absolutely
stuff you
was
said.
Yeah, let him. Let's
I didn't say that GPS is a ball, and I didn't say it could render it as a horizontal plane. I didn't say either of those things. I said that the data is three-dimensional, X, Y, and Z coordinates. And if you actually need to know exactly where it's located on the ball, well, then you need the globe, which is what Google Earth is, right? So
Google Earth's
and
not
actually,
a globe. You
and
Google
actually,
ball.
Google
Google Earth
Maps,
says it's a globe, actually.
and actually Google,
By the
Google
way,
Maps. Google Maps on the desktop actually is a globe as well. If you zoom out.
by the way, Curves, that laser.
Google Earth calls itself. Google
You know
Earth
that
calls
laser.
itself. Google Earth calls itself the world's most detailed globe on its homepage.
But the point I'm trying to make is that you can
everything's
zoom
flat when
in,
you
you
use
can zoom in
Stream
on a portion of that globe and render it on a two-dimensional screen, no problem. Like that's.
Are you saying it wouldn't be accurate
Not
if
a
we did that and we just rendered it as a flat surface?
No, it's not going to be accurate if you render it as a flat.
So we can't zoom in onto a flat plane with accuracy.
No, you can zoom in
by the
on
way,
a flat plane, but whenever you reach an edge, it'd be like Pac-Man. You'd have to loop around to the other side.
I just
Yeah,
want
but
to
locally
address
it would be
that.
perfectly accurate, right? Zooming in would be accurate.
It would be
I
accurate
just
enough
want
for
to
Google
address what
Maps.
Curved said. Curved said about the laser measure. Oh, that's explain how a laser works. A laser measure. Well, there's two attributes to that, right? There's the visible light that you can see from the laser. There's also a signal. It's not the light that's traveling and coming back. It's the signal that is the second part of the laser. There's two attributes. It's not the light that is coming back and informing the measuring how the distance. It's the signal that goes together with it.
Okay.
I think
So Sonley, so you're basically Sonley. At the end of the day, you're claiming that, in your understanding and thoughts of it, that the GPS is giving accurate XYZ coordinates down to specifics, just within its own system, and that happens to be that the Earth is curving and the center's in the middle. That's what it actually gives, and that system is accurate, not in that sense. And but you're all open to the possibility that maybe that system is also spoofed in some way that could be giving something that's not accurate to the Earth.
Right. From extreme skepticism, you could say that the system itself is corrupted, right? So the GPS system itself is corrupted, and those are your two options. Either the GPS system is corrupted, or these measurements that show curvature are accurate.
Do you have evidence to say that it is inaccurate, like evidence of this inaccuracy, when zooming in on a planar rendering versus the accuracy that you claim happens on a globe when you zoom in?
No, this is the same problem that flat Earth maps have, where like south is in multiple directions. So like if you go too far in one direction on that flat plane, eventually you're going to get to an edge that has to wrap around to another edge on the other side.
That's not zooming in. That's not accuracy. That's in terms of like the whole cohesiveness, it working in totality, but not necessarily accuracy when zooming in.
Okay, well that's where the problem's going to be.
So you have no issue with accuracy when zooming in, then?
I don't know what you mean by that. So.
Well, you said that. That's what you said.
I said it's accurate enough for Google Maps to be on your phone and show you where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah, but what you said, when you zoom in, it's not going to be accurate if it's a planar rendering.
That's not going to be. I don't remember saying those exact words. I think you misunderstood me.
I'm pretty sure that's what you were saying about Google Maps. You're saying that if it was planar, it wouldn't be as accurate when zooming in. That's where the globe is better, because you could say your exact position. That's what your exact wording was. No. Exact position.
If I said anything like that, it's not what I intended. It's going to be more about long distance travel is going to become more and more inaccurate on if it's actually flat. If you actually try and render a flat model in Google Maps.
Do you have any real world evidence of something traveling and it being inaccurate when rendered on a flat plane or planar rendering versus a globe rendering?
Airline routes, Great Circle routes between Los Angeles and London.
What was actually traveling?
It depends on
where's the actual.
Where's the original data, and then who traveled it to make sure?
Where you actually go is up over Hudson Bay. That is on a flat map that appears to be a longer path than a so-called straight line on the flat map that would go over, say, New York City.
Is this a
How would you
real
know?
world example that he
Huh?
asked for? Percentage asked for a real world example of this
That's a
measurement
real world
occurring.
example of something that is inaccurate on a flat
No,
map.
of an actual measurement that took place, Paige. Jesus.
What is that? What do you think? They don't know how far they travel between New York and London, or London
No,
and Los
someone has
Angeles?
to know. What he asked for was where was the original data that was taken. Someone made the claim that it would be wrong if you took that data and mapped it over a flat surface as opposed
And
to
I
the
just
globe.
gave
So
you
he
one.
said, well, where
Okay, hold
is
up,
that?
hold
Is
up.
that an
Let's
ad
address.
hoc explanation?
Airline routes do not work on a flat map. Sorry.
All right.
This is
so-
just a classic problem of trying to turn
hold
the
up, hold up,
globe
hold up.
into
Let's
a
move away.
flat map. I mean, this is a common.
Let's move away from
No,
something
this is your claim, bro. Your
Let's move
claim
away
is
from
that
something
traveling
that
in a
shows-
straight line is so. Yeah, let's move away from the water, right? Because we can't accurately agree on like a precise measurement over these huge bodies of water. So let's just stick with
we
like
can't?
land from LA to New York. All right, you have a
About
straight
south-
line
what
distance.
LA to New York
Show
is
me
a
the
highly
inaccuracy in a planar rendering versus the accuracy
LA
of a globe
LA
rendering.
to New York is a highly regulated system. You fly in over the continental United States. You do not fly direct usually.
There's
It's up
no
to you.
LAX JFK flights.
There's
Direct?
LAX JFK flights, but they
Then
don't
what the
fly
fuck are
great
you
circle
talking about?
routes. But you have to look at where they fly. They fly over routes.
It
and
shouldn't
it's
matter
not-
if it's a great circle route or not.
Actually,
if it's
it
flying
does.
over a globe and there's accuracy versus flying over a
Why don't
planar
you bring
surface.
it-
How about
inaccuracy,
if we
it
how about if we
shouldn't
talk
matter.
how about if we talk about I don't know.
So,
Let's look
is
at
the
it.
answer, Paige, is the answer no, you don't have an actual
What about where I
measurement,
am,
an
Paige?
actual
either over Australia or over
Yeah.
No,
Asia.
that's
We
not
could do
the
that,
answer.
right?
This has been discussed multiple times. Any type
The
of
problem is when you
flat
fly over the
map
United, when you
is
fly
got errors in it.
when you're flying over the continental United States, you're not flying great circle routes. You're not flying, generally you're not flying great circle routes because of the
Solomon,
traffic.
Do you have what he asks?
Solomon, could that be though? Because whatever those flat maps you're referring to are just not the correct one.
Well, all the flat maps that you fly use, and you generally don't use the paper maps anymore.
I'm pretty sure you said sound.
They're still based on the globe. They're projections of the globe.
Even ground-based distances in the southern hemisphere in Australia wouldn't even work on a flat Earth.
I think we have to go like to Asia in order to prove this would work.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you would need the correct one. Just to say it doesn't work on a flat Earth because you've looked at a couple that don't fit doesn't mean you're looking at the right flat Earth.
Oh, there's different flat Earths?
No, there's the real one, and then there's maybe ones that people think could be the case. And then there's the globe.
The claim was
So
that
what's
there would be
the where's
inaccuracy
the
when
flat Earth map?
traveling.
Do we have one? Do we have the accurate flat Earth map now? Or not?
Give me that and I'll work it out to see if distances work for me.
We have accurate flat Earth
They
maps.
think they got.
Where's this?
Are you looking in the chat, Terry?
Locally, not a full map of the entire Earth because we don't know what the limitations.
Oh,
of
I
the
see.
entire
Do
Earth
we
are.
have like one of
But
the United
locally,
States
we
maybe?
have
Or?
maps, and they are accurate. You have your exact position when traveling through, from LAX to JFK. You have your exact position. There's nothing wrong with using a planar rendering. Show me the inaccuracy of using these two dimensions versus a third dimension, suggesting it's a ball.
Terry, look in the chat.
Yeah, if you provide the map, we can very easily find the error. So, I guess you have to.
I'm always stumped at where
It's
the
your
flat
claim,
Earth
bro.
map fits with us in Australia.
Well,
If
we
I could
need-
travel
Yeah,
north, south,
he was
Earth
asking
map.
for validation of your claim. He was asking for validation of your claim.
Yeah, to say it's inaccurate, that means you have the map. You've shown the
you just made
inaccuracy.
it up.
I want the flat Earth
No,
map though.
it's-
Where's the flat Earth
If
map?
you take a three-dimensional shape, a sphere, and you try and flatten it out, there's always an error in that map. Always. It's just like typography. What is it? What's the topology or whatever? Some type of
That's
study
not
of
really
maps
what
or
you were
whatever.
saying, though. You were saying you wouldn't know your exact position.
That
So
is
even if-
exactly
even if
exactly
the
what I
map.
was saying.
Hold up.
That-
Even if
no,
the map
see,
is
you
stretched in some
misunderstood.
parts.
You misunderstood what I was getting at, but that is exactly what I was saying.
Or maybe you just misspoke. Like, take it on the chin, man. You were saying
Sure,
that you don't know
sure.
your exact position, even if the map is projected or whatever.
I didn't
and
say
has
anything
some
about not
distortion.
knowing your exact
Hold up, I'm
position.
almost done, man. So even if the map isn't perfect and has some
Okay,
distortion,
I know you're
you can
almost
still
done, but
know
listen, whenever
your
you
exact
say
position.
something, whenever you put words in my mouth, I'm going to interrupt you.
I
and
didn't
correct
actually
He
quoted you
absolutely
verbatim. You
was
said
talking
exact
to you,
position.
trying-
What?
You said exact position. You said that the globe is accurate. You know your exact position, and you were saying that the flat Earth or the
I
planar
don't think I've
projection,
said the
planar
words
rendering
exact
doesn't.
position tonight. Somebody play that back.
All right, play it back. How about you go play it back?
Yeah. You're putting words in my mouth.
What you did
I
say,
like
what
G-
you
I
did
like
say
G-
is that if you took the if you took the data and you put it onto if you
on,
mapped
dude.
it onto a flat surface, it would be wrong. And he said, "Oh, can you show me that?" That's what you're supposed to be proving right now.
I like
Where
Geo's
I'm not
the
going to
original
prove it.
data,
I'm not going to prove what
and
mathematics has studied for 1,000 years
oh,
about
so
how you
you
can't turn a
just
sphere into a flat plane.
so you just made it up then. You just ad
No, I
hoc.
didn't make anything
No, he has
up.
issue
This
with
is
the word
well-known.
exact
This is well-known
position.
issues. The same way it's well known that the sky is blue, dude. Like these aren't
Doesn't-
things that I have to prove to you.
I'm looking.
So hold up.
These are
So you
things
don't
we
believe
know.
that the globe gives you your exact position then?
Well, it
Well, look at
depends what you know
Geo's
by
map, for
exact.
example. Look at
It gives
Geo's
you an
map, for
accurate
example.
position.
If you travelled west off the west coast of America, you end up south.
So the globe gives you an accurate position versus a planar rendering, which gives you an inaccurate position, right?
Well, exactly what Geo's one
What
shows.
does an inaccurate position mean? If you tell me you're at a certain
That's
spot,
what. That's
I guess
the inverse of what
that's-
you're saying. It's the implied claim that you just made. You said
No,
globe was
the
accurate.
claim that I'm making, let me explain this to you real quick. The claim that I'm making is that the measurements of distances between on a flat map and a spherical map are going to be different. That's my claim. And so
Exactly.
if you
The
try and
measurement
take,
of the
if you
actual
try and take,
distance.
yes, if
Yes.
you actually take a globe and then try and flatten it out, any which way you try and flatten it out, there's going to be some error in distance somewhere on that map.
Are you talking about the distance of the map or the
Or
distance
there's going to be
in real
seams.
life?
There's either going to be an error in
Either.
distance, or there's going to be seams in the map.
Right, like if you took a globe and you put little stickers on it, like meaning little points all over it, and those all have distances to them, 6 inches, 8 inches, whatever it may be. And if you then cut up that globe and flatten it out, there's no way to get those little stickers to all be the same distances if it's flat versus a sphere.
Exactly. It's like taking an orange peel or the outside of an orange, the orange skin, and trying to flatten it out. You cannot flatten it out without tearing something. You have to.
Yeah, but wouldn't it all tear equally? So wouldn't the distances still relatively be the same?
There would be seams, right? There would be seams, gaps where you'd have to travel.
Only
an
if you're
instantaneous
like
distance.
actually talking about like an orange peel that fragments and stuff like that. But if it's something metaphysical, like this idea, this rendering, then it would stretch equally in all places, right? And you would have no disparity in terms of the scale between the points.
Stretch equally in all places.
Yes.
It doesn't even make sense.
It would be distorted throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah,
It wouldn't
the
just be like little
No.
cutouts that you have to introduce.
Sin's magic map that doesn't crinkle or anything. It's just
It's
like a flat
only-
plane. But does it stretch
No,
like
hold
silly
up,
putty?
hold up. It's only
Does
gonna
it
have
stretch
these
like
little
silly putty
slices.
when you flatten it out? It's got to stretch or something. It's like you
If
can't
it's-
take take
listen,
a
there's
ball.
a
You
difference
take a
between
ball
having a
and smash it
physical
down.
map. Hold up. What's his name? What's your name? NASA. There's a difference between having this physical globe that you're then splitting apart, spreading open, and yeah, of course there's going to be fragmentation there, versus the rendering, this software, this diagram or whatever that you're using that you're actually pulling apart. All the different data points will stretch equally in that case. You don't have to have like the little snips that you have when a globe is spread apart that you do in real life. So my point is the difference between the points is going to be relatively the same from a globe to a flattened globe to a planar map, and that means that when something's traveling that route where those points are or what have you, it's going to be still relatively in the same position relative to the point, the reference points, and so it's still going to be accurate.
Yeah, I think some of them will still be accurate. Some of the points. I mean, this gets into like the Mercator projections and the different.
Hey guys, I got the perfect gift for you in Livestream text 1. I think this is what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. I thought I had that floating around.
Are there any
welcome.
flat Earth maps that are not a projection of the globe? Any at all? I've not seen any myself.
I hope that helps.
Well, people claim that the Gleason's map is, but I've never seen proof that it's actually any projection of a globe.
What do you think it is?
Well, Gleason's definitely is.
What do you mean Gleason's is a projection?
100%. That's a projection.
Okay.
So no matter what you show him,
you have the information that shows that that Gleason himself took a globe when they didn't even know what it was back then. They didn't have NASA. They didn't have all these high altitude satellites or any of that stuff. They were just told it was a globe, and
they knew it was a globe. They figured it.
I'm just saying, what would he have taken to make that, and do you have any documentation to show that he himself that he took a globe to do that? People say that, but I've never seen any documentation for that.
The first mapping when the sailors were traveling around, they had to work. They worked it out.
I believe there's a mathematical formula that does the mapping, to be honest.
I mean, you could take a Gleason's map and turn it into a globe. And if it was a globe, you could do vice versa. I'm just saying, people make that claim that Gleason's is, and I've never seen that actually.
Well, if you can turn it into a globe, then it has to be a projection then of the globe, because how would you make it work?
Well, there's distortion.
Any other way?
When you look at the old Mercator maps, none of those are globes.
But I can guarantee I can put a month's wages on it. If you reversed it
Gleason's
into a
patent
globe,
application actually says it's an extension of the globe.
it would actually work. I can guarantee you it would fit. It won't fit any other shape.
Well, not Gleason's, but robot. Who's the guy? Was it Gleason the guy that did the time chart thing?
I mean, Gleason's map. Yeah, there's no reason why this is based on a globe. I mean, he states it, as is. And these correlate with a lot of the ancient Mercator maps, and I mean, these guys were not mapping globes back then.
It says it was.
Do you think Gleason thought the Earth was a globe?
Well, here's the thing as well is, so I'll just read this. The so-called Gleason's map, an old published in the 19th century. The author was a flat earther who claimed the map was a flat earth map. In reality, it's just a normal azimuthal equidistant map centered on the North Pole. And the quote from the patent from that was the extortion of the map from that of a globe consists mainly of the straightening out of the meridian lines, allowing for each to retain their original value from the Greenwich from Greenwich to the equator to the two poles.
There's your evidence, Gio.
I'll post it in the chat here now. So you could potentially look up that US patent with that patent number.
I think I found the patent.
What was the name of the type of map?
Gleason's we're talking about.
No. What's the projection called that he used under the hood? Equidistant something.
Azimuthal.
Azimuthal. Yeah.
Based on the North Pole, you can do an azimuthal. You can do a projection from any position. Ham radio guys put a projection like that on their home location. That way you can tell where everything's pointed. I have one here that I kind of like, that you guys are gonna drive you flat earthers crazy. Let's see if I can find it. It's basically the Gleason map based on the South Pole.
Well, there you go, Gio.
Would you accept that as a that is a projection of the globe thing, Gio?
No. You
as a mythical quick.
No, somebody keeps saying
Hey, this application says it.
I'm reading the patent right now, but
well, if anybody's interested, there is a tool online where you can create your own map, an azimuthal equidistant map. I found it in about 30 seconds of a Google search. So.
Right.
Why would you not accept that as a projection though?
Here we go. Here's the azimuthal projection based on the South Pole. It looks weird, but it would work. We'd have the ice wall kind of goes away, so I don't know where all the water would go.
I mean, I'm reading his the patent. It doesn't say anything about a globe. It doesn't say, "Oh, I took this globe that back in the early, 19th century when." I mean, they had very little information about the idea. I mean, there was theories of Earth as a globe. They didn't have very much information on what it would even look like.
I already murdered the globe with a styrofoam ball like 2
1893.
hours ago.
What? They didn't know.
There's nothing in this patent that says, "Hey, I this is a projection."
Wait, hold on a second. Are you saying they didn't know about the globe in 1893?
Nope.
Well, they had a radius value and a couple, like there's like the
English had mapped
models of it, but
the English had mapped the freaking world by this time.
Yeah,
The
that's what I was
Americans had
saying.
mapped the entire. The Americans had mapped the entire world by this time. This is 1893. This is like 7 years before 1900. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, we wouldn't have. We wouldn't have. We wouldn't have a lot
Prior
of these.
to airplanes.
On page 2
airplanes
of the application.
Airplanes are 17 years in the future, but
I mean, on this, I just want to say real quick on the patent for this Gleason's patent, it says referring to said drawings -18 represents the map proper, which is circular in form and flat, having 24 radiating or meridian lines B extending from the center to the circumference. This whole thing just talks about that it's just a flat Earth map. There's nothing about that he took a globe and
Go to page 2, section 30.
If you
page 2, section 30, the extortion of the map from that of a globe consists mainly of the straightening out of the meridian lines. He took the globe and he straightened it out.
All right. If you go to the app that I linked online, guys, and you just move the globe around, and you'll see how the projection changes. You can actually recreate that Gleason map there, and you can see how everything warps as you move it around. It should give you some intuitive understanding as to why the distances can't be correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I just posted a map of 17. What is it? 1787. I can't remember. I can't quite read that.
Yeah, 1787, Terry. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously we knew what shape the Earth was or the distances. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a map for it.
oh, that's cool. I like that. It's much better than the one I had. The one I had, you had to put in your position and then it would draw it for you.
Yeah, this one looks kind of concave.
Well, yeah, it does. I can see why you think it's concave. It gives because of the edges.
I already ruined the globe earlier, so I mean, this is.
How'd you do that? Please don't. Ooh,
With
it
my
looks weird.
styrofoam ball, a pencil, and a light bulb, you fuckhead.
Yeah. All you did is prove that the.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't do what you.
Why don't you go explain to me how Ruhif got COVID after all his boosters and shit too, you weirdo?
Because
what's that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
How much beer do you drink?
Although it has, huh?
How much beer do you drink, Baxi?
The vaccines aren't there to stop you from getting COVID. They're just to stop the severity.
Anyway, where did that come from? Why are we talking about the shape of the Earth and then blurt out?
Yeah, I know.
what
Where did that come out of?
No.
Where did that come from?
Because I remember what NASA Shill said a couple months ago about everyone should have their children rounded up that didn't get the shot. Blah blah blah. I'm just
right. That was the
bragging
alpha variant. See, you forget that the virus has mutated into beta, all the way up to Omicron, and now it's like Omicron B5. Yeah, it's mutated so that the vaccine is not as effective against it, but it still prevents you from going to the hospital. And
We
dying.
were saying that like over a year ago that it wasn't going to.
See, it wasn't true over a year ago. Over a year ago, it wasn't true. Over a year ago, it wasn't true. It did prevent transmission.
Oh, shit, I need to change my name to Notre Dame then.
Anyway, Gio, back to that patent application. I think it pretty much answered your question.
AE map looks weird.
Where does it say in the patent that he took a globe and that it's from a globe?
He doesn't use all your magic words. He says the extortion of the map from that of a globe consists mainly of the straightening of the meridian lines. You can read it yourself. It's on page 3. I highlighted it. Put a screenshot there for you. Pretty undeniable. It's his patent application.
It still doesn't say that he took a globe and flattened it.
Doesn't need to say those words.
What do you think the extortion of the map means?
Say it in the words that you made up in your own head.
Look up the word extortion. Look up the word extortion in the dictionary and tell me that that's not what it means, okay?
You're staring at his actual patent application and you're still in fucking denial. That's pretty pathetic.
Come on, Gio, have a bit of honesty. Come on.
Really, it's okay to be honest, like for 5 minutes.
Wait, so but as long as you can be honest about Newton's mass attracting mass, it's in his own words. You're looking right at it.
Gio just made this argument 10 minutes ago. Gio just made this argument 10 minutes ago. We posted proof, and he's silent.
You guys couldn't even be honest about the moon.
We're saying I don't see the magic words that I wanted to say.
What? I'm sorry. What did you post proof of when referring to Newton?
It's not proof of anything.
Why are you strawmanning anyway?
Application, and he used the globe.
What about this? What about the others?
When you
Stick to the
represent
subject.
something on a 2D
No, it's
surface,
not what
like a
about.
map of something, it's the same like as if you got the London Underground or train system drawn on a piece of paper. It doesn't look like it's like it is in reality, but you've got to represent it in some form.
Yeah, the London Underground system has no curve built into it.
Not talking about the curve, I'm talking about how it's represented on a 2D piece of paper.
Well, yeah, but it would have to have curve engineered into it, just like all bridges and
That's
shit.
got
and none of
nothing
them
to do with it. Nothing to do with my
It
point.
sure does. If they're being built on a curved surface going miles and miles in certain directions, they would have to curve, and they don't. And you can't have crescent moons at night and gibbous moons during the day. It is what it is.
Yeah, but you're back to your styrofoam pencil and light bulb.
Yeah, which completely shit all over your little fantasy spaceball theory with gas pressure without a container. Sure.
I didn't have any theories.
Sure you do. You claim that you can have gas
No
pressure
container
without a
needed
container.
anyway.
No,
No container needed.
Right, yeah, because you're going to claim gravity is a force, right? Again, back to the mass attracts mass, which is all
There
bullshit.
is no gas pressure against a vacuum around the Earth. There is no gas pressure against a vacuum around the Earth. There isn't any.
The model doesn't
Oh,
say
really?
that.
How so?
It's called a pressure
How does
gradient.
the model not say that? You
Pressure
can have pressure
gradient.
gradients inside steel containers, you goofball. Have you ever
Of
heard
course
of an
you can.
argon
Of course
light
you
bulb?
can. Yeah, of course you can.
Right,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you
absolutely
can't
you
have
can.
pressure
So
without a
what makes you? How does that prove that there's a pressure?
Because you can't
Well,
have
how does
pressure
that?
without a
Hold on. How does that prove that there's a pressure against a vacuum around the Earth? I'm not talking about the
Because
bulb.
there has to be.
No, there doesn't. There isn't any. It's called a pressure gradient.
Right, and I can demonstrate
Right.
pressure gradients in sealed containers. You cannot
Yes, you
demonstrate
can.
You cannot
we can.
demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
No, that's not. But it doesn't matter. There's no pressure gradient
It
against a
does matter.
vacuum. No,
You
it doesn't.
can't
There's no pressure.
demonstrate gas
Of course,
pressure
it doesn't
without a
matter if there's.
container.
It doesn't matter.
You
If
cannot demonstrate gas
there's
pressure
no
without a container.
if there's
It's
no
not
pressure,
possible.
if there's no pressure against a vacuum, then why do I need to demonstrate it?
How is there no pressure against a vacuum?
Right, we're going
If all
around in
of a sudden there
circles,
is
aren't you? Are you going to
pressure,
listen to
and
what I'm
then
saying to you? Do
10
you
to the
understand?
negative 17
Okay,
torque.
all right. Do you understand what a pressure gradient is?
Absolutely, do you?
Tell me. Yes, absolutely, I do. Tell me what it is.
So that means it has to go from pressure to no pressure.
Yes.
Next to a
But
vacuum.
would you also agree? Would you also agree there's not an absolute vacuum? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Do you want to know what the PSI
No, answer
of
the
space
question.
is?
No, answer the question.
I
Answer
already
the
know
question.
what's the PSI
No,
of
answer the
space.
question. Are you going to
What is
agree?
the-
Are you
I
going
am-
to agree there is not a perfect vacuum? Are you going to agree with that? Yes or no?
Well, it depends. Do you think 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 is no pressure? It's
Yes, that is
literally
it's still a pressure. There's no such thing as a
0.10
negative pressure. You know that, right?
You goofball.
No, you're
It's low
goofball.
pressure.
What you just said there is not zero pressure. It's not a perfect
Yeah, no,
vacuum, is it?
you put a 5 in it. If you didn't put the 5 in it,
Yeah,
it'd be
after
0,
20
wouldn't it?
zeros.
You just
You know what
debunked
that is?
yourself, you
You just
idiot.
debunked
So
yourself.
you're saying,
Yo, you
so
lost
you're
this
saying
one.
the
It's
2
not a perfect vacuum.
PSI goes into
Oh my
a
god.
0.20
Stop
and a
digging,
5
Baxi.
PSI?
Stop
Do you
digging.
Well,
know?
don't put the 5 on the end of it.
All right, okay. Let's go
Plus,
back a
I
little bit.
already,
Would you agree that?
I
Would you
already
agree?
crushed it.
Would you?
I
Okay.
already showed you how your model doesn't work with moon phases.
What?
You're
What,
moving.
change the
No, you
subject.
haven't.
I
We
literally
still
already
haven't
showed you
figured
how
that
that
out
doesn't
yet.
work.
Don't change
We
the
still haven't
subject.
figured that out.
Don't change the subject.
I'm
Would
not.
you
That's the
agree?
subject I've been waiting on ever
It's
since I
got
got
nothing to
back from the
do.
fucking
It's got
gas
nothing to
station.
do. It's got nothing to do with pressure, though, is it? Anyway, so let's go back a little bit. So, would you agree there's a pressure gradient going from mean sea level up into space? Would you agree there's a pressure gradient? Yes or no?
How much of a gradient? From where to where?
You can just
On the
say
ground
yes.
level,
Infinite.
we're at
It's pretty
14
much infinite.
psi.
End.
It
That's what we're
doesn't,
saying. There is
because
no
you're claiming
perfect
it tapers
vacuum.
off into zero.
Oh my god! How can you be so denial? Is there a pressure
How
gradient?
can
Yes
I
or
be
no?
so denial? Have
Answer
you
the
been
question.
drinking?
Answer the question. Is there a pressure gradient? Yes or no?
There are pressure gradients.
No, that's not
Of
what I
course.
asked you. Is there a pressure gradient around the Earth?
I
Yes or
said
no?
there are pressure gradients
No,
around the Earth. I
that's
don't believe
not what I
around the Earth.
asked you.
No.
That's not what I'm asking.
I
Is there a
believe that
pressure
there's a gas
gradient?
pressure
Is
gradient.
there a pressure gradient around the Earth? Yes or no?
What do you mean
Are
around
there
the
wires
Earth?
on the ISS and footage? Yes or
Answer the
no? I mean,
question.
come on now.
Answer the question.
Yes,
Is there a
there are
pressure
pressure
gradient around
gradients.
the Earth? Yes
Sure.
or no?
Sure.
Don't say around. Say
Right.
above the
What's the
Earth.
pressure
Okay, great.
gradient
So
on
you
top
agree
of
with
Mount
that. So
Everest?
what's the issue then?
What's the PSI on top of Mount
So,
Everest?
so if there's a pressure gradient, right, where is the pressure
Right.
against a vacuum? Where is it?
From the Kármán line outward.
No. No, the Kármán line is
Yeah.
not a barrier. No, it is not. You don't
There's
just
still
suddenly
air pressure at the
Terry,
Kármán
hold on,
line.
hold on, Terry. You don't
What's
just
the
suddenly
air
at the
pressure
Kármán
at the
line.
Kármán line?
You don't suddenly. No, absolutely not. There's no pressure difference, great pressure difference as soon as you hit the Kármán line, and all of a sudden you're in vacuum. Absolutely not.
Oh,
You
so you're not in
absolutely.
this,
If that's
so
what
you're
you
not in a
think,
vacuum
then
in
you're
space, then.
deluded. If that's what you think, you're
Oh,
deluded.
they can't even agree where the Kármán line is.
No,
It kind of
exactly.
seems like you
The
think
American
you
Kármán
think
line
we
is
can go
different
into
than the
outer
rest of the world's
space.
Kármán line.
So
You seem
Matt,
to think we can go into
you're
outer
basically
space.
you're basically saying that you hold the belief that there's a gradient that because you've never been there, you haven't verified it. So this is your philosophy or your belief that as the gradient goes up higher and higher, it just goes all the way to 10 to the negative.
Do you know? There's one instrument that actually proves there is a pressure gradient. Almost every aircraft around the world, including all commercial flights, okay, have a thing called an altimeter, whatever you want to call it, and that works by changes in barometric pressure. Otherwise, all commercial aircraft would not be able to measure their altitude.
Right.
Unless you're going to tell me that the altimeter doesn't work like that.
Right,
If
but
you
there's a
are,
difference
then you're going to
between-
have to prove
All right,
that.
man, we got you. There's a difference between pressure gradient changing as you go up in altitude and or going to zero or going to a very low pressure versus it going into a vacuum of 10 to a negative 17 torr. Those are very different things.
Well, where does it
How
stop?
does a gradient
Where is this point where it suddenly goes from a pressure to no pressure? Then where does that?
Where's the
Where is
gradient
it?
stop? And why?
Exactly.
So you're
That's what
pretty
I'm
much arguing vacuum chambers don't exist, is what you're saying.
Not? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally because you said there's no such thing as a vacuum.
No, I didn't. I said there's no such
What
thing as a
happened?
perfect vacuum. I said. I did not say that.
Dude.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said there is no such thing as a perfect vacuum. And I'm right, 100%. Even in a vacuum chamber, it's not going to be a perfect vacuum. As you said earlier on, you went 0.0000005.
Right,
Bang!
yeah.
There you go. That's still a pressure.
0.20 and then a 5.
Yes, that's still a pressure, isn't it?
So we can go to outer space with a scuba tank then. We don't need to have spacesuits. Our
with a scuba tank.
we can go to outer space with just a scuba tank and a coat.
No, I didn't hear you say coat. I mean, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Well,
That's
no, but
physically
I mean,
impossible.
it's supposedly the thermosphere is 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's also cold at the same time.
Oh,
right?
you see, you're changing the subject again.
Now you're
No, I'm
showing
just
your
making a point.
now you're showing your lack of
making
knowledge.
a point. That's
Now
where
you're
the
showing your
coke
lack
came
of
in.
knowledge. No, you're showing your lack of knowledge.
Wow.
Coming from the guy that's on booster number 8, showing my lack of knowledge.
4 actually, but okay.
Yeah, how many times have you had COVID?
0.
Yeah, same here. Ooh.
Well, good.
The
No,
notion
John,
that because there's a pressure gradient, therefore it'll go to something absolutely minuscule. It's a flawed notion because
So where's it stop?
Why is it flawed? Why is it flawed?
Where's it stop? Why does it stop?
One second. I'll tell you why. Because who knows what's actually out there, right? So let's say we're
we
in
do
water.
actually, but okay.
Water has a pressure gradient, right?
You mean
as
you don't
go
know what's
up,
out there?
It's less pressure, but then suddenly at the surface of the water, when you go into air, the pressure is completely different. It's not like it was in the gradient.
Who said that?
Yeah, it is actually.
No, actually, no. Who said that? Who said that?
So you're saying the pressure when you're 1 inch in water is very similar. It's in line with the gradient to 1 inch above the water.
Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But it doesn't.
Really?
It doesn't just suddenly change just like that. That's not what happens.
does
It's gradual.
Is the surface of water not a clear
Where you go, it gradually changes.
Bro, is
It
the
doesn't.
surface of water not a
It
clear
doesn't
barrier?
just suddenly just change.
Where's the barrier outside?
Oh,
Where's the barrier up in
wow.
the sky? Where's the
Are you
barrier
saying
up
the
in
surface
sky?
of
Where's
water
the
is not a
dome?
clear barrier?
Where's the dome? Where's the dome?
What's wrong with you guys putting words in everybody else's mouth?
Bro, you're trying to say that because it's a pressure gradient, then we can assume that
Where's the
this
dome?
gradient continues on till infinity or whatever. We
Yes,
don't know that.
stop.
Absolutely.
We
Why
don't know
does
that
it
because
stop?
with water, the pressure it gets less and less as you go up.
Well, we know
but
there's a
a
surface.
clear barrier at the surface of water where the
Yeah, we
pressure
know where that
jumps
is.
from the pressure of water to the
We
pressure
know
of
where
air.
that barrier
No,
is.
it doesn't.
Really, what's the pressure of water versus the pressure of air?
We know where that barrier is. You haven't shown us a similar barrier up in the sky.
Exactly, but there could be one, correct? There could be one, right, NASA?
Hold on,
If you're
hold on.
gonna say
If you
there's
can,
a barrier, then where is this barrier?
If anything,
Yeah,
we
exactly.
have
That's what I
actual
Oh,
wanna
evidence, NASA, the fact that this exists.
Where
we
is
have
this damn
evidence to
barrier?
suggest that there's precedent and that it could exist elsewhere.
Where
you
is
have
this
no
barrier?
evidence for your claim that it goes on to infinity.
You have no evidence of this barrier.
I didn't say there is. I'm saying it's plausible.
Okay, so you're plausible.
You're the one that's saying
maybe,
there isn't one without
Maybe.
actual evidence. The correct
not
answer
a
is to
barrier.
say
There is
you
one.
don't
It
know.
isn't.
The correct answer is to say you don't
We've
know.
actually been quite a ways up, and there's no barrier.
Yeah, but
You
we
are
haven't been high
hard-
enough.
Why is there? Why is there?
No.
Have you driven? Say, I don't know. Let's go from Los Angeles up to the top of Mount Whitney at 14,000 feet. There's a pressure differential between those 2 points. Yes or no?
Right,
course,
but
why
hey,
not?
the difference is whether that goes to zero or whether it goes into what I mean. At the end of the day, you're just pushing a philosophy of other men that you, for whatever reason, are defending and pushing. Because
Where's
you
the barrier? So
We
are you.
don't know, but it's possible that it exists.
I'm not
No,
claiming
because
there
there
is or
isn't
isn't a
one.
barrier. I'm just pointing out that you're.
It's not a
pushing the-
philosophy. It's
pushing the-
measured and recorded. It's dated.
can
You
we
can get
stop
what has
interrupting
been
people,
measured many
guys?
times. And like you said, with an altimeter, it happens on a daily basis, thousands of times. How the fuck is that a philosophy? I don't get it.
Gio, do you-
What the
do you wanna
hell?
Airplanes
can't
have been
refute
No
the
evidence.
evidence.
35.
No one is
Yes, there's
pseudoscience.
Something
I've
that's
been to-
happening every day,
I've been to
all day, and every
50,000
day. Is a
guys, one at a
philosophy.
time.
How the fuck?
I've been to 50,000 feet. There's no barrier.
No one's denying there's a pressure gradient in the sky. Okay.
Okay.
No one's
then
denying
wh-
that. You're
Oh, the
claiming
guy, the
that
bottom of
it's
this is. He is.
no. You're claiming that it infinitely approaches zero. That it's
Yeah.
like an asymptotic
And
relationship.
that you're claiming
you haven't proven
it
that.
stops.
Yes, we have
Where does
actually,
it
because we've
stop?
got people up right now.
I'm not claiming it stops.
Who
I'm
said-
saying
who
the
said it
answer
stops?
is we don't know. That's the
Actually,
answer.
we do know.
We don't
There's
actually
no
know. 'Cause
barrier.
it could be like the barrier between water and air, or
Where
it
is
could
this
infinitely
barrier?
approach
No,
zero.
there's
We
no-
don't
there's
know.
no
In a
such-
denial.
There's no
There
such
could not
barrier.
be a barrier, and we're simply right.
There's no such barrier.
Yeah, it could be that, but you don't have evidence to say that it is that.
Actually, we do.
Yes, you do
The
have
pressure
evidence.
goes to
Really?
zero
So
in
you've
space.
traveled to the ends of the
reach-
universe
I
to
don't
say
have
that
to
yeah,
travel
in
by
fact, it doesn't
myself
stop
for
at
there
all.
to be evidence.
There are 10 people in space right now, basically at zero pressure.
No, there are not.
Yes, there are. There are 10 people in
you guys
orbit
can't
right
be
now as we
helped, man.
speak.
No, there isn't, bro.
Yes, there are 10 people right there. 7
Then
on,
why do they have
them
to
on the
use
ISS,
hairspray
3
and
on the Chinese
wires?
station.
Then why do they have
As
to
we
use
speak.
hairspray and wires? Then
They
why do they have
don't.
to use
That's
hairspray and
your
wires?
that's
Yes,
your
they do.
imagination.
We can literally
No,
show
they
you
don't.
that, and you can
It's
just
your
comment on
imagination.
yourself and pretend you don't see it.
It's
Just
your
like you guys can
imagination.
comment on yourself. It's not my
Who-
imagination, you
It is.
The
goofball.
correct position is that we have an indeterminate amount of information to make a claim on this subject. That's the
Actually, we
correct
have
position.
You
enough
actually do
information.
have enough
And only flat
information.
earthers.
You just
We could be in like the air could be like another water with another barrier
isn't,
way out
though.
there. We don't
Where?
know.
there's no evidence to back up that speculation.
Don't ask me where when
None.
I just said we don't know. What's wrong with you?
Okay. We
So-
do. We know
so-
that
so you
we haven't
have
found
no
one.
evidence. The
There's
evidence
no
only
evidence
shows
that
it
There's
gets
a
lower.
lot of people talking at once. I'm just going to mute a bunch of people because this is beyond chaotic. Somebody,
No,
I don't
I'm
know who is
disengaging anyway.
speaking. This is just, it's been total chaos. I guess I'll unmute Paid if you're going to make your point, but you've been interrupting literally nonstop. It's like a tactic. Please just speak one at a time so we can hear what's being said.
And I want to
There
get
is-
2 words in sometimes.
There is no damn barrier. We've been all the way up, and there
You
is
don't-
no barrier. There's
No,
no
you
barrier
haven't.
between sea level and 14,000 feet, which is a much greater change. Why would there suddenly be some barrier between 1 and 0? There's no freaking barrier up there, guys. You have no proof of this. You could just saying something like, "Oh, there must be a barrier because Bible says so," or some such bullshit.
Okay, that was
Been
Peyton
all the way up.
That was
huh?
his wisdom.
Okay. Now he claims there's 10 people on the ISS. All I simply ask is, why do they use wires and why do they use hairspray?
What's that got to do with it?
7 on the ISS, 3 on this Chinese satellite of similar. Okay, get
Yeah,
numbers
how do they have a glass of water chilling on their desk, by the way, with the Chinese
I've
satellite?
seen that one, and
And
that
how
was like
come, how
3
come
years
the
ago. If you
Chinese
look carefully,
satellite's never visible?
if you look very carefully,
pressures
you'll
are wrong.
see that the glass that they treated very carefully, and there's actually a convex surface on that. But that's another issue. And the fact that the ping pong ball doesn't float back up shows that it's
And also, when you watch that video a little bit later on, they actually take that glass of water and they actually spin it from one side of the where they are to another.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
how does the water know to stay inside the glass?
Because it
Interesting.
conforms. Because it's called
for
gravity.
one thing.
Yeah.
So
And
they
like
could stick a
you said,
straw
if
in there and just have a regular drink, right?
Yeah, you could do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you pull
Then how
when
come
you
we
pull
haven't done that?
hold
The Chinese
on,
have
hold
much more advanced?
on, let me explain something.
Look at
But
this
if you
guy. He's smiling like a fish.
hold on, let me explain something,
How
right?
does the
But
water know to stay
can I
inside the
hold
glass?
on? Let me have one question at a time. Calm
How
down.
does the water know
Calm
to
down.
stay inside the
Let me hold on. Let me Jesus
Right,
Christ.
go
Glad he's
ahead,
muted.
Matt. Answer.
Thanks. Right. So if you put that straw there, yes, you could take some water out and you could suck some of that water up into your mouth, no problem. But if you took the straw out, the problem is then going to cling. Some of that water is going to cling to the straw because it conforms to whatever it comes in contact with in zero gravity.
So you're basically saying surface tension.
Yes, that's one of the
Yeah,
reasons why it
part of
stays
it,
in
yeah.
the glass.
Yeah.
Unless you make it come out of the glass, it's going to stay in there. It's not.
Right.
I mean, zero gravity doesn't make shit float just magically.
Is that answer adequate, Baxi?
Well, if you also notice when they took the ping pong ball and pushed it below the surface, it didn't come back up. You know, there was no buoyancy there for some reason.
Yeah, that was I like that. It was a good demonstration. That was interesting.
This one was done like 7 years ago. This was done just when the
Why don't
Chinese
you
space station
guys
went up
go
there.
look at what Don Pettit said about why a glass of water won't stay inside a cup? He already talked about it.
What did he say?
He said it doesn't work. How is a glass going to know to stay inside the glass? I mean, how
Don
is the
Pettit
water
said
going to
it
stay
doesn't
inside the
work.
glass?
What did he
Why
say
would it?
precisely?
Why
What
would
was
it
the whole
suddenly
thing?
magically float out? If you look really carefully at that
Because
glass,
there's no up or down in space.
That's
And
correct.
on top of it, the glass is sitting on the desk. The glass isn't
It's
floating
actually
around. Why is
Velcro to the desk, but that's another
It's
issue.
Velcroed, yeah, exactly.
it's Velcro to the desk?
Yes.
If you look
I'll
really
have to look
carefully
at it.
when
I
they
didn't
pick
see
it
any
up.
Velcro on the bottom.
Oh, look at it really carefully.
Velcro or
When they pick it
or
up,
something.
Not only that,
obviously to rip
this
off the
Chinese
Velcro.
space
one at a
station,
time, please. Isn't that why Velcro was invented?
the Chinese space station should be passing over my house like 3 times a day. No one's ever seen it from Earth.
No, it will
So
not
where
pass
is
over
it?
your house. No, you will not pass over your house 3 times a day because it's actually in an inclined orbit. So it will not pass over your house 3 times a day.
Whoa.
What?
What's the
It's
inclination?
like another myth.
Right, the orbit of the Chinese space station is in an inclined orbit. It will not pass over
Has
your house 3 times a day.
seen
The point is,
the
it's supposed to
Chinese
pass
ISS
over, and he's saying
from the ground?
he hasn't seen it.
It's inclined at 41 degrees, so
That's like saying there's supposed to be 500 days in a year. Globe debunked because there's not.
Well,
I mean,
it's inclined at
no, there's
41
not
degrees,
supposed to
which
be
means
500
you'll
days in
see
a
it from
year.
it's inclined at
Hey,
41
Ollie the
degrees,
Booger,
which means you'll see it
debunk
from a
my
large
moon
portion of the United
phases real
States.
quick. Your battery should be charged enough.
Wait, what was my name? I'm sorry. That was funny.
So if you live anywhere like south of Colorado,
He said, "Hey, Ollie the Booger." I
south
loved it.
in New York or something, you should be able to see it. Maybe. Oh no, that's an interesting point. Let me look at that. I haven't tried to see it.
You know, this guy heard Bart Simpson make a prank phone call and thought it was funny enough to make it his name on fucking Discord.
Oh my God, it's funnier than that.
That's where you got it from, you moron.
It's enough to make a T-shirt out of.
Anyway, I'm just gonna say good night. Listen, it might have got heated, but it's nothing personal. So please, nobody take anything personal. I think your channel's well moderated, Gio. So appreciate it. You have a good night.
You're always a good sport. Have a good night.
All right.
Have a good night, Matt.
Okay, so who wants to see the Chinese space station? Yeah, I need your. What city do you live near?
I'm sorry, I must have him turned down. I see him lighting up.
Yeah, you do that.
All right, what'd you say, Booger Eater?
Is Vaxie back? There he is.
Wait, me?
No.
Oh, Vaxie
Oh,
wants
yeah.
to see the Chinese space station. What city do you live
You
near?
were muted for a second. I was hoping you got back. You are.
Oh, no. I knew I was muted.
Yeah.
I meant not you, Booger Eater. That's not who I was talking to. When you said who me, I was making sure you knew that. No, I didn't direct that to you.
Okay.
Him, not you either.
Dude, which booger eater are you talking to?
NASA.
I don't eat burgers. I haven't since I was 6.
Liar. You're a liar. Anybody says they don't eat boogers is a liar. You might not do it on purpose, but you
I
sleep.
haven't done it since I was
You
6.
swallow your snot. You.
But is swallowing snot eating?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
So swallowing alone
So
is
Vaxie, I need to know what city you live near.
So I
It's
eat
not-
water then.
It's not a swallower.
So I eat water, right?
Vaxie, I don't want to dox you, but in order to figure it out, I need to know what city you
Oh.
live near.
Does the Chinese space
Well, the
station
thing is-
claim like an ISS tracker thing, the way that the ISS does, that you can see it?
Yeah, I'm going to look it up now, but it goes up to 41 degrees. So if you live north of, say, Colorado, you won't be able to see it.
Has anyone taken
Oh,
a
I don't live north of
shot of it?
Colorado.
Where do you live? Give me the city. I don't want to dox you. Give me a big city or something.
No, I don't even feel comfortable with your creepy ass giving me the city I live near.
All right, give him a city on the same line of longitude. It could be on the.
See, it's
No,
gotta
the
be pretty
thing is, I'm not above Colorado, so I should be able to see it. I spend probably 9 hours a week using a telescope looking at the sky. I should be seeing it. I don't.
Give me your
Well, I
city
mean,
that you're nearby. Give me a big city.
Dude, I've tracked the ISS. I track satellites. My eyes are always facing upwards with my telescope. Literally any night that it's clear. I haven't seen it.
So where are you at?
And in
Ignacio,
fact,
Colorado.
I've
Corners?
literally only seen the ISS twice with the tracker. At times where it say it should be passing me and it doesn't.
Well,
Thing I'm not.
The four corners of 4 states meet right at basically Ignacio, Colorado, right? I mean, so where you at? Wyoming, Colorado.
Next to
It's not
Florida.
important.
Oh,
But yo,
okay.
Maxie, two times you've seen the ISS out of how many attempts?
Well, I mean, see, I've never really actively searched for it, but I've spent enough time, stargazing with my telescope where I should have actually just seen it without even realizing it was going to be there, because it's literally any night that it's clear. And where I live, it's usually really humid. So in the summertime, it'll be clear, but it's still kind of always hazy. There's always it was just raining 5 minutes ago, and now it's clear out. I've only ever seen it twice.
How do you know you haven't seen it though? Yeah, how do you know you
How
haven't?
do I
seen
know
it?
what I'm looking at?
Give me a place that you're close to, so I
don't
can just
think
look
that.
at the map.
Yeah, it sounds like full of shit.
You've seen satellites, right? You see how they light up and they move across the sky.
like I'm full
Whatever
of
these
shit.
things are.
Something really Houston. It's like Dallas or something, or Atlanta, or what? Like I'm going to dox you if
You
you live
can
in
use
fucking
Atlanta.
Atlanta. What? Atlanta?
Go ahead,
Okay,
use
fine.
Atlanta. Yeah.
He's in Macon.
Yeah,
He's
but
in
where-
Macon. Georgia.
No, I'm not in Georgia.
What's the nearest big city?
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Myrtle Beach. All right.
Or just, well, no, Myrtle Beach. That's about a 9-hour drive north
fuck's
from
sake.
where I'm at.
We just we're not trying to fucking dox you, Vaxie.
I'm not trying to dox you. I just want to
Go
give
ahead,
you
just say,
accurate information.
fine. Just say Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama.
No, Birmingham,
Sure.
UK, bro.
Yeah, I'm from Birmingham. I love the
bad.
Birmingham accent, dude. Like whenever I hear Tony
I'm in the
Iommi
band.
speak, I'm like, oh, I wish I sound like that.
All right.
Yeah, you don't have any
Would
more
you like
opportunities.
to-
Love the Brummy
Would you like to
accent,
play in the band? Me and
Oh,
the
you got a
boys.
shitty
It's
one.
great fun, you
Shitty
know. I went to
opportunity
a
tonight, though.
factory. I got my fingers chopped off. It's great fun, right?
Vaxie, you got a shitty sighting tonight.
It's a cloudy fart outside.
Excuse me.
Oh no, it's well, what time is the should I be seeing it?
8:54 p.m.
Well, it's
Ooh.
10:58.
Oh, so too late. All right.
No, but dude, 8:54, dude. I put my telescope away like 30 minutes ago.
Man, you just missed it, man. Damn.
Yeah, I just missed it. What a shame.
How convenient, right? Oh,
Dude, I've tracked
Dude.
it. I've tracked the ISS freehand with my telescope. I was standing outside. I had my telescope facing towards Polaris. And all of a sudden I see this thing. I'm like, oh shit, that's a really bright thing. Like, I bet that's the ISS. So I put my scope on it because I got a red dot sight. So I can get really, like if my red dot sight's on it, I'm gonna see it through my eyepiece. And I tracked it for about 15 minutes. And I'm like, huh.
You didn't
that's
track it for
funny.
15 minutes. You did not track it for 15
My
minutes.
bad. 15 seconds. I meant to say 15
Okay.
seconds. I saw it for about 15 seconds. I put it about an inch and a half in front of it, and then I jumped to my eyepiece, and I caught it for about 15 seconds before I went over the tree line.
Okay.
I realized, dude, that resolved exactly the same as a 747. It was faster than a 747. It was
Dude,
probably like
okay.
3 times faster. But the
It's
thing
hard to
is,
sometimes track like
it's only 2
pattern
times
movement.
bigger. It's twice the size of a 747, but how much further away and how much faster? Like that
August
bitch could have
9th.
been anything.
August 9th, starting at 5:25 in the morning from your west-northwest going up 70 to 77 degrees high. It'll be a magnitude negative 2.2. That'll be visible as fuck.
No, it's pretty bright at 5:17.
5:25. It'll be. They say it'll be minus 2.2.
Well, okay, yeah, 5:25. It's even brighter, surprisingly.
Let's see. It went to sunrise at 9.
You'll still see it though. It'll glare on you. A 2 magnitude.
Negative 2. Really bright.
Oh, negative C. Even brighter.
What direction would I have to be looking?
West northwest. It rises overhead to south southwest at 77 degrees high and goes over to east southeast.
Yeah, so that's to the left of Polaris.
Then again on the 10th at 4:30 in the morning. That's not quite as high or as bright, but it's a minus 1.6. And then on the 11th, another, that's even lower. So it starts high on the 9th and gets lower and lower.
And this is the Chinese space station or the ISS?
Haigong, the Chinese space station. So 3 chances
See,
on the
I
9th.
feel like
Ishi.
I feel like it should be visible several times a night.
Well, the problem, no, it
Every
passes
single night.
overhead. The problem is to see a visible pass, the sun has to be either high, or the sun has to have just set recently or just about to rise, which is why you only see visible passes in the early evening and the early morning, just before sunrise and just after sunset. You'll
I'm
have
trying to
passes.
think. I saw
There'll be radio
when I
passes,
tracked-
but you want all passes? I
Well,
mean,
when
all
I-
passes. Okay, we'll give you all passes.
when I tracked the ISS, this was probably about 2 months ago.
Today's the 4th. It's 23:10.
Are you in Canada?
What?
You said today was the 4th.
Oh, it's almost the 4th. Still the 3rd.
I'm in the future.
Right.
Yes, sir. Living in the future.
Well, the last pass was 8 in the morning. The next pass is in an hour and 45 minutes. But you won't be able to see it because it's not lit. The next visible pass is 2 in the morning.
It's just odd. When I looked at the ISS through my telescope, it didn't look much smaller than a 747. It was going a little bit quicker, but as far as the size, relatively the same size. And I kind of thought that was odd. I mean, you got to think, okay, so what's the altitude of the ISS?
250 miles, roughly.
What's the
Okay,
altitude of a
so there's a zero pass.
747?
There's a pass tonight at 4 in the morning. That's not very
Oh,
high.
I-
It only
Yeah.
it'll be a
Dude, I
it'll
ain't
be a
gonna be
zero
up for that.
pass.
This beer's starting to kick in.
Well, see, all the passes for the next until the 12th. All the passes are in the morning, and on the 12th there'll be a pass that's pretty low in the sky, though.
Did you see Bob do the radar tracking thing with the ISS?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's doing.
Yeah, very cool.
Right,
I guess,
and
I
I'm
guess you could
telling
call
you,
that
when I
radar,
saw
isn't
the
it? A form
ISS,
of radar, at least.
it wasn't much smaller than looking at a 747.
Yeah, except it's a
It
ways
was
up there.
quicker, but it wasn't much smaller. How high up in altitude is a 747? About 5 miles,
35,000
4
feet.
miles,
7 miles.
about 7 miles.
Did you do any measurements, Vaxi?
See, the thing is, like, oh, did you do measurements? No, I'm using my eye.
Right. Your eyes are shit.
I mean, maybe yours are. I got 15-15 vision.
Right. So how big was
15-15?
the
You mean 20-15?
how big was
No,
the ISS in angular size?
15-15 is the same as 20-20. You mean 20-15? You say it 15 feet, but most people say it 20.
How big was the ISS in angular size?
No. I got 15-15 is different than 20-20. They say 20-20 is the best, but 15-15 is really the best.
2020 is not the best.
You have to see 2015 or 2010.
What?
15-15 means you see it 15 feet, but most people see it 15 feet. That's like same as 20-20. Well, the best pass for you to see is in the 9th of August, 5:30 in the morning, negative 2.2. What's your sunrise at 9? Let's see it.
My sunrise at night?
Hold on a second. Sunrise. 9th of August.
I want to know how big the ISS was with your eyes. What was its angular size?
It was about.
No, not about. Not about.
Shut your face. When I track a 747, it was probably a little bit more than half that size.
Probably a little bit more. You're
right,
making
but you got to think for the distance. No, well, the thing is, dude, I track airplanes every fucking night. If I see an airplane, I like to put, because that's the ultimate test on how accurate my red dot sight is. If I can pinpoint that airplane and follow it, then that means everything's lined up. And if it looks clear, that means my culmination is good. So I like to use airplanes.
What do you think my point is?
Well, see, but you're kind of missing it. I saw
No.
shape
What do you think my point is?
I saw the shape of the ISS, and it was not much smaller than a 747.
How big was it in angular size terms? Give me an angular size.
What does that matter? I'm using my eye.
It's the fucking point.
It was half.
That is the point.
It was a little more than half the size of a jetliner.
Jesus.
Which tells
That is
me
literally
it's not.
my point.
It's not 30 times further away.
So the sun doesn't rise in Birmingham, Alabama.
270.
In Birmingham, Alabama, on the 9th of this month, the sun doesn't rise until 6:04. Twilight doesn't start until 5:39. And your pass is at 5:25, so it's right before sunrise.
Yeah, except when you go outside at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's not dark.
Well, that's because it's twilight. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Right.
The sun twilight starts at 5:39, which is right before the pass. I mean, you're on nautical twilight. Nautical twilight starts at 5:07.
I should be able to see it, whether I'm up at that time or not.
This is going to be a really bright pass. This is going to be a really bright pass at negative 2.2, so you should be able to see it. It's going to be a really,
for
really
the Chinese
bright pass.
space station. Right.
Yeah.
Thank
really
God
close
that
to you.
can't be manipulated to anything else.
No, I mean, how are you going to? I'm predicting a week in the future that you're going to see this at 5:35 in the morning.
Well, see, you guys are missing the point. Like when I looked at the ISS, it looked like it was a little bit more than half the size of a 747.
Yeah, except it's hauling
I looked
ass.
at 747s all the time. Yeah, it was going a little bit quicker.
A little bit faster. It's going like
a little bit faster.
No, it's going
But
a
the size
shitload faster.
But the size doesn't indicate that it was.
No, the speed across the
over
sky will
100
measure. It
times
went from
further
horizon.
away?
It went from horizon to horizon in 10 minutes. It takes a
I didn't
747
expect
a
it
long
going
time
from
to do that.
horizon to horizon.
Well, I'm telling you, you'll
Like,
go.
if I
There's
was to
this
stand on
Chinese
the
space station.
ground, like it probably went about 2 feet
The Chinese space station
to
will
where I
go from
couldn't see it.
horizon to horizon in 10 minutes on you. You're telling me that the
Mm-hmm.
747 can do the same?
I
Actually
didn't.
goes 6 minutes.
Wait,
6 minutes is the
say that
maximum.
again.
6 minutes.
Well, this one here, he looks like he's seeing it from this pass from horizon to horizon, starting at 525 and ending at 530. If you can see I mean, this is a really good pass. Looks like 525
No, I
to
caught the
534
ISS
horizon
for
to
about
horizon.
15 seconds.
If you decide if the weather's clear on the 9th and you decide to get up at 5:20 in the morning, you should look at this pass because it'll be a great one.
And you know for a fact this is the Chinese space station.
Uh-huh.
It's not a U-2 plane.
Gong, and
right.
I mean, you can do it yourself. I'm using my favorite is heavensabove.com.
Okay. But this space station, like the one that I saw, can't be any. It's impossible for it to be anything else, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can't predict an airplane 6 days in the future.
It couldn't be a U-2 spy plane. It couldn't be
U-2 spy
a very
planes
high
don't move
altitude
horizon
plane.
to horizon in 10 minutes. Trust me on that one. They're really slow.
I didn't see it take 10 minutes to go from horizon to horizon.
Oh, well, time
And
this one.
also, it's clearing up. Like when I saw it, I'm standing in my yard. I look over. I'm like, oh shit! There's the ISS. That has to be the ISS. Swing my telescope around, aim in front of it, looked at it for about 15 seconds, and then went below the tree line. If I didn't have trees, like if there were no trees by my yard, I would have been able to probably see it for probably 30 seconds. But I mean, once it goes beyond the trees that are,
well, let's see,
maybe 200 yards in front of me that are 80 feet tall, I mean.
Let me back up a page. Let me see what you can see tonight. Satellites.
I'm not really seeing shit tonight.
Is it too cloudy?
No, he's constipated.
Yeah, dude, where I live, like all of a sudden it gets cloudy as shit, and then it's clear. See, in the wintertime, like if it says it's gonna be clear, it stays clear the whole night. But I mean, it's guaranteed to rain for 15 minutes for, any hour for no reason. Just how it is, how the weather is here. Very subtropical. I mean, like, I brought my telescope in at like 9:30. Like 9:58, it started sprinkling on me. I'm like, oh, I'm glad I brought it in. And now, I mean, it's relatively clear. Dude, it says that moon's gonna fucking, because the moon is supposed to set at 10:19. It's 10:11, and that moon's still a good 7 inches below the horizon.
What kind of mount does your telescope have?
Equatorial mount.
How's that work on the
You're
flat
a flat earther? How are you a flat earther?
Because
how's that work on a flat
the
earth?
ground's not moving. How
Oh,
does
guys,
it
I didn't
work
hear
on a
him
curve?
talking about why you shouldn't be able to see a crease in the moon during the night.
Well, you shouldn't need to mount at all on the flat earth, let alone an equatorial mount.
Right, exactly. How we can't see a crescent moon at night, but I'm looking at it right now.
You need
And
an
the moon's
equatorial mount
probably
in order to
I
work.
was being ironic
12,
because
13,
Ruth asked
14,
you how can you still be.
I don't see the moon setting in 6 minutes. Because like I said, it's literally about 7 inches. If it goes 7 inches further, it'll be below my horizon. If I didn't have
7
trees, it'd
inches?
probably be closer to 11. Well, because I'm standing on my porch and I'm looking at the horizon. I'm taking my tip finger, pointing it at the moon, and I'm bending it down to where my horizon is. That's about 7 inches. I don't see
use
the
an angle.
moon.
Please use an angle.
I gotta go find my protractor. See, 90. Let me go. Actually, I'll try to get a better. Hold on.
You understand that the moon looks bigger when it gets closer to the horizon, right?
Oh, that's
An
funny. I
illusion,
thought you
though.
guys said that
Yeah, it
that
is an
doesn't
illusion.
happen.
Illusion.
It's an illusion.
Hold on. Bust up the trusty old protractor. Where's my little ruler? There it is. Man, I bought a protractor about a year ago. And
Just use your phone. Get like the theodolite app on your phone or something.
I don't have a theodolite app on my phone.
Well,
Get one. They're free.
Yeah, and so are COVID vaccines at Walgreens.
I'll get one of those too.
Yeah.
Almost 50 degrees. If I stand up straight, put the protractor right up to my eye, and then move this little ruler that I got pinned against. Yeah, it's about 50.
50 degrees.
Well, yeah, if it was straight up, it would be 90. So I'm pushing
Right.
it down to about 50, and that's
Right,
where it
but I
looks
thought you
like it's
said you
lining up.
had your hand out at arm's length and it was like 7 inches from the horizon. How is that 50 degrees?
Yeah, roughly.
That's like 15.
Well, no, I'm saying if there was absolutely no trees, and like let's say that I was standing on the water right now.
Jesus.
No, you're right. You're right. It's about 5 inches. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm getting about. Wait.
Moon doesn't set for.
Moon's supposed to set at 10:19. And it's a pretty crescent. We can go over why you can't see crescent moons at night. Everyone starts spiraling earlier.
Yeah, it's supposed to set in like an hour.
4 minutes?
No, like an hour. I think you're an hour off.
Let me see.
Yeah, I think you're an hour off as well.
Let's see. Alabama, USA, moonrise, moon set, and moon phase is August 2022. Oh yeah, saying my current time is 7:53 p.m. I mean, I just randomly. I guess I should probably go to time and date. But yeah, it's a nice crescent.
Yeah, I think you're an hour off. It's not going to go down for another hour.
I feel like an hour it would be out of my view.
Not
Like
quite an
before
hour.
an
It's
hour.
like 54 minutes or something.
I mean, I guess we can see. I still have
Because if I
few more
if I
beers
take
to
time
drink,
and date
so.
and I jump ahead 1 hour, it's set in Birmingham. So.
Well, it's 10:17 my time right now.
Let's see.
I guess no. I mean that does seem to add up about 11:20ish. Do you guys want to show me how to make a crescent moon an hour before midnight? You guys want to jump on that?
No, I don't know
Where's that one
I
dude
had
that
that
was in
argument
here?
earlier. You had that argument earlier today, and I'm.
Yeah, you guys all got spanked on it.
No, we didn't get
Absolutely
spanked.
You
I
had
think you're
nothing.
making. I think you're
All
fucking
you
it up.
guys did was flail around and say something about my computer model. That's literally all you guys said.
What's the problem?
So,
there's a crescent moon before midnight.
You think you can say crescent at midnight? I don't know. It depends how you define.
Why would you not?
Oh no
see a crescent moon?
no! Your model says that you shouldn't be able to see a crescent moon ever after midnight.
Why?
Think about how the moon would have a crescent shape relative to the sun.
Okay.
What do you think causes the moon phases? It's not the Earth throwing a shadow up on the moon, bro. It's about where the moon is in relative, like in position to where the sun is.
And you're a flat
The
earther.
fact that I'm seeing it, yes,
And you're a
and the
flat
fact
earther.
that I'm seeing it, absolutely, you dumb fuck. I already went over this
How
earlier.
how does that work on a flat Earth?
Dude, do I have to break out the styrofoam ball again? You want me to go through all this again with the styrofoam ball and the stick?
The moon stays directly overhead throughout the 24-hour day. And that hell a lot. That's not somehow supposed to be the same as the
The
actual model.
moon stays directly overhead during a 24-hour day? No, it doesn't.
That was your model. That was your model. You held the
I
model.
was literally just
You held the
saying,
moon in front of you
when it's
and spun
nighttime.
in a circle.
Oh, God, I'm gonna have to break out the fucking ball again. Really? Hold on.
What your model was.
Where's that one dude that was in here talking all kinds of shit earlier, then he left again? Said he was gonna prove me wrong and never
Oh, that
came
guy.
back.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yep. Yeah, he'll be back.
What the fuck was his name?
Army or something?
Armor? Bacon?
No, it wasn't. No, Arma's a fucking retard. He's the lowest level glober I've ever seen. No, it wasn't Arma.
What level am I on, Vaxi?
No, you're probably like a level 2.
What's the highest level?
Probably 7.
Okay. Disappointing.
Yeah.
Does the pay scale
You
go
should
up?
be. That's relative to where you live.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. See, I mean, if you're a landscaper in Georgia, you're making $12 an hour. If you're a landscaper in New Hampshire, you're making probably $25 an hour, right? So it just depends on the state you live in. It's not like that in Australia. Like
what?
Let's say that you live on all the way on the east coast of Australia and you're doing it, like you're working in a factory, and you're making like, I don't know, $12 an hour. But then on the east coast of Australia, you're making like 25. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Generally get paid more relative to cost of living. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is there a problem with that idea?
No, see, the thing is, like, I don't know if the cost of living in my state's cheaper than the Northeast because I live in the deep
Alabama?
South. And,
Yeah. Alabama's
yeah.
cheap.
Well, see this. See, the thing is, cigarettes are cheaper here, but in Massachusetts, you don't pay taxes on clothing or food, and the food prices generally are cheaper up north because it's all supply and demand, right? You got a higher population density, therefore things can be cheaper. But I mean, then again, rent here is, anywhere from $600 to $800, whereas up there it's like anywhere from like $1,150 to $2,000. So I mean, I guess
more people want to
that
live in you
kind of.
want to live in Alabama.
Huh?
More people want to live in New Hampshire than want to live in Alabama.
See, I don't think so, because in New Hampshire, like, you
Well,
could
you know what the
literally
state
only
motto
go
of
into.
Alabama is, right? Thank God for Mississippi.
Yeah, Mississippi. See, that's the one thing though. Mississippi's worse here in every metric than
Yeah.
here.
Alabama's 49,
But
Mississippi's 50 most of the time.
yeah, and the thing is, dude, I've never gotten booted out of a store for not wearing a face covering. So I mean, you got to pick and choose your battles, right? Marijuana is legal in New Hampshire, but I can have all the firearms I want here. Actually, no, you can kind of have a lot of firearms in New Hampshire. That's not really fair. Because you can, in New Hampshire, you can have concealed carry without a permit. We can here too, but that doesn't come into effect till after January. And the funny thing is, they call it constitutional concealed carry. And that's weird because, like, the Constitution says we can do this, but we have to wait for our state to say we can do it. That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. But I mean, whatever. But I guess it might. I guess it may have been an hour ahead because it's 10:23. Yeah, I guess maybe an hour. The moon will be below my horizon.
Yeah, it's like
At
40
about
minutes
11,
actually.
11. Yeah, 40 minutes sounds about right. Can you guys show me a crescent moon at nighttime?
What do you mean
Do
by
you
a
guys
crescent?
really want to go over that again?
What do you mean a crescent?
Like, can you look at the moon and right now and see it? Do you have ability to look at the moon?
Personally,
It's
no.
1:23 p.m. What would you like me to do?
See, the moon should be visible. Is the moon visible from Australia right now? Hold on a second.
I have no idea. Pretty cloudy
Okay.
anyway.
Okay,
But what's
look.
the
That would be
problem,
weird.
Vaccine?
I'm on time and date.
You're saying you can't see a crescent moon when?
Pretty much at any point in the night.
How much of a crescent moon?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So you're saying I can't
No,
see
it doesn't
like a
matter if
half moon at night?
Is a half moon and a crescent moon the same thing?
Well, okay. I asked you what percentage. Do you want to give me a number?
It doesn't matter. It's a crescent shape on the moon.
Okay, so 49%. You're saying I can't see a 49% moon at nighttime.
Is a 49% moon a half moon or a crescent moon?
Crescent moon, it's less than half.
Right.
Crescent moon usually calls until the quarter.
Okay. Either way,
That's then
is
it's
that your
quarter
claim
moon.
that you can't see it at nighttime?
Oh no! It's your claim.
What? No, your claim. You're trying to find a contradiction with the globe,
No.
right?
It's the heliocentric model claim
Right.
that you should
Are
never
you
be able
saying
to
it's
see a crescent moon.
impossible? No,
Right.
that's
It
your
is.
claim. That's your claim.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It absolutely isn't, because I've seen crescent moons at 1:30 in the morning.
You're saying that contradicts the heliocentric model, right?
Yes.
Okay, then it's your claim, right? I don't think that claim is correct.
No. You guys also claim that as well.
That you can't see a crescent moon at nighttime. I'm telling you that you can see a crescent moon at nighttime, and it is consistent.
Clearly,
with the
I'm
heliocentric
looking at
model.
one. But see, it
Right.
goes a little deeper than that. You can't see a gibbous moon during the daytime
Okay.
either, based
Do
off
you
on how the
think-
moon phases work.
Do you think it's a contradiction to the heliocentric model to see a
Yes.
crescent moon at nighttime? Okay, then you're a
Absolutely.
retard.
We already went over this. We
Yeah, but
literally
you're retarded.
already went over this earlier. Do I have to break out the styrofoam ball again?
Sure. Whatever.
Okay. Give me a second. Actually, shit. I had to put my daughter to bed. She may have been passed out on the couch. Hold on. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be a debacle in terms of not understanding geometry, isn't it?
Yes. He's going to push the
Yeah,
definition of crescent too.
keep talking that shit, Ruhif.
Yeah.
Go on. No, seriously, because you're gonna eat all your fucking words and you're gonna swallow everything I give you. I'll be right back.
The moon, basically.
Yo, I just heard that goof whisper, "I'm an idiot." Yeah, he's on vaccine number 4 and has COVID. What the fuck? I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's not me.
Yeah, he didn't go to the hospital though, did he?
No. In fact, I would almost say I'm symptomless. I'm a bit tired. That's probably about it.
Are you have a positive test?
symptoms.
Yeah, positive rat test. Yeah,
Is that one of those
lateral
tests?
flow. Yeah. You call them lateral flow over there. Yeah?
I don't know.
Have you had 4 vaccines, mate?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Yeah, so your head's gonna spin on a circle when you see the illustration.
What? What do I do? What do I do here? All right, checked around. Hey, go through.
What are you playing here, Rohith?
I am playing Omaha, and I've just copped a bit of a fisting in the ass. That's a good flop. That's a very,
What's up, everybody? So, Ruhit, do you have like COVID, like literally, like right now, or did you have it like a week ago?
No, first tested positive last night.
Did you
Everyone
test
in the house
yourself?
had it. Yeah, everyone in the house has had it, and I was the last one to get it.
So you had kings and queens there. Last
hand.
And there's no
was
way it's a common cold.
correct. I had.
You have no symptoms at all, though, right? Just a positive test.
I'd say I feel tired, but there's not, hang
What
on.
time is it? I'd say I
It's,
feel tired too.
You've
but
never felt this way before, ever in your entire life. How old are you? You got to be at least like 34.
Sorry, I've never felt tired before. What are you saying?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've never felt this way before, ever once in your entire life?
What? I just said I felt a little bit tired.
Right.
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, you feel a little bit tired, but you know for a fact you have COVID. That's what
You
I'm
took the
saying.
test.
You've
Yes.
never.
Yes.
Right.
He
Okay.
took the test. He took the COVID test. He's got positive for antibodies.
Yeah.
Means he has the disease.
Do you guys know who Carrie Mullis is?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Mullis
I'm not
is?
interested. So not interested.
Mullis,
Muller?
comma,
The guy that
is.
invented
His name
PCR,
is
right?
Carrie Mullis. Right. The guy that killed himself, like, I think he killed himself,
I'm
like,
not interested, honestly.
literally today in 2019. Like, it was August of 2019. Just for some reason decided he was going to commit suicide. And he was literally talking about how his PCR test doesn't tell you if you're sick. And then who was that one dude? That one president, like he was like a president or a general or something in Africa. And he was like swabbing like kiwis and strawberries and shit and like sending it off and came back that like all those fruits and vegetables had COVID. I mean, come on. He ended up killing himself too, I think.
Yeah, COVID must be fake.
Well, it absolutely is fake.
Right, okay.
It's never been isolated in a lab.
That's incorrect too, but nice try.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
This is the first time in human history where people catch a cold and then they can post it on social media. I got a plague. And everyone sends them heart emojis and get well soons, and they get to stay home from work for a month. I mean, it's fucking.
What kind of shit are you?
Like,
You must be on.
dude,
You must be on.
in
What sort of world are you?
2020, there was zero flu deaths.
Well, are you like smoking? Are you like smoking that magic weed you
I
guys
didn't
have?
even miss work when I got it.
For fuck's
I
sake!
didn't miss a day of work.
Oh, you didn't? So you just like willingly infected pretty much everyone at work based off your
I work from home.
how COVID works.
Nope, I work from home.
Have you always done that?
It started during the pandemic, but now it's permanent.
Right. Yeah.
So I go in the office one day a week.
I need to find a. Oh, I got a pencil in my ear.
It's a pretty awesome job.
All right. Okay. So what were we talking about? We were talking about moon phases.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
You can talk to someone else about it though.
Oh, are you about to leave?
Oh, I'm gonna play poker. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't want me to, shit all over your fucking face. Is that what it is? Slap you with my balls on your chin. Okay, bye, pussy. What a loser. Did he really leave for real? He did. Oh, dude, what a coward. That's fucked up. I was literally just about to do it too, and he, oh, what a leave. All right, paid NASA shill. You ready to
Oh,
get
fuck.
spanked like a little bitch?
No, don't bother. I'm not that interested in your demonstration.
Oh, don't bother. You're not that interested.
Nope.
All of a sudden, okay.
I saw it last
Well-
time. It's a nice little pony show. You misinterpret a few things, but okay.
Okay, well, no, you can walk me through it. You can walk me through it, and we can do it any way you
Like I
want.
said,
Oh,
still
oh,
11:30.
oh, wow, you're gonna be a little coward too. Okay.
11:30, and I don't
Show your true colors.
Your
Yeah,
little
yeah, you don't
demonstration.
want to.
You got a little dog and pony show is
Mhm.
interesting.
Okay, okay, yeah, call that. Yeah, okay. All right, so dog and pony show. That one dude left like a little coward, and you're about to do the same thing? For real? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now, dude.
I'm not gonna let
Just humor me. Humor me. Come on. Oh, look at that, a crescent. There's a crescent. Okay, and there's the sun. That means it's daytime. Now I'm on the opposite side. It's nighttime. How do I make a crescent? Can you help? In fact, here, I'll turn this light bulb on. There we go. Just makes it look more like nighttime. How do I get a crescent, dude? Can you help me with this? In fact, how do I get a gibbous? I got a crescent right there. How do I get a gibbous when it's daytime? You can't help me at all? You can't tell me how wrong I am? Really?
Hang it from a string at a distance from you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Is that good? Here. Let me see. I
Sit
might
down
have
in
to
a
use
position.
light bulb.
That works.
Okay. I guess we can call this a crescent.
Yeah.
Now, my phone is the Earth, and we're rotating, right? If for whatever reason the moon's not coming with
Okay,
us, even though we're totally locked. Okay, where's the moon?
It would be to your right.
Can you see it?
No, but your field of vision isn't accurate. You have to like turn your head now.
Okay, so I have to go like this, right? Can you see the moon? Oh, what if I stop out right here? Where would it
Turn
be?
your head to where
The thing is,
where the
it
moon
comes right
actually
there.
is.
This is noon. This is noon. So this is about what you want to call this 6 o'clock? And
You're
what time is
currently
it right
trying
now
to
with the full?
view only
What
the area
time is
directly
it
above
right
you.
now? It's about 10:30.
Your
Where's
field
the moon
of
at?
view
It's
on Earth
10:30
is
right
not that
now with the
narrow.
crescent moon. Where is it? Where's the crescent moon, dude? I can't see it. But the thing is, if I take this motherfucker and move it this way, there's no more crescents to be had.
Leave
Tell
it
me
where it
how I'm
was.
wrong. Okay.
Put it where you have the crescent shape, right?
Well, there's only one spot you can put it for it to work.
Okay, well put it at
There we
that
go.
spot. Okay, put it at that spot. Now that is directly in front of you, right?
Yeah, we're gonna call this noon since the sun's right there, pretty much right overhead.
Okay, call whatever you want. That's actually
Okay,
a
now
black
it's 2
moon.
o'clock.
That's a black moon. You can't see anything. Oh, okay,
Oh, I
that's a
can see the
crescent.
crescent right here. Are you blind?
It's not showing up very
Right
good
here?
on the video.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
Let's
keep.
make it 10.
Now
Let's make it
wait.
10:30 p.m.
Wait. No. Don't move the camera. Don't move the camera. Move your head, but not the camera. Move your head. Don't move the camera. Okay.
Move my head so because you do realize your eye, like where you're looking.
Your eyes can see 180
We're
degrees,
rotating from the Earth.
horizon to horizon.
Okay.
So you should be able to see that out of the corner of your eye.
Can you see it?
No, because the field of view of your camera is not 180 degrees. The field of view of your camera is not 180 degrees. You can see 180 degrees on the surface of the Earth. That's where you're failing.
Let's make the crescent. Okay. So the sun's there. The sun has to be right there, and the moon has to be right here.
Yeah, and then you
Now
keep
we're gonna
spinning, and
we're
the
gonna
moon
go-
stays
we're gonna
there,
go
and you
to the
keep
side.
spinning. The moon stays there, and you keep spinning.
Oh, so the moon stays right next to the sun the entire day?
The moon stays wherever you want to stay.
The sun set like 3 hours ago, dude. there's no sun to be seen in the same sky as the moon. None. The moon is present right now, which means the moon would be here, the sun would be over there, and I can't get a fucking crescent. How do my balls taste? Are they salty?
You keep jumping from spot to spot.
Okay,
And
I literally have
you
to
think
see
you're
something
making
that's one
sense, and
spot to get a
you might as well play basketball at this point.
Okay, so what do? I turn it like this?
You need a wider field of view. You need a wider field of view. You see 180 degrees. That camera sees about 30.
Now, what about when it's after midnight and the moon's all the way over here and
Did
it's
you miss the
rising
part
up
where
and we see a crescent?
your field of view is 30 degrees and it should be 180? Okay, that you have to
How would
correct
I
that
get a
first.
crescent from this position? There's the sun.
Is my
behind
mic
the
on?
earth.
Do you not hear anything I'm saying?
I don't think your eyes are working.
You need to be able to see 180 degrees. With that camera, the way you're holding it, you can see probably about 30 degrees. That's where your problem is. You can only see what's right in front of you.
Setting. The sun, the moon should be like over this way, setting on the horizon. It's about right here.
The moon is not always directly
ago.
overhead.
I'm not saying it's overhead. Does this look like
that's
the
what you're
moon's
doing.
overhead?
You're trying to make the
Does
moon
this look
directly
like the
overhead for
moon's
you at all
overhead?
times. Well, I've
Does this
said my
look like
piece.
the
I
moon's overhead?
demonstrated it. You're not listening to me, so I won't bother
Let's do
anymore.
another thing. Okay, this is more simple. Okay, it's noontime, right? I'm looking right at the sun. The sun's noon. Let's make a gibbous. How on earth would I make a gibbous at noon, which we've all seen before? If you say you've never seen a gibbous moon during the day, if you say you've never, okay, so we'll put it here, and I'll hold it all the way back to get a wider field of view. Where's the gibbous moon?
Your field of view has to be 180 degrees.
This isn't 180 degrees? Really? It's nowhere near 180 degrees? Hold on. Let me open the shower curtain. I'll put the camera here. That's about 6 feet apart. Show me the gibbous moon when the sun is visible at noon. You can't? Oh. At all? No gibbous? No gibbous, no gibbous, no gibbous, no gibbous, no gibbous. Well, shit, dude. Come on. What do you have to say for yourself? Why don't you go take another vaccine and call me in the morning?
An incredibly failed experiment.
How? How so?
Do you need a fucking diagram, honestly?
Oh, you're back. You missed everything and now you're back.
Yeah.
Coward.
Do you honestly need a diagram?
Yeah, show me a
believe in
3-circle
diagrams.
diagram. Show me
Alright.
a 3-circle
I'm
diagram of a
literally
crescent
gonna
moon at
bust out the
nighttime.
fucking crayons.
Okay, so we could do it with crayons, but I can't do it with an actual light in a ball.
Hang on.
Yeah, break out your crayons. Try not to shove any up your nose and stab your brain while you're doing that.
What colors do I have?
I'm gonna have to break out the fucking camera again, and we'll have to walk you through it. Okay. Again, sun's there. This is noon. As the Earth rotates, dude, you know what? Yeah, we can call this 10 o'clock at night. Show me the crescent. That's a gibbous. Show me a gibbous at, there's the sun. Show me a gibbous at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Show me a gibbous in the morning. It doesn't line up, does it?
Just line ahead.
Yeah. So it can't be demonstrated in reality, but you can break out crayons and make Sorry, I muted myself, not shut my camera off. So it doesn't work with, balls and single source lights, but you're going to break out your crayons and tell me how you're correct and I'm wrong? I find that interesting.
Oh, Ruth,
Dude, they all left.
you really did use crayons.
I used a whiteboard marker. Yeah.
I'm just joking.
So whiteboard markers work, but balls and single source lights with actual shadows don't.
Oh, like it's 16 inches.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. Yeah. Go on. Dude, NASA show left. That other dude left. Steel City left. Like, what the fuck happened? And I'm like half drunk.
Can someone explain that
come on
diagram
now.
to him? Kosho, do you want to explain that diagram to him?
Well, let me see your diagram, and I'll match your diagram. Hold on. Where'd you post? Here we go. Oh, I don't see it yet. It's gonna take me a second. I'm just getting a little spinny circle. Oh, there we go. What the fuck is that? That's a half moon.
Not a fucking half moon. Holy shit, dude. Holy
Really?
shit.
Because you got how's that not a half moon when literally half of it's colored in and half of it isn't?
For fuck's sake.
Is that a crescent?
At
Do you not know
every
what a
single
crescent is?
point in time, through all eternity, half of the moon is lit
Uh-huh.
up, another half is dark. Holy shit, dude. Holy
Where's
shit.
the crescent? Where's the crescent? You fucking
From where I
weirdo.
am, from the observer on Earth, that's what you see. Holy
So
shit.
different people, based on different parts of the Earth, see different phases of the moon at the same time?
Oh.
Really?
And can someone explain it? This is fucking basic geometry.
Well, explain it to me, man. Where's the crescent?
From the observer on Earth, where it's nighttime, seeing the moon in a crescent. Do you not understand how you see a crescent from
That's
that
a
position?
half moon, not a crescent.
Oh, Jesus.
Your gay little drawing can go in the
Holy
trash.
shit, dude. Do you understand
Mhm.
that at every single point in time for the last 5 billion years, half of the moon is in light and half of the moon is dark? Do you understand that?
Yeah, title locking, right?
You weren't really
No.
really drawing the phase
Literally.
on there. Yeah, but so you weren't really drawing the phase of the moon. You were just drawing the.
Do you not
what it would look
understand
like
that
from
that
a
is
third
not a
person.
half moon? Do you understand that's not a half moon?
It's not a half moon yet. Half of the moon is colored in, and half of it
Do
isn't.
you
It's not a half
understand that at every single point in time for the last 5 billion years, half of the moon is lit up and half is not? Do you understand that?
Hold on. Because you ran away last time. Hold on a second. Do it again.
Can you answer the question? Do you understand that in the last 5 billion years, literally at every single point in time, every moment in time, half of the moon is lit up and half of the moon is in darkness? Do you understand?
Ruhik, do you have eyeballs?
I do.
And do they work?
Apparently
What are you
not.
seeing right now? What are you seeing?
Fuck. I
What
don't
is
know.
that?
Where are you? Can you draw where you are? Like I can.
Why? I'm showing you with a camera. What is
Yeah,
this?
but what's the field of view of your camera?
Okay,
Can I see the sun?
It does. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the sun's
Yes,
right
it does. Okay, so it is in the
there.
180 degree field of view.
Okay. How about that? Is that better?
No,
Can you see it now?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Well,
Make
see, I
your
can't
field of
see my
view.
camera.
Yeah, because the field of view of your camera is fuck all, right? Yet if your field of view is 180 degrees, that's
15
equivalent to
degrees
the
per
sun
hour.
being above or below the horizon.
Right. So okay, we'll call this noon. Right.
I don't think I've ever been this shocked.
Okay. Look. Okay, so there's the sun. We're gonna go to complete nighttime.
Right.
You know what? I won't even go to noon. I won't even go to midnight. I'll go to 11, which is
Okay.
about right here. Look.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is
You're
about
gonna
11
have to draw
o'clock.
it. You're gonna have to draw it.
How do I make a crescent right now? Like,
Look
where can I put
towards
this?
the
Oh, I
sun.
can't.
Jesus.
Towards the sun. So not at
No,
nighttime. Hold on, let me
for
go
fuck's sake.
outside and show you something.
Can you
Hold
see
on.
that in my diagram, the observer is close to sunrise? Or just past
Dude,
sunset?
your
either way.
IQ is lower than my dog, and he's
The fact
retarded
that-
as fuck.
The fact that you think this
He's
is
a
a
sweet
half
boy, but
moon,
he's stupid.
the fact that you think my diagram is a half moon says you are the retard. Are there any other flat earthers in here?
Colored only half of the moon, dude.
Yeah, and I've asked you now 4 times, do you understand that in the last 5 billion years, at every single point in time, half the moon is lit up and half the moon is dark? Do you understand?
Can you guys even see the moon right now?
That's the 4th,
Can
5th
anyone
time
see
I've
the
asked,
moon?
right? Is that the 5th time I've asked?
Look, it's a crescent, and it's what time is it? 10:49.
Are there
so
any
10
flat
minutes
earthers in
from,
here? Are there any other flat earthers in here that think I've drawn a half moon? Anyone?
So what phase? What phase is the moon in your drawing?
Present. Do you understand why?
That's a crescent moon in your drawing.
Yes. Do you understand why?
Hold on, let me get back to it. So when the moon, that's your are you trying to say the outline of your circle is the crescent part?
What?
Where's the
if
crescent,
I'm on
bro?
the
You've got a
Earth,
circle. It looks
do
like
you,
a
do you
sideways
understand?
Pokeball.
Do you understand that if I'm on the Earth looking at the moon, I will see a crescent? Does any flat earther disagree that I will see a crescent?
I see a crescent right now, 10 minutes before
No,
11.
my diagram. Do you understand why you see a crescent? Please,
I don't
any
see a
flat
crescent.
earthers,
I
any
see
flat
a
earthers
circle
can correct him at
where
any
half
time.
the circle's colored in.
Right? And like I've asked you now 6 times, do you understand that at every single point in time for the last 5 billion years, half of the moon is lit
Right.
up and half of the moon is in darkness? Do you understand that?
I mean, we've never seen the other side, right?
Oh, it's a very fucking simple question. Very
No,
simple
I get
question.
what you're saying. Where's your
Okay, so
crescent?
is that a half moon or is it a crescent? Any flat earther here is welcome to step in.
Why are you being so cryptic? Why didn't you just draw a crescent moon?
Because I've lit up half the moon and made the other half dark, just as I've lit up half the Earth and made the other half dark. Right? What do you
And
think
again-
makes the phase of the moon?
And again, look, dude, we're at noon.
Oh, Jesus, dude.
We're going to go to
Jesus.
midnight.
No, someone else can take
We'll
this.
go to 11. We'll go to 8. Where's the crescent? Like, where do I have to put this to get a crescent shadow?
Someone else can take it.
No one can take it. You can't take it. I thought you were good at this shit.
I've shown you how the crescent is observed while
Really?
you're in
Because I'm
darkness.
showing you how it doesn't.
Yeah,
with
I'm
an
going to turn you
actual
down,
ball
Baxi.
and a
I
light.
actually thought you were here for an
Yeah.
honest conversation.
How am I being dishonest?
Yeah,
Where's the
is there
crescent,
any
bro?
earther in here willing to tell Vaxi that I have drawn, right, you will see a crescent moon? Anyone here? Geo, are you going to tell him that's a crescent moon?
Yep, sounds good to me.
Excellent, thank you.
I mean, I don't.
Very
I
simple
mean,
geometry.
just in the model, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just
that's
the
fine.
model sense.
Okay, so where's the crescent moon here?
Yeah,
'Cause there's
just
a
look at my
crescent.
diagram, Vaxi.
Dude, here's a crescent. There's a full. I mean, there's a new
new
moon.
moon.
Okay, right. You know what? But like I said, we could flip it up. Show me a gibbous. I got a crescent right
Yeah.
there.
Can you not look at my
How would I
diagram
make a
and
gibbous
see?
during the daytime? Like, there's nowhere I can put this where the light makes the moon look like a gibbous moon. I can put it over here. I can put
Because
it over
gibbous,
here.
gibbous means more than half, right?
Isn't that like?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
Gibbous more than half.
Gibbous more than half. Okay,
Yes.
yes. And you're saying you
Fucking
can't
retard.
like you're saying the opposite, like you can't see a gibbous moon during the day. Just reverse my diagram. How hard is this,
Where's
honestly?
the gibbous moon right here? How come I
Oh,
can't demonstrate it then?
Fuck's sake.
Why can I not make the gibbous moon happen?
Your source light is too small.
No, it's just you've got to point the moon. You've got to move the moon closer to the sun than the sort of the perpendicular line, right? to get the crescent. You seem to understand that, but then not understand my diagram, which I just don't understand.
Let me see your diagram again.
Yeah. That is not a half moon. Do you understand how phases of the moon work, honestly?
Oh. I don't understand how phases of the moon work yet. I just demonstrated all the phases of the moon. And I just simply wanted to know, how do I make a crescent when it's 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
I couldn't. You can't tell me where to put this to make a crescent moon at 11 o'clock. But your little
Move the
crayon
moon.
drawing proves everything. Okay, hold on. Let me turn my camera back
closer
on.
to the sun.
Hold on.
Move the moon. Right.
Hold on. Okay. Wait a second. Let me get back. And I want you to step by step guide me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Move
where
the
does the
moon
moon have to be?
closer to the sun, obviously.
About right here?
Back, no, because that's like a new moon, right? Move it like, I don't know, 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Yep, that's a crescent. Okay, now stop. That's a bit more. That's almost half. All right. Now that's a crescent. Okay. Now you are on Earth, but it is nighttime for you, right?
Except the sun's right there.
No.
So really, that's about like 2
look at the
o'clock in the
diagram. For
afternoon.
fuck's sake. Look at the diagram.
Look at what I'm showing you. You're telling me that this is nighttime, even though the sun's right there.
Yes, because there is the fucking Earth in the way, blocking you, right? Look at my diagram. Look at the observer in the diagram.
What if I go like this?
Look at the observer
wait.
in the diagram.
So this is the crescent moon you're talking about, right
Look
here?
at the observer in the diagram.
I can't look at the observer while I'm holding up my camera.
Okay,
showing
then put
you
it
this.
down, right? Put it down. Look at my diagram.
Of the half colored in circle.
Right, signifying dark and light. Put it down. Look at my diagram. It's very, very simple. Very simple.
This is very, very simple.
No, because you're not blocking out the sun. You're not blocking out the sun when the moon's closer to the sun.
Okay, now we are blocking out the sun.
No, just put it down.
Vaccine,
Look at the
come on.
diagram. I'm not going to watch your shit anymore.
Come on. Where's the crescent? Show me the crescent. Here, I'll leave
How
it
do I
like that. I'll
actually
put my
turn off the
phone right up to
fucking,
the light bulb.
There we go. When you're ready, we'll talk about my diagram.
So it can be shown in crayons, but not with models.
Yeah, because you're not blocking out the sun.
Okay. It sounds like he's got your answer.
Actually, you're right. He can't show you that that's what's happening, okay? But according to their model, that particular thing does work.
He's not blocking out the sun.
Okay.
Right? He's
So-
not blocking out the sun with the Earth.
What Ruhif is describing does work on their model, okay? It works fine. That
Thank
doesn't
you.
mean he can't actually literally show it to you, of course. There's no way he ever could. They would have to be able to leave Earth and show all of these things at a certain speed. Which
It sounds like he's disagreeing with that, buddy. It sounds like he does not agree, and he's telling you he is showing it to you, but like we're not letting him walk through the steps and the explanation of where and all that. Like you're laughing at him as he gets to his
wait a minute,
point.
hold on. Ruhif
Vaxi is not blocking out the sun.
showing a picture that describes it, which is fine. Like I said, on the model that you go by, it absolutely does work 100%.
Thank you.
Can't
Thank you,
actually
Bob.
show it taking place. You can only guess that that's what's happening. You can't
If the
actually
Earth
go
was
out
blocking
and
out the
verify
sun, wouldn't
that's
that make a
how
new
light works
moon?
on. You can't do that. So while it does work on your model, yes, 100%, in your model, it 100% would work. I understand that. No, you can't show it. He is correct. You can't actually show it working because you can't go out to the moon and verify that the light is coming from the sun, hitting the moon at those angles, and causing that to take place.
All I wanted from you, Bob, is that it works on the model. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
it
you,
does
Bob.
work on your model. Absolutely. That's
No,
easy
it
to
doesn't.
say. If you just consider
If it worked on the model, I could literally pivot.
No, because you're not blocking out the sun,
Away from
right?
the
When
sun.
you are looking at the crescent moon, right, you've got the Earth blocking your sight to the sun.
So you want me to put a rag over the light bulb and then have no light at all?
I want you to block out the sun, block out the
With my head?
block out the
You
sun
want me
with
to
your
stand on a
hand
stool?
next to the camera. No,
Okay.
just block out
No,
the sun.
I just said okay, then you tell me no.
Block
You want
out
me
the
to do
sun
that?
with your hand.
Okay, let me get my ball again. Hold on.
Fuck,
Yeah,
this is
actually, like I think
unbelievable.
you're not properly considering the angles and the distances or something because it shouldn't be difficult to work out why this would work on their model.
Why? What? A crescent moon
Like,
at night?
when you're doing that, when you're spinning in circles, it's almost like the dark side of your head on the left side of your head, which is dark. If your head is like the globe, that's where the actual person is. That's why it's nighttime for them.
Yeah.
No, I just took it as like nighttime is like my field of vision when I'm away from that light bulb. Once the light bulb starts leaving my frame of vision, it starts becoming dusk. And then once it's completely behind me, it's midnight.
No.
But if I stand at an angle, it's like 10 o'clock.
It's 180 degrees,
the
right?
issue.
Once you hit the Terminator line, that's sunrise or sunset. As soon as you move a little bit away, you can no longer see the sun, but you can see the moon. This is unbelievably simple.
Damn it, what did I do with that ball? Oh, that seems kind of retarded.
We may need a topic change here. This is pretty
this is why I left. Like, unbelievable bullshit, right?
been pretty bad for the last bit here.
Yeah.
If this is why you're a flat earther,
what am I
Baxi,
doing wrong?
you're not blocking out the
it's just-
sun. That's what you're not doing. You're not blocking out the sun.
Okay, hold on. I'll block out the sun.
Okay.
Okay. Give me a... Oh. Is my camera on? No.
It is now.
Is it on?
Oh, hang on. It was.
It is?
Now it's not.
Okay.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Bacon,
remember
we're going
that-
through it.
Yeah, I think I heard this like hours ago.
Yeah.
This subject being brought up, but don't forget that neither your eye or camera have 180 degrees of field of view.
Yeah.
And you do to the sky. Like on Earth, we can see 180 degrees of the sky, right? And if your phone is not gonna have that big of a field of view.
Did somebody say to him yet that his head is actually not rotating freely from his arm?
I think the best way is just to get him to
Do I
block
have
out
to
the
hang
sun.
it? So you guys want me to hang it from a wire again? Like I did
Just
earlier?
hold it up. Just hold it up so it's like at 45 degrees through its orbit.
Yeah. And you turn your camera away from it to where you can only see the crescent moon.
Yeah, or block out the sun. Either way.
And then that's you. Exactly. At nighttime.
Yeah, except the sun's also setting.
No, it has already set for you. You can't see it. All right. This would be
Okay,
so
so
much
now the
easier
sun's
if you would
setting.
just look at the
Explain this to him
diagram.
4
If you
hours
would just
ago.
look at the diagram, seriously.
You guys haven't explained shit. All you guys said
I
was,
think the
"Uh-uh, let me
diagram
tell
is
you why my
fundamental.
computer-"
It's just basic. There we go. All right.
So what you're arguing is... Oh, hold on.
Straight down. Something.
Ah.
Careful, camera's on. I'm just kidding.
See, I'm not hearing anything except for I don't either have wide enough field of view or I'm not completely blocking out the sun where there's no moon phases at all.
Yeah.
Well, it's on your face, and now I
hang on,
kind
that's
of
the
get why
door.
you're not getting
Yeah.
it now.
Back in a minute.
Ollie, I thought you were going to school me on that. What happened? You were going to show me where I was wrong.
I think he's doing that for past hour.
I know. I already did though. I explained to him that his head isn't rotating freely from his arm, and so he's not looking away from the sun when he's sitting there trying to use one day, because that's what he was doing. He was rotating his body and the ball in front of him at the same time,
In
not
order
separating himself from the
get a
orbit of the
crescent
moon. So your one day, one revolution of the Earth itself was also one entire revolution of the moon, so that you were going through all of those seasons in one day. Therefore, you weren't able to see nighttime because you were
that's
keeping
never
it
what I
locked
was
into
representing.
daytime with that example that you gave. And so I explained to you, if your head rotated freely because the rotation of the Earth, not the orbit of the Earth around the sun, is the reason why there's night and day. So the rotating your head to the side while you see the crescent, you'll see that you can rotate away from the sun, and then the sun goes out of your vision, but you can still see the crescent. That's when you can see it at nighttime. That's a representation. And you did it on accident in the video, and I showed you. And so there was no need for more conversation, but you've been obfuscating and then talking over me and doing all kinds of weird stuff, and then trying to act like it never happened, and then having your
No. See,
engage
that's
you
where
on the same issue,
you're over
and
here saying I'm
everyone's telling you the
purposely
same
lying.
thing,
I
yet
can
you
do it
don't
again,
understand
and you can tell me
what's
where
going on.
I'm fucking up at. How about that? Because you
look at
said
the
I already
diagram,
Nothing to
accidentally
do with the
did it.
perfect
Simply look
symmetry
at
of
the
your
diagram.
face.
You already said that I was lying earlier, yet I knew that I was lying and tried to hide it. So why don't you walk me through where I was lying, and we can pinpoint right to that one spot where I was lying at, supposedly.
You're
No,
lying
I
when you
said
won't look at the
reluctant.
diagram.
I said reluctant to let me see what I asked you for.
Oh, so I
You-
wasn't lying. You just said
Therefore,
a second ago that I
you could
lied
clearly,
and tried to hide it, and I moved fast to cover
no,
up my
you
track
said
from
that.
my lie.
You just said that a second ago.
That's
It's like
literally what you
hyperbole.
just said. You
Did I
said
just
I
call
was
him a
moving
liar, guys?
fast, and I did it on purpose. If I do something on purpose, that means I'm being deceitful.
All right,
Over
dude.
there,
We need to
no.
get. We need to either move on or something. This is getting really endless. So,
Yeah.
Vaxi, what is your claim? What is your like one sentence claim that you're claiming?
Crescent moon shouldn't be visible at nighttime.
Right.
Okay.
And my diagram says
Gibbous
it should.
moons should not be visible during the daytime.
Okay, reverse the diagram. It'll show that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very fucking simple. Very simple.
So your crayon drawing wins, yet I can't replicate it.
No, you
If you
can,
block
but
out
you
the
just
sun,
you
block
just
out the
don't
sun.
I can,
understand.
but I'm lying. Is that
You
what you're
might
saying?
be.
I can,
At
but
this
I'm
point,
lying.
since you keep dwelling on that issue, you just might be. I'm starting to
Okay,
suspect you as being an
do I
actual
have
liar at
to
this
do I
point.
have to bust out the ball again and have you like just direct me on where to put it
Yeah,
and then show me
absolutely.
where I'm
Do
lying?
it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Get it.
absolutely.
Get it
fine.
into a crescent. Get it into a crescent, and then
Okay.
block out the sun. Very simple.
I don't know. I don't get the blocking out the sun thing you're saying, Ruhif. What I think about the way he's doing it. What I think about is that he's assuming that his head, his eyeballs, are the globe in its entirety.
It's the surface
Whereas
that I'm standing on.
in reality, you'd have to
No,
make
not in its entirety.
instead of his eyeballs
That's
being
where
the
I
globe,
am.
you'd have to make his head being the globe, and then part of his head is dark. So you have to put a little ant on the one side of his head, and then you would still have
Part
an
of my head
angle
is
to the
dark.
crescent
It's
moon.
the back of my fucking head.
Can you see the diagram, Gio? Right, the observer is in darkness. Right. He can see a crescent moon. That's
right
it.
there. You're in the dark.
Yeah, dude, I don't disagree with you. It works fine on the model.
Okay, so
Dude,
there's the sun.
you're in the dark right now. When you couldn't see the sun anymore,
doesn't.
you were in the dark. Yeah, you were.
I've actually never agreed with any like moon phases don't work on a heliocentric model arguments. People try to do it. I've never agreed with virtually any of them.
I
That's his
respect that
problem.
about you, man.
Okay,
That's
look, here's the
is that
sun.
he's looking
No.
towards the sun.
This is
Doesn't
the
mean the
sun.
Earth is doesn't mean I'm not saying the Earth's a globe. I'm just saying when you reverse, like if you take the sun and the moon as being two things that are going through a cycle. At one point they're 180 degrees from each other, and then they're 90, and then they're conjoined, and then they're the whole cycle from just like the hands on a clock from 12 noon, and then so the two sun and the moon are moving in that way. If you put both of those above a planar stationary Earth, you have the phases, you have that system. If you then make the Earth a globe and put the sun
don't
really
have the
far away and
phases.
put the moon that way, you still have a similar geometry.
You don't have phases on a flat Earth. You'll see different sides of the moon.
What is
Yeah, you don't
this?
have
Is
to-
this 90 degrees away from the sun?
But anyway,
Huh?
he's right about the rest of that shit. And
Is this 90 degrees? Look, is this 90 degrees away from the sun?
Okay, how about
Where's the
you?
crescent?
How about you and the ball? Right? How far away? Oh, you're barely far away. You're like
What?
equidistant. Like him, the ball, and the moon are all like equidistant. Like that's not our representation. You and the ball need to get way away from that light source and do this thing.
No, he just needs to close.
So this comes into
close
where
his
So
I
no,
gotta
that
get a
way
spotlight
he has the angles
stand
necessary.
200 yards
to
away.
understand. Yeah.
Oh, you just need the lamp to be a bit more than 90 degrees to your left. or to your
Dude, I'm only
right.
at 3%.
Then raise the moon up. It's
Or
it's
just look at the diagram that I fucking did 40 minutes ago.
Right.
It's so simple.
It's so simple, yet it can't be replicated. Interesting.
If you block out the
you
sun,
can't
you have
replicate
replicated
it.
it.
Everyone
Yeah,
else
it's telling you
can.
what to do.
No,
Everyone
no,
can
you guys can't
replicate it.
even. You guys cannot get me. Like you guys can't even direct me to replicate it.
I
Well,
can.
that's
I
on
can.
you.
Obviously,
That's
Yeah,
on
can't
you,
I can do
Vexy.
a Vexy.
I will
Right,
follow
listen.
your directions. Dude,
Excellent.
just tell me
Okay,
where to
look at the
stand.
moon.
Tell me where
Look
to
at the
put the
moon.
phone, and tell me where to
Right.
put the moon.
Right. Look at the moon such that it's a crescent, right? You can do that. So 45 degrees from the sun.
Get yourself back to that position.
I can't see your screen, by the way, because I'm driving.
Oh, I think your screen
You've
is
got a
off
crescent
too.
moon?
It's
Well,
not
no, I
there
shut.
yet.
Hold on. I got my porch light on. Let me go stand in my yard. Probably. Shit. I'm about 25 feet away from the light bulb.
That really doesn't matter that much. I was just kind of fucking with you. I was going to tell you, hang yourself halfway out the window. I'll take off one shoe.
Grim, you mentioned something about phases. Yeah, I don't think the moon is reflecting sunlight, so that's just out of the equation entirely. I think the moon fluoresces in its relational position to the sun. It's fluorescing. It's a crystal that fluoresces its own light. The quote unquote shadows that people think are shadows, I don't think they're shadows. I think they're parts of the moon that are not fluorescing.
No, they're lined up with definitely as shadows. I made sure to look, man, because I'm an alternative cosmologist, and I was hoping it was something different. I went in there
There's the
and
light.
lined them up shadows and was like, "Fuck, these are shadows." That's not
Anyway,
light.
Vaxi, have you made a crescent? Have you made a crescent? So like the moon's
Right
at like,
here.
you're looking
Oh, this
45
looks
degrees
a
from the
lot
sun?
better.
More of an electromagnetic system, like a battery being charged, more than some kind of more than like a crude like light bouncing off a ball kind of situation.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, though. I like phosphorescence and stuff like that. I like those ideas. But let's talk to him. He's standing there with his hand up and
Yeah,
the thing.
Vaxi, you've
No,
got to.
no, I just realized it looks a lot better outside than it does inside the bathroom.
Have you got a
You can see it way more
It
clear.
looks already like you have a
I
better
mean, at least I
ratio.
can.
You have a better.
Right.
Have you got a crescent moon, Vaxi?
Your right eye is in the daylight, and your left eye is actually at nighttime. Right
Excellent.
now,
Close your right
on
eye.
your head.
Close your right eye, Vaxi. Close your right eye.
No, you've moved off the screen. I know you might not notice that, but
Yeah, no, I'm trying to.
I know it's hard.
Okay, so look, there's a crescent. There's a crescent right there.
Okay. Now block out
There's
the
sun right
light.
there in the horizon.
No, block out. It's not on the horizon. It's not on the horizon. Block out
It's
the
already
light.
nighttime. Once you turn to that direction, that's your head. Your ear doesn't see the light, right? Because your eye doesn't see the sun either when you're looking right at that.
I'm
crescent.
not. Hold on.
I think you know
Hold on, hold
what's
on.
happening. You proved yourself.
This
you
is
know
insane.
Yeah. He knows it's nighttime
No,
now.
hold on a
his
second.
hemispheric head.
No. Give me a second.
I mean, why do you keep interrupting me when I'm talking to him, though? I mean, I'm just saying. I know.
Okay.
I know you saw it.
So
I
that's
mean,
noon, right? So this is noon.
yes, that would be azimuth, azimuthal. Yeah.
Can you see? I wish I had like 10-foot long arms. I guess.
You don't need them. You
can
just
I
need a
try?
crescent. You need the angle to the crescent. All right. So now you're at 5:00 p.m. Keep going. Look at the moon. No, go towards the moon, not the other way again. Yeah, keep going to the moon. See, now it's sunset. Now it's nighttime.
But there's
It's still
no crescent. But there's no crescent.
Yeah,
That's
move
not a
it back
crescent.
over. Move it over to the right a little. Just the ball. There's your
This would
crescent.
be so much
There
easier
you
with
go.
the
Wait, you got the crescent now. Yep, there's the
Now you're
crescent.
still in nighttime. Thank
Okay,
you
so
very
hold on.
much.
Stay right where you
Undo
are.
it.
Hold on. No, go back. Yeah, stay right where you are. So now there's the crescent. If your head is the globe, think of your left ear.
Well,
your left ear
the
is
field
where the
of view of
person
the phone's the globe.
well, I was saying your head, but
And this is what?
Okay,
what time
rotate
is
the
this?
phone. Rotate the phone to the left towards the moon. You're definitely in now. You're in nighttime. Keep rotating. You're in more nighttime now. It's the moon is setting, but it's nighttime, and there's
Yeah,
crescent.
but see, my field of view is the moon should be straight over here.
Your
come
field
on,
of view is 180 degrees, right? Field of view is 180 degrees. So let's say if you're looking straight at the sun, that's noon. If you turn left 90 degrees, that's sunset. If you turn a little bit more left, that is nighttime, right? But you can still see the crescent moon from there.
So there you go, my man. It's now you realize it wasn't that big a mistake you were making, except for you weren't rotating your head, which would be now the camera, which would be away from the sun, which would mean setting sun, and then you can still see crescent moon after sunsets. It's not that big a deal, but I'm glad you
so what
now
time is
think you see it, right? You do see it now, right?
What
For sure.
what time would this be?
Noon.
You're still at noon.
Noon?
The moon doesn't stay
Okay, so
there.
so how would I make a gibbous right now? Because everyone's seeing gibbous
reverse
moons
it.
at noon.
Yeah, reverse it.
Just put the moon behind your head, man.
If the moon's
Without
behind my head, I
rotating
can't
your
see
head.
it.
Well, still,
It's exactly
If
the
the moon's behind
Yeah,
my
you
head, how
can't
can
see
I
a full
see it?
moon. You can't see a full moon when it's noon, of course.
Yeah,
Because
you
Why
can't
should
see a
you
new
see
moon
it?
at night.
why do you see a full moon when it's noon?
How do I see a full moon during the daytime? How do I see a gibbous moon during the daytime?
Full moon during the day.
When the sun is setting and the moon is rising, or vice versa.
Yeah.
That's the only time when you see a full moon during the day.
So no one's ever seen a gibbous moon or a full moon during the daytime, ever.
Yes, it's exactly the same question as the crescent moon
Okay,
during the
okay,
night.
well
Exactly the same.
let's do it because I feel like it'll be easier to do it if we have reference to the light.
Oh my god.
So face the sun, right? Face the sun, turn like 60 degrees left. Right, you're in daytime. Now move the moon back behind the earth. You'll have a gibbous moon, and you're in daytime. It's exactly the
Right,
opposite
but
question.
how? If it's behind me, how do I see it?
Because you have 180 degrees field of view.
No, that doesn't work, dude. Look.
Yes, it does. Holy shit.
No, it does not.
What's a gibbous moon?
Gibbous means more than half illuminated.
No shit what gibbous means.
I was asking.
This is a gibbous. This is a gibbous moon. There's the sun. How can I see this when the moon is next to the sun at like 11 o'clock in the afternoon?
Oh my goodness, you're not doing the cause very much good here, Baxi, I gotta say.
I mean, with friends like this.
Yeah.
Did I shut my camera off?
What's the cause
I
for
don't
this?
know.
Well,
The flat Earth cause.
You can see now
Is
how
there a flat Earth cause?
the model actually.
Oh
our
shit, I'm
model.
at 2%.
What's a flat Earth cause?
To tell people about the flat Earth, to convert people to the flat Earth, you know?
I'm trying
cause
to
it.
figure out.
The cause, baby.
No. See, you guys are missing the point.
Oh, I really don't think we are, Baxi. I really don't
For a
think we are.
crescent moon to happen, the sun and the moon have to be in specific positions.
Right?
Once it's dark and that sun sets below your horizon, how can a crescent moon be seen?
Have you looked at my diagram?
It's really not clicking, is it?
You have
the Earth rotates.
Diagram
you keep
quite
saying
clearly.
you keep saying go back to my
That's what it
cartoon
keeps
drawing
missing.
on paper.
Yes.
No,
Do
I
it.
mean, just for the sake of friendship, right? Let's just move on because I think you just keep missing the fact that the Earth rotates freely, independently of the moon, and then that's why you're not really getting it. And then with all these other things, that ends up being the other answer too. It's that it rotates freely, independent of the moon.
Yeah, but also
Remember how your example, you weren't actually turning your head or the camera, the Earth independently, so you couldn't figure out why one day was also 29.5 days.
No, you keep throwing that. That's not what. No.
Yeah, that is exactly
the
what you were
moon
doing.
and the sun have to be in a certain position to make certain shadows.
Yeah, but yeah, all right, man.
Exactly.
That's absolutely true, but that's not what you're
Right.
not understanding what we're saying. Oh, look, I'm seeing a satellite.
So what I'm saying is, okay, that's noon. This is 11.
Hang on, let me
How
watch now.
can I get a crescent moon?
So then,
I
Ruben,
can't put it anywhere
Ruben,
and make a crescent moon.
does that mean you have a globe cause? Is to stop people from thinking the Earth is not a globe?
I wouldn't call it a cause. Like we're not trying to
Gio, don't
trying to
get
convert
triggered.
people that aren't flat earthers. Like that's a bit silly.
But you're trying to get people to stop thinking it's not a globe.
Well,
Yeah,
Gio, what do you think about what he's doing right now?
You're
With
trying to
this
get them back on the
ball?
globe. Is that? I'm just asking.
Oh, I wouldn't
No,
view it
I
as,
got
as
one
that.
left.
Debunking is
I'm
a
trying to figure out, because it seems like based on the mood of the room is whether I'm right or wrong, and it seems like there's way more Globers right now arguing that I'm wrong, and then they
yeah.
say,
You're
"Look at
very
my cartoon drawing."
fundamentally,
Well, I mean,
obviously wrong.
even some of the top flat earthers in here aren't going to join in with this argument because they know that model that is actually it represents what can be done and what you are failing to do.
Right. So I'm failing to do it with lights and a ball, yet it
Well, I mean,
can
if
be done because
Gio kind of pointed it
moving
out a minute
through
ago how
a
the
cartoon
actual.
on a piece of paper.
All right,
No,
dude.
not a cartoon. We
Gio
all
pointed it out a minute ago, though, about how what we are representing and saying actually functions this way, even though he doesn't believe it that it's the right way. He said that at least you're incorrect by assuming that this isn't a function of our model.
See, it's just one simple point. Hold
Oh, what you're trying to do there? We
Noon?
all done that in second grade.
Noon. This is
Ruben,
noon.
who are you? I was trying to listen to
This
what.
is noon.
I'm not
That it's
smart.
midnight. How do I get a crescent moon after midnight?
Fuck. Look at the diagram, Baxi. Like
Red shifting
that's
the
my
goalpost.
response now, right?
Oh, I just heard red shifting. That's what causes it.
No, I said you're red shifting the goalpost. I mean, don't know that. Don't. I'm sure you don't know that is an inside joke for us here in this room. When a lot of people try to move the goalpost, and we're talking about gravitational lensing and bullshit like that. And so I coined the term red shifting the goalpost for humor with someone shifting the goalpost.
I don't see where I'm incorrect.
I know
Look
you
at the
don't.
diagram, Baxi.
Well,
Look
no,
at the
see,
diagram.
all I'm seeing, that's all I'm hearing is look at my
Yeah,
diagram
fucking
of
look at
a
it.
half filled in circle.
If you do the weights on the diagram, you're gonna see what you want to see.
So where would I put this ball to get a crescent moon when it's dark?
Right? 45 degrees from the sun, right? And then block out the sun because it's nighttime for you.
You realize, dude, if I was to cover the sun up, if I was to put like a bucket around the light bulb, there's no moon phases.
No, listen, dude. We already had one point, right? Where that's not what we're talking about. We're at one of your eyes, you could actually see the light, but your other eye could not see the so-called source. But we still saw that you were looking at a crescent, and that's what happened just now. I mean, so you know that this is
From the
way
time the moon
already.
rises out of the east.
So
as
now
a
I think you're
crescent
being
to the time it
disingenuous,
sets,
especially
it
since you
stays a
just started
crescent.
talking right over me. Anyway, you know you're being disingenuous. I think the room
Yo,
even knows.
go fuck yourself. Fuck you saying I'm disingenuous. I ain't trying to lie about shit.
And look at the diagram. The fact that you won't look at the diagram.
I've looked
Why
at
not?
your diagram of a half
Okay.
colored in circle.
Right. Do you understand that that's a crescent moon?
Oh, let me pull it up again. Hold on.
See, I've seen some
Uno
pictures as
momento,
well.
hold on,
Any of
stop.
those should do it.
Oh shit, I'm at 1%. If I disappear, it's my phone died.
Oh, that'll be sad.
Hold on.
While you look
Yeah,
at
yeah.
it, Gio, did you notice you got a guy waiting and voice checking?
Oh, I don't see him up there. I don't see anyone in there right now.
Oh, he's no longer there. Yeah, he was there till a couple minutes ago.
Who was it?
Plug your phone in, dude.
I don't
so you
know.
just drop
Let me
off.
see if I.
Never
Well, the
seen him.
thing is, like,
Do you
when that
understand
phone gets
that's
to
a crescent
1%,
moon?
once I plug it in, it'll die. Hold on a second. Hold on.
All right. But do you understand my diagram is not a half moon? That's a crescent moon.
Yeah.
Do you understand how moon phases work?
Give him a second. Did you just ask that question for real?
What were you saying before, Ruhif, about your cause? I think you were.
Oh yeah,
wants to
I'm not
fight,
really here
dude.
to convert flat earthers back to the globe, but debunking is the cause, I guess. I get enjoyment out of debunking, yes.
So what if every single person who currently thinks the Earth isn't a globe and or thinks it's flat, etc., were to have some epiphany and oh my God, we're on a spinning Luciferian sphere and
Yeah.
if that was
Well,
if everybody
I'll
did
accept-
that,
I'll accept your apology.
would you then give it up? Like would you
Oh, that's all right.
Oh no, they would focus
I
your
get
attention
enjoyment.
solely on
Yeah,
me.
so there's two things. It'd be mixed feelings, actually. Like, it would be nice as like a general thing that there's less crazy people in the world. That's nice. But I would lose one of my biggest hobbies. So, you know.
Wait, how does knowing something different mean you are or are not crazy? I mean, what
Flat
do
Earth is
you,
crazy.
why do you assume that, yeah, but it might be like crazy, colloquially crazy, but it's not like a diagnostic term.
Oh,
You can't just be like, they're actually insane or crazy. That's just, that's a
No, I
strong.
think there is, yeah. If you're a flat earther, I strongly believe there is mental illness there, for sure.
So what about the guy who wants to argue with the flat earther all the time? Is there mental illness there?
No.
No, not at all.
Why is that mentally ill?
Well,
why is that mentally ill?
Even if
Well, because if you think someone is actually mentally ill and you still feel necessary to argue and instigate and fucking and poke at their psychosis, then something that says a lot more about you than you think it does.
Oh yeah, like Gio calls me a sociopath sometimes. That's fine.
Yeah, that's an actual clinical term for what that behavior is. So there's a real diagnostic mechanism in knowing that. But what you think there's no real diagnostic mechanism at all to call them crazy, is there?
Oh, probably paranoid delusional, maybe something like
No,
that.
you like hurting people and you don't even care if it hurts them or not. That's the problem with people in the world. That's not
You're
what
in this
they're doing.
arena. You know what this
I'm
community's
back.
like.
They're not
You
trying
know
to
what
hurt
this
My
you.
community's
phone
like.
never died either.
They're not trying to hurt you by talking in a little echo chamber amongst themselves, bro. You come in here and start poking at them. Where are you at, man? I mean,
So you're talking to
at
me?
least take some personal inventory on this whole thing, dude.
You're talking to me?
Absolutely.
That's what you said. Yeah, what'd you say?
Yeah, little personal inventory. I mean, you're poking at people who you claim to know have a psychosis, and you think that doesn't mean there's something wrong with you.
Whoa! Psychosis.
I agree.
If he believes
I'm
you have
paranoid, yet you've had 4 vaccines for COVID and have COVID, dude.
You keep talking to me about vaccines. I've never been vaccinated, dude. Shut up.
No, I
Shut
got
the
my
fuck up, dude.
fourth.
You're a fucking liar.
I got
You
my
say you
fourth
never been.
vaccine.
I'm not saying you have a psychosis.
2 weeks
I'm
ago.
saying he has diagnosed you with a psychosis. And then I'm saying, well, what does that say about him that he picks on someone who he actually believes has a psychosis? It doesn't necessarily
Like I
mean
said,
you have a psychosis,
Gio
my
calls.
man.
Do you believe you are
I don't
paranoid
think he
delusional?
understood that because he can't even understand.
Here's what I would say, Ruhif. If I was to just for some reason put some the globe pants on, right? I'm just gonna 100%. The Earth is a globe. This is it, 100,000,000%. Let's just say.
No, we don't want you.
Hang on. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Okay. Let me just what I'm saying. If I were to say that, because I understand that whole perspective, the way that, and let's just say that I completely thought that flat Earth, all of it was false. I wouldn't
All right, my
say
daughter's here.
What is it cutting
So,
out?
she's no, my daughter's here. She'll be here in like 15 seconds.
Okay. What I was just going to
Boom.
say then, I don't know if I can go quicker, but my point is that I wouldn't say that flat earthers are insane or have any psychosis. I might say that they're like trusting their senses. Maybe they don't like know the bigger picture that it actually is a globe or whatever. Maybe you could even say they're like stuck in the past or something like that. But the idea of like craziness or psychosis, because if anything, they're going off their senses, their absolute basic senses of reality. There's nothing insane about that at all.
All I've heard is your camera doesn't have a wide enough view. That's literally all you've had to say.
Yeah.
You cannot like.
All right, let's go home,
dude,
chicken.
if the moon,
Oh my God.
shut up. If the moon, if the sun is behind my head,
No, excuse me, dude. I had an alcoholic dad, and I'm not going to suffer this bullshit.
Yeah, we have to
go backwards, man. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get actually serious. Back to jokes. Go ahead.
You guys want some jokes?
Oh shit!
Come on, I got some jokes.
Ruhif is
Bad
essentially
style
saying
jokes.
he's doing. He's basically saying that, like, if there was a Discord or if there was a group of people that said pigs can fly, and Ruhif thinks that's completely false, he's then sort of saying that he's the guy that goes into the pigs can fly room and laughs at or pokes fun or does whatever he's doing to the people who thinks pigs can fly. And
Dude,
then
because
he's
because
the
he thinks
atheist
they're
that goes in the
crazy.
Christian chat.
Right. He thinks they're crazy, even though they might be crazy. It doesn't matter. But it's and he doesn't believe that he has a psychosis of his own or an issue of his own that he needs to work out with, psychology, because obviously poking at people who you think are weaker than you it says a little bit more about your psychology than you might think it does.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Just
Well, no, I mean, that's the
like
point.
beating up on children or something in that way or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, what's wrong with you? If you really believe that, Pete Shea, for example, if you really believe he's crazy, why do you fuck with him every day and try to get him to hurt himself? That's literally the whole reason why I stopped talking to Arwin. Remember that guy? One day I was just talking to him and he was like, quit calling me and blah, blah, blah. He was going like literally insane. I've never called him. I don't even know his number. I have no idea what he was talking about. And he was like, he was on a live stream all by himself, screaming and yoggling about me. Right. And then and before that, the reason I never talked to him is because he started pulling his hair out in the middle of a conversation, like physically pulling hair out of his own head. And I was like, all right, bro, I mean, you have some things you need to deal with. Take care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm out, dude. I'm not going to watch him hurt himself.
I have
ain't worth it.
control over my hair.
Yeah.
You guys never seen that Family Guy episode where they start pulling out their hair? Because they're,
Man,
yeah.
that shit actually freaked me out a little bit. I was like, well, this dude's actually serious about this conversation. And that was the very last time I ever spoke to him.
Call it what you want, but I still don't get how you can get a crescent moon. Like the moon has to be at a certain angle of the sun to be a crescent, yet we see one at 11:20.
Namaste.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
Okay, so I heard a little debate over the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. What do you got? What do you got for us?
All right, so shit, I wish there was a cameras allowed. My apologies for cursing. I'm gonna take this fucking fat ass bong for y'all, and then I'll explain my
Oh man,
philosophy.
pass them over here.
Yeah, I'll explain my philosophy. I gotta find them off fucking lighters. Just had that song.
Dude, that's how I felt all day about finding that styrofoam ball, dude. I keep losing it every time I put it down. I can't find it. I just
This on live stream right now?
Yeah.
just ignore that.
Sounds
Of course, Grim, that whole conversation we were having before, like, if we're right that the Earth isn't a globe, then how do you contextualize all that? Then the people that are attacking us are the only ones that are have psychosis.
Exactly.
We are actually on the cutting edge of the truth.
Exactly. And the fact that they're running around trying to diagnose people because they have different ideas than them, you're not really displaying that diagnostics. I mean, I'm trying to be non-biased about it. I'm not seeing anybody more crazy on one side than the other. It's an equal amount of crazy people. I mean, and then there's people who are really doing their thing,
And people
a
are
few of them are
programmed
crazy.
into the system.
Well, I'm one of the crazies on the baller side. I'm definitely not the standard unit.
Yeah, which is weird. Like that's a weird thing. Like you have like that weird Alex Jones syndrome.
No, I've just
where
been.
you know all vaccines are bad and that they're purposely trying to kill people and vaccines. If you were honestly never been vaccinated, which means you had pretty, base
Oh,
parents.
dude, I go way deeper than that. All the religions are all orchestrated by the same secret hub. They fucking want everybody to feel the same way about particular things. I mean, I'm just,
But all
trying
these
to get you to
people that are
understand where I'm
telling you
at.
all these things that you know are bullshit, you believe them on what the cosmology is.
Well, you think
That's
I didn't
odd.
believe them. You don't really understand. I just
Well, I mean, you
demonstrated to
said
you
you're
how
a
you didn't
Glober.
understand a
You're a
particular
Glober.
thing. Right,
No,
but I just
I've asked
demonstrated.
Grim that. No, that is an interesting. Yeah, like I've asked Grim and other some people that would say the moon landing's fake, then the Earth is still a globe. Like it surprises me how they can see through the criminals about the moon, but then they're being
the moon landing.
They're being tricked by the same criminals that the Earth is a globe.
That's like some Joe Rogan shit. Like he exactly how he pulls up the Van Allen radiation belt and everything, but fucking don't mention the Earth is flat in that live stream.
You guys all missed the point.
But the way Grim sees it is that he thinks the Earth is actually a globe, and that's not something that they're lying about. He thinks that part's legit, and they're just corrupt in other ways.
All right, I'm going to explain my philosophy.
Every other way.
About a year ago, I was let known. I gained the knowledge of the Earth's measurements from my buddy Dean Clifford. He was known as the guru in the awakening community. he's a law educator, and he's been educating people on the actual real laws, like the common laws and laws of the land for 30 years now. People fly all across the world just to fucking go and see him do his speeches and everything. And the motherfucking guy is classified, once you look him up, as a goddamn terrorist because he points out the fact that you don't have to pay income tax once you dig through 6,000 pages of legal documents with that one specific law to find that out.
Oh, you
And
need to
this
talk
guy,
to Tunnels.
he graduated, then went to university for geometry, started his own construction company, started 5 other companies past that, and then he bought a campground in BC where we were staying at on vacation last summer. And this guy oh shit! My cat almost fell off the deck. Sorry about that. Got distracted. But but yeah, legit. He had this construction company, and all the measurements and everything has to be perfect. And he said there is 100%. There is no absolutely, it is impossible that the Earth is round. Then he goes into the measurements, breaks it down. The Earth's circumference is 25,000 miles, 40,000 kilometers around in a circle, curving at 8 inches per mile square, which means that 2 miles should have 32 inches of curvature, and then so on and so forth. 5 kilometers. Actually, let's go 7 kilometers out, have 15 feet of curvature, 25 feet, or 25 clicks. Oh, I'm fucking up. Goddamn, this took volume high. 10 kilometers, 25 feet of curvature, and 19 clicks would have 93 feet of curvature. Laser test all those fucking distances. You could hit a mirror
on the horizontal line, dude, out over the horizon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The horizon line.
We've already
is 5
discussed that
away.
incorrect math usage, and that's what your buddy's doing there, right?
It's the factual what would be the globe in its actual math at 8 inches per mile square. It has to curve at 32 inches at 2 miles.
From the horizontal, not the horizon. You have a horizontal line you establish with a plumb. It's not lined up at the horizon. It's above the horizon, this horizontal line. The horizon
If you are
is not
6
higher
feet
than
tall,
this horizontal
that should
line.
be your maximum viewing distance. But if you
That's
have
my
a telescope or a
So from
Nikon
that
camera,
location, the drop continues, but not as you yourself walk out there does that drop supposed to continue.
How
So
can plumb deviate from
we just had that
horizontal?
discussion today.
if you have a level object extending past what would be the horizon line and go way farther than what those measurements should be able to cover, such as, let's just say, Gull Lake is one of the big laser tests I'm going to be doing. 19 clicks, should have 93 feet of curvature. Laser goes all the way across, hits a mirror on the other side, reflects back to me, hits another fucking mirror, creating an infinite pattern with 2 lasers on each side, fireworks, flashlights, high-powered cameras, direct line of sight.
Maybe the light's curving.
Yeah, and the
That's why you have to
diffusion
have
of
a level object train tracks. You gotta space it out every single time.
Where are you going to find a level object that doesn't?
lasers actually
tracks in
they
the
are
open
light.
bodies of water.
Light bends towards the denser medium.
Yeah.
So the laser is not the the best thing to try and prove a flat or curve, since it actually is subjected to the
High-powered
refraction.
cameras. A lighthouse as
High
well.
powered,
You don't
low
see a
power, doesn't
lighthouse
matter.
aiming a straight
It's
line
still
into the air.
subject
You
to
see it right
refraction.
above you.
Dude.
Yeah, the laser light might bend.
Yeah, I can show you
The light's
laser
not gonna bend
experiments
around
over
the
very
curve.
short distances with denser mediums bending in extreme ways.
So if you guys
I
think,
just
if you
posted
guys
an
think,
example.
if you think light bends, why would you not think, okay, the Earth might not be a globe? If light is bending all over the place, then it's not.
Because it's bending towards the denser
Watch a
medium.
drone video. Watch a
We
video
have
called
lasers.
"Lasers Take Down Drones," and I want you to see if any of those lasers are curving.
No, Gio's right. If we can't
You're not
exactly
shooting
trust
them
exactly how
across
much
the
something is
horizon.
bending or not, then squinting at the horizon won't prove one way or another whether the Earth is flat or not. And so I'd say
You
we
have
use other reasons.
if you have a CNC machine, you can really level that shit out. That's really expensive engineering equipment.
Right. So shoot the bottom of this tower with your laser when there's 180 feet of this tower obstructed by my
Now
imagination.
we could see distances in a straight line, direct line of sight when there should be miles of curvature in the distance.
Well,
And
I mean, if it's a
there's
light
actually
effect,
two
right?
islands in the Mediterranean Sea that's 260 kilometers direct line of sight with 2 microwave towers.
Yeah, because the light's bending. It's not going in a
It's not
perfectly
bending,
straight
it's a
line.
microwave tower. They advertise it on their website that they have to do it in a direct line of sight across the water at that distance, because if anything was in the way, it would obstruct, it would block the microwave because it can't curve around the Earth. It's just like radar and just like sonar. They all go in curved lines, but they are unable to arch around objects and shit like that.
What link is that?
Especially they're unable to go through the curve of the Earth. But it's in there's Euclidean trigonometry and there's Uneuclidean trigonometry. Uneuclidean calculates the Earth's curvature at 8 inches per mile square. Euclidean trigonometry doesn't. It's in the flat plane, and all of structural engineering and all of building is set to that. Just like train tracks, you don't see a curve in it. What airplane pilots, they have contracts.
You're not building buildings big enough to concern themselves with that.
Pardon?
Yeah, except
You're
they
not
got
building
bridges that
big
are only
enough to
30 miles
concern
long.
themselves. Yeah, but they also have enough slack
bridges.
in their fittings to make up for all of that, anything that needs to be called curvature over each one of their joints. That's part of the bridges building is to be able to wiggle a bit when they have those long, sections. Those sections have fittings, and those fittings wiggle. They have wiggle room.
The biggest bridge in the world has a missing 300 feet of curvature. It is on open, level water. The water will never curve.
The Dangi River, the Dangi Bridge in China? There's only 3 miles of that over
Bridge
water.
in Louisiana.
At that distance, there should be that much
Who
curve,
the
but you
fuck
never
said
see
the
it.
Dangi Bridge?
That's what I'm saying. Well, I've heard that been used as the largest
Lake
bridge in the world.
Pontchartrain.
It's not. Most of that is
No,
over
it's Lake
land.
Pontchartrain Bridge.
It's a land bridge. Most of that, and the Pontchartrain Bridge. I
No,
mean,
it's
we've
not.
seen
So the one
No.
Grit is talking about, yeah, it's like the dengue.
the Dangi Bridge is in
I
China.
think
It's
is that the
largest.
longest bridge in the world? I think.
It used to be promoted by flat
The
earthers
train track
until
in the world
they
is in
learned that it was over
Saskatchewan.
land.
You can have a direct line of sight in a straight line for over 33 kilometers.
How do you know it's a straight line?
Because it's the world's longest train track in a straight line. It's in
Well,
Saskatchewan.
it doesn't go left to right, but it curves downward slightly.
No, it doesn't. It would curve.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Really?
What
Why
would it be?
can't you
That I
see
go
it?
with the calculator
Where'd
real
it go?
quick and figure out how much.
Oh yeah, it would curve down 0.1 inches every 100 yards or so. You think you're going to measure that?
I need you
this
to
dude-
learn the globe math yourself. I need you to learn like 8 inches per mile square the circumference of the planet. I need you to check out this diagram, honestly, like legit. Because when you actually
You're not new to
open your
this,
eyes,
dude. I mean, I
now
know you
here's the
might
thing.
not know that.
With
but-
DJ
flat
Shifty Crib, well, he would totally get my moon argument.
Oh, the moon. I watched this fucking dope movie last night. It's called Operation Avalanche, and it covers the moon landing being faked, and he mentioned Stanley Kubrick. And Bob actually made a song. Like Bob, he has that song with over 500 million views with Eminem on YouTube. Legit, like this guy's like fucking, he's fucking famous as shit, and he believes that the Earth is flat. And he made a song called Stanley Kubrick, and Stanley Kubrick on his deathbed directed the moon landing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's 100%. And that's why he
Geo
made
is
that
over
song.
there
Stanley Kubrick.
fucking, slobbing knobs with the fucking Glober saying that I'm wrong when I know for a fact I'm right about the
Yeah.
moon phases.
And then Stanley Kubrick has a part in this movie called Operation Avalanche, and it's based off of 2 CIA agents.
Based on or based off?
It is basically, yeah, they have to infiltrate NASA and shit, and it's just like, oh my god, it's such a fucking good movie. And when they make the moon landing footage and everything, Stanley Kubrick is in the film.
Yeah, I just found it funny how all the Globers left except for Ruhif, and then Geo's like, "Oh, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong," but everyone else had to fucking leave.
Now, here's the thing. I'm in like the position in Discord where it's like awakening. Like I'm talking about like, let's just say like martial artists. Then it's like the UFOs and stuff like that.
It might have something to do with the fact that it's almost 10 p.m. in California.
All right, almost home, chicken. Almost
I
home.
was correct. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to unmute to answer him. His logic again is as follows. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, man. I'm going to bed though, Gio. Good talking to you.
Basically, I'll go into like a Discord server where it's just like completely debating the flat Earth, and then I go into another one where everyone already knows that it's flat, and they're talking about shit afterwards. When like once everyone realizes it, then it's on some they live shit. Like if you watch that movie, it was the biggest movie before Jurassic Park, and they try to hide that shit. I'm not even fucking around.
Yeah, but
I've never
hardly
seen
anybody thinks the Earth is flat. There's a tiny minority of people.
That's why everyone has to wake up and realize this shit, that they're all lying to us. Well, here's the thing. The Illuminati fucking traffics fucking thousands of people, 3,000 people every single day in America alone. For millions of people a year. And then they bring all the kids into such a high state of trauma that it releases adrenaline in their body, and that adrenaline mixes in their blood and creates a chemical compound called adrenochrome, and then they kill the kid, harvest the blood like some fucking Bioshock type shit, and then drink that shit, and then it
No, they
grants them
don't.
immortality.
Nobody is drinking adrenochrome.
Dude,
Yes,
that's
they
the
are.
bottom
If you
of
say
the
they don't,
iceberg
you're a
of
fucking piece of
conspiracy
shit.
type shit. Like fucking flat Earth is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more shit going on than we actually realize.
Why do you think
It's like Men
America
in
is
Black
fighting so hard for
interdimensional.
those abortion rights?
But Matthew, but you would agree that the number of people who think something is not necessarily indicative of what's true?
Dude, aliens are demons. Aliens are demons from another dimension. They fucking open that shit up like Doctor Strange, the Freemasons and all that shit. That's what's really going on. Like people like the Freemasons, they advertise their shit as a spirit center, but it's not. It's
TJ, you've brought up like 7 topics in the past minute and a half.
Oh yeah, you
is there
got to go
something
through.
specific you'd want to talk about?
Shut up, Matt.
The fucking Freemasons are a satanic cult that rules the entire world. I know you can hear me right now. I wanted them in the fucking live stream.
Do you mean satanic, or because satanical is not a word?
No, it's satanic cult ruling the world. Who do you think starts all these wars? Who do you think's hiding the fucking history of the entire Tartarian Empire?
Did we go to Crazy Town while I was gone?
Yeah, apparently the rulers of the world drink adrenochrome and start all the wars.
Expand. It's my journey through enlightenment.
I'd say deception, but you go with enlightenment if you want.
It's like Capital Steez says, it's just like, I realize I'm not crazy. It's the system that's built against me, and I'm just an open-minded individual. And I just want people to be more open-minded, know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out, though.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And with the Tartarian Empire, it's just like, think of this.
Wow.
The War of like 1812, they have like wooden wagons, they got horses pulling that. They can't even build sidewalks yet. It's like 60, 70 years before the drill was invented. Toilet paper's like 100 years away or some shit. Thinking like the architecture that civilization would be able to build. Like they would obviously would have leaking ceilings and shit like that. No, like think about that. How good if they can't build sidewalks.
All right, it's definitely like a lot of topics. Is there one?
No, but how do they build the White House if they only had sticks and stones? And all of the architecture that would cost tens of millions of dollars with 3D sculpted roses on the ceiling, hundreds of feet in the air, where they don't even have to put in detail. It was the civilization before the biblical flood that built all that.
No,
and
that's not.
And it was a mass. They had energy beyond what any of us could imagine right now. Like everything was like Nikola Tesla's like wireless electricity around the city using the ether technology, which is the fifth element, electricity. Like the Earth's electromagnetic field, we're able to tap into that. Nikola Tesla had a car that actually had an antenna on it, and it harnessed the ether, and it never died. It was fully electric hundreds of years ago. The first electric car was built in 1832, they say. 100 years before the gas car. And the Mercury arc rectifier vehicles was another massive thing back in the day. You know, vehicles used to be ran off of mercury, the liquid metal, at room temperature. But here's the thing, why they stopped all that, hid the history so they could put us on gas on this linear energy system and make us pay for it and then tax us when they say it's us polluting the earth when it's them with their fucking technology. Like HARP can heat up the atmosphere, fucking cause a tornado, hurricane, and cause tsunamis. They can make it fucking hail, they can make it acid rain, they can do everything. Look up Operation Popeye on Wikipedia.
Was there one of these topics we wanted to discuss, or did you just want to keep going through things? Or
can you comprehend it?
I comprehend what you're saying. I don't believe it. You said cars run on mercury, and no car has ever run on
I'll send you the
mercury.
advertisements and everything. There's so much technology back in the day.
Cars run on mercury, you said?
Yeah,
Certain
and
certain
the
Fords
hydrogen
did, yeah. The Ford Mercury, I think, did.
It was named after the planet, not the.
Shout out to homie Paul Cook.
Oh dear.
His YouTube channel. Yeah, everyone go look up Paul Cook right now. He's an old world YouTuber. Legit. Yo, but for real, honestly, I'm blessed to be alive. I know God is like collective consciousness. Like we are all a piece of His soul, experiencing our own individual realities.
That's
One-
Hinduism and Buddhism. I don't believe
One
that.
thing
though.
connected. And it's odd though. Like we're
Asking
not.
in the chat for you, DJ. Is there any conspiracy that he doesn't subscribe to? That's his question for you.
I'm here, by the way. I'm here.
There is I don't know. I believe that 9/11 was a controlled demolition. Massive amounts of.
Do you think they
and
used a directed
lied us
energy
with
weapon?
war with Iraq.
Do you think they used a directed energy weapon to take down the towers?
No,
School
it was what was it? A controlled detonation or
So
demolition.
you don't know about the directed energy weapon tech.
Oh yeah, they're called DEWs.
But
When
how
the dew is
used in
falling.
9/11? Yeah.
I personally thought that if it was a direct energy weapon, I did not expect that. I thought it was like, you know how the different rows, all four sections of all of the building went down and synchronized, and then the building fell down straightwards. It didn't go side to side.
Yeah, things fall down. They don't fall sideways.
But there's like the direct energy weapons, like holy fuck. Oh, I have heard of that one. They were trying to fucking hide it. Oh shit. Damn. That actually just brought back this section of research that I haven't thought of in a real long time. I'm gonna do more research on that. Because like direct energy weapons, those things are fucked up. That's what causes the damn California wildfires. There's like a giant, like satellites are actually balloons with guns And then they had the fucking this just giant laser looking thing. According to the there's this massive there was another satellite that you can monitor. You can monitor the weather and all this shit. I forget this one guy's YouTube channel, but he's been studying the seismographs of the earthquake monitors and all that shit on the Earth for the past 5 to 7 years. And he's seen that when he was fucking watching the thing, and then 5 equally spaced out fires happened in California at the same time. Or it wasn't at the same time, it was one after another, it was traveling in a straight line. And then the temperature of those fires heats up to a much higher temperature than a normal forest
DJ,
fire.
are you
Capable
going to
of
stop
melting metal.
talking anytime soon?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same. Are
Yeah,
you wanting
Monkey.
to have a conversation, or did you just want to come in here and present stuff not constantly? Because you've been going for about 15 minutes nonstop, and you seem to not have any social awareness that there's other people here.
Sorry about that. I'm okay with anyone jumping in at any specific time.
Okay, that's an excellent
usually-
idea. So what I was thinking about was, sorry.
It's all good.
Oh, that was funny, dude. I'm not laughing at you. I'm actually that was a funny transition that Jesse came in with. No, I want to hear everything you're saying. You're dropping a lot of good information. I want to hear it, but it just seems like we're not able to talk with you about it. It just seems like you were just going on a monologue.
Yeah, sure. I do like going off and shit. I'm gonna get some patches about the Ammo Richard Bird. Operation High Jump Deep Freeze. Have you all heard about that?
Yeah.
Good.
What were we gonna say, Jesse?
Oh, I was just joking because he said that anyone could cut him off at any point, and so I
No, I
did
said
it
anyone can jump
immediately. Yeah, jump in. So I jumped right in.
That's the Admiral Byrd though one, right? Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, he
Oh, is
has
that guy
metal on. Sorry.
But actually, I did pick up bits about the moon phase. Were we all done with that, or was that still a question, or where did that stand?
No, the moon phase guy left during that unloading.
I think he got
Yeah, that was
muted.
Waxy Waxy who was talking about that earlier.
Didn't
Got
he
it.
get muted?
Yes.
We could talk about flat Earth. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I think the example to flat Earth ideas.
Well, DJ brought up a lot of good topics too. So yeah, there's I guess he brought up Project High Jump, but he brought up 30 or 40 topics. Those were all good ones because it's all fascinating to me. I mean, the truth of what's really going on is so much more than most people are aware of, and the truth about our history is a huge factor. Like the actual technology that exists and what's being hidden from us. We were basically reset into into this system, and we've been told this history, and it's not the correct history.
Facts.
So did the ancient peoples build aircraft like 747s or aircraft carriers?
I think they had much more advanced craft than that in the air.
Correct.
And they could travel between continents like we can?
Oh yeah, much quicker too.
They're way higher on a spiritual level. Their technology was think of how the Predator. He can travel even though it's space and planets and shit. He can go to different planets and shit. He has all this technology, but he uses it to expand his hunting. He always just hunts like a normal, hunting blades and shit at the end. And that's what he was before. He uses the technology to help him, and that's what that civilization was like. It was they used the technology to help them on a spiritual level, and that's why the churches were tuned to that frequency of 432 hertz. Every single instrument, all the church bells, all the fucking massive pianos, everything. And that they blasted that frequency in those giant churches originally. That.
Right. They were basically spiritual portals of ascension and basically able to activate mystical experiences with just the sound vibrations.
Yeah, Nikola
Crystals.
Tesla. Or sorry.
No, I was
But
saying crystals as well, like sound vibrations and crystals.
So how come we don't see any evidence of this advanced technology from hundreds of years ago?
We do.
It's everywhere.
Like what?
Just hidden in plain sight. And you're not looking for it. If as soon as you look for it, boom, fuck, Fuck, the door is wide open. You have to do your own research. Don't trust the mainstream.
Do you have an example of advanced technology that is out of place?
Well, it depends on what
All
category
of
you're
the
talking about.
Tartarian Empire. Once you research the Tartarian Empire,
Transportation, for example. I would say that we haven't. Nobody was able to fly before 1903, or well, in balloons they could, but before 1700, let's say, nobody traveled in the air.
there's hundreds of helicopters and submarines and
Yeah,
vehicles.
Da Vinci had some clever designs, but we don't know that he built any of them.
No, I mean like full on hieroglyphs like on the side of like pyramids and shit.
I think some church bells were set at around 440 hertz so that they could tune the piano to them, because that's middle A on an equal temperament scale.
The 440 hertz is like what the Illuminati switched to, because you can find the ancient pictures, like the oldest photographs that we can find, and it's literally them taking down all the church bells, lining them up by the hundreds, and burying them and destroying them.
So would the pianos have also been tuned to a different middle A back then, I suppose?
Yeah, it all got tuned from 432 and to now the 440 hertz. And you can listen to music in 432 hertz, and it's actually like there's a whole section on YouTube. Probably find some of your favorite songs tuned to that, and you could literally like there's a difference, and you notice it. But you have to be
How do you think they did? How do you think they did this reset? Like, what actions do you think they took? Because they would have had to take. I mean, I think there's a lot of different ancient cultures and ancient types of like time periods and epochs. But if I'm talking about the one that's just before the one we're in now, how do you think they got it from that to this? Like, essentially, did like in various ways, like a mass kind of genocide and brainwashing to kind of reset us into where we think now. It's like we're in like the year 2000, whatever, like why is it even 2000? I mean, it's just, we're in a system set up purposefully. We're in like I'm not going to call it a matrix, really. I mean, it is, but like we're in like someone else's construct is what I'm saying. Like the whole idea of our history, who we are, like this construct has been like imprinted and is not necessarily the full picture of who we actually are.
How come we don't have any accounts of the reset happening? Nobody ever wrote about it.
Well, we do.
Almost all religions depict the biblical flood. And that's what happened. It legit shit went down like the fucking movie 2012. And there is literally 300 lost cities underneath the ocean right now. And there is a lot of, you look up Eric Dubé's book, there is 1,000 proofs that there is a civilization called Atlantis in the past, and there is a continent in the center of the Atlantic, and along with the 300 civilization, like 300 cities that have been found under the ocean that have hieroglyphs and that ancient technology on it. I believe like shit went down, continents went down, just like in the movie 2012. People got on those arcs and showed up in the early 1800s, and it's actually the year 222 since the reset has ended.
I think there might be a lost city under my desk, but anyway, Dubé is not a reliable source of information.
What is your thought process to give you that impression?
Well, have you heard of his 200 proofs?
Yeah.
Have you heard his claim that the horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer, no matter how high you are?
And it generally does. I mean, I don't know.
That's
Geo,
ask him his actual.
myself $60
oh my gosh, you guys, we gotta talk
It doesn't.
one time. We gotta
It
talk
measurably does not.
I've measured it myself at distances from 2 feet to like as high as I can get, and it does not ever rise to eye level. Unless there's tremendous refraction, then it can actually appear above eye level if you're right close to the water. But
it stays at eye level until 130,000 feet. Neil deGrasse
No, it
Tyson
doesn't.
said that.
Have you measured it? Have you measured the angle down to the horizon?
The world's
Measured
highest
it.
skydive has no curvature.
Have you measured the angle down to the horizon ever?
I'm doing my laser test, and then I'm buying a high altitude.
Was that a yes or a no?
After.
A yes
like
or
I'm
no?
making a movie legit currently, and I'm
Right.
just.
Have you ever measured the angle down to the horizon?
Yeah, the horizon line should be
Okay, what
3
angle did you
miles or
get?
5 kilometers away.
What angle did you get when you measured it, and what was your observer height?
6 feet tall. When I
Okay,
was
what
doing
was
the
the
research
angle down to
online.
the horizon?
But we have plenty of examples of I can show you 2 hours of laser tests and other pieces
Sure
of
that
flat
you
Earth
could. But the
distances that are
topic is
several times
the
farther than that.
horizon at eye level? It is measurably not at eye level.
Which you can see at 2 minutes past the hour. I just posted several images.
You can see much farther than 5 kilometers, though. That's the main point.
Fine. Is the horizon at eye level or is it below eye level?
The horizon is as far as you can see. That's just
Is it
your
at
perspective.
eye level or is it below eye level?
The horizon isn't actually there. That's just as far as you can see.
Right,
As
but
soon
at
as you
what-
get a telescope or a
at what-
high-powered camera, you can see much farther than that.
But at what angle does it appear? Does it appear at eye level, straight out, or does it appear below eye level? I just posted a picture for you, DJ. It shows angle measurements to the horizon that I took myself with a 32x or maybe a 30x telescope, and you can see that the higher I am above the water, the further down the horizon appears. Eric's claim is patently false, observably false.
Measurably false.
And because he just never tested. He didn't know, he just parroted something he heard, made a book called 200 Proofs, and he was wrong. He's not a good source for information.
All right, how much Eric Dubay content do you feel like you've seen of all of his stuff? How much would you say?
How
I've seen
far
his
is
200
that?
proofs.
How far is
Hold
that?
on, that was a
mountain
question to
distance?
Jesse. Real quick, let me just. I mean, have you seen one video, 2 video, 100? All of his stuff, like because.
Did you actually watch the 200 Proofs book? Video book? Have you watched that start to finish?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember if I finished it, but I got way into it.
Just watch that and come back. You have to watch that entire thing, debunk the whole thing, and then you'd be like, "That's the main thing that actually switched me."
We're not coming back to you with 200 disproofs, right?
No.
One of his claims is that the horizon always rises to eye level. That is demonstrably false.
No, here's the thing, though. You can see that fucking massive mountain in the distance when it's way farther than what the fucking curvature of the
Have
Earth
you
should be
ever
visible. It should be
measured
miles under
the
the curve.
angle to the horizon? Have you measured it?
That's why I am doing my laser test. I'm currently saving
Okay,
up
is that
for
a no?
Nikon camera.
Is that a no?
I have done enough research to know that there is
Have you
1,000
ever
different things that are
measured
way
the
farther than the
angle
horizon.
to the horizon?
It's a simple yes
it's a
or no
simple
question.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, just say no, but I'm gonna, or no, but I don't want to. But just answer, please.
I have not done it yet.
Excellent.
Myself,
I
but
have.
I've done plenty of
Jesse
research.
has. Okay, I've done it. Jesse's done it. Many other people have done it. The horizon is demonstrably below eye level, and it is a function of the height above sea level. And it's consistent with the Earth being a globe. Okay, Eric Dubay is wrong.
Wait, so I'm multitasking. What was the last point you just said, Roof? Sorry, I spaced out there for a bit because I was doing something
Yeah,
else.
so Eric Dubay says the horizon rises to eye level, right? Stacks of us here, stacks of us globers have done measurements of the angle to the horizon. It is consistent with a globe. As you gain altitude, the angle to the horizon gets bigger. Consistent with a globe, not consistent with the flat Earth claim. Eric Dubay is wrong. The end.
I want to see your proof.
Sure. I think Jesse posted one. I'll post another one. One sec.
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit of a straw man you guys are making on that. I
There you
don't
go.
think
There's mine.
that Eric Dubay thinks that it always rises to eye level no matter how high you go, and it's at exactly your eye level. It's about the comparative between what it would work like if it was a sphere with a leading edge of a sphere that would disappear in a much different way than we observe.
Absolutely.
As far as the horizon rising. It's not about
the horizon would dip down if it was a globe.
I'd like to hear you guys pick out more than just this one as like a really good depiction of why Eric Dubay is not a good source of information. I might agree with you.
No, let's go to the horizon. So do you have a prediction for a flat Earth?
200 proofs, complete debunk of each and every one of them. And I know some of them
we're not giving you 200, right?
maybe.
Some of them are begging the question, maybe, or maybe some of them are, a little bit of a straw man on his own part. But you guys, the video should have been made a long time ago. That came out in 2015.
Right. Now you said that the horizon should dip on a flat Earth. What is your prediction for a horizon dip on a flat Earth? What's the geometry? Do you have a formula?
8
what will
inches
you
per mile
show?
squared. There should be 32 inches of curvature at 2 miles. At 5
Right.
kilometers, that should be the horizon line. 7 kilometers, 12 feet of curvature. 19 clicks, it should be 93 feet of curvature.
Okay. I hear you.
25
You don't
kilometers,
need
there
to
should be
ramble on,
130
right?
feet of
Stop
curvature,
rambling,
and
DJ.
so on and so
Stop
forth.
rambling. DJ, stop rambling.
You never
Now,
see
new
that
perspective.
curvature, though.
Well, you were asking
New
for calculations. You did a pretty good job of rattling those
No,
off.
I'm asking for an angle down to the horizon. Nothing to do with 8 inches per mile squared. What is the angle down to the horizon? What is the flat Earth prediction for that?
That the flat
the
Earth will be
horizon's
going in
always
a straight line, and then the globe should eventually start curving, but it doesn't
Yeah,
ever.
well, it does. I'm telling you that I've measured the horizon many, many times, and it is consistent with the Earth being a globe. Right?
How did you
Show
measure
me
it?
how it's consistent with a theodolite.
Did you do a laser test?
I measured the angle down to the horizon with an angle measuring tool.
All right, you need to do a laser test from that.
No, I don't.
Massive
I'm
island
talking about
beyond
the angle
curve.
down to the
That would
horizon.
be beyond the curve.
The angle down to the horizon is best measured with an angle measuring tool, not a laser.
Ruhif, when you say the horizon, it's always apparent. So how do you know anything about where it should or shouldn't be necessarily?
Yeah. Well, I can make assumptions about refraction, given the measurements of the atmosphere.
You can use a telescope.
Go ahead.
Pardon? I'm saying that you can use that telescope to do a direct line of sight test, and you can see that picture that you took is probably a distance beyond 5 kilometers, which would be the horizon line. And if it's like a massive distance, like if that was 20 kilometers away and you can see that mountain, there's no curvature.
So DJ, do you see Dubé's number 2 claim that I posted at 8 past the hour? Could you read that first sentence of what Dubé says?
Nathan Oakley's a good source too. If you can prove that the Earth
you're a
curves,
troll.
he can
You're
give you
an utter troll, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
You're
This is
such a
what I
troll.
was going to say about Eric Dubé's thing about the horizon rising to eye level. I don't know if I've heard him speak about anything further on this, so I guess I haven't heard him say further. Now, the general idea that the horizon rises to up to eye level, I would say towards eye level. So obviously I can't speak for Eric Dubé, and I don't know whether he knows some of the more nuanced components of it or where he's exactly at about. In general, it does rise with us in a pretty profound way, and in
No,
a
it
way
doesn't.
that does not. Let me finish speaking, then you can respond. In a way that does not fit a globe, but completely fits an extended plane. Now, it does lower a bit due to the dip angle as you go up, because that angle between your eye, how far you can see, and the ground changes. So that will have a certain level of drop because the place that the ground meets the sky continually is changing as you're rising. But I mean, to the naked eye, it virtually does rise to eye level. But when you measure it, there is actually a small amount there's the dip angle essentially that raises with, it's a small amount at the ground level, but as you go higher and higher, it does get larger, but the distance is getting larger too. So it's not dramatic. Like when you go up in an airplane, you look out at quote unquote eye level, boom, the horizon's right there. So I think Eric Dubé saying that, Eric Dubé saying that is a legitimate thing to point at as to why the Earth is a plane, but I don't know whether he knows some of the more nuanced components and the fact that the real way to say it, my viewpoint, is that it rises towards eye level. It doesn't rise exactly at eye level the whole time because, like I said, the ground sky and the distance is changing, so that's going to lower as you go higher.
And the point is that the horizon never dips down. The horizon never dips down like it would on a ball, even at 130,000
photos that it does.
It stays that same when it always rises to eye level.
I literally posted a photo of it below eye level.
Here's Dubé's exact quote. The horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you'd never have to look down to see it.
That's
Also,
true.
ODD
That's absolutely
TV.
true.
It's
That's
not,
exactly
though.
correct.
You
If
might
you go
be-
up on an airplane, the horizon will appear to rise up to your eye level.
No, it doesn't,
as the
Gio.
altitude is gained, and you don't have to look down to see it.
But
Yes, you do.
It's like
Yes,
3
you
degrees
do.
down.
This is fundamental. You are denying reality here, Gio. You have to look down to the horizon.
Yeah, it's
If
like
the Earth was a ball, you would have to look down to see The
Yeah,
Earth.
you do. You
What it
measure it.
does.
Have you measured it? Have Geo? Have you measured it? DJ, have you measured it? I have.
Yeah.
Jesse has. We have measured
How
this.
far can you see in a straight line with that telescope?
As far as
That's
the
a
light wants
separate
to come.
question. Interesting question. But we're talking about the dip to the horizon right now.
You
You
keep
can
saying this
see
like
many different
both Geo
objects
and
go
DJ keep
past
saying it
that
rises to
horizon.
eye level. It demonstrably does not.
But you can
In
see
reality,
many
does
things
not.
farther than the horizon line. You can see many
Yeah.
objects farther than 5
Yes.
kilometers.
Of course you can.
DJ, that's a separate question. We could talk about that sometime. Right now,
So-
we're talking about the dip to the horizon. Yes.
So
whether
can
it
we
happens or not.
can we agree that the dip to the horizon is small as measured in degrees, even from an airplane?
Yep. 3 or 4 degrees, yep.
Okay. So how does the measured dip deviate from the globe model dip as if the globe was a model? If the Earth was a globe, what would we see, and how does that differ from what we actually see?
It would curve down much more if it was the globe.
How much more?
Yeah,
A plane would have
DJ.
to dip its nose down 3,000
No,
feet every
we're
minute,
talking
traveling
about
at
the
5
angle to the
kilometers per hour.
horizon. We're talking about the angle to the horizon. How much should it be? Would you like some help with the math?
I can break it down again.
The last part of this Eric Dubay quote, he also says, if Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed at the observer/camera, would have to tilt looking down further and further to see it.
And
That is true, because the horizon would be the point at which the Earth, the sphere, is meeting the sky. And as you go
Show us the
higher,
geometry.
the point at where that sphere meets the sky would drop dramatically because you're coming up off the sphere versus going up on a massive extended plane. You've probably seen that animation, Matthew, the one that kind of shows
a hot air balloon.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree with that one?
I remember seeing the animation, but I don't remember it in enough detail to say either way. Sorry.
I'll put it in the chat right now.
Yeah, if you have that one on hand.
I've put the geometry for dip angle in the chat. Do you agree that's the dip angle on a globe? That's the mathematics for it.
Send me your globe math.
Yeah. Does it predict the angle down to the globe? We'll talk about refraction if you want to as well.
I know that your eyes can only see so far, but when you have a telescope, you can see much farther.
Dude,
If you have an
you're
object that's
incredibly
traveling
bad at
laser.
answering questions, right? Is this the correct geometry for the dip angle on a globe? Yes or no?
I'll be right with you. I'm trying to find this video myself real quick.
Okay. It's like I ask a question and you start rambling about incoherent shit.
No, it's all connected together.
And
I'm
DJ,
sure it is in your brain, champ.
I
Sure it is
posted
in
the
your
math
brain.
about you said that airplanes would have to dip their nose 3,000 feet per minute, but that's not true.
Yeah. It's not a linear thing anyway. It's an acceleration.
And what's your math?
So, DJ.
What math do you have to have?
Yeah, I
All
was
planes
looking for that
fly
video
straight in the
too. I don't think I have it, the one that shows but I mean, I've seen it and I may have it somewhere, but yeah, if you can find it, because I'd like to re-download it.
So,
yeah.
Thank you.
I probably have it somewhere, but yeah.
For those of you who don't understand the math that Ruhif posted, you can also use the dip angle correction formula that the celestial navigators use, and it is simply 0.97 times the square root of the observer height in feet, and it gives arc minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Or is it arc seconds? I think it's arc minutes.
It's minutes, yeah. And it includes refraction at about 1.2.
I found an Eric Dubay video explaining the horizon. You should listen to what he has to say.
I think we had a quote, didn't we? Didn't someone post a quote of what Eric said?
I'll post the whole video real quick
Matthew did,
until I
yeah.
find that hot air balloon video.
Hello, Matthew. I'm a big fan.
Hey, Ruhef.
Yeah, so what was your point, Ruhif, on that?
Okay.
Sure, dip angles on spheres. Yeah, you can draw lines and spheres on a piece of paper, sure.
Yeah, and the model
Or
matches
circles,
reality.
I should say. They're really lines and circles.
Yeah, but the model matches reality.
Is that what you think? You're saying something like that?
It does match
Or do you
reality.
think it matches what reality for you?
His pictures that he posted earlier.
Yeah, but the geometry matches reality. If I go and measure, like if I can infer an observer height from that photo that I posted. I can tell you right now, it's probably, well, give me a second. Give me a second. Thinking about 60 something meters, maybe 65. Yeah, I can tell you that photo was taken from about 66, 67 meters of elevation. You want to know how I got that number? In fact, I should have the location. Let me find the location of that one. Hold on.
So DJ, when do you think they did the big last reset? Like how many years ago do you think they pulled it off?
I don't know how long ago it was, but I do know that we made landfall in the 1800s.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge shift. You know about all the orphanages and how like none of us today can even like trace our families back, beyond like 2 generations, and the huge numbers of our grandparents. Like when you really link back to certain orphanages, and yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, they had us all in incubation chambers and shit like that at the fairs.
I have a picture of one of my ancestors who was born in 1789.
All right.
That's what they.
Yeah, it's about as far back as we have. There's maybe a little bit before that because some of those were, because if you were born in the late 1700s, you'd be living through, let's say, the mid 1800s and so on. So yeah, but before that. I mean, you could go get like a what's it called? 21andMe, or is that what it's called?
23andMe. Yeah.
23. Okay. But that's not really direct lineage to anything that you can verify. Those are just like blood tests. That's like a certain system they're running that through and making claims on it.
Yeah. Oh shit! I can't put the fucking a video in the chat. So I'll just I'll send the video it's on.
I'll give you the perms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I've posted the location of where that photo was taken from. It's in the chat.
All right.
All right. Do you want me to try and infer a viewer height from the photo itself, the one I posted at 7 minutes past?
Put all your cards on deck. Put all your globe cards and.
Yeah, I will show that the photo matches the formula.
That's
all right. So what is this now, Ruif? You're going back to this is something
you did? The photo that I posted at 7 minutes past. Okay. I can infer from that photo the observer height based on where the horizon is, based on the globe. Do you think that I can do that?
I have no reason to think so now.
Okay, I'll give me a couple minutes and I'll do it.
I mean, how far
no, it's not. I make predictions that match reality, Geo.
No, you make wiggled shots in your thing that are not even the way the tool is supposed to be used, and then make ad hoc calculated theories on top of it to think you're proving something to someone.
I know that you want to just deny it. That's fine, but I will tell you the observer.
That's about the full breakdown right there.
Yeah. All right, so
you're using a tool that's not even meant to be used in that way, and then claiming that because the
I'm using the tool exactly
because the crosshairs are shooting up into the sky, that means it's going into outer space and the Earth is curving.
Actually, the telescope is calibrated for its view angle, so it is designed to infer distance, right to left and up to down distance based on its relationship to those tick marks on the cross.
It should be a good enough telescope to be able to see past the horizon line.
Hey Jesse, how many what's the angle between the crosshairs and one of the stadium marks?
I actually don't know.
Yeah, DJ, they want to stay in
Five.
it's in the calculations.
It's
and the
5
shot.
milliradians. 5 milliradians, right?
Yeah, I'll put an
So,
ODD TV video. All right, thank you
so
for
I
Yeah,
5
ODD's
milliradians.
awesome.
I'm gonna scale
Yo,
it.
you can get his phone number and Instagram. That's how I got in
452.
contact with him.
Yeah, I actually met him in person.
Yo, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude, I chilled with him for like a whole. It was at like a yeah. I hung out like all night with them. Yeah,
That's legit.
With
That's what
Dubai?
I want to do. I want to get a fucking. I'm releasing my first music project, and it's gonna be like everything besides my like conspiracy stuff, and that'll give me like the fucking recognition, and then boom, this drops this project, and it's just like awakening everyone. For real, it's gonna be like some ODD TV shit.
nice, dude. Is that your specialty, doing videos like that?
Yeah, I've made a video when I thought that the Earth was round. I did a lot of research into the other planets and found that there was, when it's not actually real, but there was life on like Venus, Pluto, Mars, like fucking everything. And then I was like, I made this video called Life on Mars in 2 minutes. I worked on it for like fucking half a year. Like I did a shit ton of research on it, and literally 2 minutes convinced someone there's life on Mars. And then now the next movie, or this movie is gonna prove that Mars doesn't even exist. It's a cymatic sound wave in the sky.
Nice.
If your telescopes,
Yeah,
if your
that's what I
telescopes
think
are
I
good
would say
enough,
it
you
is,
can
too.
zoom in. Oh, pardon?
Yeah, that's what I think I would say it is as well. Yeah, cymatic sonoluminescent frequencies.
Yeah.
All right.
Luminiferous sonoluminescent fractal holographic energy orbs.
Yeah. Nikola
my-
Tesla said that the stars are attached to the firmament.
Yeah, they're like in the waters above. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who wants to hear my calculation? My calculation?
Dude, yeah, if you
My-
did some videos like that, man, that'd be amazing, dude. Because yeah, I mean, there's so much information coming out at this point, and the story that the mainstream is telling is, I just see it getting weaker and weaker.
Legit. And the Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. Legit. And then he starts going off. And that is exactly what's happening now in this challenging road we're battling down.
I think my knowledge is decreasing sitting here listening to this.
Yeah. Anyway, I've done the analysis.
That's
My
your-
prediction.
that's
My
your
prediction for that
pre-program.
photo. The photo that I took and posted. My prediction, my calculation was 78 meters inferred from the photo. Based on the actual lat long that the photo was taken at, it was actually taken at 75 meters. I think that's pretty good.
Here, I'll put this ODD TV, like best flat Earth proofs in 10 minutes.
So, Gio,
Yeah, that's a good one.
I can make predictions that match reality. Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Okay. What should the horizon dip be on your flat Earth? What angle should you see based on your observer height?
I know that your maximum viewing distance should be 5 kilometers away.
The
before
angle down to
anything
the
disappears.
horizon. What is the angle down to the horizon given your observer height? I don't care how far you
I-
can see or whatever, right? If I had a theodolite there or an auto level, what angle would I measure based on
I
your
want
observer
you
height?
to realize that you're looking at the horizon line with the picture you took in your test. But that big ass mountain in the background is way farther than 5 kilometers away.
Yeah,
it's taller.
You can't answer a very straightforward question. It's not an easy question, but the fact that you can't even try to address it.
I'm just saying that you don't realize how far away that mountain is, and it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and you never see the
There's no
curvature.
mountain in my photo. There's
That
no
was
mountain in my photo.
That was my photo that had the mountain, and no, it's not too far to see. It's on the map, and it's close enough and tall enough that it should be visible from my vantage point.
Yeah, I'm sending the video in the chat right now. I just copied it.
So, if Flat Earth doesn't have a party line or whatever you call it, we were talking about it earlier, then why can we not talk about something that doesn't actually agree with it?
Here, look in the live stream text. You can see that demonstration that we were talking about earlier with the hot air balloon. And you can see the way the horizon actually works is on the right. But on the globe model on the left, you never see that. No matter how high you get, no matter what airplane you're in, you can see at an infinite. You can see an infinite plane if you're in a level distance, just like water. If you're in open water, you can see fucking 100 miles away in a telescope.
At the end of that 6 seconds, what is the observer height? And what is the angle down to the horizon?
Okay, let's just say
not just let's say. What is it?
Calculator real quick, so we can get exact numbers. Let's go Earth's curvature calculator. Look that up on your device as well.
Right, but your clip that you posted about the balloon going up, right? It shows the horizon going down on a globe, which is correct. How much is it going down? And is it consistent with the globe's predictions?
It doesn't show the horizon goes down, it shows the globe going down.
Yeah, well, the horizon's obviously below eye level, right?
You should be able to see the horizon level with your own eyes looking at an open body of water from the map that we're given.
How much? What's the angle?
It should curve at 8 inches per mile square.
Right. And what does that translate to as an angle down to the horizon based on your observer height?
1 mile is 8 inches, 2 miles.
I'm aware of 8 inches per mile squared. I'm asking you for an angle.
So Ruhif,
can you tell me the
do you want
angle?
Ruhif, do you want to tell me why light, or the intensity of light, is 1 over distance squared? And do you want to tell me why the square root calculation multiplied by 1.22, which is similar to the angular limitation of the optics of the human eye, can be approximated for a human being, but if you want to prove that incorrect, all you have to do is change the focal length of a lens. And now the 1.22 is no longer valid. So do you want to elaborate on those two things?
Have topic will change.
I believe that your eyes can see so far. You can see, like, maybe in your demonstration, it would like go down a slightest bit, like what we said earlier. Like it's like basically right before eye level, but you never.
That's what it does on
dramatically. You can see mountains fucking 1,000 miles away. You can see like the curvature never starts.
You cannot see mountains 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, there's no indication of curvature whatsoever.
That's the main thing. It's not the horizon line.
So
the horizon line is hard at 5 kilometers.
There are things that can be obscured in the horizon just due to the way that perspective works and ratios and all of that. But when we're able to see very far, we just see the extended planar geometry expanding out.
I would love to see your geometry, Geo. I would love to see it. You just say it all the time. You don't actually show anything. You just keep saying, oh, this is what we'd expect. And I'm like, show it. And you never do.
What do you
do us a favor? Do us a favor, Ruhif. If you,
I want to see the geometry that causes. Like I just posted Kanagu, right? 90% of it is below the horizon.
Do yourself a favor.
Now you're interrupting data, so.
Oh, sorry.
Take any.
I'll turn it up a little bit so I can hear.
Ruhif, take any large scale photograph, please.
We can keep it simple. We can have a good conversation. So if it, so don't worry about it.
Ruhif, take a large scale photograph image and scale it down. Just.
All right. So, if I was 400 feet in the sky, which is the world's highest drop zone that I went to in Six Flags, California, if you're looking at an object 100 kilometers away, it should be hidden behind 288 meters of curvature, and the horizon should be 39.4 kilometers away.
Do you have an observation?
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
And that's the world's highest drop zone. I'll legit. I've ridden on that ride before. You can look at it. It's called the Lex Luthor Drop of Doom.
Okay.
Whoever said that there's no indication of curvature, I posted 3 pictures that would qualify as at least an indication.
The only thing you'll ever get is the only thing you'll ever get that's never discussed, and this is how I know it's disingenuous, is that the land slopes towards water. So If you take any observation that Ruhif does or anybody does, just go to Google Earth. You'll see the land topography. If it's moving away to the water, if you're moving it away from the water, it'll appear to slope downwards. So this prediction using optics over land that's sloping towards water is an absolute joke. It has to be called out for what it is. So just go to Google Earth, look at any landscape distance. You'll see the topography. If Ruhif is telling you to making a judgment optically, and the land is dipping underneath the optics, most likely the land is sloping downward. So it's rise over run all over the Earth to calculate slope and vertical profiles. So you know, it's just that simple at that first order level, right? So Ruhif, if you can take any large scale photograph, can you scale it down for me and just tell me if you have that curvature to match?
Geo, you're posting the ones that I debunked for you 6 months ago.
Dog, I don't
So
know
you never
where
did it yet,
in the
right?
motherfucker you see that curvature in that picture, but you have like here. I zoomed in to the damn picture. Like,
You haven't
look at the picture I
posted the
sent.
photo yet. I haven't seen a picture
You
from you.
see the
Where is it?
curvature in that level. No, you don't. And then you look at the other picture that you posted,
on.
and then there's curvature because it's photoshopped.
Which picture are you
And
talking about? I have not seen you.
There was it.
post a
The
picture.
Jesse Gordon. Like the first picture has a level on it, and it shows the level water, and then the picture underneath it shows curvature from Photoshop. When you zoom into the first picture, you don't see that.
Hang on. You were going to post a photo from some Californian Six Flags to somewhere else or whatever. Where is that photo?
I'll send a video of someone going on the ride, and you can't see any curve.
Send me a video of someone on a freaking.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that the Earth doesn't curve.
Right. This is
Yeah,
sounding
it is
pretty trolly.
really. I mean, I think the only way you can do it on a globe is just believe that there's a very, very bendy, warpy version of refraction that just bends and warps everything that would be curved and just pulls it up to just display it in a planar geometry right up at the horizon line.
You keep saying
Only
that.
thing is, all of
You
our
keep saying
engineering
it.
set to the flat and level.
Do you have an
Because-
observation, DJ, of something that you think we shouldn't see on a globe?
All right, you just asked the fucking best question in the world. Prepare to get some damn popcorn out because this is a long one. We're watching
For
2
real,
hours. Of
I know
laser
we could literally go through thousands of them.
Yeah,
They're
I'd love
endless.
to.
Here, I'll put this helicopter pilots as well.
Yeah, just
This military and this military. He was a fighter jet and helicopter pilot. Also, an SR-71 pilot can see the Rocky Mountain range from Canada to New Mexico, which would
I'm
be
sure
impossible
he
on a globe.
utters those words. I'm sure he says those words, right? I want a photo with some easily identifiable peaks in it. Okay? Not just some dude that says, "Oh, I saw this far."
All right,
Well,
here's a video
don't
from
forget he
Taboo
describes it.
Conspiracy.
Don't forget
Okay.
that he describes it as flying on a sheet of glass, right? That's the
There.
main description. All of his instruments
I'm
are
not- where are
flat
you
and
posting
level.
this?
He's flying on a sheet of glass, right? I guess empirical reality isn't good for you.
I like
Where are you
this one.
posting?
The ones in Hawaii are pretty profound. The long distance.
Yeah, the
see?
Hawaii. You can see Oahu from Hawaii when there should be a mile of curve.
16,500 feet of curve.
Is that the one that you want to analyze?
There's so many. This is Big Island
Yeah, well,
Oahu.
choose one.
There's
I
others
want
that are
DJ to choose one.
Oahu to Kauai. Those are really good. You can do that one. It's generally about 90 to
I
110 miles. Between 90 and
Uh-uh.
110 miles, depending on what part of Oahu you're on. And of course, you can do different altitudes as well, but you can do it, you know, from a little bit higher up or from low down. But yeah, you could see Kauai all the way from Oahu.
Check it out, Geo. 2,500
Yeah.
meters, 122 miles. Do a little calculation for that, buddy, for your globe. 2,500 meters elevation, and you can see past 122 miles. And that
Is
observation.
this one you want to analyze, DJ?
Yeah, proving the Earth is flat.
I presented that to you
I
guys.
dismiss
I presented
anything
that to
close
you
to the
guys the other
surface
day.
because refraction close to the surface
Yeah,
is extremely
see?
variable.
Dude, I honestly like when I talked to Dean Clifford, and then like he was talking to me about all his businesses and stuff, and then he said the Earth is flat. I was like, oh my fucking god, he believes the Earth is flat. Me being the biggest fucking space guy in the world, literally wearing a NASA jacket. Well, it's Logic's jacket from The Incredible True Story, and I'm gonna deck it out with flat Earth patches.
Nice.
So
That's
do
great.
that.
Yeah,
And
dude,
then-
totally. Yeah, I
then you
mean,
convinced me.
It was quite a shift for a lot of us realizing it just absolutely wasn't a globe. And
Yeah, it's a big awakening. It's like being unplugged in the Matrix and you're Neo.
yeah,
And you're trying to wake everyone up. But
No,
then
it gets
they're
better. It gets better
pre-programmed
than
with
that. It gets better than that because once you realize you're an ant on something and you can't determine its size because you're an ant, how do you determine its size? What do? You map it out somehow, right? So you have to have some type of, right? So we got a celestial spirit of it. They've taken our perspective and turned it into a ball Earth.
yep. Ruhif, dude, that video, that one that DJ just posted. Did you see that? Yeah, it looks like that's like a mirror of Taboo Conspiracy. 37 musty experiments proving the Earth is flat. So why don't you just if you want a little project, a little homework, take that whole video, not homework, but you know what I mean, a project to do. Take that whole video, go through the whole thing, all 37, and then give us a presentation about how all of those are false.
Give me one that we'll do here now.
There's
I'm not
37.
doing anything close. Yeah, choose one. Choose one. Give me a timestamp.
No, I'm saying
telling you
go through every 37. Do a whole video review on that video and actually present it to us.
Choose one.
I would have to review that video because I haven't. I believe I've seen it years ago, but I would have to review because I've seen a lot of his videos.
Let's do Taboo Conspiracy. His own laser test. That's at the start of it. The one he did. So let's
fine. He's close to the surface, right? He's close to the surface. Refraction is highly variable close to the surface.
Can someone screen put it on and then mirror their screen so we could all watch it as the Discord?
Well, it's like a 2-hour video, so that would be a whole.
I don't know, but we can just watch his own experiment, like that very first one, and then he can see it with his own eyes because I know he's not going to press on it.
I mean, Ruhif, I'm just saying, like you're asking for this, and he just happened to post this video, so I'm just saying, like,
he posted a 2-hour video.
Is solid. His work is solid. So, and this is a compilation of 37 of them. So, I'm just saying, if you really want to, go ahead. But I mean, dude, that's the thing. That's 37. That's just the beginning. I mean, there's in terms of observations as well, but they're absolutely endless. But these are not all only observations in that video.
Yeah, but they're all close to the surface, right? I just posted another one of my famous graphs, Gio.
Just because it's close to the surface, that doesn't mean you can't see shit in the distance.
It's a math question, Ruhif.
Can you see the graph?
We see really far, and it's extended planar geometry. There's just no way around it.
Right, my graph, right? The graphs are the red blocks is the refractive gradient close to the surface, and the blue ones are the refractive gradient above the surface, like 100 meters and above. You can see that close to the surface, the gradient is all over the place. Could be anything. But you see, once you get above the surface, it's quite stable and predictable.
Right on. So when you're on the surface, Ruhif, when you're on the surface, what do you calculate for refraction over 10 miles? What's your standard? How many arc minutes of refraction?
How much should the Earth curve at 10 miles? Can you figure that one out too? Because we can tell you the answer and debunk it.
How much?
I'm just asking. Well, yeah, you do the math, right? You like refraction and all that. You like it all. You talk about it. So can you just throw some just basic numbers at me? Over 10 miles, how much arc minutes of refraction is there?
Damn. It's like you just up and left.
Second. What do you mean?
Dude, this Gleason's map, Gleason's map in blue is dope. I'm gonna save this one. I like it in blue.
Yeah. It took me a while. I'm gonna buy that on Amazon.
Yeah, that's a good one. Like I like the blue better than the other kind of reddish pink color.
Yeah.
So the flight from Sydney to Santiago, does that go over like Los Angeles?
Yeah.
It does. Okay.
Going from Sydney to Brazil, you have to go what would be on the globe up and around the Earth instead of right across the ocean, which would be the shortest distance. But on the flat Earth, you have to go all the way across.
That goes over the USA.
Yeah, you have. That's the actual flight path. You have to fly over like China and Russia and Canada and US and then down to Brazil.
You're such a troll, Gigo.
We had the proofs and you don't.
Yeah, sure, Jack.
You know what I find interesting is how the land shifts every year, and they have to correct the GPS systems down south because the land is shifting.
Even
It's
worse
kind
problem
of
there, Gio.
interesting. Eh?
See that one I just posted? This is it's called the Pierce quincuncial projection, but it shows basically the 4 spokes kind of a wheel coming out, the 4 fields, and see how each of those fields, like how the latitude and longitude lines have that expansion, contraction.
But again, you're flat from Sydney to Santiago.
That's how they fudge the globe, because most of the continents, people are not in the southern oceans using GPS. They're on the land. They're in like Southern Africa or South America, and that's the only place that people would be verifying the latitude and longitudes. They're not going out in the middle, because the only problem with that, it fits a globe if you keep those latitude and longitudes kind of expanding from the center and then reaching the equator and then contracting back to one of the 4 poles.
Okay. Do you know that, what's his name, Jerry, Greater Sapien, right, flew from Sydney to Johannesburg, filmed the entire thing, and GPS tracked it? Are you aware of that?
That looks like the flat Earth just without the ice wall.
Gio, are you aware that Greater Sapien did that flight?
Honestly, man, in my memory banks, yes, and that was years ago. Because that was. I mean, I was following every single thing that came out pretty much daily, all through all that. So yes, I do remember some of those. Yeah, the one you're talking about.
Okay.
I remember a lot of the conversation around it, and I'm aware of who he is and what he's put out.
Yeah, right. But he did GPS track it, not on the land.
Oh, I went on a journey too, but it was by boat. We went from Seattle, Washington to Seward, Alaska. And when we cut out across the Gulf of Alaska, we were totally out of cell phone coverage. But the GPS still works. If we wanted to call, though, we had to use the sat phone, which doesn't work very well, but it sort of worked. But the GPS is tracked just fine. It's just we couldn't radio that information back because there was no land communications, but we still had signal from the sats.
Radar is a direct line of sight.
Then how come the cell phones didn't work?
Cell phones connect to all the cell phone towers, and the farther away you go, the weaker the signal gets. The curvature is in the way of the Earth, or the curvature of the Earth is in the way. It wouldn't be able to go through where you can go. The cell phone tower connects way farther than 5 kilometers.
I think you just said the cell phones didn't work because the Earth curvature blocked them?
That's what would happen if the Earth was round. But it's not.
Yeah,
the cell phone towers were able to connect from a much farther distance before that drop-off point.
But something was blocking the cell phone.
Here's the thing. Airplanes fly straight and level. They never calculate the curvature of the Earth. And that's what it's known as in aviation, is straight and level.
Yeah,
they never tilt their nose of the plane down to calculate the curve.
But see, you've never piloted an airplane. You
I
don't
just
know
posted a video.
You don't know the first thing about flying.
Military helicopter pilot.
The pilot or the autopilot constantly corrects for elevation.
This one doesn't. And this is how he actually figured out about it, because he understands physics. Watch that video. The U.S. military helicopter confirms the Earth is flat. He has over 100 hours in flight throughout planes and helicopters. Here, I'll post a compilation of pilots as well saying the Earth is flat. Put the cherry on top.
Oh, I debunked one of those once. There was numerous red flags.
I debunked the airplane pilot saying the Earth is flat. That's his opinion.
When there's things that he says that contradict observable reality that no pilot that was allowed to fly would ever say, or when claims are made, technical claims are made about flight or airplanes that are observably false.
Like the balloon video. Like the horizon would eventually go down, but it doesn't.
Yes, it does. We keep telling you, it measurably does.
It does may slightly, but it doesn't actually curve the way the globe
It
should.
matches the globe Earth prediction. What is the flat Earth prediction for the angle to the horizon?
Alright, so you can see the curvature of the Earth?
The horizon dips by a measurable and predictable angle. Do you have a prediction for flat Earth?
Can you tell me those measurements?
I can tell you the formula.
By the mile or kilometer? How much does the Earth
It's
curve?
an angle. We're talking about an angle.
I know, but from your standing point, how much would the Earth curve? 2 or 3 or 4 kilometers and miles, make your choice.
Yeah,
Because I
give you the.
I'll tell you.
You can
and
do.
I'm
You
a
can do
flat
the 8
earther,
inches
and
per
I'll
mile
tell you your
squared.
math.
Right. You can do the 8 inches per mile squared yourself, right? You can do that. Do you need me to tell you that?
Do you need me to show you that?
No, because I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you for an angle down to the horizon.
Alright, we're talking about helicopters and always being able to fly straight and level, and you're trying to say that autopilots correct the curve, and I'm trying to tell you that a plane would have to travel and dip its nose down constantly throughout flight to go
No.
with the curvature of the Earth.
Planes keep a constant altitude and they are making constant corrections.
Yeah,
They're
that one
constantly
actually,
flying straight and correct. Or straight and
DJ,
level.
I'm gonna actually have to agree with Ruhif on this one. I think the amount of curvature that would be on a globe, the way that they claim it is, the size it is, it would be appreciable. We should be able to measure it. We should observe it. There should be a geometric horizon, all that stuff. But even if it did have that curvature, an airplane would just be keeping its elevation through lift with the wings, and it would just be buffering, like the amount of engine and the angle of the plane just has to buffer the amount of like the physics essentially that it needs to keep afloat. And even if that was around a curve, that would all it would be doing is making, like Ruhif said, like small adjustments in the actual like relationship between the wings and the air under the wings. And yes, it would be flying around a curve, but I don't think that the pilots would have to dip their nose or like make any dramatic movements. You know what I mean? They would just be flying slowly over a curve.
Well done, Geo. All a plane does is try to maintain its altitude.
But Ruhif, but at the same time, sorry, okay, I interrupt you. But at the same time, it would have to make some. It would have to be doing the. I just don't think the pilot would have to like make a big movement, but it still would have to be doing that geometry.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it would absolutely have to go
They
with
trim their
curvature of the Earth.
controls. They trim their controls to fly at an altitude, and if that altitude is a curved line, then it will follow that. If it's a straight line, it will follow that. They trim to maintain an altitude.
I'll post the balloon video again. So how a plane would have to work on a ball is that it would have to travel along the curve. It would have to follow the curvature of the Earth, or it would be like an actual plane flying over a plane on the right. It would fly in a straight line on the right. It would have to travel downwards on the left.
I see what you're saying, but I mean, how much is that? You know, like really. Because if you're on like I'm thinking like
ODD,
you know that like
ODD
Mario
TV
Brothers,
video.
one of those Super Mario, one of these like where you're on like a spheres, you know, and you're jumping around. That's like a tiny amount of curvature. So like as he's running around it, you're just flying around. The ball. But if it's larger,
Geo, did you just say how much is that? You just said how much is that? Well, it's so much that a 6-foot person standing on the shore can measure a boat dipping over the edge of the curve. That's how much.
Oh, that's a good point.
So if you're saying,
yeah, but how much is it at altitude?
If you're saying that it's dipping at all and it's measurable at 6 feet, would only increase at higher elevations, and that's not the case now, is it?
So if the airplane was flying 1,000 miles an hour, how many degrees per hour would it have to be pitching forward or whatever, nosing down?
For 500 kilometers, it's like 3,000 feet every minute. So you'd have to double that.
It's not a linear. It's not a linear rate. It's an acceleration.
Right. How many degrees per hour would the plane be pitching forward as a constant forward rotation?
All right, so I just got that video with that bridge, and it shows the curvature of the Earth. So if a plane was going along that curve, going way faster than that video is going, it would have to dip its nose down dramatically to not constantly be raising its altitude, flying towards space.
What would the angular rate be?
And you can laser test that bridge too, and you can guarantee it'll be level.
So the angular rate at 1,000 miles an hour would be 15 degrees an hour, right?
I will go on. I'll see if there's a speed on there's curvature calculator. How much you'd have to go down every minute. That would be some dope shiitake shit right there.
1/4 of a degree per minute at Mach 1. Okay.
Which is twice as fast as the.
So if you're flying an airplane and you just like push the stick forward, how many degrees a minute does it pitch forward? Or if you pull back, how many degrees a minute does it pitch back? Hundreds. So why could a plane which can pitch forward or back at hundreds of degrees a minute just during normal flight as it compensates for updrafts and downdrafts and turbulence and whatever, how could it not compensate for 1/4 of a degree every minute?
Yeah, it would just be angled like in line with the curve, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, the angle of attack would be some tiny amount less
Just
than.
like,
Dude, you know,
look at the video. Look at
Dude,
the
my
video
brother-
that Geo just posted. If a plane was flying straight and level, it would just fly upwards. It wouldn't.
Yeah.
It would have to tilt its nose down.
Straight and
Planes
level
and aviation
means
fly straight and
maintaining your
level.
altitude.
Right, but that
Don't-
tilting the nose down would look like the just basically keeping the plane in relationship with the lift and the wings, like the air under the wings, essentially. Just keeping that relationship just has to be kept stable to keep a
Yeah.
certain altitude.
A plane would have to be making a constant arch, like the Elon Musk launches. They have to make that arch. It would look like that, but going downwards. But they don't. You
So,
never
like,
see a
you
plane
mean
flying
like
like that.
every rocket launch that's just coming back right back down.
Yeah, those are basically, in the Cold War, they're demonstrating long-range ballistic missiles, and now they can make them go and deploy the warhead and then land and then launch another warhead. That's what they're demonstrating with their technology. Yeah, they do launch that shit in the Bermuda Triangle too. Yeah. Elon Musk. I was so inspired by that long piece of shit.
Well, I'm not saying that an airplane would not have to fly around a sphere, because it definitely would, but I just think the amount of curvature is not so dramatic to where it would be like almost like a video game where you'd have to literally bend the nose around the earth, because you would just be kind of cruising along and you'd be keeping your lift and you'd be keeping your altitude. Now, I'll tell you, some people, I don't know if Ruhith, if you go with this one, some people will say that gravity is like pulling the nose of this airplane. Like gravity is pulling the nose to make it fall around the earth. Would you go with that, Ruhith?
No, planes are just trimmed
People
to follow
say
an
that.
altitude.
That's like a mainstream thing. Like, oh yeah, gravity pulls the airplane. Like that's what they say, because you're like stuck to the earth and shit.
A plane is called a plane because it flies over a plane.
You've got to be a fucking troll, surely.
Of course, yes. No, dude. I don't know why. I think that's just your trigger for when he drops truth, because what he just dropped was complete truth. The roots of the word airplane absolutely have planar and are connected to the earth being a plane.
100%.
And he's not trolling by saying that anyways. It's not even a troll thing to say. It's just legit.
Hey Gio, do you ever remember the video? Did you ever see that video that Santos Bonacci did when he first opened his society in Mexico? And he demonstrated a few things like the Tesla coil and a few other healing apparatuses that they use. One thing he did, he demonstrated that he had an apparatus that had flames on either side of a pipe and it was spinning, and he was able to connect that apparatus to a CD player or whatever, and out from those flames came the music from the flames. So I was wanting to ask maybe somebody like Ruhif if he knows the attributes of a flame, because it does carry a signal. It does carry some type of resonance, a signal, a vibration. And earlier on, Curved was talking about how that laser measure. He said, "Well, a laser measure shows that light travels." Well, I'm saying that the light is ending where it ends, but within that stream of light which is visible, there's another attribute, which is the signal itself, and that's what's repeating
back to your apparatus. And I just wanted to know if everyone knows the attributes. What is in a flame? You get the light. What else do you get? The different colors. You can tell how hot it is. So, does anyone know? Can anyone answer how does a temperature laser work? You know, you have one of those temperature guns and point it to your head. Well, you can do that on a deep fry vat. You can do it on anything, and you can get that temperature. Is the light able to recall and absorb all of that information and come back and tell you the temperature, or is it the signal, or what is it?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, hold on. I was going to mention this earlier. That map with the blue ring around it earlier, all military navigation is based off of the flat map.
No, it's not.
And all of
Bloody
engineering is based off of that map too. It is not
You're talking
calculated.
about the transverse Mercator grid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, universal transverse Mercator, right? Those grids overlap each other to form a sphere.
Hold up a second. I'm just getting some munchies.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Legit. Yeah, all military navigation in the world wars is still on that map. Like everything is still based off of that map.
Hey,
You
DJ.
know, the universal
Yep.
transverse Mercator, right, is a series of rectangles, right? Yeah.
Like I said
Yes or no?
earlier, it is all based off of Euclidean trigonometry, not un-Euclidean.
The grids, the grid squares or the grid rectangles, right? Do you understand that they overlap?
Do you understand that the Earth should be curving?
Yes. Do you understand that
Do you
they
understand the how
overlap?
much?
You're trying to say that the UTM grid is a pure rectangular shape. It's not. Right? Each individual grid overlaps with the next one. And if you
All I know
take
is
away
that
the
Earth
overlap,
looks like
guess
a
what you
giant
get?
eye in the ocean. Yeah.
If you remove the overlap from the UTM, you get a sphere.
Alright, so I'm gonna go get some fucking sriracha sauce real quick. I've debated the Earth being flat a shit ton.
I'm sure that you have.
It's
I'm sure
fun.
that you
I've gotten exponentially better at it over the past year. When I first learned about it, it was like an oh shit. I couldn't really like explain it that well. And that's like Eric DeBay says at the same time. But now it's like, damn, I can real talk about it.
Yeah.
I need to charge my hoverboard because I want to go get some more fucking sriracha.
Yeah.
For now, it's just like there's so much stuff. I like researching the old world. I keep
we're
going
back
back
soon.
to that Arthurian Empire.
That's basically the next level of exactly, dude. That's the deeper truth of what's going on, because realizing the Earth isn't a globe, it's like, okay, of course it's not. And then you see how recent it is and the people pushing it. It's obvious that they've just pushed it in and propagandized it. And then you think of, okay, that's not the case. So then what really is going on? Well, the truth is that everybody knows the Earth is not moving and has a planar geometry before that. So
Yeah.
what did they really know? So once you realize it is that, and that's what the actual creation is, then you can actually start to realize that start to get to the deeper layers of what it actually is on all those levels.
Yeah, that's what I like to talk about. I'm like, honestly, like once I do my laser test, I'm fucking done debating it because that'll be like my evidence and shit. You can watch it, you could like test it yourself. You can accept it or you can deny it. I'll be fucking done. I'll put my damn working into that shit, and I just want to share them as much as possible. Sure, everyone's fucking pre-programmed by the goddamn Illuminati with their satanic occult messages and shit, and we have to deprogram the entire fucking planet. Wake up, put the fucking glasses on,
DJ?
or get the fuck out of the way.
Hey,
That's for real though. Yeah.
So I played a little bit of that airplane video, or the helicopter pilot video, and somebody put that. Whoever put that together did a lot of deceptive selective editing, and who knows who's actually speaking. But here's the first guy supposed to be a helicopter pilot. Here's how I know he isn't, because he said airplanes fly straight and level. That is not true. They're either always slightly climbing or always slightly sinking or always slightly turning to the right or the left. I used to build and fly models, okay? I have a lot of model flying hours, and they don't just fly straight and level. They're always doing something that you don't want. You can trim them out and get them pretty close, but they're still not doing exactly what you want, and you are always having to correct them. So he is not a pilot. If he had actually flown anything, he would never have said that. That
He has over 100 hours in the helicopter.
Here's a
Apparently
fundamental
it says
trick
it's known
in trick
aviation.
flying. In trick flying, you have to fly your plane completely horizontal and level. And if you pull up on it, if it's nothing but horizontal and level, and you're doing a quick ascend, a quick pull up on your plane, you won't be able to do the trick. You'll either bank left or right because you didn't get a horizontal level position. So you have to and can fly absolutely horizontal and level on a plane.
But the plane doesn't do it. You are controlling it to do it, right?
What you can do is when you're finally finding whatever trajectory the wind is at and your velocity, you can trim it. And when you have it trimmed, you can perfectly fly it horizontal. In fact, I asked a pilot one time when I was doing a documentary, I said, "Hey, bud, if you had no instruments, how would you level off your plane?" He said, "Well, I would match the tips of my wings to the horizon." And I said to him, "No kidding, because the Earth's flat." And he just looked at me and smiled, right? And then we left.
Yeah, well, that's, you look out to the horizon and you level your plane to it if you don't have instruments, but that doesn't mean that you're not slowly climbing or slowly sinking or slowly.
No, you didn't. You were missing the point again. To do that, you have to fly level and straight. And if you get in a certain pocket, minus any turbulence or, crazy weather patterns, right? That's why your route is probably important and why they do a million calculations for each flight that's leaving its airport so they get the best route based on the weather patterns. Is because the better flight that's straight rather than flying through storms, right? So you've got that to contend with. But nonetheless, you have to be able to fly straight in a plane. That's how you get your...
Jesse, real quick, Jesse, are you sure you're not misinterpreting what the guy said? I don't know exactly what you're talking about. You said something about the helicopter said that airplanes fly true and straight, but that doesn't mean that he's saying that there's no adjustments to be made to fly true and straight.
I mean, you can watch the video. This looks very similar to a video that I...
Regardless,
Never mind.
You're making adjustments. That's one thing. But if you're, you know what I'm saying? I think you're just making
a question. Can I ask this guy a question? Is there a way that in our world that we can fly a straight path and a curved path? Do we have even have remote controlled toys that can do these kind of things?
We can circumnavigate the flat Earth.
Well, I'm just saying with the toys, right? I'm just trying to get this guy to say that the impression is that we don't have the capabilities to fly a straight path.
No, that's not what I said. I said the airplane itself, you don't just set it, trim it, and expect it to maintain course and maintain elevation.
No, you got to have pretty good weather to do that, right? And a good constant thrust. So the point is it's not possible. It happens all the time. I mean, in most aircrafts that are commercial, they have their nose tilted up, right? That angle of attack.
No, the wings are tilted up.
Well, the way the angle of incidence is for the wings are the way that gives the angle of attack, right? As it's at cruising altitude. So when you look at that observation, that plane is in the center position, where you would call the center of gravity in your world. That plane follows that center line of center of gravity across a straight path. That's how it does it, right? And the reason why we know that is because you can fly a curved path as well. So the reason why this is important is because you have independent control of a straight and curved path in 3D space. And why do you have that? It's because we have a tool that creates its own horizon in 3D space, if you will, that allows us to find orientation based on our, yaw, pitch, whatever, right?
Do you have any flying experience as a pilot?
14 hours as a baby pilot, flying light wing, but it's been 20 years out of those 14 hours, right? So very, recalling memory and stuff. So no, I'd like to go back,
But I actually, how I got into flat Earth is I actually went to pilot school again because I was in early 20s. I went to ground school and shit, and flew for a bit, and then I decided to pick up again. And the first day in my pilot class, and the funny thing is they had no idea why I was there. What was really, really crazy is that the pilot instructor goes, "Don't worry, it's flat." But what he was saying is not that it's flat Earth. No, that's not what he was implying. The fact I asked him that, he said, but a lot of people think that when it's up there, it's this ball and whatever, right? He says, no, it's flat. I was really, my ears perked up when he said it, right? I'll never forget it. And so I took a couple of lessons anyway and recorded the experience. And then I went to airports and interviewed pilots. And at the end of the day, when you're new to this, you just want straight answers. And in the debate forum or the arena that you call Globe versus Flat Earth,
arena, it's real as fuck.
You're not going to get that, right? So you got to go out and ask people, average people, what they think about the math and what they think about the concepts. And
dude, I think people really don't know what the Earth is at all. Like a lot of people, I'm saying the masses.
Well, here's going to blow your mind. Did I ever tell you this?
To the point to where like they would drop the globe in an instant. Like it could happen. You know how like everyone started wearing masks within a week? Well,
no, they'll never drop they'll never drop the thing because the secular world is too important to people. So
no, the globe's going to take longer than that. Yeah. The globe will be a longer depth.
But I think what you're saying, Gio, is that if they saw what we've seen, it would be easy for anyone to drop the globe.
Oh, yeah. Just a very basic, solid presentation. I mean, any logically minded person would be like, yeah, it's probably not a globe.
Exactly.
If you saw a good presentation of like the best information all compiled in like 2 hours.
Well, do you know how I've turned two people recently, actually? And it surprised me how I turned them. But they've known me for a bit, right? And I turned them roughly within a week apart from each other. And all I did was show them Michelle Thaller's video where she says, grab a pair, because they live on lakes, right? These people. And Michelle Thaller says, grab a pair of binoculars, stand in a lake, and you'll see boats disappear bottom up, mast and all. And that's due to curvature. And when I showed both of them, you should have seen their faces, man. Because that's a lie. They got it right away, right? I was like, wow.
Yeah, they got to give up the boats over curvature, because if you're talking about the plane flying, like you guys were just talking about, the plane flies without having to actually go around the ball, you know, and it's just because it's such a slight degree of curvature from that high up, then there's no fucking boats being hidden by any curvature. Sorry, guys, you got it. You can't have both.
Well, that's what they finally got that, right? And the funny thing is they don't know how far away that is. And when you ask the average person how far away the horizon is, they'll say 30, 40, 50 miles.
True.
Well, yeah, you're looking at a 40-mile or 50-mile stretch of straight line, horizontal horizon.
The horizon's supposed to be like real close, though.
3 miles, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you're looking at 25, 50 miles stretched across left to right with no curvature. So it doesn't make it. You can't. There's no paper towel roll explanation that's going to take care of that on your side, guys.
There, now this is chill. Like, there's no like we're the opposition. Just like controlled opposition is like. Well, think of like Tom McDonald, for instance. He's like true truth and a lie. I compare him to ODD TV. ODD TV calls out Illuminati, Freemasons directly, and all that shit. Tom McDonald sold his soul. He's a Freemason. He's in that fucking business. He reps the damn devil horns. And they allow him to say certain things, but they don't let him say everything that ODD TV would say, honestly. With like fat
Yep.
shit.
And some people might even argue ODD TV is controlled on another level.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't either necessarily, but I think that there is a certain amount of caution I take with this subject in general, just because it is such a script flip that, you know, I think I'm surprised they are allowing it to the degree that they do. And ODD's videos stay up with all kinds of cuts of other music and everything that a lot of people's shit would have gotten taken down. And that's one of the comments that people have said over the years. Like, how does he keep that video up with all those fucking copyrighted musics and shit? That's all.
Maybe just times it right. You usually use like 30 seconds.
He could be that good. I love ODD shit though, by the way. He's one of the big ones I recommend. Along with Eric Dubay, no matter what people say about either of them.
Yeah. Taboo Conspiracy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think Eric Dubay's got a lot of good information. And Taboo Conspiracy is solid as well for sure. Yeah, ODD. Good stuff.
Right, Ruhif? I think we lost the other Glober. I don't know if there's any other ones in here, but I think we ran one of them off.
What was the question?
That's right. You're a big ODD fan, I know. I heard you say that once, I think.
Was he the guy in the documentary a couple of months ago that just had his gun sitting on the table? That was ODD, right?
I don't know. Did he?
Oh, pretty sure he was in there.
He made a movie with Eric Dubay called Level, and then now he just released his own called The Next Level, so you can watch those back to back as well, and the 200 proofs.
Whatever the one in April was.
And the 2 hours of laser tests give you a big ass, like maybe more popcorn than you originally expected.
There was some other country that I was just hearing about too, where there was some kind of weird terrorist type act going on, and they totally like blatantly associated it with they were attacking teachers or something, and they said because of their flat Earth beliefs they were attacking teachers. We got to watch out for those fucking psyops that they start strawmanning us with.
Psychological warfare propaganda.
Well, you guys know that Christians were used before by governments, right? I mean, Rome was literally torn down by Christians, and then the barbarians finished them off. You see, there was Judaism, there was Judaic text, and that was inspiring people to tear down statues. So it's kind of like what's happening now with another ideology. They're tearing down statues, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, government's been known to inspire Christians.
Oh, they want to divide all religion and then make them fight with each other, even though they tell the same story. Yeah, there's a big thing with realizing the earth is flat, and then you get into like the religion side of things. Everything starts looping back to the Bible. Then you realize that, no offense to absolutely anyone, but Islam is currently they're trying to combine all the religions, like the Middle Eastern ones, into Islam, and then make that the one world religion.
What about this though? Hold on. See, in mathematics, right? There's this guy Bernard Riemann, and he said, you know what? He said terrestrially we live in a world that's Euclidean, right? We need other ways to communicate and to measure outside of the terrestrial world we live in. So you have a part of this. You have this world where you do have mathematicians and academia admitting that they have limitations to their tools. Bernard Riemann helped Einstein create general relativity, right? Because without Bernard Riemann's mathematics, they couldn't do space-time. So everything is like this forward succession and an admission to limitation.
I wonder what's at the center. That's some after you realize the earth is flat stuff right there too. Is that what is?
Here's the conundrum. What do you think of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I don't know. What do you think of HARP and geoengineering, chemtrails?
What do you mean you don't know? What the fuck do you mean you don't know? That's a huge conundrum for a flat Earth, right? That's a big problem you got there, bud.
A big problem? What do you mean? You have proof of the sun
orbits.
in Antarctica?
The sun orbits
here
above.
we go. This is what I'm loving here. So
what do you think about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? The other buddy said, I don't know, and then he's just on to something else. I'm curious to
Well,
know
I
what
would
the
say
24-hour
I
sun.
would say that if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it would be just as widely accepted as the 24-hour sun in the Arctic.
Okay. Well, I've
Everyone would
often
know
thought
it's
about.
true. We wouldn't have the question about it. There'd be plenty of proof of it.
Well,
And
I've
the videos that we do have are very questionable.
Yeah,
Well,
you know
there's-
that. Sorry to switch the topic, but the 5G towers emit EMF radiation, which goes into our blood cells and stops our cells from being able to take in nutrients and dispose of waste, thus killing the cell, thus killing us. And then they are putting those radiation towers all over the fucking planet. It's basically like Nikola Tesla's, like, you know, his Wardenclyffe Tower, but like evil and satanic and killing us. And
Stop
every
saying
time
planet, I agree.
I walk, I realize, like, damn, that's just fucking Nikola Tesla's corrupted. Like,
But if
that's
you're gonna call it a planet, call it a planet.
it's a plane. Just take the T off.
I like how Bro Sanchez says it's a plane within a net.
I gotta
Yeah, I
ask
like
this guy
it.
why he's so dramatic. You know, the 5G shit's only gonna really harm you if you put your fucking head right up to it.
What is when we're experiencing that radiation every single day, constantly, with those towers all around us?
Yeah, I try to
You,
stay
all
you,
of our
far
you
away
put
from
your head up to it, you're gonna be fucked. But regularly, no, because if you drink enough water, you can filter it all out. So water is the main flusher of any radiation or any of that shit. So
I don't know
I think the
exactly
only
what.
concern, I mean, the biggest concern with 5G is just if you got the jab. Otherwise, it's not too
There you
bad.
go. Maybe.
I mean, it's
But
still
yeah,
there's also-
that's another bullshit. That's another bullshit thing too, as well. Why would you say that? It's total bullshit. The what they've done is they've basically made a nanolipid particle with an enzyme to break the blood-brain barrier. Why the fuck are you talking about 5G and the vaccine? That's bizarro, dude.
The vaccine is, or the whole, like, COVID, it's all fucking man-made.
Wait,
It was
let
all planned for
Gio
years.
respond to that
Sterilizes your sperm.
real quick, DJ. Let Gio respond to that. I don't know if he had a direct connection as far as that goes, but I think he was kind of just saying it in jest, weren't you, Gio? Or
Pardon?
about
Saying
the
what?
5G, about the 5G with the vax?
Oh, absolutely. That's what the whole system's designed for. Yeah, it's nanoparticles. There's
Okay.
nanobot
Did they
tech
be excited by it?
that react to the 5G field. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's in our throat.
Oh,
It's in all of our bodies.
They're controlling people's health. Like with the 5G field, you can create that nanoparticulate material to, like, for example, instantly expand and cause blood clots.
Yeah, and that's
We've
what
all-
5G
we've all heard what's-
It's
we've all
taking
heard what's been going on.
that's not true as either, dude. It's taking your cell and telling your cell to produce these types of proteins, right? That's what
The
it's doing. The
vaccine-
enzymes.
The vaccine.
Are you talking like little magnetic robots, dude? That's not what the science says. The science says it's a fucking synthetic nanolipid particle, which is whatever you want to call the fucking nanoparticle shit, but it has a shell on it, an enzyme shell on it that allows to penetrate the fucking right into the blood, so it goes through your whole system. Because it's meant for gene therapy. It's not meant for 5G. It's meant to fucking change your genetics.
Yeah, all those fucking towers and everything. Hold on. I found this one video by Bob, and he drinks, or he gargles raw cranberry juice for 5 minutes, and it's like unrefined. It's like you have to have it pure, not the fucking processed shit. And then he bought the fucking highest grade commercially available microscope that you could buy on the market right now, and he did a side by side comparison of his spit and then, like, you know, the cranberry juice, and it looks all normal and shit. Then he gargles it for 5 minutes and spits it out, and it's just this fucking, like, just this little black shit's in there. And then he puts alcohol in it, and the motherfucking shit starts twitching and moving like it's alive, like the little nanoparticles, like what you say.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about Bob Nodell, DJ?
I'm talking about the rapper Bob.
Oh, B.O.B.? Okay.
Yeah.
Post that video if you don't mind, please.
It is in the chat right now. It's an hour of him going off, and that video is within it. Legit, yeah. Stanley Kubrick, They Live. Fucking Heart Music. That's a good song. The chemtrail clouds. It's 12:22 right now. Alright, I'm gonna go get some motherfucking sriracha from the store. I'm gonna be right back. Y'all binge watch all the content that I put in that chat. Please.
Cool. Welcome, DJ. Sriracha's the shit, that's for sure. I love it. Sriracha mayo. Yeah, it's interesting. Any either of you guys, you're debating a little bit about what you think the technology is with the jabs. If either of you have like links that you're relying or think that are legit, I could put some of my own. But I don't know if you want to put that in the chat. Even the server's in trouble with that. But DM me if you don't mind. Data or geo stuff that you come up with, because I've researched quite a bit on it, and there's some straw mans maybe out there.
It's just gene therapy, dude. They even admit it. So if you go to watch a few World Economic Forum videos, so here in BC, Canada, that's where I'm from, is in British Columbia. Here they fucking invented the lipo nanoparticle here, right? So they have a lot invested in here, this government. But when you look at what they've done, apparently, other standard vaccines, standard when you get them injected, stay in the location. This one spreads through your whole body now. So it's been able to penetrate your body and then reprogram your body to produce a new form of itself.
And for what reason, you think?
Well, if you're going to genetically alter somebody, you're probably going to have a sequence that probably produces an effect. What that effect isn't, or what that effect does, is probably going to be really individual based, but nonetheless, the sequence is kind of like a degradation sequence. Like, so if you have something that's going to reproduce itself, you want to probably have a code that when it reproduces, that it degrades. That's the idea that I think behind gene therapy, right? Especially if you give a sequence to a cell to produce something that is harmful to itself.
Making them more susceptible to other diseases that might come up in the meantime. Is what you're saying?
Well, I just think that it's designed to mess with your genes, and I think right now it's really individual based what happens with your genes when they fuck with it.
Well,
There's
what would be the
people
ultimate?
there's people that I know that are really old that are perfectly healthy running around. They've got 4 shots.
Sure,
right?
but that doesn't necessarily mean they had the shot that had the shit.
Well, it doesn't matter, whatever it is. They have 4 shots. They went through the process 4 times and they're perfectly healthy.
Right, but if they could have been also, I've heard personal, I don't know, people that know doctors and know lab people that you know that only a certain percentage of the jabs have the actual experimental gene therapy in it.
That could be possibly true too for exactly control purposes, placebo, like an amalgamation of a whole bunch of effects. Sure, it's possible.
The useless saltwater jab versus the real stuff that has the whatever it is in there.
The people that I've interviewed, though, who've gotten the injection said their arm was really sore and all that stuff afterwards. So,
yeah, but I think it's a multi-leveled thing. It's not just one thing. So yeah, there is effects on the genes. There's also a way that it affects with the electrostatic field remotely through the. It's not just 5G; it's through the entire grid at this point. But 5G is just what they needed to mask the propaganda as, so that they could install new equipment.
Yeah, and so if you're just reading the science,
it's not even faster. I have it's literally not. It's really just a sham. That
yeah,
part
and Data, if you're going by the science or whatever, and yeah, they do admit to a lot of the stuff you're talking about. But a lot of the things that you're saying, I've heard from another person that was interviewed, and she did a deep dive into it. And she used to work for Pfizer, supposedly, and she says that they got away with the graphene stuff because it's proprietary, and that's why they don't have to list that as an ingredient. And you won't see that on the science, them admitting to that.
Well,
So when
that's
people
right.
say
And
there's
the only way to actually verify that was to be having a sample and probably a Dimian magnet, right?
I don't know. She seems. You want me to send you videos? It's all Stu Peters
No,
stuff.
it's all good. I'm beyond all that at the end of the day because it's all coming out as far as it being political science rather than science itself. So
is it?
It appears to be, yeah.
Well, it's already been out. I mean, they're giving us the truth and the lie at the same time. That's how crazy these people are.
I mean, I think
for
a lot of people, they didn't get anything.
Exactly, yeah.
So, because they have to have a base level of a control group, basically. Yeah. Like a control group who got it, and there's also like the control group who didn't. But the ones who did get it, there is some like biometrics they can get and things like that. So it's giving them an actual control group rather than just one of the rest of us that they don't have a way to read our system remotely. So they can't really.
Yeah,
we are a control. Like those of us that didn't get it are
James
a type of control group.
I think that's James Bond far-fetched, right? You've seen James Bond movie. You're talking James Bond far-fetched nanobots in your body. This is programming your cells, man. This is like taking over your cells. So when you're like talking about how does it take over your cells, you're talking about robots doing it, or a synthetic sequence that basically this blood-brain barrier allows the DNA to be changed.
That sounds pretty James Bond to me.
Yeah, but you're talking about
James Bond. No, I'm referring to a biofilm microchip nanotech technology.
Well, then you're talking about like an actual chip with
It's
RF signal.
It's like a biofilm. It's a
not a yeah, but not enough like a robot to be.
It's like
I'm talking about
essentially.
You're talking about something planted in the body could be received as an RF, just no different than a hand chip. I'm talking about actual cell changing your genetic code, your DNA. These bots are just for RF. Probably they could read, blood pressure, maybe some. I know they want to have like, obviously IBM says they want to be able to know your sugar level, iron.
Yeah, I think the word like nanotech is better than nanobot. I mean, bot kind of implies like some kind of little mechanical thing in there that's flying around.
Yeah, this is more like just of a stationary small chip. This is not like actively seeking out your body and, like James Bond shit. Like fucking.
Well, that's where it gets kind of interesting, and then the whole boosters, because if you've got multiple of these things and they're in different areas of your body, that's even more interesting. I mean, is it all one conglomeration? Does it break up into many? Does it just filter through all the blood? Yeah, those are all interesting things to consider.
Well, they want a new economy, right? And they want information and data, and they want to be able to quantize it, because I think for their system, if they can't crunch data fast enough, then they don't have a fast enough computer, and that's probably the the reason for more data is because they can't process enough. It's like a bizarre relationship.
Well, they're going to get people dependent on them, because it also like weakens the immune system and does a whole bunch of other stuff to where, so that's another kind of dark side of it as well, that they're going to get people who are going to like get sick unless they get them, and like create this like, and then those are going to be the people that are going to want to be controlling the most, who are in like the smart cities.
No, I just think at the end of the day, dude, that's just when they do the switch over, it's the people that it's just trimming of the population, man. You have people dropping, like, I don't know if you know this, here in Canada, in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, the 5 doctors died within a week. Did you know that? You know what they all died of? Heart attacks.
Yeah, dude, totally. They've been going after the hardcore. Yep. Oh, absolutely. And the organs, kidneys, and all the
Well,
chemicals. Yeah, it's
myocarditis is a huge side effect, apparently. And all the people that were involved were like triathlon runners and just really healthy people, right? Sudden adult death syndrome, that's what they're calling it.
Yep, there's that, which is concerning. But yeah,
Honestly, brother, I think it's entertaining. It's a movie. I wish I had a budget. I'd make a movie out of it all, like a 90-minute movie. The movie would be like, you've seen 2012, but it's not like, it would be like the world would wake up to a god, and that god would give everybody this vision of where they lived, and it would be like a Truman moment.
Yeah. Well, I think in a sense, the Truman Show has like an archetypal reflection of life, that we're all kind of on a stage in a sense, part of the whole system.
I don't feel part of the system. The system is there. The system is there for anybody who wants to benefit from it, not benefit from it. The system
I
is
didn't mean like
indifferent.
the system of government. So I just more meant like the entire system of consciousness is what I meant. Like the entire field. Like in my mind, essentially the creator is within its own creation, which is we all are the creator ultimately, but within the larger system, it is just manifesting with its consciousness, like this entire realm, let's say, all the humans, the weather, the nature, the sun, moon, the whole thing is being manifest like simultaneously all.
Well, what if it's already just created?
Well, that's the thing. What do you think? That's the question. I was talking about bandsaw the other night. It was a really good conversation. Like, and I'll ask you. You can drop me what you think. So, do you think the future has been written? Like, has it already existed? Has it happened in consciousness in there, or has it actually not been written and it's actually unfolding for the first time?
Well, we're told nothing is new under the sun, apparently, right? But yet our personal experiences are all unique, and there would appear to be new symbolization of something that's never happened before in our lifetime. In other words, you and me can verify at least 50 years back. We could go back in history and look at 50 years back. There's documentations. We can go back 100 years. So we got a lot of understanding of culture and how things are. Well, if you look at what's going on now today, politically, environmentally, and so forth, and then you look at a group of people mentioning what the Bible would consider to be, or any religious text talking about signs and symbols of the end of days, right? So we're kind of in this really amazing time where it's either the people that created the story are manifesting it, or the Bible is just predicting prophecy, and our whole time proceeding through this modern era we've kind of mocked the whole thing and made it into this relative experience when the absolute truth underneath it all is that it is unfolding at us. And the people that are maybe perhaps on this frequency that you're talking about or consciousness, not everybody's going to be on that consciousness. And some people are going to be on that consciousness. Now, I don't know how do you tell or whatever, not because people are conspiratorial or dissident to the government. Consciousness comes from our creator, supposedly, but do you think, here's a question for you after, but anyway, the whole point is that the consciousness is coming for people that are being woke. I just don't think it's necessarily because you're a conspiracy theorist or a dissident to the government. You definitely have to have a belief in a creator to understand the world and understand your limitation. Give me a quick example and I'm done. They claim an asteroid's coming and it's going to hit the earth and it's going to, it's potentially, it's like they leave out God in the equation. There's something in the sky that's going to hit. No, God is in control, but that's not how the world thinks, right? So I think that consciousness there exists with a group of people that they can see the asteroid being told in the news, but then they realize God's in charge and there's no reason to worry about an asteroid coming, So it's just, anyway, the question for you, what the fuck was I going to ask you? The consciousness that you're talking about, is it what's the purpose of it for you? Like, does it bring about a change here where it's actual empirical, or is it a new system where a creator comes down and he lives with his people?
Yeah. Well, I would say, okay, so yeah, that's a very deep question. I would say this. I think there's only one entity essentially in the entire realm of everything, which would be the creator, and we are it. But we are parts of it that have essentially partitioned a part of ourselves from the center, as it were, from the core. Like that, like a partitioning, like separating itself. So we're all a separation of the creator, and the creator is us. We are it. And that creator is like infinite love, infinite knowledge, infinite ability, infinite bliss, omnipotent, omnipresent, all of that. And it just decides to split itself and create all of these different experiences in really, like in my mind, what could all be called spirit realms. Like it's all spirit, ultimately, it's all consciousness. Physical matter is spirit, just put in, consciousness in spirit, put into physical form. But anyway, so just in the general sense of it, and so that thing is also like like light and sound and electromagnetic, electrostatic, like it's like infinite of those. So I think in this realm that we're in, it's a combination of all those things. It's like the light, sound, magnetic, electrostatic, electromagnetic fields. Basically, it's all light and sound vibrations, and it vibrates the light and sound at a particular vibration to create physical matter. And then that could all be defined as consciousness in a sense. And then it could even be seen as though like our souls are sort of incarnating like in these bodies and then living our soul life through the body. But the whole system could be seen as a whole field of consciousness of that light and the light, sound, infinite knowledge, infinite wisdom, and just that ability to create anything.
Well, you die, right? What happens when you die?
Well, that's another very deep topic. I have had my own experiences of remembering what it is, but I guess I could give like a super short one, or I don't want to go on too long, but I'll just say for most people, I would say the great majority, our souls leave our bodies and expand and essentially go back to what I would call the human spirit world. So like human souls that are incarnating as humans go to the human spirit world. And then from there, they can decide whether they're going to incarnate again or they can go from there to other spirit worlds and experience other things. So that's kind of like the train station from here. And that's like our home as well. Like when we go back there, it's like, yeah, and it's very blissful, and all your ancestors, everyone you've ever known that you've lived all your lives with, like we're all there just in our soul energy. And we're there now. We're all there now, but we split a part of our souls off to incarnate into the body. So it's like our soul might be a split off part of the actual creator, but then our soul splits off a part of itself to then incarnate into a physical body. So like we're all there right now, like we're in heaven right now, but we're simultaneously, a part of us is in here, you know, in a body, like going through the time system. So that's what I would say in the kind of a fairly short way, is my understanding is that, yeah, you basically leave your body and go through the light back to the spirit world, which could be referred to as heaven, but I would kind of refer to it as like the human soul spirit world.
So where do you go when you sleep, do you think?
Well, that's another very deep question too. So many potentials there. Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's deep as well. I mean, in that idea, it's like your DMT is being released and you're in that deep state. So like anything could be possible. But
it's almost like you're dead and then something just wakes you up.
Yeah, I kind of see like the average sleep state as like an in-between between the spirit world and this physical world. You're kind of half there. It's like an intermediary state where you're just totally at rest. But then from there, perhaps you can branch off and do lucid dreaming or do something crazy, or like, you know, even interdimensional travel or go into the past or the future. I mean, anything could be possible. But I think like the actual midpoint, it's like sort of like in the idea of the astral plane, but it would be like kind of between, because, you know, yeah, like between the physical world and the spirit world, it's like almost like an in-between kind of limbo where most of us are when we're sleeping. But of course, then that gets into the idea of dreams where, you know, we seem to be in other places and all kinds of things like that. So that's pretty interesting. But I mean,
what about creation itself, like the earth that you're in here, right? There's so many wonderful things about creation, whether it be the animals or fruits or vegetables or whatever you like to do, from like swimming, or you know what I mean, like so many wonderful created things you can experience, and you experience in a body that's designed to experience these things, right? Within limits. Obviously, Mother Nature can be pretty harsh and consume you like an animal. But do you think there's a greater purpose to experiencing? Because one thing I've pondered is, why make all the variety of fruit and then give me a body in a world that's corrupt? Wouldn't it be best to give me all the variety of fruit in a world that isn't corrupt and a perfect body?
Yes, but what about if you could have both?
Well, here's the difference.
Would you do both? Because I often think of the creator as something like it wants to create every possible thing it can, like every combination, every possible reality. So then that gets to the idea of like parallel realities, metaverse, you know, multiverse. You know, so maybe there is a world that everything is absolutely, maybe there's thousands of them, millions of them, of worlds just like this one, or even slightly altered, where they are total utopia. So what if we already have that? Would we then want to create every other possibility, even to things?
Well, you're talking about philosophy at this point, right? And you have to look at what is important about the ideas behind. If you think there's 10 dimensions or whatever, the idea is it's going to come from a form of philosophy. And what you just mentioned about, I think, 10 dimensions, right? That's the Kabbalah. They believe in the 10 dimensions, which makes up the reality we live in. Within that reality, there's sub butterflies, if you will, like butterfly effect kind of thing or whatever. You kind of have these different ripple of realities throughout, but it's all contained within the 10 dimensions, so to speak, right? Is that what you mean? Like kind of, that's why we can dream and all this other stuff and connect with the gods, and right?
No, yeah, I definitely resonate with parts of what you said. I wasn't really speaking in terms of specifically the Kabbalah or any, but
maybe that's what their practice is, right?
Particular, maybe not that exact kind of dimensional concept. I guess what I would say.
Well, my point is that it comes from
the creator.
My point is it comes from philosophy,
many
right?
things as it wants to. Yeah, no, this is like deep, like metaphysics of the creator at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it's exactly right. So the idea is where is it rooted in, right? And it's funny how if you go back to Egypt, you go back to the early Greeks and Egyptians, you look at the Israelites, and if you're not mistaken, when you look at history, it's almost like the Greeks kind of blended in with the Israelites, right? And kind of developed a religion and a philosophy, and then broke off, and then you had like other books other than the Torah written, right? And if you look at the 1300s, there was this really good, interesting push from like Platonism to Hellenistic, and which means it was a changing of philosophy, right, of how the world is, and the gods that ruled the world. Like it's just basically an empire dying and a new empire coming in. The whole new philosophy is my point. So you believe in the simulation theory? It was like written in the 80s, right? I think one guy wrote it in the 80s because that's what it sounds like. Because the way to have multiple dimensions, you need to have a simulation, no?
No, I wouldn't say I would necessarily align with anything that would be called simulation. I like some certain ideas. I mean, I think reality can be seen as that, but no, I'm talking about essentially a core of consciousness that is the creator, that is all of us, and then that consciousness separating itself into as many possible different experiences as it possibly could think of. It wants to try everything, being a man, a woman, fat, skinny, tall, short, rich, poor, healthy, non-healthy, tall, all of it.
No, I don't believe that at all. No, not
Every
at all.
possible,
Do you know why?
combination.
Do you know what? Do you know why?
Craves to
Because no, I think that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of his creation and the ideas that he could create, and through that creation, he could give man dominion. Because you have to look at the significance of us and why we have dominion over the earth. Is because the earth was created for us, right? So if you're talking about a deity that wants to be all these multiple things, well, it's not that I don't think he wants to be those multiple things. He is those things by proxy because he created them, but I don't think he takes form in them, because it says, and what I believe it says, he made us in our image, right? And the reason why I would adhere to that is because if you look around, we have this human form that gives us dominion over everything. So there's a uniqueness to us, right? And if we look at the religious text, we've got history that tells us there was a mixture of Nephilim, or whatever you want to call them. There's other names for them other than that, but that's the idea, is that we had a mix of blood. And then if you look now, we don't have the Nephilim, but we have another mix of blood. We have apparently possessions happening. So you're talking about a spirit world or consciousness. Maybe it does exist. The possessions are on the increase. Like, for instance, the New Testament talks about possession, but it doesn't talk about the Nephilim. The Old Testament talks about the Nephilim, but doesn't talk about possession, right? So we're looking at another psychology, and if we're going to have a re-education of the world, I don't think we have to go in a direction of ambiguity. It would be more like the masculine side of creation, right? The masculine energy of creation. And if the world has more masculine energy of creation, the more it will draw out feminine. What happens now in society, if you look around, there's all this feminine energy that's overbearing masculine. It's because there's no more masculine energy.
That's because of all the estrogen in the food, phytoestrogens and estrogens and toxins that break down to estrogens.
No, it's shaming. It's shaming good men who just want to get laid and trying to do the best thing to, be a good dude, right? And if you pump them with sports and beer and food and money and cheap porn, well, then they're not going to try so hard. They got porn, they got their dope, and they got their beer, right? They're not going to try. Unless they're like probably 20, right?
Reference to the demon possession and Nephilim, just because the biblical text you're referring to doesn't specifically make reference to them doesn't mean they didn't exist. I mean, there's evidence of Nephilim, giants and bones that might only be 200 years old in America or wherever. So there's no reason to think. There's no reason to think they didn't exist. What I'm saying, there's no reason to think they didn't exist in New Testament time, and there's no reason to think that demonic possession didn't happen in Old Testament time. I mean, it's not directly referred to, so I see what you're saying, but it doesn't. It's not definitive.
No, you could probably look at you probably can't generalize it like that, maybe, but it's definitely there's a separation there for sure as far as what's being educated or taught.
Yeah, that's right. Just what's presented to us, whatever that means, but what's presented to us in that scripture or in that text. Yes, I agree. There seems to be a delineation, but is that done with an agenda, or is that done because it's factual, or some other reason? Who knows?
Well, it's perspective, essentially. So if you're going to go through philosophy and you're going to be educated and read, you're probably going to have different philosophies. So if somebody's going to read, I don't know, fascist material, they might end up understanding why fascism is attractive. I don't know. You know what I mean? So interest is a big thing, but in a world of digital access, algorithms kind of maybe defeat the purpose of individual choice, right?
Yeah. I mean, New Testament times, according to Scripture, Jesus went around casting out demons. In Old Testament time, King David went around slaying and Joseph, not Joseph. What's his name? Joshua went around slaying Nephilim. So, is it just historical? No, I don't know. I just think to read a book in 2022 that you have, questionable. There's things that it could have been tampered with. I'll just put it that way. I'm not denigrating the book. I'm just saying throughout the ages, men have had influence on what's reached us today. So,
it's all original.
Yeah, not a letter, not a jot or a tittle has been changed. You're right.
They've never gotten in
changed.
there.
Not a comma.
They didn't even change a spacing on that thing. It's exactly.
All you have to do is
Times New Roman. It was even used back then.
All you have to do is test the claims, right? And that's it. And if you use these,
no, that's not it. That's so oversimplified, brother.
Oh no, it's very good because there's many scriptures that allow you the tools to test the claims, and there's many types of lessons, right? That you can.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So you've got the 66 books that make up the current canon. So then you've got the Jasher, and you've got Jubilees, and you've got Enoch, and you've got the Gospel of Thomas, and you've got all these other things that aren't in your canon. But should they be? Why would Enoch is still in the Ethiopian Bible. It was removed some hundreds of years ago. Why was it removed? It was obviously originally included, but then it was removed for some reason. So did the Council of Nicaea get it wrong? Or did they hear from God? Did they not hear from God? There's so much that's fuzzy and grey in this discussion that to stand on anything as an absolute, I think, is dangerous.
One of the cardinals spoke up and he said, this is maybe, I don't know, 70 years ago, the footage. And he stood up into the podium there and he said, we went ahead and we changed the day from Saturday to Sunday. And we went ahead and this is from a Catholic cardinal, whatever. And I think it was a cardinal, or maybe he was, anyway, he's up there. He's got the fish hat on, so it might be a pope, but I don't remember him as a pope. It's maybe the second level down, but he had a funny hat on anyway. And he just said about the Bible, about the book, about how they made choices and decisions because they had the authority of God to do so, right? And it's funny that you asked that because when I remember seeing that video, it's almost like they did change the day from Saturday to Sunday. And if you look at the whole entire world rests on Sunday. And for the most part, it seems to work, and it seems to be a positive thing.
But you know why? Have you got any
Hold on. I'm almost done. So it kind of looks like a positive thing. So I'm not trying to defend the Roman Catholic Church, but however, this guy who said that, he said, well, this is what happened. We did it, and God didn't rebuke us for changing it. And then he proceeded to talk about books and so forth. And there might be part of the education system that we're only required a certain amount of books required to educate a class. And the reason why I suggest that is because they've used like elements from Euclid to educate classes before, a class of people anyway, right? So they've used these textbooks to educate people, the language skills. There's a little bit of math in there too that you can learn.
I think Data, when you go on with so many points, I think you're actually getting less retention of people keeping track of what you're saying than if you were to take a break and let others.
Oh well, I'm just making many points because it's that they're all valid to the point, right?
Let me know when Data makes a point.
Yeah, but if you give an account, like the Council of Nicaea is around the Constantine, leadership period when the Roman Empire was just a plethora of different pagan worships and sun worship, and also, all different Roman, Greek, Babylonian gods are all the same sort of gods, just renamed for the different.
Well, in the Bible, there's only 5 gods, and they don't. It's not referred to as actually mythical people. It's actually referred to as real people. Now, I think Hermes is in there. Zeus is another guy. He's called Zeus, but his name is different. But there's at least 5 gods in the Bible. Now, in the Quran, the Roman gods. In the Quran, the Roman gods are actually written inside the Quran, which is interesting in how they tell the difference between the Quran Roman gods versus the Bible Roman gods are different. And if you look what you see with the church, it is all pagan, but they had to obviously subvert Christianity, and the only way to do that is to amalgamate paganism into it, right?
I don't know, man. You said you've got it all figured out, so I'll be quiet.
Well, I think it's a big subversion of Christianity. It's because it's very powerful. It was destroying Rome. The Hebrew text was actually making Christians tear down statues. And if you look, 1970s here in Canada, I think it was 1970s, Jehovah's Witnesses started doing some shit for freedom of speech. And they actually won. I think it was in Montreal, Canada. They protested. They did a whole bunch of rioting, whatever they did, they won. And it's kind of funny. There were this round of the beer flu. They were non-existent.
To link it back a little bit to what we were talking about before, because you had asked me. So what? I know it's jumping back a whole topic, but what do you think the creator is? What is your viewpoint on it? Because I was sharing some of my thoughts about consciousness and the fields and dimensions and the way it creates and so on. But I was just wondering, what is your viewpoint on it? How do you see that?
Well, I think at the end of the day, there's a reason why he created the human body. There's a reason why he created a wife. The reason why he created a son and a daughter. Now, the perplexing part is if you don't have God, in my opinion, you're going to wonder why the purpose of all that is for it to die and watch it die, right? Because you can create life, you can go through it all and enjoy it, but then you have to watch everything die. So it's sort of a twisted understanding to it all, but you have to understand through that process. The amazing thing about creation and God is he teaches you all those wonderful lessons on how to understand it, which is compassion, empathy, apathy, all those wonderful things that you may have pushed to the side, you're forced to learn. That is God in the sense of how he treats everything. It's this beautiful exercise in free will and how you associate with it.
Because how do you feel you're doing on that journey for yourself?
Well, I curse, I yell, and You know, I get upset here and there, so I'm just human like anybody else. I try to do good, but my creator looks like me, and he made this body, he made this earth, he made the fruits, he made the ocean, all that stuff. Why would he want to take that away and not let me live in creation in a world that has a different rule? The whole point is that's what I think it's all about. It's about living this rule and wanting his system, right? And when you want his system, it's a golden palace and porcelain floors and everything made from the earth, polished beautifully, and, you know, rubies and emeralds, and, you know, the Bible says that it's something you can never see, it's something you've never heard of, and it's never been spoken of. It's just, that's unimaginable what it is.
Well, yeah, and it's like channels on a television. When you have a television, like we all know that the television is not creating the show. It's a device that tunes in the show from the signals coming into it to then deliver it to you. And then there's all the different channels. And so you could have a horror show on one, you could have some peaceful thing on another, you know, all the different, you know, genres and the whole thing. And I think like creation and just consciousness, energy, all of it, the way that it functions. What you were saying about that, like, you know, infinite, you know, ruby palaces and beauty. And I mean, I think all that exists. Like it's there. It's just on a different channel. That might be on channel, you know, put it on like 33, might as well. Put on channel 33, the bliss channel. But then there could be other channels happening as well. And if the creator wants to experience all kinds of different ones, then it may want to experience things that are unpleasant, because I often think like if it's infinite, then it wants to experience everything opposite of itself. It wants to experience being finite, limited in a physical body, you know, feeling like you're going to die, because like it can't die. So it wants to feel like what it's like to die because it never can die. It's always in bliss. It wants to experience what it's like to not be in bliss or to be in limitation. So I think there's like an interplay that it's actually creating parts of itself that it doesn't have, in order to kind of like, in a sense, almost try to satisfy the fact that it's alone at the end of the day, which is kind of sad in a way, but also beautiful and just eternal. So,
Well,
but we
the
can
funny part is that the funny part is that I think the part of that creator made us to experience this, not to die, not to face a second death, but just to die once.
Yeah, or die spiritually. Yeah, because that's why I think a lot of these religions are like occulted versions of the actual ancient spiritual and kind of mystical traditions of that, and actual like spiritual death and rebirth, like experiencing, you know, dying when you're in a body, and then when you die, you don't actually die at that point. Like you have transcended that. There's a quote, he who dies before he dies does not die when he dies. So it kind of means like if you're doing your like spiritual death, rebirth, like facing your demons, all of that in your life, and like improving yourself and all of those factors, and kind of going through the ego deaths of attachment, that usually the ego is driven to like, you know, sort of sins and compulsions and all that kind of, you know, all of those kinds of carnal desires and all of that stuff. And like, yeah, kind of the process of harmonizing that, then like becoming more whole with those parts of yourself. And then that part of your ego dies, like spiritually dies, and actually even can be connected with the feeling of death. But then that actually is like liberating your soul to higher knowledge, higher integration, higher healing, higher like abilities, like whether it's like musician talent or creative talents. I mean, that's just like the spiritual death, rebirth mysteries that have been so foundational.
So just out of curiosity, if you could come back the way you are in your body, but perfect, and be in a system under God, your God's creator's rule, and live in a paradise system that you live in now, and the stuff that you live in would be gone, but it would be a house that God made for you. And of course, we can only speculate what that would include, but would you want to come back in that in that scenario?
I think, yeah. I think every possible scenario is interesting to experience.
Do I get 7 wives listening to you?
Well, no, because that wouldn't be. God's not looking for fornicators, man. The point is that a marriage. See, the government perverted marriage here, and obviously taxes and people who wanted to tax people perverted women's liberty. The point is you are experiencing life in a physical form, and the concept would be, well, I'm not in a perfect world, so I don't actually get to experience peace. There is peace through God now, but it's a form of peace that, depending on what you're engaging in or what you're doing for a living, there's a lot of unnecessary stresses in the world, like collapses by the government and shutdowns by the government that affect people, right, involuntarily and ruin people's lives. Those kind of pains and sufferings are systems created by man. I'm looking at suggesting that the system that we get into is under God's rule, but it's still in a form that we see here, which is rooted in creation. It only seems logical to think that our Creator, who made all this creation, would only continue it on and offer us an opportunity to live in the system that He created.
Why you saying tall and short? Why are you excluding the boobs?
Right. Well, see, the way I see that though is like I would say my soul has incarnated in other lifetimes where I have been a woman, where in that body it was a woman's body. I've been women and men in many lifetimes. So in that way, that's the way I would think about it, is that it's my soul in a different body. It wouldn't necessarily be me like this person I am in this life as something else. It would more be just be my soul in a different body.
You've been a male and a female in your lifetime. What did you say?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've many lives as a female and many as a male.
What do you mean you have many lives as a male and many lives as a female? Do explain.
Well, in the entire lineage of the lives my soul has lived at this current time, this current time, as it were, because we're in this time section.
How do you know how old your soul is?
I've been.
I would be closer to that one, like a lineage, like you said, like maybe you in the past, maybe you were a girl in the past or whatever. You know, like I don't know, the fraction of your soul or something like that, or a version, an older version of your soul, maybe. And this is the present version of your soul, you know. But all at the same time, like in different dimensions. I don't know about that one.
How old is your soul there, Gio?
Yeah, maybe your soul is very old and you used to be in a female body. That's possible.
How do you know?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
You don't know, but you're just saying?
Well, some people, actually, I've heard people talking about that, and they say, hey, they claim you have a
is that a feeling? Is that a feeling thing, or is that
actually say that? But I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, that's a feeling thing, right? That's what you feel happens, right? You feel like you have an old soul.
Dana, let me just ask you a quick question. So you're coming at this from a Christian perspective, I guess, a biblical Christian narrative predominantly, or perspective?
I'm actually looking at it for what it is. So if I'm surrounded by creation, I don't give a crap about religious books or religions that are out there. I do like the King James out of all the books, but as far as me going to congregations and halls and participating, no thanks. The idea behind it is I look at my reality. My reality says I have a body. Well, I'm impressed by the human body. While granted, not by everybody has a perfect human body. We die, and some people are not born with good genetics or whatever. So there's a scale of that design. However, when I look at design, I still look at the human body, whether or not mine or somebody else's, as a form of amazement, the way it's designed. I look at the environment where that body is subjected to. And I think to myself, well, what's the point of all of this if the system is corrupted? Well, the point is that if you do have a creator, you have free will within that system. And if that system is giving you constant temptation, well, you have free will to participate in how you want based on whatever temptation you allow yourself to participate in. That's the whole point. But more importantly, that free will is designed to be appreciative of the creation that you're given to, which is from your creator. So I think to myself, when I'm dead, I have all these other philosophies in the world that I can choose from. Well, wait a second. I like the empirical reality that I'm in. I just don't like the system. So if I had God's system, which of course I had still had free will, but I had God's system, in other words, my brain as a child was never raised in the system of God's. So I was never operating in a system of God. I had to learn how to do that before I died. So if it was given to me again in a human form, because I love to eat fruit, it was amazing to eat the peach off of a tree. It's great. And I think that would be a sad part of dying to give up. I mean, that's maybe arbitrary, really, but the idea is that you're experiencing creation in his system. So to eat a peach in this world is different than eating a peach in God's world. So I think the best philosophy, and I'm almost done, I swear, best philosophy is to think about this empirical reality and is duplicated in the next after you learn how to control the free will in this one and understand where it all comes from.
So you're not coming at it from a quote-unquote Christian perspective then?
I think Data is, yeah. I think he's.
Well, yeah, I don't know. That's what I asked. I got a fairly protracted answer, but I'm just trying. It was a simple question.
I'm not certain what your understanding of Christian is. My understanding of Christian religion is full of pagans. The Christian religion that I know of that exists right now it's pagan. And it's not Christian. So I don't know.
The gospel message is that we're all sinners. Christ came to earth, lived amongst us, died to pay for our sins, and then if you believe in him, you'll go to be with him for eternity. That kind of narrative that's commonly projected from biblical scripture.
Yeah. Do you believe in that, Data?
That's the fundamental of it all. Sure,
That is the Christian narrative. I don't know what other version of it that you've got, Data, but that
I
is.
thought just encompassing of the practices like the Roman Catholic Church or the Jehovah's Witnesses.
I would have said
or all
Catholic,
these.
bro. I said Christian, not Catholic. Long way between Christian and Catholic. But anyway, I'm not trying to be a smart ass. Like just the simplified Christian gospel narrative.
Here's another thing about that in question is that I also looked at that as far as philosophy goes. And if it is possibly to be true that a man could walk the earth and he would be sinless, in other words, because I've had, some pretty nasty thoughts once in a while, right? We all have, we've all lied or whatever, right? We've always committed these trespasses, if you will, against somebody else, right? Now, if you have an underlying consciousness and that you feel bad for doing it anyway, and you kind of want to get that person to forgive you. So if you have a man that's sinless, that's walked this earth, that has said, hey, look, you could do all these things better. And he was murdered by the evil that existed here, right? And it's existed here because of free will. You have to look at what that sacrifice means. It means that everybody who has free will go through the sacrifice of Christ, because it will be you that ends up making those choices, whether you go to the next system under God's rule, because God has basically, it's like a parent essentially.
Jesus was holy man and holy God at the same time. Like he wasn't a man like you and me. He was holy God at the same time. He was holy man.
He was sinless.
That's how he was sinless, because he was born by immaculate conception. He lived a sinless life because he was God, and then went back. He was sacrificed. He was the living sacrifice on our behalf, and then went back to be with the Father.
This is what makes it significant, in my opinion, out of all the philosophies of ideas, whether you call it a Babylonian sun worship, where, the sun is doing the 3 days, sitting there stationary above the horizon 3 days in a row, If you want to take that Albert Pike translation of Babylon worship as the interpretation of Christ, you could see the subversion to that. And that's why I'd adhere to the more real empirical concept of it, or the reality of it, rather than, of course, the sun worship of it, because of the implications of it. Knowing that you were born like a child is not devious in a sense that it's a negative devious. It's just like a waggish curiosity, right? It's waggish. In other words, the attitude is just mischievous, but it's not. It's like not malevolent. That's kind of.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, I think that plays in that taps in certain ways my understanding of a certain layer of things, to where we all have like a certain curiosity to kind of carry certain things out. Well, let me ask you this: like, in terms of the Jesus dying for sins, like, why do you feel like someone else had to die for sins rather than you doing it yourself?
It's not. It's a sinless man being subjected to the evil here, and what killed that evil is free will. And when I look at how we deal with free will, each thing that we do will kill us based on our free will. So it's symbolic in that sense. But more importantly, when somebody is executed in evil and has not done anything wrong, and he was completely innocent and honest, and then there's witnesses to this man rising from the dead, that is something that has apparently changed the whole entire world, to the point where Christians believed it so much that they fought for human rights and changed the whole entire world. So again, it's just a repetition of what happened in the Roman days with the Judaic text, that it made all the the Jews stand up and say no to the Romans and started. So that power that comes from killing that evil, killing an innocent person, is enough to enrage, obviously, or enrage enough people to change the system for the positive. And if you look, that's what happened.
So it's so powerful that it's a man that's innocent, because I couldn't imagine anybody getting angry over the sun doing that.
Okay. Yeah. Lots of layers there, lots of different things. So yeah. It just sounds like a lot of that story sounds like occulted sorcery to me.
Yeah, I'm just more confused than when we started. To be really honest with what you've said, because I heard you before. You referenced biblical text and the demonic possession versus Nephilim. So you're referencing that text as I assume some source of authority, or is just as a historical document, or how do you view it?
Well, you're talking about
a bit of everything.
The death of Christ, essentially, and why the philosophy. To me, the philosophy is better than anything else. Like it's like, what do I believe? Why does somebody have to die for me? Right? You said. Well, it's not that.
Yeah, like why is your own spiritual salvation, your own spiritual karma, morals, sins, all of that whole complex, whatever that is for you and whatever it is for me, and all of us have that. Like, why does it have to be this other guy, this other dude who has to be involved with it? Why wouldn't it just be you and your own journey and so on?
So the message is that this man was killed. He was innocent. He was killed by evil, right? So that's a motivation to basically to stand against evil, right? So to stand against evil, you have to fight to be good, which requires a lot of discipline towards your free will. And a lot of people don't have that discipline towards their free will, so it's a struggle until the end of your days, right? So in other words, some people.
Yeah, but I mean, I see that as part of just the personal death rebirth journey spiritually.
Well, you have to be motivated somehow, right? So the story in itself is either a myth or it's a real thing.
Well, like the idea of sins and morals, like having certain things that you do that are, wrong in certain senses, if you want to just use that term, and then ways of coming to terms with that, and the kind of death rebirth process of that. Like let's say somebody's like a thief and they're just stealing from everyone, and then at some point, they get stolen from, and vice versa, all of that, and at some point they realize, okay, it's not right to steal. I'm going to stop stealing, or whatever it may be, and then they integrate and kind of go through some maybe death, maybe like facing what they've done or whatever it may be, or kind of learning the what it is, like the learning whatever that structure is, and then kind of having a death through that, and then a sort of a rebirth into having more maybe compassion, maybe apologizing to people they hurt, whatever it may be, and that's all kind of woven into Christianity. But it seems to me like that's like kind of a personal journey that we're all going through. I just don't see how it needs this guy who was killed to then, like, he has to be taking your sins from you and cleansing you. Why does it have to involve him? Because that's the part that seems like occult.
So again, it's just evil. It's about evil, right? Killing something innocent and sinless. There was no reason for Jesus Christ.
That's exactly why it sounds like occulted sorcery. It has to do with this murder.
It's
of,
like look. It's like you didn't
physical evil act, basically.
Yeah,
it's
but
it's like worshiping a satanic ceremony, essentially.
Maybe you're not looking at the significance of an innocent person being killed, right?
That happens all the time, though. But that's his karma. That's his journey. It has nothing to do with you or me. That's his. That's him.
Well, I understand that. But there was
his confrontation with what's evil, which is ultimately part of himself that he'll eventually learn.
So what's really significant about his crucifixion was the resurrection that it was witnessed, right?
Yeah, and that's interesting, but that's no more than an anecdotal story at the end of the day. That's so ancient that
well,
it's hard to have
there's 25,000. Apparently, there's 25,000 ancient scriptures, and what is really recognizable and provable, which I can back up, is the fact that
yogis can do that too. Yogis can. I mean, there's a lot of humans that have been.
Hold on. What I can back up and prove is that the whole entire world literally studies these scriptures regarding Christ. And it's such a powerful influence. There has to be a reason. So logically, to me, it cannot be a myth of the sun. It actually has to be a physical being that walked the earth that was completely innocent, that Rome executed for no cause. And the evil that's behind that is evident in the action, what they've done, because the result was the text was so powerful that it eventually tore Rome apart. And that was evident in how they tore the statues down and how they basically left it for the barbarians to completely destroy it. Now, what did Rome do still? Well, Rome to appease the Christians by amalgamating them.
basically made their religion mainstream, right? And of course, what happened is that became more reality. Christianity took over, and it fought for human rights. It ended slavery in the United States. In fact, the British Army was the head of it. Is the ones that started to end slavery. Granted, every culture enslaved each other, but that's what the evolution of Christianity was. And now we're coming to the peak of it, where we need to destroy Christ. So, which means you have to make it a
seems like
myth.
the whole thing's a propagandized story. A lot of it. I mean, I think
Sure.
Jesus was a real person. I think he was a real man who lived. I think he was a pretty old soul. I don't think he was quite completed through the entire Earth realm, but he was getting there. So he was a very old soul, and I'm sure he had wisdom to offer. And I don't doubt that he did some kind of supernatural things.
Why would it change the whole world?
Dude,
Why,
fuck this,
why
man.
would,
If you're just going to interrupt and monologue, it's not really interesting to chat with you, bro. You got to be honest.
well, why would it be 2021?
I guess just monologue, and I'll head off because I actually got some other stuff to do.
Doesn't some people claim that they're related to Jesus and they're like the line from from, you know, like he had children, that kind of stuff, and they are today the
Who
line.
knows, dude?
Yeah, I think
All
he
I
was a
know,
real man who lived. Exactly. There is a lineage of who he was. And I do think there was like legend around him because I do think he was a very old soul. So I think he had a lot of wisdom and so on. But I don't think he had wanted anyone to worship him or worship his death or wear his dead body on their jewelry or any. I don't think that was what he was about at all. So it seems to me like an actual like wise old soul that probably was very gentle and kind and compassionate and probably did have a positive influence. Seems to, in my view, has been just hijacked and co-opted and turned into this occult sorcery worship
Roman
thing of
Catholic
someone's death,
Church.
and then all of the other kind of infiltrated stuff that
You're right. You're right, because the Roman Catholic Church, when they amalgamated Christianity, they still had pagan statues. So what they did is they if you look, Christ is in the cross, and all these pagan statues are down looking upon him. So it's literally a earthly symbol of a celestial symbol. In other words, the same thing is above us right now, but down below is what they're signifying the 180 upside down world. So you're looking at exactly what you just called it, but you have to realize it's why. It's because it's all about the subversion of Christianity. It's always been. You have to look. It tore down Rome, and that's a huge, huge civilization that Christianity affected, and then it changed the whole entire world. For the better, might I add you, because we all have human rights because of Christians. They're a huge part of it.
I think based on
every human's got Christian. Every human's got human rights because your rights are given to you by God. So every human from the first human has got human rights.
That's why you have that thought, because Christians fought for that. That's why you have that.
Really?
Yes, brother. Yeah, even go look at as early as 1970. Go look in Montreal, the Jehovah's Witness, what they had to do for freedom of speech. As early as 1970, buddy. Go look up. Go to Montreal. Just go Jehovah's Witness, freedom of speech, 1970, and in Montreal.
What you're missing though, mate, is that your rights aren't granted to you by men. It's nothing to do with law or
I
who
hear
has
ya.
to fight another man. Your rights are intrinsic. Whether you have permission to behave a certain way, that's a different discussion. But your rights are part of your being.
Yeah, they tried taking away freedom of speech in Canada in 1970. Okay. Pierre Trudeau, the Liberal Prime Minister, tried doing it again to the Jehovah's Witnesses. Maybe Quebec, Montreal, in that area anyway, but they had to fight for it. So you're looking at people who stood up for freedom of speech, human rights. Just as you suggested, no man, it's God-given, right? Well, man was trying to tell these people what to do, and they said, no, God gives us these rights. That's the point. What's
It's so
shocking though is it's as early as 1970. 1970, we had to fight the government to have freedom of religion, freedom of speech.
Yeah, but people would have been fighting the Roman Empire for freedom of speech. People would have been fighting the Greek Empire for freedom of speech. Anybody who held an opinion that was contrary to the people with the biggest sword or the biggest gun, they have for time immemorial been fighting for their human rights because they get oppressed. It's not just 1970 in Quebec.
I didn't say it was localized to there. I was just saying that.
No, I know, but I'm speaking metaphorically. Like,
Drew,
that's a struggle that's been going on with man forever. That human right oppression has
the world
would be
wasn't
back
always
in
the world
Nimrod's
wasn't
day.
always the world always wasn't Western democracy and Western Christianity, right? You're only looking at what 1800s, right? It wasn't really Christian for that long, was it? So it's fairly new.
Sorry, what's fairly new? What is it that's new?
Well, what empire are we living in, right? North America, right? It's only a couple hundred years old, 250 years old. So the system we're living in, the democracy that we apparently had, I mean, if you look back, maybe.
But hang on, do you think we're living in the American Empire as opposed? I mean, when did it? Why is it the American Empire? Does America run the world?
If
Is
you're
that what
living
you're
in,
saying? What about
if
the
you're living
British
in a,
Empire?
No,
if
the
you're living in a
roots of control.
if you're living in a G7, if you're living in a G7 country, British Empire never died out, just like the Roman Empire never died out, just like the Roman Catholic Church never died out. It's just a transfer of power. So British Empire is essentially the current last one after the Roman, and you're looking at another transition of coming to China. So I don't know where British Empire is going to stand with the United States if they're going to let that happen. But apparently, according to Klaus Schwab, by 2035, China will be China will be the next world power. So you have a changing of power. So my point is that Western society, this Christian society we lived in, is fairly new, right? If you look back at the modern side of it anyway, it's fairly new. Other than that, it was just Roman Catholic Church set up everywhere prior, and Mason halls.
Well, depending on what part of the world you're in, yeah, maybe. I mean, probably in Botswana, that's not the case, or in Inner Mongolia, that's not the case,
Just
or in
Western
Japan,
world,
that's
in the Western world, bro. No, just in the Western world. But although you still had Jesuit temples pretty much in almost every place in the world. Yeah, I mean, not maybe in Japan, in places that obviously hated it, but yeah, they spread out. The Jesuits spread out pretty far and wide, man.
I'm not even. I've lost track of the point that either of us are even trying to make right now.
We're just the system we live in is corrupt. It would be nice to have free will in God's system, or better yet, imagine if how do you think your brain would respond if you were raised in a community? Maybe you were raised in still a good community, but in a world that wouldn't be subjected you to like taxes, and in a sense that, let me rephrase that, because we always had to kind of pay tax to Caesar, right? But where it's almost to the point where it's making you poor. That's how many taxes there are, and you can't, you're not getting good food, right? You're having this cheap form of life.
Okay, but when you refer to God's system, and I'm not even sure where I'm going here, but when you say it'd be better in God's system, well, in my opinion, God is almighty. So the fact that this system exists right now, is this not part of God's system?
So God made the earth, the system that we live in,
Well, according to Romans is ordained by God, the government system to handle people who see God's written in your heart, right? You're not going to go commit crimes, but you have still man's laws and God's laws, because obviously the man's hearts are evil, right?
So you think government's ordained by God? Is that what you're saying?
So, well, it says that in Romans to some degree. So the issue is that
my query. Okay, let's do one little bites at a time. Hang on, little bites at a time. So my question there is: Idi Amin and Pol Pot and Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler and are they ordained by God? Are they ordained by God? Their government, their leadership.
What did you say?
When you say government is ordained by God,
I don't know if I heard you correctly. Can you say that again?
Are those guys ordained by God into government?
I didn't hear you correctly, man.
Okay, is my audio bad? Gio, can you hear me?
Did you just go silent there?
Yeah, your audio is fine, FE. It's fine, buddy.
It's fine. Okay, Data. You've made the statement that in Romans it says that the governments are ordained by God or something to that effect. So my question is, if I refer to people like Idi Amin, Joseph Stalin, Pol Pot, pick any despot from history, do you think that God ordained their government or leadership?
I couldn't hear you, dude. Hey, quick question for you.
That's convenient, man.
Well, you cut out or something. You disappeared for like 20, 30 seconds.
So you heard that bit when I said it's convenient, but you didn't hear my question.
You said something about Pol Pot or something, then you cut out, and I didn't hear anything else.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you totally fine now, yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, cool. So what I'll say is you made reference to, in Romans, something about God-ordained government. So then I went on to say, if I refer to leaders or governments such as Idi Amin, Pol Pot, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Mussolini, those kind of leaders, do you think God ordained their leadership and their government?
Well, here's the thing, is that if there is a plan that what it says in the Bible, it says that God will hand them over to the beast, and they will fulfill it. So in that sense, they are taken over by the beast. In that sense, they are ordained by God because they've been taken over by the beast to fulfill the plan. So unfortunately, it's this understanding that there is a plan for people to be put in place to bring about it. And it's no different than what's happening right now currently. There is a group, a cult of people that believe that if they do more evil, they'll bring about the Antichrist or bring about the end of days. So there are a philosophy where there are people, purposely sabotaging the system, right? So we're at that echelon, we're at that peak now. I don't know if I've answered you or whatever. But...
So Pol Pot, we'll just take Pol Pot that was reasonably recent in the 70s or whenever he was, where he was slaughtering millions of innocent countrymen of his own.
So these are evil men.
You can reconcile. Hang on, bro. You've got to take a breath. You can reconcile that God, the Creator, has put that man in place and ordained that leadership. That you're okay with that.
Well, I think there is two sides to it. There's ones that are ordained, and then there's just evil men intentionally that will be punished for what their actions are. So, if there is, free will on this earth, true free will, then some of it will be ordained and some of it will be not. And I cannot be the judge of what is ordained and what is not, because I am not God. But I do understand, like I said, there is a plan to bring about the fruition of the people who have worshipped the creature rather than the Creator. So they, according to God, will be tempted and given over to the beast to fulfill their plan. And that, to me, is ordained, not the evil people that are ordained and using free will to create evil, but the ordained system. In other words, the judge system. So, for instance, somebody breaks into your house, there's law to help you. Somebody steals from you, there's law to help you. Somebody, hurts you, there's law to help you. That's the ordained that I'm referring to. These mass murderers are operating on free will based on their own ideologies. Is some of that ordained to bring about the end? Like I said, I can't be a judge of that, or who is doing that. But I can tell you that there are evil men that want to bring about the Antichrist in the last days. So they have been given reprobate minds.
But there's always been evil men wanting to bring about the last days.
Well, I hear you. I hear you. Well, I don't understand what happened 1,000 years ago, but I can assure you that it's different from then to now. And what I mean by that is the acceleration of and the degradation of society, at least what it's portrayed to some degree. Thankfully, the human nature has a way of rebounding back from all the propaganda if left alone. So we'll see, but I see that the complete degradation is.
Okay, you realize? Let's go to when John wrote Revelation, right? In Ephesus at that time, they were having like orgies in the public square. They were exercising bestiality in the public square, like literally out in the middle of the town square. They're raping children, they're raping animals, they're having orgies. And so you're going to say that right now, today, we're in a greater state of degradation than they were back then?
Well, I believe that there's cycles.
Morally or socially?
So I believe that there's cycles. So for instance, I think there was a cleansing of that behavior, and then it disappears for a while, and then it comes back, and then it accelerates. And maybe for instance, let's say we have one part of the world doing a few of that, maybe now in multiple parts of the world they're doing that. So it's the spreading essentially that I mean as far as degradation goes, because you can have a large majority of the population not being exposed to any of the content that you're suggesting, and then eventually get exposed.
Okay, but I'll back what I say. So if you go to South America, then the Incas used to sacrifice children to their gods at their pyramids and things. So this is worldwide. They didn't have jetliners back then. So this was across the entire realm that this was going on. Child sacrifice and all sorts of awful things have been going on forever and ever. So we in the scheme of our timeline of our life.
Evil will always exist, always. It's about the massive amount. Listen, if you have 10 people and one is evil, that's probably tolerable. But when you have 6 or 7 people that are...
You said that this is you're saying that we're going through this degradation, acceleration towards these people that want the Antichrist and the end time. But I'm saying this stuff existed thousands of years ago in a worse state than it is now. Worse.
No, because it's just a different form, and it still happens maybe at a not such a big open scale, but it still happens. So if you look back then, the population was extremely smaller. You had different tribes performing different rituals and traditions. As you probably have society break off and have different philosophies and different education, you produce a society like the Christians. The Christians wouldn't do that. That's not part of their thing. And if a majority of the population become Western, or at least idolize the Western ways, they're probably going to lose a lot of those practice and covet traditions from another country, right? And that's what you see them emulate the Western society.
On anything, or this is you just making this up data as you go along because it's a good story? Are you basing this on something?
Well, I'm using logic, and I wrote about this in my book. You can read about this.
Making it up.
Well, I wrote about this in my book, right? So the whole point is that society, as it increases, it's kind of like this exponential function, if you will. That as evil spreads and evil increases, you increase in degradation. So in other words, there might be one orgy. 50 years ago, there might have been one orgy per town. 100 years ago now, there's probably 50 orgies per town. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the increase of degradation that I'm talking about. And we might get to the point where, well, in New York, apparently you could have killed a kid up to 9 months. You could have given birth to the child and killed the kid, or still had the kid sit around for a couple of weeks and decide to kill it after you've given birth to it. So we are getting to that level here. What's happening in other countries? I know from personal and experience, I've worked with Afghan military men who've shown me pictures of cages of skulls. Human life is not valued in other countries like it is in the West. So atrocities, you're right, has never ended. You're correct. But if we lose the West because of the degradation of our society, which means the increasing of evil, means, essentially more orgies are happening, ironically, then you're going to have that breakdown and nobody's going to have human rights. Nobody's going to care anymore. And that's what the Bible says as well. The heart will become wax cold. I think it's a pretty good story. I think I should write about it.
What's up, Bandsaw? Your mic, but I just want to say what's up.
Hey, Gio. Yeah, buddy. I was in the middle of a sentence.
I just thought I'd ping you through the.
Yeah, no, good. Yeah, it was good, and just got home not too long ago. Absolutely pouring down with rain. It was. It was insane how heavily it thumped down, and the wind. Oh God! Got home and I thought I would have been Dorothy with a bloody blowing away in a bloody what do you call them, tornado. It was that windy. You can't see Kangaroo Island at all. It's completely just rained out.
Wow. Yeah. All right. You got some turbulation going on down there. Down under. Down under, the winds are strong.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So let me ask you this. It's kind of a topic change. I got to step away, but I will be listening, but I won't be at my mic. So I just want to throw this your way. Even though it is a larger discussion, but I'll just lay it out and I want to hear your thoughts on it. And I don't know if you heard this the other day, when this came up. It was actually something Data was saying, and then we kind of expanded on the idea. It's basically the idea of making a scaled down model of the Earth. So take where you have multiple, mountain peaks, elevations, etc., and basically, measure the distance ourselves. So I would think drones, like doing space drones, like spacing it out would be one way to do that, or do it on the ground. But it's hard to get access to all the land because it's like private land and whatnot in some of these places. So doing it with a drone is maybe more realistic. But trying to get as verified as a distance as we can that's not based upon, the government-based sort of WGS 84 thing, but our own, to get the measurements and the elevations ourselves.
Yep.
And then once you have those, scale it down into a scaled model. Now, how much you would scale it down? Yeah, you could go 10 feet by 10 feet. You could go 100 foot by 100 foot, or even a huge one, like multiple warehouses full, and then remodel it out, scale it all down, the distance, the elevation, scale. And then you could make the model on an absolutely flat planar surface, meaning those distances and elevations are on a flat planar geometry. And then make probably a second one. Now, if you made the floor that would be adjusting, that would be pretty cool. But even if not that, and anyways, having a whole second one, so you'd make 2 of them, and then the second one would be have the 8 inches per mile squared. Of course, they'd have to be scaled down as well. So if you did, whatever the scale is, you'd have to scale the 8 inches per mile squared down too, and then build out that model, and then do observations on the model with little cameras, with all kinds of things, and see what you see, and see how much of the mountain you see, etc. Now, if you have the planar one and the spherical one, and if you look at the spherical one and the mountain peaks are hidden, you can't see this, you can't see that, and then you go to the planar Earth one, and it absolutely looks almost precisely like what reality looks like. That's a direct relation of what reality is at that point, because now you've actually made the small scale model and matched it physically to the model itself. And then the last thing I'll say, the only thing that a globe earther could even hang on to at that point is they would have to claim that there's some kind of refraction that is literally bending and warping all of the globe to appear as a plane, because it does appear like, meaning the small scale model proves that it's a plane, the large, shows that it is, and then the large one, or the actual real observation, confirms that. So then the only other thing you could say that it's a globe is that there's just some refraction that's making it planar. So at that point, it seems like it's like a much more flimsy, but anyway, thing to hold on to. But what do you just think of that overall? The modeling, the small, the scaling it down, and the effectiveness of it. What do you think?
I think just 1 second, Benzo. Only one thing, slight. The only thing that they might say is that the distance isn't enough to have enough density in the medium to have any type of refraction, which normally in the larger scale you're going to have over distance, the atmosphere being much more dense. Yeah, that's the only thing.
No, my counter argument to that would be because it's scaled down, it should also everything else is scaled down as well. So that would be my argument to that. Everything scales down. Yeah, look, definitely. Now, making 2 identical models, that would be difficult. But what you could do is, the acrylic signboards. They're like got 2 bits of metal, and they sandwich. They sandwich something. Anyway, it's fairly flexible. It's generally white on one side, and I think it's black on the other side. The stuff they put on tops of the shop front facades and whatnot to advertise. Joe's. Sorry, buddy.
It's called ACM board.
Yes. Now you can get those at various lengths. I think the longest you can get is 6 meters. Now, if you could build a scaled down version that was to represent 6 meters, so then what you could do is you could lay that upon 2 straight edges, right? So it's going to be perfectly straight. Okay, then your model then on top of that, you got your little mountains, little buildings, all that sort of stuff. It's going to be upon a planar surface, and then on top of those straight edges, you can then put in wedges, right? Because the stuff is flexible, right? You can put in some little wedges, some in the middle, and kind of, work from the middle outwards and put the appropriate wedges all the way along so you get the appropriate curvature, and do it that way. But yeah, definitely doing anything on a scaled version is definitely worth a shot. And you do various different things. I suppose you get a steamer, blow some steam over it, to create, a cloudy type of effect or whatever. There's probably numerous different things that you could do to it as far as temperature is concerned. Because once you've got the scaled down version, you could then experiment with temperatures a lot easier as well. And if you were to have it in a fairly small environment which was sealed, if you were to add moisture in there with the heat and whatnot, that too would create another probably scaled down atmosphere in it as well. That would be representative. What do you think about that?
That would be
Brother,
awesome.
where,
You could
where,
also
where would
put lenses in it. That would be interesting too.
where would you, how would you arrange your light source? That's what I want to know.
What do you mean? How would you arrange it?
Yeah. And where would you place your light source?
Well,
You
you
could get
could.
pretty fancy, yeah. If you had a huge one, like if it was a really big one, like the size of like multiple warehouses or something like that, which yeah, that sounds like a lot, but I mean, obviously it takes just millions to do it. But once you have the millions, it can all be done. So if you built it that large, yeah, you could recreate like a sun, a moon, stars. You could basically create a massive planetarium model that could be very detailed. Like that would be amazing. That would be something like the world's never seen before.
But you could scale something down, say a 50-kilometer or 100-kilometer by 50-kilometer rectangular type of thing, and you could scale that down initially to say a 6 by 3 meter version. So you always got to start small and then work your way up from small and see sort of what results you get. And to actually build a model, like just look at what some of the guys do with those model railways and whatnot. So you can get all the kit rather cheaply too, to create grass and trees and all that sort of stuff, and scale everything right down. You can build your little mountains. If someone is any good with a 3D CAD machine, they can print out plans like blueprints for you to follow, to build the mountains and the terrain and all that sort of stuff, so you can get everything spot on. You'd have to make sure you got everything spot on, like because it's so small. Now you're working in millimeters now. You want to get it millimeter perfect, pretty much. But if you're to build the mountains with stuff like clay, and you can mold it with clay, it'd be very easy to get that millimeter perfection with the peak tops and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Isn't in Germany? Don't they have like a miniature town with like little dwarfs and stuff, and everything's scaled down? You could
Right.
you go there, man.
There's a lot of things like that, like people that do train collecting, those train builders where they
Exactly. Yeah.
And those are like kind of down to scale in a way, like they're scaling down like the people and all the little diorama parts and pieces. But this would be more of like an actual like survey, like a more of a survey scale model that could be quite rigorous, and the scientific, science could be applied to it if we choose to use that term. Let's just say very, rigorous, careful, discerning, accuracy as much as you could. I mean, I'll say this, Bansal, I actually don't think that atmosphere is even playing that big of a role in what we see. I know it sounds wild, but to say that when people seem in these discussions, people seem to put so much weight on it. I think that there can be some warping. There can be some, there definitely can be some distortions, but for the most part, we're just seeing things. That's just it. We're just seeing through the air. And yes, there can be some distortions, but there isn't anything really that dramatic happening. So what I would expect, if we did a scaled down model and we had the mountain peaks and all that stuff, and we have little cameras and we're taking shots and we try to recreate it, from where that camera shot was taken on the earth, what it looks like, how much of the mountain is cut off and all that stuff. As long as you do it on as clear of a day as you can, so you're getting as much visibility. If you were to put that on a small scale, if we had a huge model, one of them that had planar geometry and one that had spherical, I would expect it's going to match the planar. Now maybe there'll be a little bit of difference because, of course, there could be some atmospheric, this and that occlusion and whatnot. But for the most part, the amount of the mountains that are going to be cut off, the core geometry is going to match the planar one.
Yep. And
the actual amount of like refraction happening in the atmosphere is not going to throw that off very dramatically.
Oh, look, 100%. I don't think the images travel through the atmosphere to our eye. Like we see things exactly where they are, but they want you to think that the light travels through the atmosphere, bends and refracts, warts and contorts. I don't think that at all. Personally, I think we see things where they are in place, and the warping and distorting that we see happens around it. So the immediate moisture that is around that particular object, whether it's a ship or a house or a mountain or whatever the case may be, then the sinking or the looming or the expansion or warping, it's actually happening in the around it on those water particles around it, and it's reflected onto those water particles, mirrored on those water particles around it, and we see it in place right there. And then it doesn't travel from there like a hologram to our eyes, zipping through the atmosphere. Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I've never been there, but that's what they want you to think, and I agree, Gio. I don't think the atmosphere really has too much to do with it, but you could experiment with these things, I suppose. Like I said, you could put a little bit of steam around, like you could even do things like put little lakes in there, or riverways or waterways in there, or even quite large ones, and put a boat on it, and just see what would happen with it.
Oh, that'd be interesting too. Yeah. Do the exactly.
Yeah. And that would be very easy to do, to like drill a hole in the surface and sink, I don't know, for argument's sake, like a water bowl for a cat or a dog or whatever, but obviously not that. But you just kind of sink it in the surface, and then there's your lake type of thing. But there's many different ways that you could do that quite easily, and
I mean,
get
yeah.
it.
And it would be worth testing all these atmospheric things too, because absolutely you could, like, if we had a huge model like that, you fill it with water. You can make the water cold, hot. You can have different temperature gradients. That's absolutely. Right. Like, oh my God, that would be fair, dude. Then we could actually start to get to isolating what conditions actually are causing these effects. And what's even more fascinating, if that model is planar and that continually is matching reality, and then we can recreate like some of the, if you want to call them discrepancies or things where there's warping or whatever, looming, things like that going on. If we can recreate that with certain characteristics in the smaller scale model, whether that's with, heat or whatever it may be, moisture, all kinds of things. If we can recreate that on the planar one, then it shows even more so that is happening on the actual planar Earth.
That's right. And if you do it in an area that is totally dark, right? So then you've got one light source, and now you can move that light source around, right? And you could even probably do that to scale as well, right? Have it, at whatever brightness it has to be, because everything's scaled down, and stuff, and have that X amount of distance from the ground. Like, you could do all these things, and then you could move the position of the sun. You can have it from behind you or in front of you, to the left or to the right, and you can experiment with all these different kinds of things as well. Like I said, you can blow steam on it, put heat in there. If you kind of could isolate it in a small area, there's
we could fly little drones and spray chemtrails all in the sky too.
Yeah, definitely.
Really create these conditions we got.
Yep.
To be fair, what recommendation? What do you think the type of camera that should be used? To be fair,
camera.
Well, that would be a big question. Yeah, if we had I'm kind of imagining a large model, which would be cool. Like, the larger the better, of course.
Well,
but cameras. Yeah, that does bring a factor in. Like, you don't want to have some huge lens. Like, if you're going to scale down everything else, you really should be scaling down the camera too. So
see, if you were to cut at one end of it, right? At one end of it, if you were to cut like a little slot, say a centimeter from the end, cut a little slot that's as wide as your mobile phone, and just stick your mobile phone up in it, right? And just have the little camera just like sticking out of it. So you just want a nice little small little lens there. I don't think you need much more than that, to be quite honest with you. Really.
Wait, are you saying take a little like a piece of paper, poke a hole in it, and then put that in front of the lens so the camera can only see out that hole?
No. From on the model itself, on the base, like, how they always say, oh, you put the camera behind it and you're below everything, right? You're below the edge of the table and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So
you wouldn't want to do that. We'd want to
Yeah,
do it above.
yeah, exactly right. But if you were to say drill a slot a centimeter from the edge in the base of it, as wide as your phone, where your phone can stick up through the base, I don't know, it might be a quite stupid idea.
Sounds like you should have a periscope.
Yeah, exactly like a periscope, exactly like Carlos.
Well, that's a
exactly.
great idea. That's what we'd have to do. We'd have to build basically these like electronically adjustable arms that we could adjust that would change elevation, cameras that would go all the way down to the lowest base level of level, like the baseline, and then everywhere up from that, and then correlate that with reality that we can get the exact same shot, like from the water level up. And
That's right.
Then compare those.
And and because the phones in your mobiles are set down from the top, like even, that's why you need that little slot in there so you can poke your phone up in it, but then bring the lens down to ground level again, so it's right on ground level. And you could put multiple slots in it. Like if you were to do, say, a 6 meter long scale, for argument's sake, because I know most things in these sheets come in 6 meters, they're kind of like the standard length. So if you can work with the 6 meter length to start off with, but then you could put multiple slots in it. So here's one, on the scale, it represents from 100 kilometers away, and here's one from 75, and here's one at 50 and 25, and you could move the camera up and down your little scale just by having a few different slots in the base along the way. Yeah. But I think definitely doing a scaled down version has got a lot of credit to it to start exploring and do something positive like that.
And a laser test across it as well.
Yeah. This was Data's idea, was it? Geo.
Not fully. He was kind of doing his thing, and he was saying a lot of different things, and the room was kind of wild, and it was a little bit chaotic, and anyways, and he basically was talking at one point about scaling it down to like a 1/100,000 scale, down to 1 to 100,000 scale. So he was talking about that, but he wasn't really necessarily talking about actually making like an actual full, model and actually doing it like what we're talking about now. He was just talking about the idea of scaling like down the calculations and things. And then I kind of took that. It was going a little wild in the conversation, so I was kind of like, okay, let's see if I can kind of just try to carry something forward, because it was going a bit wild. Anyway, so then I kind of was like, oh, that's a cool idea, like, making a scale model. And then we just got into discussing that. And instantly, who was the Ruhif and was it Doofus, I think? Maybe Zanuck, like, I forget, but they were like very against it. They're like, no, that will show nothing. Don't do a physical model. Even to the point that Ruhif said he would take his mathematical calculated model and apply it to the planar model anyways. And then he said that he would take his calculated mathematical model over the physical reality.
You know why?
He literally said that.
You know why? Because he supposes that he won't be able to use refraction because the distance doesn't allow for enough density to have refraction happen. That's why he needs his refraction. For the end of the world, he cannot do it without refraction.
Well, that's for sure too. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Ruhif was even so against it to the point to where saying, like, if we had two models, like huge models, let's say you had two huge warehouses, multi-million-dollar thing, you've got these absolutely like scale beautiful models of, certain, like the one we were looking at was at the top of Mount Rainier, or was it Mount St. Helens, where those panoramics, remember we were looking at those?
Yeah. Yep.
And there's one in particular that shows just these incredible mountain peaks and, all surrounding you. And it's like, if you were, it just was a poignant way to model, if you could model that.
Yeah. I remember saying to to Doofus, I said, I'm fine with you doing your mathematical models, but the whole idea of science, mate, is to go from your mathematical model to reality, right? That's what you're supposed to do. You can't just rely on your mathematical. Oh no, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do this. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do the other thing, sort of thing. He was so against it. When I actually suggested to him when we were talking about those panoramic photos and whatnot, they just want to keep everything in numbers and in mathematical land. That's where they want to keep it because that's where they feel the safest too. Because that's where all their numbers work, and their numbers do work. Like you can't, their numbers do say what their numbers say because they've got it very well calculated. And Rui's got his 220 trillion terabytes of weather balloon data that he applies to every single photo because he can predict the heights and the longitudes and latitudes of bloody everything with a photo. Show me the photo. Show me the photo. Show me the photo. But and he said it was because I listened in for a bit this afternoon, Chio, and I so wanted to jump in because he said him debunking flat earthers, right, was a hobby of his, and I heard you challenge him to watch a video. Eru's video, it had 20 images in it or something.
Oh, it was Taboo Conspiracy 37 tests.
Yes. And I'm thinking to myself, and he's blatantly said, no, just pick me one. Just pick me one. Well, you're not very dedicated to your hobby, are you, Rui? That's what I wanted to say. Like, you're not really all that dedicated. Like, I thought you would have relished in the opportunity.
That's what I was saying. I was giving him it's like, go, like, if he said he's here to debunk, like he's on a mission, a journey to debunk. So it's like, all right, you guys, 37 of them. Taboo Conspiracy is always puts out good content. So it's like, you got 37. Make a whole presentation on it. Bring it back. We'll give you the floor and drop it down on how this Taboo Conspiracy video with 37 different ones. Debunk them all. Like, just give us a full debunk.
I know. It was gold. It was gold. Listening to that, I'm just thinking, oh, Rui, don't tell me you're refusing. Just give me one. That's all I heard. Just give me one. Just give me one. Oh, it was gold. It was gold. But
yeah, I think that guy DJ, he's like, dude, the first one in the video. He's like, you want one, the first one in the video. Number one. Start at test number uno.
Exactly. And I tuned in a bit earlier too when I was in the car just waiting. I was in the shop just getting something and I tuned in and there was someone talking about the moon. They were talking about the moon shadows.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was painful to listen to for a bit there. I didn't listen to all of it, but the little bit that I did listen to, it's just like, oh no.
Yeah, no, I started dragging during that point. I was doing other stuff and kind of multitasking. At that point, I'm like, oh, this is just. Well, yeah. That is cool.
Who was that? Who was that? I know the voice. I couldn't pick the voice though. I know there was Rui. There was who else? Go
Yeah,
for it.
yeah. I just wanted to say that because I just didn't want to kind of call. I wanted to.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair.
Be respectful to him.
Oh yeah, no, exactly.
Because he was
Exactly
super cool about it, so I was
Yeah,
really
no.
it was cool. Like afterwards,
Yeah.
kind of a rare level of like someone just being aware of themselves, which is cool.
Oh, it's good, when they kind of hang up from the call and then think about it and go, you know what? Oh yeah, maybe that wasn't so cool. I've got a couple of DMs like that too, where people have just gone, oh yeah, sorry, thanks for taking it easy on me. I appreciate it, sort of thing. So, all good in the hood. Yeah, but this
Yeah, I
model
mean,
thing,
on that topic, I was just gonna say real quick on that topic of the moon phase things.
Yeah.
Like, okay, to me, here's what I would say. It's like the Earth isn't a globe, so imagining it is, and then trying to put a moon and the sun out there, I think the moon phases mostly fit on their model for the most part. Like again, it's not real, so there's no way to like test it. Meaning that every angle of the sphere would it be exactly that? So there's kind of no way to like test it to that level. But in general, the way the phases work, I've never really heard any explanation of it as to how it doesn't work on a heliocentric model that is very solid in my viewpoint. Have you? I think it works pretty well over anyway, because that was kind of what he was getting at, like, oh, you can't see a crescent moon at night and all that stuff. And then Ruhif was drawing these little models, like putting, and showing drawing a line or whatever to show that you would be able to see the crescent at night
Yeah.
like that.
Look, I think, because obviously there's been plenty of people that have done simulations with it, and I think their simulations and their mathematical equations pretty much marry up. It's pretty hard to argue against it. But like I say, what is it in reality? The whole notion of the moon itself being some sort of like it gets charged.
Yeah, I think it's like
by the sun.
Exactly. I think it's a celestial.
Yeah.
It's a celestial crystal.
Yeah, it's not necessarily reflecting the sunlight, but it gets charged by the sunlight, and then it emanates its own energy from that. I think that has
Yeah,
a lot
it
of
truly is like alchemically. You have like the sun, which is like
Yeah.
the masculine, the golden, the heat.
Mm.
And you have the moon, which is the reflective, emotional,
Yeah.
interior part of ourselves and all that. And then
Yeah.
it's also kind of the interior part of the cosmos. Like it's like totally disappears during the new moon and then somehow just arrives here and then seems to have its own charge and its own like emits its own light.
Yeah, and it's so perfect too, the phases. Like it doesn't look like a shadow that has, everything just seems so crisp on it as well too, and so
Oh yeah,
perfect.
it is crisp. It's crispy. It's high definition.
Yeah, exactly. Like with your own eyes, you're looking at it in 4K. You don't even need binoculars.
Yeah, the creator didn't mess around with the moon. It was just like it's just purity, like the energy
Yeah,
of it.
no.
And the sun is too, but yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to someone. Because I think myself they are two different entities. There's someone that's been in here in the last week or so talking about them being reflections, which I can't really quite grasp, and the whole moon reflecting the Earth itself. It just seems. If it was a reflection to me, it's too perfect. Like those details on the moon, those shadows, like they haven't changed. They don't move. They don't alter. And you can look at a picture of a full moon, from 20 years ago to today. You can look at all the different bits and bobs on it. It looks exactly the same. So for it to be a reflection to me, there'd be variation. There'd be and deviation and stuff in that reflection. So that's what I can't really go with when it comes to the moon itself being a reflection. But then he suggested, well, they were basically both reflections. But he said, what do you think about the actual moon itself? Or the sun itself being a reflection of the moon? Like think of the moon as a spotlight, and like I gave it a little bit of a bit of a thought, but yeah, you know,
How about the
you look
moon
at
as
this.
the moon as concentrated quintessence?
Yes, that's the concentrated quintessence. There we go. Have to
That just
coin
came to
that
me.
one. Concentrated. Oh, we go. We'll have to put this in. Concentrated
Because
quintessence. I hope
quintessence is like
yeah.
essentially known as like the material that makes up the ether and the luminaries and the high levels of the heavens and the ether at the kind of above us.
How would you spell quintessence? Quintenance?
It's Quintessence.
Oh, hold on.
Quintessence.
Quin essence. Okay then. See what they got. Oh.
Well, they've kind of hijacked it and they use it in the mainstream as like a dark energy thing.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we're going to record this so I get credit for it.
Like here, so okay, there's a Wikipedia page called Quintessence Physics, and it says, in physics, quintessence is a hypothetical form of dark energy, more precisely, a scalar field postulated as an explanation of the observation of an accelerating rate of expansion of the universe. And then they go blah, 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 on and on. But what I'm referring to when I'm using that term is quintessence, which is linked to the ether and the original understandings of the ether as an element. And like I'll read this here. Quintessence, which is considered quintessence stemmed from the medieval elemental system, which consisted of the four classical elements and ether or quintessence, in addition to two chemical elements representing metals, etc. So I mean that's in that one lineage of it, but in general, quintessence is referred to the concept of the ether, but it's really like the material that the ether uses to make up the heavenly bodies on that level.
Yeah.
It's like,
there we go.
So that's another thing they kind of hijacked. They took the original understanding of quintessence being like, because in the upper field you have the light and the dark, like all of that is up there. And if there is some kind of waters above, like if it's like a fifth element essentially. Like earth, air, fire, and water, and then you have the ether or quintessence.
The essence of a thing in its purest and most concentrated form.
Well, I thought the fifth element was Milya Drotovic. Red hair, she's awesome. Awesome movie, awesome.
That's cool. I actually like that concentrated quintessence. I'm going to roll with that, Joe. I'm stealing it.
So there should be 5 elements, and then we have a sixth sense, so then maybe there's 6 elements.
Well, I kind of think of it as like the ether or the quintessence is like at some kind of like the core base level. Like it is the essence of the field and which everything else comes out of. So if you have that as at its core, you have that ether element or the quintessence element. I mean, I kind of would say the quintessence is like, if you really want to see it in that definition of it, of the real like high levels of the celestial fields, like at that level, whereas ether is maybe more what could be described as what's between that and us. So it'd be like the physical plane and then ether and then quintessence. But ether and quintessence are also kind of one because they make up the whole medium. So if you have that, and then out of that, you would then have earth, air, fire, and water. So that basically makes up everything else. Like earth is everything that is of the earth. Air, of course, is everything that is of the air, which would kind of overlap with the ether. Fire, of course, everything that involves fire. The sun, everything. Not to say the sun is fire, but that energy and actual fire. And then water. and then water. So then that kind of that would then give like the foundation and then the basic elements that make up this entire realm.
The ether is most likely, I think, like a field that everything is under, like whatever is causing the input into the system, whatever is causing like the toroidal field and that chain of events of cause and effects, whatever is causing that, everything under the source or the cause of the effects, that field that the source is causing, that's the ether. That is affecting everything. Because we live in a machine that is built.
Exactly. Yep. And like
we live inside of a machine, and that machine has an input that is causing a lot of the effects that we see. Without that input into the machinery, there will be no working machine. It will be like a broken machine that is not working.
Right. I like that idea, the way you're putting that, like an input. Yeah. Like the idea that if you have a field, whatever this field is, this realm or this toroidal field, however one views all that, and if we're sort of within it, for anything to interact with this field, it would have to have, like you said, some link to an input, whether that's like physical matter or water, or then you get into like, our souls. I mean, there's some input that's coming sort of perhaps in through the ether, if we view it that way. I mean, if we view this ether that this is not that this is not the totality of creation, that this is just one part of it, then at that point, anything that is here was somehow inputted from outside of it, from something greater. Anyways, it just made me think about that, kind of like as like the medium by which the input needs to come to be manifest.
Yeah, you do have the whole construct. You have the ecosystem, let's say the chamber that we are in, either if it's open or kind of has windows or whatever, inputs or outputs or in it from it. But still, you need to have that input into this system that will cause a lot of the effects that we experience. Without that input or that flow, there will be, obviously there is the medium that we're in, right? But that we are inside of this medium that is being affected by, I will say, I said it like I don't know, you could say an umbrella of the ether is a broad spectrum that is having like an umbrella on the whole system. But I will say the ether is still part of the effect that is being caused. Above the ether will be the source, the cause of the effect. But the ether is like a big spectrum of that input into the system. That includes the resonance, vibrations, the light that comes into the system, and a lot of different things. And the ether is like hugging all of that.
And then do you see it being like the root of the electromagnetic and electrostatic fields as well?
Yeah. It's the cause of all the effects. But remember, the cause of the effects is that cause, that input is being inputted into a system that has a lot of mechanisms. And that's why it's like an ecosystem, a dynamic system. So that input is causing the effect on many mechanisms. So that work within each other to have the environment that we're in. High pressure, low pressure, high temperature, low temperature, frequencies at many levels, a spectrum of.
It's pretty interesting to think of our souls in this realm as like inputs. It's like we were inputted into the realm, and then when we die, we exit. What do you think of that?
I think the code in the the coding, I mean, it needs information, and our bodies, it's no accident, right? It's, the whatever our bodies are part. You know, it's definitely hard to kind of put it in words, but the body, like the machine, the vehicle that an engineer can design and construct, the engineer or the coder is going to program it to do a certain task, to do a certain job that is intended to do, just like the body, right? The body has a certain code, a certain input into it that has to do certain thing. It could be corrupted, just like the vehicle. I could use the vehicle to ram people around, right? To run people over, but that's not the intention of the machine, the design of it.
No.
But like you're saying, the soul or the spirit, people say the spirit, right? I think it's definitely necessary to run this machine, this body.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
That does seem to be like the foundational spark that's needed to even like run a human body. Like to even, it's like if you're gonna like start your car, like you need gas in the engine. It's like the soul is required to even power a body. Like you get into the ideas of like demonic possession and stuff, but even in those cases, or if we were to even go there, but I still think there's a human soul in the body. There's always a human soul. Like it's interesting to think of that idea that it's almost like the key that's needed or the code that's needed for a human to even like to have consciousness.
Well, they've got to be able to take something over, don't they? And convert it and use it. They need a vessel themselves that it can corrupt easily, and they'll look for the weakest soul, I suppose, that they think that they can enter.
Oh, for that demonic stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
But like even if that's the case, like I still think there's a human soul in the body that's kind of fueling the body in that way. Like I wonder if it comes through the DMT system, like the soul comes through the DMT and then releases and makes the brain kind of kick on. And then when we sleep, the DMT is released, and
I think it has to do with the whole build of the body, but also some type of electric or plasma or included with frequency and resonance, that it has to be some type of coding that is put together by this information or input. That the whole input in the whole system, like I'm saying, the input in this ecosystem that we're in is part of the allowance of these bodies to be able to even function. Like without the input into this ecosystem, the body we wouldn't be able to be here having this conversation and have a mind of our own, or having these discussions about anything.
yeah, and the electrical field that like for the heart to pump.
Yeah.
For the heart to do its thing, and for the brain to the blood to move, and yeah, it is interesting.
Do animals have a soul?
Yeah, I think so. The way I see it is that every physical being, like species level, basically has a spirit world that it relates to. So there's like, let's say deer, and then there's a deer spirit world. There's bears and a bear spirit world. There's humans and a human spirit world, etc. So I don't think you could just go from, like in my viewpoint, my understanding of it all, like you can't just die as a human and reincarnate as a chipmunk or something. You can't cross over like that. However, if you want to, like after you're, if you're not in a body and all that, like you could leave the human spirit world, go to the chipmunk spirit world, and then incarnate as a chipmunk. And in that case, you could have someone that, let's say you've lived a bunch of lifetimes with someone, like a certain soul, and you're very close in that way.
That's pretty far out.
You could. What was I going to say? I'm caught up doing something else right now, so I'm just trying to think. Hold on.
Yeah, just eat your food, bro. Come on.
No, I'm not eating right now, but
You're hunting your meal. You gotta hunt it before you eat it. I get it.
oh, what I was gonna say is this. Okay, if you've lived a lot of lives with someone, like someone in like your core soul group, and you've lived a lot of lives with them, what I'm saying is that, and you're maybe you've been lovers, you've been in different lives, you know, you've been family member, you've been all kinds of things, so you have a very close bond. And then let's say you're both in the human spirit world. One of you could be like, hey, I'm going to go to the dog spirit world and I'm going to incarnate as a dog and I'm going to be your dog. And then the human soul is like, let's do it, you know? So then the human soul incarnates, and then the other soul goes to the dog spirit world, gets lined up, gets into a dog. And of course it all has to be timed and planned, because that dog has to be that person's dog, meaning it actually, you know, whenever they're 30 years old or whatever it is, or 20 years old, and they go to the place to get a dog, or, you know, it has to be that dog. So the one has to incarnate knowing that it's going to that person. So there has to be some like planning on higher levels to coordinate all of that. But nonetheless, and then someone has that dog and they have this incredible bond with this dog. You know, it's like they almost have like a psychic connection. They just read each other's emotions. They cuddle, they love each other, you know, and people get so close with their pets. In certain cases, in my viewpoint, like that, they could actually be connecting with someone like that they have, like, you know, past lives, like they have a lot of love and resonance for through an animal like that, through those two spirit world connections. And I think that's partly why people have such, like in some people having such incredibly close connections with their animals. It's because they have history as souls together. It's not necessarily the first time, and there's some like resonance that's being carried on.
Well, I think that might be related to the similar, in a way, coding, because we live in the same environment and we live in the same system, and the animals get kind of like imprinted with their, let's say, their partner, their owner, whatever. Like if you take care of a puppy, that puppy's gonna look you as you're his mother or something, of his parent, right? Like if there's something that they're gonna look at you like you are his dad or his mom or whatever. So they're gonna love you and give you unconditional love, and you're gonna love them back. And it's I think it's designed to be that way, in a way.
Do you think, Gio, that everyone experiences these different transformations and goes into these different realms? And if so, because I know, you've spoken, a lot about, your experiences with many sorts of things, and some of the passages that you've taken to discover these different doorways within yourself. All right. But if someone doesn't want to explore those doorways, like are they destined just to say have this life and then that's it, or everyone gets to experience these different realms as well until they get to a realm where they're ready to say open themselves up to these experiences?
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. I don't want to speak for anyone else, so I'm not speaking for anyone else's reality of what they're in that sense. However, at the same time, I would say yes. I do think that essentially what the creator does, amongst many things, but it separates parts from itself, making those parts kind of almost like a clean slate, like a totally like a separate part of itself. And then it creates all these different realms and layers and levels and, multi-realm, multi-dimension, all of these different, spirit worlds and so on. And then each of those separated parts of itself is going through all of the realms and experiencing it all, ultimately to rejoin to the center. And that we're all doing this in these ways. And then karma is what I see that weaves it all together. And karma is essentially you could call it like interdimensional in the sense that it transfers over. So like if you are doing something in this life that's very hurtful to someone or whatever it may be, and then if you go back to the human spirit world when you die, and then from there you go to some other dimension and you do something there, you could have a response of the people you treated poorly here that could be responded in that dimension, in that realm. And then the souls that we do it with are all it's all happening on all these different time scales and realms as well. And the karma is what weaves it together. So the whole idea of the creator splitting a part of itself, that part of itself is going to be kind of a newbie, if you will, a beginner in the whole journey. And then as it goes through all these different realms, dimensions, etc., and a lot of them are similar. So you kind of pick things up. Like if you were to go to a realm that was similar to this one, but a little different, you would, but a lot of the same principles, are
like
the
a
same.
computer that doesn't have all of the programs. It's had the operation system, but it doesn't have all the programs and all the information that the other computer has. Even that they're similar computers, but one is a new computer, and it hasn't been like the newborn dog. If you treat it wrong and you are violent to the dog, it might be a violent dog too. The computer, if you put a lot of bad stuff in it, it's gonna have that type of programming. Or if you have a good dog that you treat him right, and you lovely to the dog, it's gonna be a lovely dog. But they're both dogs.
That's right, and they all have different experiences, just like people.
Yeah. Depending on the code that you input into the computer or the dog.
Yeah. Which kind of ties into a conversation we had 3 or 4 days ago, Joe, when we were talking about the creator and why does he allow bad things to happen, to people and whatnot, or how people are, born with, different afflictions, and with what you said, because he wants to experience these things, and I shared that with my wife.
A bad thing can be a good thing.
Exactly right. Exactly. It definitely can be a good thing. But we were talking about
break your leg, and then you can learn to be humble and learn how to be patient and have that experience.
Yes. But
exactly.
Joe,
For the soul, that's a deep.
Exactly right. But then we were talking about this predetermined path that the creator knows. A lot of people think that the creator knows what our path is going to be, and this is what we were alluding to with this, Geo, how the creator wants to experience all these things, but it's not necessarily predetermined, because remember how we were talking about, it's like a bit like a movie. He wants to rewatch it, but then something gelled in me a bit. If he really wants to experience it, that experience that he has created, he wouldn't want to rob himself of that experience. So the creator himself lives in a timeless zone. There is no time, but he is able to separate everything's time, right? Or because you're doing your thing now, Gio, I'm doing my thing. We'll do, everyone's doing, Godric's doing his thing, and right. And we're all doing these things at the same time, but he's able to separate that time because he's in timelessness, and he can experience each one of those things individually for what they are in his time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And we actually, spoke quite a bit about that. Actually, it was a really cool conversation. Actually,
it almost could be seen in some cases as a form of the creator like tricking itself into being convinced that the reality is actually something separate from itself.
Yeah.
Sort of like when you go to a movie, it's not real, but you want to experience it. You want to have the excitement or the fear or whatever it may be. And if you were to get too wrapped up in the movie and you think that's reality, you might, start thinking, oh no, that guy just got shot, but did that guy get shot? No, he didn't really get shot. He's an actor. He's in a movie. So in the same way, like consciousness may be convincing people that they're separate, but ultimately it's really just consciousness tricking itself into being convinced of that separation.
Yeah, true.
just for that, like, yeah. And then basically like that's kind of like the idea of like waking up in the Matrix, where you kind of realize.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, sorry, Godric, I kind of did a little bit of a monologue there. I know you were going to jump in.
In the movie, you get wrapped up in the scene. It's a great movie, even though you know it's fake or created. Though you get wrapped, you like the movie. I can make a program, and I like to run the program just to see what random events happen, even though I know the percentage of the outcome. I still may appreciate the program, may run it just to entertain myself, play a video game, etc.
Exactly.
God knows.
Yeah, like it's like the illusion of separation and how consciousness seems to be able to kind of trap itself into its own.
I think God knows what we're going to choose, but we make the choices in the present. So it's our choice.
Yeah, and I think like what we were talking about before, it is a very deep thing. Like, why would creation on any level want this unpleasant stuff? Suffering, psychological, spiritual, physical, all of the things that are so kind of painful and in different ways. Accidents. I think about people, it's like they're just going along their life and everything's great. And then they get in some car accident and then they're just paraplegic. And it's like, wow, like it's just an incredible, it's just what people go through. And it just, so many things that are so, just car accidents alone can be so brutal, and just thinking about all these things. And that's just that. And then there's other things. There's accidents, there's trauma, there's disease. I mean, all this stuff, war, I mean, endless. And it does seem like, why would we create that? However, when I see it on the level of, if we are at the highest level, absolute, like infinite omnipotence, omnipresence, infinite knowledge, infinite just bliss, love, like just the most, if you're in that all the time, wouldn't that at some point be kind of boring in a sense? And you'd want to start experiencing other things. And if you got to doing that, first you might create a world of total bliss and love. Then you create another world of bliss and love. And then, where everything's perfect. And then a fifth and a sixth. At some point, you're going to be like, okay, well, what if there was this? What if there was that? And if that ultimate creation consciousness is all that infinite bliss and love, would it then want to experience something different than itself, which would be maybe pain or suffering or, all the emotions that we go through? And if you kept taking that out, drawing that out more and more, would you end up creating what's been created today, getting that experimental and wanting to just experience all these different types of things?
It is the ultimate experiment, really, isn't it? For
life.
Because the creator, my viewpoint, it creates that stuff, all that pain and the disease. That's all part of the creation. Like old age, like, it doesn't seem like such a bummer. Like, why would you want to create a human that just, just turns into a decrepit old person? It's like, come on, man. Like,
can't move. You're pissing 50 times during the night.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But that's fun. That's kind of like almost, even though that's not funny, but it is funny in a way. But also, what about like a terrible accident, where your leg gets, broken? It's like, wow. But I guess the way I see it is that the creator truly does want to experience all those things. What it's like to have a broken leg, what it's like to have, and even though those things seem painful, I think from its viewpoint, because it's in that infinite bliss all the time, it's actually interesting to experience it. It's kind of like when you're playing a video game and you're shooting someone and you're not actually being hurt, you're just having fun. Well, what if that's the way it is for the creator? Meaning when the creator is creating something that's painful, it's in its consciousness, it's like it's the part that's playing the video game. So the blood or the car accident or whatever, maybe it's just like, oh, this is so cool. Look at this car accident and look at their head blast through the windshield. I know that sounds brutal, but it's like but in its perspective, it's like a video game or like a simulation. of that. Whereas, because it's in the infinite bliss, it's like the dude sitting behind the computer, smoking a joint and just like drinking beers and just playing the game and having a good time.
Yeah.
Even though but the weird thing about it is that in this case, like in the video game, there's not actually anything very real experiencing. It's just pixels on a screen, so no one's really dying. But what's crazy about life is that this is kind of real deal. Like it's really happening. Like when you're in it, you're experiencing the real deal pain and the whole thing. So it's like this one's very like real in that way.
Yeah, in the video game or the movie, you can kind of experience these things and kind of, let's say, enjoy. Like when you watch an episode or let's say you watch a movie that has 3 parts and they saying there's a 4th movie coming, and you kind of have this feeling that you want to see the next movie, even though it's not real. You have this feeling, even though you don't need it, you want it. You want to watch that 4th movie, and you don't need that stuff, but you still want it. It's kind of that feeling. But in reality, when you do something and you're done with it, even though you need to eat, but in reality you're done with the food. You're done eating, so you're done with that task. But in the virtual world, you want to shoot more zombies and shoot more people, and you still want to keep going or dying and repeating, even though you don't even need to do any of that, but you still enjoy it. Kind of weird.
Yeah, and look what he did too. He, she, it. Right? He created Mother Earth, right? This perfect, self-sustaining environment, right? That was perfect, absolutely perfect, right? Then he gave us this perfect environment that can quite easily survive without us. Quite easily survive without us. And then he put us in it to see not only what we'd do to each other, but what we'd do here as well to this perfect gift that he gave us. Because you can have this perfect environment quite easily survive without us, right? But we can't survive without this environment at all. Not at all.
Maybe the body part, but maybe the energy part, the soul, the spirit can go transcend this environment.
Yeah, and if it created it outside of time, then it's actually already experienced all of this, and we're just like watching the movie a second time. And if that's the case, in a way, and if that's the case, then it already knows the pain of what it is, and or whatever those challenging things are, and it's already kind of built into the whole system, it seems.
Well, yeah, the soul doesn't need to be here because that will transcend, but the physical body.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I don't know of any way that the physical body can transcend this physical world. Yeah, like it just, because this world is the only one that kind of holds this type of material. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, I'm just going to take a phone call back.
What do you think, Gems? Do you think we're experiencing this for the first time right now, or do you think it's like already been created in a sense, and we're like almost like you rewatch a movie?
I think there's a new day every day that we haven't experienced. Like the next morning, we haven't been there yet, and there was a beginning, and there might be let's say at some point an end or a new day that we never experienced. I'm saying that I think there's a big possibility that this place was set up on. Just imagine you setting up a lab, like in a table, and setting up an ant house, and that's the perimeter where the ants are right there. even though it's a really big one, but I think it's been set up to be the way it is. It's way more complicated than that, but I think the events that are happening day by day, it hasn't happened. Tomorrow hasn't happened yet. That's my feeling. We have to reach tomorrow. But I think our experience here in the spiritual sense, it repeats. Like I think in a sense our spirit is being recycled in the system, and to the point that we are today, we are like an upgrade, like a version. The soul, the spirit that has been here for a long time, but like the version up to this date, to this new day. The me that I was yesterday, today I'm an upgraded version from that, or a different version from me from yesterday. So my soul is a little different from yesterday. And when I die, whatever I taught to my children, or maybe in the future, if my soul somehow is recycled through my, I'll be that version of myself, like an upgraded computer,
Exactly.
I think
or
we're
an upgraded
souls.
system.
I think we're souls before we're born, and we live the life to have the experiences and to like ascend in a way, like to learn and to experience. And I think life is a short, temporary thing, and the soul life I think is like endless. But we're here for a reason to experience life. I think that's important, and I think in some way we I don't want to use the word, but evolve. We increase somehow with the experience of life.
But you know, this when you think about the, let's say, human or people as a community or nations, with the access of information, people change a little bit, and I think people can we kind of have like have a different experience in a sense, and we grow and learn and do different things depending on the environment and the situation. So I'm not 100% sure about the environment of the past, but I think we were in some ways closer to the actual objective reality of how things actually has to be done and work in a practical, objective way. And today we still are capable of those things, but we are inputting too much trash information into our vessel, into our body and our mind, that we waste a lot of the time and a lot of our energy and effort in wasting our time during this lifespan, or
You mean
the
like
lifespan of your body.
like if we run, if we hide, or if we do the wrong thing? Like
No, I mean like in a fundamental sense, in a fundamental way, we're capable of actually doing the tasks that we're supposed to be doing, and doing objective things that can be the things that we're designed to do. I would say, in a sense, like maybe, work with the environment and be productive, create communities, have families. We're designed for that kind of stuff, but we have so much trash. We're being given so much trash code, so much trash information, and in many ways that we have a kind of morph into this in a way, computer with a virus that doesn't function correctly. That I think that virus can be cleaned and the computer can be made prime again. It could work correctly, but I think this our bodies and our minds, the input of information is being played with, and that's why we have so much trouble these days. In a way, I think we have overcomplicated things in many ways, like with disease and overwork and all that kind of stuff, and waste of time and things that we don't actually have to be doing. That's my opinion, but I think if we were concentrating our energy and the information that is being inputted into, let's say, the children and the families and communities, we will be more fundamental on the way the displays actually work, and we will be able to take do things that are in relation to the objective relationship to this place, and we will be doing things that are real instead of thinking or believing we live in a place that we're not, believing in a place in our mind and acting like that, in a sense.
You're talking about adrenaline. We used to know, as humans, we used to know this stuff. So we've either forgotten it through some kind of complacency, or it's been deliberately sidelined by people in positions of the power to spread information as a way of weakening those bonds. Personally, I think it's the latter, but it could be a combination of the two.
It is a combination, yeah. Because even the people that, I think, if you ask me, there is entities or bodies in here that are actually here to mess with us, just to do the job that they're doing, and to actually, I don't know, mess with our minds and our spirits, and give us the shitty information, and it's up to us to take it or call bullshit.
See, that makes me think of that like interdimensional karma. Like they're bringing in this, the deception energy to basically kind of like take people's energy from them, and then who can be aware of it essentially.
Yeah.
Are you talking about like demons or NPCs?
I don't know.
Maybe a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, maybe a hybrid. I don't know. But even I would say, like, like a child that was born from a mother and a father, and it was given, let's say, it was raised correctly, and I don't know what even correctly means these days, but I think a baby can be programmed to behave a certain way, depending on the information that is being given, the environment that is around the child. So that's us. We are a product of the environment and the information, the input into the information. But we still have a construct and a code that is within us that we can, in a way, wake up to it and realize that, hey, I'm not that bad information that they told me about me. I'm not that. I'm not that falsehood that they told me that I was. I'm not that stuff. And because we are built and programmed in a certain way, but I think there is these entities that are messing with that programming, with your body, with the environment, and that has an effect on us and the way we think and behave. And since each person has an effect on the next person next to each other, so it's like a ripple effect that happens. If you have an environment with certain parameters, the children that are being born in that environment are gonna gonna behave a certain way and act a certain way. But still, I think the code and the construct of the body is still gonna tell you, hey, there's something wrong here with the information that you've been given, and in a way you can kind of realize and somehow come back to the original code, the thing that you're supposed to be actually doing, or the truth that is very obvious, always in your face. That's why the propaganda, the lies, the energy into this man-made system is so big. They put so much energy into putting all this bad information into your body, into your mind, because if they don't do that, the whole thing will fall apart. In my opinion, they have to input the bad programming into the computer, because I think the code will eventually, maybe, I don't know, rewrite itself to the original, and things will actually work the ways they were designed by the engineer, by the coder, by the creator. But that's why you have these people, like I'm saying, these entities trying just to possess you somehow with, I don't know, information, foods, drugs, and bad behavior, bad environments. I don't know, it's corruption. Corruption is definitely a thing. I mean, they're corrupting the body, the mind, and as an extent, the soul, whatever. I don't know. But I'm still, like I'm saying, I know I'm going in circles, but I think the code and the construct is designed in a way that is prevalent, that even if these people are lying, if the system falls tomorrow and people keeps having babies, there's gonna be a renew of the body, the mind, the soul, that doesn't have to do anything with the system that we have today, the light system. I think in a way it can go back to its prime, to the original code, and it could be also upgraded by the creator. Or let's say we need a new day. Let's say we need a day, I don't know, revelation, or an extra input, an upgrade into the system, and that input comes into the body. And once we have that upgrade of information, who's gonna take it away? Can the controllers delete everybody's mind with a wink or something? I don't think so. I think we're more powerful than what we give us credit. But everybody knows this. But I think that's why they put so much energy into controlling everything. Since you're a child, since you're born, they start giving you these injections and shit just to start messing with you very early, because they have to. Because if they don't, they'll just lose control.
Yeah, this current time is like a high-level training ground for souls. Like, this is like if you were doing like the American Gladiators or something, you know, and there's like the easy course, the medium course, the hard course. As far as lives go, like in this current time, yeah, certain people can certainly have very challenging, like pretty advanced opportunities at this time, as it were, to go through, yeah, some deep things. Because I mean, yeah, some of the things that have in these times can be.
Hey,
Most people are good. Most people are good. They want to do good things, but they live in this environment that they are always have to be on the edge, and that's why they are on the edge, and they behave. They start behaving bad, and especially when their health is bad, and the information they're receiving is bad. The product of all that combination of things definitely could be people behaving like animals, especially when they're given these injections with, I guess, animals and DNA and all that kind of shit. I'm on mute right now. My bad, guy.
No worries. I was just going to say, not to downgrade the conversation, but I was hearing some people on here talk, I think yesterday, and they were saying Zanuck was an American gladiator. He competed on that.
Yeah, was that real when someone said that? Is that true?
That's what I was wondering. why
I don't know. I kind of didn't know if they were
Gladiator
joking or what.
Well, no, I think that somebody was serious. I think that
I mean, that's
he was that would be great.
Does anyone have the episode?
That's what I wanted.
Someone needs to ask him which gladiator did he fight against, and in what skill or obstacle. Then if you get
I bet his name. I bet he went by the citation, right? I am the citation. He always says, right?
Citation,
so, the citation. And the citation entering the ring.
But then you could just you probably find it on YouTube, actually.
He's got to fess up. Next time he's in here, we got to grill him on that.
But he's a very competitive fellow.
I can imagine. For some reason, I kind of believed it when I heard it,
Yeah, exactly. Well, he loves his he loves everything. He loves anything fast. Definitely picturing doing something like that.
I think along with those claims, there was something about his uncle or somebody like close that was involved in some kind of NASA mission or space related.
I think so. I think he's even talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe.
Well, then
so.
that would make sense why he defends it.
Exactly.
He was probably had someone responsible for bringing Hitler down too, and Genghis Khan.
Yeah, I heard his dad. I heard that I heard his dad was the real Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, got it.
Was Hulk Hogan replaced? I haven't heard that yet.
Davidson, 300 miles an hour.
His grandfather was the Green
Giant. Yeah, his uncle's the one that actually put the reflector on the moon. So there you go, confirmed.
That's right.
No, but that is the case. That if it's like in their it's like in their blood to defend it. Like I'm not saying he's like in some bloodline agent thing. Like I'm not going that far. I'm just saying like some of these guys that had certain family members that are like very bought into it in various ways. It makes sense that in the families, it's like they're defending a family business at that point.
It could even be they're still getting paid somehow, like through stipends or something. And that if that funding cuts off, they're fucked. Who knows? Some kind of inheritance, some kind of trust or something,
Does seem with some of these characters, they do come into it with a lot of passion, don't they? And vigor.
Just blind defensive, like just bending over backwards to make it work. That's the crazy part. That's what makes us think they must be getting paid. And why wouldn't there be? Like if this was really a threat, if Flat Earth is a threat, which it is, obviously a lot of people have realized it. But if it's a threat at all, and they've got a $63 million a day budget, I mean, what would it? I mean, what's $1 million? Every other week towards the shows, right? You'd think they would have that in their budget, right? If they want to defend, they want to keep that narrative.
Oh, that's be small change.
Yeah, nothing.
Throwing out a few bucks here and there just to upset the apple cart.
That's why I'm wondering why they wouldn't take like one day's budget and just pay off like, all the leading quote unquote flat earth people at some point right away and be like, hey, shut up. Make, say stupid things on purpose. We'll give you this much. Why didn't they do that? Or have they?
That actually might have a big impact, but I think where would it get out, one, and then two, there's some people that are righteous and aren't going to take the money.
Could be, but word's out on a lot of things that people aren't aware of. Earth is flat. That's one of them.
Hey, do any of you guys have that that Flat Earth app by?
I do. I do. Everybody.
Yeah. What's well, because you know how they have the locator thing on it, where around your area you can see like how many flat earthers have signed up to it.
I think I'm going to get it just for that reason.
Yeah, I just wanted to know like how many in Australia that have actually bought it.
There's a lot like right in LA, Los Angeles, but I never time to use that part of the app, but I'm sure I can. I mean, I can reach out and maybe talk to him. I haven't done that, but there's plenty of people that are. And I don't know if
You want to
the
get? There's a map of it online. You want me to get it for you?
I'm not sure what
that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
It's the Bandy.
Hey, Rui.
Hello.
I've got some homework for you, Rui.
Yeah.
I've got a video for you to watch because you love homeworking, you love debunking. Yeah, it's.
Hey, Ruhif.
He loves
Ruhif,
hump,
I gotta
and he
call.
loves hump debunking.
Yeah.
Hey, Ruhif, I gotta call you out being so friendly towards Bandy. I heard you on the other channel the other day saying you didn't think that Bandy was flat Earth.
What? What?
He thinks you're a traitor, shrill. Just saying
That's not exactly what I meant.
Did you call me a paid operative? Did you?
No.
Rui?
What did
you mean by that?
Oh, come clean. What did you say?
Yeah, you're not as dogmatic as everyone else.
That's not at all the way you put it. You said, you were trying to come up with flat earthers that are like, have a decent conversation. So that was the good part about it. And somebody, but Ruhif didn't bring your name up. Somebody else did. And he said, I don't think Bandy's flat earth.
No, that's not really what I said.
That is what did you say?
Yeah, what did you say? Yeah.
You said it as if like Bandy's really not flat earth. He's just arguing.
Well, now this
he's
goes
not-
pretty deep. Now we're
not
getting deep
hardcore,
into the ancestry here, because Ruhif does have a thing where he wants Bandsaw to see it his way, and the fact that you don't, he thinks you're on the fence, and he thinks you're just trolling everyone, and that you really know it's a globe.
I think I put it the best, where I said you're not as dogmatic as everyone else.
Well, no, I'm not.
I don't think that's the way it was put, but I'll let you off the hook.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay. Oh.
Well, okay, what I'm talking about is I'm actually going back to remembering like back in the days on like Brandon's server and some like late nights talking. I just remember you, because like wasn't there a thing like didn't you kind of go back to the globe a little bit, and then Ruhif like
way back in the beginning I flipped back for like 2 or 3 weeks thereabouts, and then I came straight back again. Yeah,
and then you're like, wait a minute, I have common sense.
He got ranty, and he's aiming for you, Bandsaw.
Yeah, no. And I've told my story many a time. Happened, kind of looking at the moon one night, and I go, that looks like a sphere, maybe, kind of thing, and I kind of. It actually happened on Sean G's stream, and they were having a bet to see if they could flip me back to the flat Earth, and
they won. Somebody won, huh?
And they were going to pay me a slab of beer to flip back. Anyway, I kind of flipped back on that show. Never got me beer.
So you did it for the beer, huh?
Yeah, the beer, right? I'm cheap. I'm a cheap skill.
You took the beer and you're like, okay, I'll pretend I'm back on the ball for a couple weeks.
Yeah. And then, I was on, I can't remember what channels I was on back as a baller, but you know what? It just, the arguments are so weak, it's not even funny.
There was a video of you and me, Bandy, like years ago. There's a video of you and me years ago, before a live stream or something, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, it may have been on Jose's or something. I don't know. But I was chatting to you before a live stream, and it's on YouTube somewhere.
Well, there you go. I was one of Jose's very first guests when he started his stream. Yeah.
The flip flop king.
You are the flip flop king. I gotta find this video.
Jose's got nothing on me. All right.
Here it is. It was on.
Well, it's
Yeah,
a
it was
lot of
on.
information to go through, so I think everybody went through
How
some
do I
level
download
of a
it?
process, in terms of, I mean, this is a
Yeah.
big thing. It's not just, you don't just necessarily wake up one day and just instantly,
Yeah.
it's all put together. It's like a real,
But,
very real process of
Oh yeah.
learning.
I
and
ran to the reconfirmation of the globe. I went to the debunking videos right away,
Check
thinking,
the
oh,
chat,
okay,
people.
it's a relief, like, oh,
oh,
okay,
there
it
we
is.
go.
Check the chat.
Is that me? Down in the
That's
corner.
me. Oh, no, that's Jose.
Okay.
But this was before some live stream on Jose's channel.
You got to hand it to Jose for being like a very good opportunist, at least. Because he saw there was an opening for a platform where if he could flip flop, because he was on Nathan's show, like regular on the Flat Earth team, big time, right? And it's like he saw an opening for someone more neutral to host something. He took it, and I never believed anything he said about like this actually being a baller, to be honest. Because it sounds like he says it all in jest when he talks. He's just like, oh, I could be this, I could be that. He saw an opportunity for a neutral position, and he took it. A more
I've got a
neutral.
huge channel, Rui.
You do.
Yeah, huge. God,
You even
that's
have a
gone
channel?
back a bit. No,
Yeah.
I do actually. On my channel, there is the perfect globe proof.
Oh, I like it.
I have a 60-second video of the perfect globe.
All right, let's have a look.
Yep, go have a look at it. Sub,
like, and subscribe.
Yep, please. Yep, share.
All right.
If it's still there, might not be there. YouTube's probably
there.
censored me. Is it there?
Yep.
60 seconds of all the proof you need in under 60 seconds. Play it. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
This is going to do it?
Yep. To get you back to the globe.
It's going to put us in?
Yep.
This is like a blank video, right?
Well, all we need to do is change the name of the platform to Globe Earth Awakenings, and then we're on our way.
Yep. All
We
the
just,
globe Earth proof you need in under 60 seconds.
Excellent. I like it.
You got it?
Ruhif,
Cool.
do you still feel like there's a process, like people in power, that like we need to get out from under? Like, do you at least see that there is a group of money, however you see it, that there is like an awakening in that sense of enough people being aware of the criminal shit going on? So, I mean, do you even see that, or do you really just think it's all good?
This is all a matter of degree, right? Do I trust the government 100%? No, obviously not.
Okay.
Right? But I don't think there's some, Illuminati cabal of people running things from the background and rubbing their hands together and that sort of stuff. No.
You don't think so?
No.
How would
so
it work?
What do you think is happening then? It's just all
the
these
government is elected
people just
by
living,
us.
and that's it?
Yeah. People in government are people. Some of them are corrupt. Some of them, put their own interests above the interests of their constituents. It happens.
Was the Economic Forum elected by anybody?
Say that again.
I said, was the World Economic Forum elected by anybody?
I don't know. I don't know much about them.
How about the IMF?
I don't know much about them either.
So they make decisions about monetary policy and about borders and who we're gonna invade, and you say they don't plan anything.
I don't think they make decisions on who to invade.
No.
Pretty sure NATO and United Nations do that sort
They
of stuff.
make lists of the nations they're gonna invade, and they just go for it.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
how about
Ruhif,
something resembling a bit more of a governmental structure? What about the EU? No one really votes for them. Certainly not the upper echelons.
Well, they voted to become the EU, didn't they? That was a massive referendum, wasn't it?
No, you might be confusing Brexit with with the EU parliamentary votes. So the way the EU works is that you have like the upper echelons, which are comprised normally of between 20 and 30 politicians, which are kind of elected by themselves, and then the lower chamber is voted for by the people. But that lower chamber doesn't really have any power. They're shown some bills, and sometimes they bother reading them, sometimes they vote on them, but ultimately the decisions are made by people who aren't elected.
Yeah,
That's
Ruhif,
that.
can you just see at some point?
Sorry,
ahead, Crypto, I'm sorry.
I know I just cut you off. No, it's my fault. I cut you off, but I just wanted to embed that. You're talking about like the whole of Europe as well. We're not just talking about some abstract concept like the IMF, which you might say, oh yeah, it's just monetary policy or whatever. This is like arguably the most important, government in the world, and it's run in this way.
But how did member countries become member countries of the EU? Was there some kind of vote, or what happened?
No, it doesn't matter really. It's not the point.
It kind of does. Like, I thought there was a massive referendum across Europe for each country.
He's saying that people are gonna select. You're saying that they need a referendum to be valid or something.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
can I answer? I'll answer the question. Okay, so the way the UK joined the EU was that they didn't join the EU. They actually joined something called the ECC, which is the the EEC, the European Economic Community, which at the time was a trading bloc. It was just an agreement to basically trade goods between European countries. And then over time evolved into this kind of more political, bureaucratic system, which nobody actually asked for. And that was why there was such a drive to leave the EU, because actually the British people specifically never asked to join what it had become, which is the case for a lot of the other earlier countries as well. The later countries are more or less bribed to joining, because they, especially with the Eastern and the Southern European countries, they've basically been told, we will give you lots of free money if you join, basically. So that benefits them for a time, and until it doesn't.
Okay.
So that's the short answer.
All right.
But fundamentally, the way the EU actually works is that people who weren't elected make all the decisions.
Carbon credits, man. Where's all that money going?
Ruhif, can you just imagine, like, at some point that there was like a group of people that got enough money and power to control enough that they decided the best way to keep that power and money is to make it seem like the people are actually making the choices. And then it was just a brilliant scheme. And they
Do
had
I
the most
understand the
brilliant man
concept?
working for them. Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make a lot of things make a lot more sense?
Do I
No, that
understand
will
the
be
concept? Of course. Do I think that is actually how things work? No.
Well, why wouldn't you if that would make a lot more sense?
No, I understand the concept, but I don't think that applies. I
But
don't
why
think that
not?
is reality, no. Because
But
I
why
don't see
not?
the
You
evidence
were just
for it.
giving like direct examples. Well, you were just given evidence that the people elect this chamber of people that don't really have the power, just like Crypto was saying.
Right, but these countries that have joined the EU after the sort of, I don't know, the half a dozen, whatever, right? Do they apply to become members of the EU?
Do the people choose them? Is that what you're saying?
No, do the people choose to become members of the EU?
So the government choose it on the behalf of the people.
Yeah. But what do you think would happen if the government applied to the EU without even sort of consulting or polling the electorate?
Well, they don't give a shit what the electorate think, which is
But then they get voted out, right?
Not
if they
necessarily.
make unpopular decisions, they get voted out.
If only that was true.
Yeah.
Because no, what you defined, especially in Western Europe, but also in parts of less, to be honest. But what you find is that all the major parties are pro-EU. All of the major players in those parties have been bought and paid for. The same old story. Like, you can't vote these people out because they all think.
Someone's got really bad background noise. I think it's Carlos.
Like in the UK, for example.
Hey, Crypto, your audio is really bad right now.
Not me, that's echoing. Someone else.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but you had really bad background noise, and I couldn't understand anything.
So what do you think? All the people that you elect, all the people you vote for, don't you think that it's possible that they are put there? You only have the choices you're given.
Do I think they are installed by these people, puppet masters behind the scenes? No. I'm happy with the level of transparency in politics.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously what's the word? It's a push and pull, right? Obviously, the people want more and the politicians want less. I think it's acceptable where it is now.
So you don't think the parties themselves are dictated to by the lobbyists, the unions, and business?
Of course they are. Yeah,
Okay,
of course they are.
Okay then. Okay.
Money
so
drives
if they are-
politics. Yeah, especially in
then.
America. Yeah, money drives politics, especially in America, big time.
Australia is no different to America or anywhere else.
I'd say less so here.
Really?
Yeah.
I admire your faith in the system.
Yeah, but like I said at the start, do I trust these people 100%? Nowhere near it. They're all humans.
You mean humans that like they evolved from monkeys?
Not from monkeys.
From rocks. Complicated
Okay.
rocks.
All right, Jamesy. All right.
There you go, Rui.
Monopoly.
That's what humans are. They evolved from apes, right?
No, it's
We
subtly
are
different.
apes, Jamesy.
We have
are
the same
apes.
great grandfathers as monkeys.
Oh, we are apes?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I mean, you are an ape, not me.
Yes. Okay.
Say,
It's really sad to think that you came from an explosion, was slime in a pond that crawled onto a rock and then stood up straight. That's a sad existence.
It's the truth, which I think is valuable.
The truth. The truth.
Yes.
Where is the evidence for slime standing up straight?
The
And where
evidence
is
for common
evidence
descent.
that slime can even get created from a bang? Nothing.
All you have to do,
Carlos, your background terrible.
all you have to do, Ansor, is check out the anatomy of the human body and all of the various systems and see how complicated and diverse everything is and how it all fits together. It's absolute divine. It's absolutely divine engineering, man. And there's no way that can come from pond slum.
Divine slime, Carlos.
Divine slime.
Divine slime. It's ridiculous that you could fall for something like that, Rui.
Well, I understand why it's the case, why it's true. So, yeah.
What evidence have you seen for slime standing up straight?
No, the evidence of common descent, that we are related to everything else.
To a banana.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Understand why common descent is a fact. I even made a video on it. It's not one of my best videos. I'd like to change bits in it.
None of your videos are good.
There you go.
Might be better now you got a new, but
Bit old, this one. It's March 2019. Anyway, I'll stick it in the chat.
what came first?
Oops,
The monkey and the apes, or the spinning ball that they stand on?
Spinning ball came first.
So the necessary antecedent for the monkey, ape / human is the spinning globe.
I didn't say necessary antecedent. I just said that it did precede it.
How long is this video?
9 minutes.
Oh my god! I'll never.
Yeah, and I don't think I did a great job of explaining it. Like, I would like to re-record it and explain it a little bit better.
Okay then, so I won't waste my time.
Yeah, it's up to you, Bendy. Up to you.
Well, if you didn't do a good job explaining it,
Well, it's good enough. Like, I released it.
it sounds like the explanation of pond slime, rock standing up straight is probably better. What you
It just goes through why common descent is a fact and common designer is not.
When you are explaining this stuff that is working on the globe, are you like picturing yourself standing on the globe doing the explanation?
Sure.
You're standing on the top as it rotates under it.
Something like that, sure.
So you have you also have like an imprinted image in your mind of you doing this on a spinning globe coming from apes.
Yeah, I can visualize that. Yes, sure.
And that's how you can explain it when you are thinking from that standpoint.
Yeah, the reason I can explain things is because I understand them.
So basically, you're playing a character in a cartoon, and you're explaining from the character standpoint.
Okay, if you want to phrase it like that, fine. I'm not going to get someone to play poker with. I only got 5 minutes to go. And I got to feed doggies in 5 minutes, but.
Okay.
Freshy Bear.
You're a Bitcoin player, aren't you?
Well, you know
I was
how,
gonna say something.
what were you going to say, Bear?
You guys are silly enough to go.
She can't hear you, so that's good. I was going to say, yeah, you know, yeah. Online gambling is banned in Australia.
Yes,
So
I know.
yeah, the only sites that I can do this at are the Bitcoin sites. Do they? Oh, honey, you're pretty. Hey, my expert. Hey.
What are you about to say that I'm wearing boots?
I used to play back in the day
Here's a
when it
comfy
was, I think it was 888 I used to play back in the day.
I can't remember if I played there. There was Poker 365, Full Tilt, Pacific Poker. Yeah,
I didn't like their table layout. The
Pacific Poker.
Yeah, no, I didn't like the layouts.
Yeah.
So sorry to jump back but what you were talking about before, I still was actually thinking about that.
Which bit?
So you think that I'm sorry, I know I'm not trying to like derail what you guys are talking about, but
go for it, Joe.
I've just been sitting here like thinking about it. So you don't think there's like an organization of individuals that are, creating these certain structures that we're within. You think it's all just different individuals, and some of them just have like a little bit of corruption.
Yeah, like lean towards that rather than some cabal of people, completely removed from politics, nominating people and, running everything. Yeah, I think that's crap.
If you had absolute measurements of the Earth not being a globe that were better than what you have now and were much more definitive for everyone, to where like it's not really
not being a globe.
Yeah, my point is, just going off that though, if you just had that, would that alone, that information alone, knowing that there's no curvature and so on, would that change your view as to whether there's a controlling group of people or not? Just that information alone.
Would these measurements be able to be made by other people?
Yes, like I'm talking ones that like
No.
and let's say even all of your other like all the Globe guys, all of them that you know the YouTubers, they all even like one by one are like, yep. That's what I'm saying. To that level, the whole world is realizing that at that point. I'm just saying, would just that information alone change your viewpoint as to whether there is actually a controlling faction, like at a deeper level than you may have considered previously?
If I somehow came to the like 100% certain conclusion that the Earth is flat, I would literally assume that I was insane first, and think the Earth is flat second.
Okay, so why the insanity? What does that mean to you? What does that word mean to you? Because right now you have, your viewpoints, but where does the insanity come in if the Earth is not moving and has a planar geometry?
Right. Because every observation matches the globe. Nothing matches the flat Earth, or nothing matches the flat Earth and contradicts the globe. Right? And for all those things to be wrong, I would have to my reasoning skills, my logic, my perception of reality would have to be wrong. I would be insane.
So what's the attraction then to associate for so long with what you would probably classify as insane people? Going by your own logic. Yeah.
No.
Well,
Do I think you're insane?
What's it say about you?
I don't think you guys are insane, right? I think you don't understand the mathematics. You don't understand your own arguments, and nor our arguments.
Okay, what mathematics? Because I'm pretty sure I can add 1 + 1.
Right.
But we do. Both Bandsaw and I do. We know
No,
all.
you don't. No, you don't.
Right.
Go and do celestial navigation, Geo. Go and do it.
No, I'm just saying
I
what I was
understand
referring to is of the model given, just those calculations, just the claims is what I was saying.
But
no,
all the arguments,
navigation.
like-
Yeah, let's do it, dude. Let's.
Yeah. See, I understand
let's go on a
why it only works on the globe.
journey. You and I, like skipper out at sea, and we'll.
Man.
I'll post the challenge angles. 1 sec.
3 men in a boat.
Sounds
and
sexy.
That's it.
3 men in a boat and a sextant, and away we go.
Hang on, I got to
A little bit of
to the wife
sex.
in a minute. Jesus. If you guys actually had a crack at celestial navigation, you would understand why it won't work on a flat Earth.
Gio, you allowed him to escape your question actually, because you asked him about you didn't ask him if the Earth was flat. You asked him if there was measurements that the Earth wasn't a globe, and he said no. He escaped to flat Earth. He escaped to another model that he never seen. So instead of sticking to the question that you asked him about the measurements not being a globe, the globe, the 3959, having those measurements, and then he started talking about flat Earth, and that is like jumping from one cartoon to another cartoon.
What my answer of saying that I would be insane first?
It's not this cartoon. He's saying no, Gio. The Earth is not this cartoon. If I believe it was a cartoon, flat Earth cartoon, I will be insane.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Right, but what if it's not that cartoon you have in your mind of whatever you think, quote unquote, a flat Earth is? What if it's actually just what the Earth is?
Like I said, all the evidence points to it being a globe. My reasoning, my perception of reality, my logic, all of that would have to be wrong. And I would literally conclude that I was insane.
But did you invent that logic, or did you just get it from others?
Did I invent logic? No.
So that logic, I said, did you invent all that stuff? The globe, the the logic that you took you to get there, the quote unquote evidences, like is any of that your invention, or is it all just because you were saying if it's all wrong, you would say you would be insane. Well, would you be insane, or would you have just believed in someone else's construct that didn't happen to be true?
No, like I understand geometry, I understand physics, like I know why it all works. That's the point. I understand why it works. I'm not just listening to someone going, oh, this is how it works. I understand why it works. I can match it with reality. So you guys think we just listen to the fucking high priesthood and regurgitate shit? That's what you guys do. Well, sorry, that's what guys that watch Flat Earth Debate do, is they listen to Nathan and regurgitate. And when you push them, they've got fucking nothing behind it. Absolutely nothing.
Hey, is it possible, talking earlier about, the input of information and stuff, is there a correlation to vaccinations and the input and then causing brain damage, and they might be inputting the globe into someone's little piece in the mind somewhere, and that's why they believe it's a globe?
Made no sense whatsoever. By the way, I'm at peak.
Well, that's actually kind of interesting.
Protection.
You're saying that the jabs we got when we were children somehow have a thing in them that makes us like believe it's a globe, or go with that?
Imagine it damaged the brain on a little spot, and then that little spot it caused a scar tissue, and they implanted the globe in the mind, and it's there, sticked in the mind.
That's a good movie plot.
You got your globe
I'm gonna
back,
feed the dogs,
Jethro?
people.
Hey, man, you got your
I'm
globe
gonna
back?
feed the dogs.
Hey, get your
Maybe
globe
I'll be
back,
back.
huh?
Maybe I'll be back.
Hey, wait,
in about half an hour.
real quick.
I mean, vaccines were
Ruhif, before
invented
you
on the
go,
globe.
hey,
Okay,
Jenzy, real
quick.
quick, I just want to say, Ruhif, real quick. Would it be all that surprising if you found out the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not?
I understand that I should not feel the spin, and I understand what we should be able to measure if it is spinning, and we do measure that.
I understand that you think that that is
What
the
do you
most
measure?
logical
Hold on, what do you
conclusion.
measure?
But
What do you
The
measure?
weight of an object correlates with latitude.
So you're talking about just the spectrum of the ether.
I have no idea what that is.
That's what's actually spinning. Well, if you're making a globe spinning and that's what you're thinking is spinning, it's just not that. It's the medium. It's the actual field that you're in.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a while ago. Like,
But
if
you
I have a
heard him what he
hypothesis,
said. He said he understands that he stands under the belief of the globe, even though his experience is not a globe, it's not spinning, but he stands under the belief that it's a globe. That's why he just believes it, because he stands under that belief. He understands that belief.
I understand. Like, we had this discussion a while ago. I'm not sure whether it was here or not.
But it's an explanation, dude. Sorry to interrupt, but heliocentrism is basically a philosophy about what the sky is at the end of the day. So
the hypothesis is that if the Earth is spinning, then I should be able to measure centrifugal force. Okay? Do you agree with the hypothesis that if the Earth is spinning, then centrifugal force is a consequence of that?
Well, that goes, I mean, technically not in the model, but
No. This, I'm not sure you get the question correct.
Other than the little
do you understand?
The little Coriolis difference that is claimed. Otherwise, no.
Do you understand that a spinning object has centrifugal force?
In real physics, of course.
Yes. Okay. So if
not
the Earth is
physics,
spinning,
but like not
No.
but in real
Well,
physics, yes, of course. If you spin a ball, everything flies off it. Centrifugal, of course.
Right.
Vortex.
Okay. But if the Earth is spinning, then it has centrifugal force. Do you agree with that if-then statement?
If it was a ball without all the gravity stuff and all those theories, yes, everything would fly off it.
That's all I was asking, whether it follows that if something's spinning, it has centrifugal force. What you said was, that's the spectrum of the ether, right? I can't, if you put that into a hypothesis and said, if the spectrum of the ether is rotating, then we'll be able to do this. I can't accept that hypothesis. I can't accept that if-then. It's nonsensical to me. Whereas my hypothesis, if it's rotating, it'll have centrifugal force, you do accept.
But the way you're describing the centrifugal force is happening is that gravity is mostly clinging everything to the ball. The whole thing makes it seem like it's not spinning, all that stuff. And then the only difference is this little tweak difference that makes the Coriolis. And then you're claiming that that's quote unquote centrifugal. So you're taking a minuscule, like 1/1000th part of how much actual centrifugal force there would be, like you spin a tennis ball and all the water goes flying off. You're taking that same kind of concept, doing a little, in my opinion, kind of a sleight of hand thing, being like, hey, just because that's the case, that is why now I'm going to use that for why the Earth is spinning. That is
not 1/1000th. It's pretty accurate, right? The prediction of what the centrifugal force would be on an Earth this size matches the reality of the measurements. We measure the weight of something and it correlates with latitude, and the amount matches our predictions for a globe this size and the rate at which it rotates.
Because we're surrounded by a globe. We're inside of it. That's what you're picking up on in terms of that. Yes, we are inside of one.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, I've got to feed the dogs.
We're on a level plane inside of that globe you're talking about.
Okay, then you need some explanation for why the weight of something correlates with latitude. Anyway, I might be back in
because the gravitational force is connected to the toroidal field, which is what surrounds the plane.
Yeah, you can't do it because that's why he had to run away. It's just like you were talking about with your model that you were saying that if we could scale it down and all those things that might show us something, Gio. And then he had to go to the mathematics of it, like as that's the only way it could be this way.
So is the weight of things lighter at the equator and heavier towards the poles? Is that how it goes? Does anyone know?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Is the theory on the globe at the equator are things heavier or lighter, and do they get lighter or heavier as they go towards each pole?
I think it's lighter, right? Because they're saying that there's less.
It's lighter at the pole, yeah.
I think no.
The equator. It's lighter at the equator. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, exactly. All right. Okay, so another explanation for that could be, Dave, that if you want to think as everything as everything is electrostatic, okay, and we have our pole in the middle. We'll just work with the north at the moment, right? But and that magnetic field is actually stronger at the pole, and it gets weaker towards the equator. Okay, the magnetic field, the strength of it. And we know magnetism and electricity go hand in hand. Okay. So if the magnetic field at the equator is lighter, okay, then that could correlate with things actually weighing lighter as well, because that electrostatic force, right, is less. And as you get closer towards the pole, right, closer you get to that to the force of that magnetic pole, your things would get stronger, and your items would get heavier and heavier. Get what I'm saying?
Towards the center, towards the stem of the apple or whatever that is, the toroidal field, right?
Yes, exactly.
That makes sense.
And I
Hey,
think,
Dan,
yeah.
I got a question for you that follows on from what I was talking about earlier about light. You know how your TV remote works, right?
Yeah. With your little infrared thing.
Yeah. So infrared. So is infrared? Is it visible or invisible?
Invisible.
Well, it's invisible. You can't see it. Well, my eyes can't pick.
There you go. So what they do is they claim that infrared light, invisible light, belongs in the light spectrum, along with X-rays and other stuff, right? But what they do with those temperature guns, and the argument is that light travels, well, what they're doing is it's actually sending an infrared signal, and the molecules of whatever it's touching It's coming back as a signal, bouncing, pinging off whatever it's touching, and that's how you're getting the reading from the whatever it's touching. The molecules are moving faster, so the temperature is higher. If the molecules are moving slower, the temperature is lower. And what they do is they attach a light together with it, so you can actually see it. That's what you're seeing in that temperature gun, that red spot when that touches whatever object you're trying to measure the temperature. That's not measuring the temperature. What you're seeing is the secondary addition to the infrared, just so that you can see where you're pointing it. And Curved earlier on was trying to explain that light does travel, and he used that as a reason. But he doesn't understand that infrared is not visible. It's therefore a signal. It's a frequency, and that's what's moving to what you're pinging off. It's not the light that's traveling. And that's what I was trying to get to when I was talking about what are the attributes of a flame, because like on Santos Bonacci's channel, he had earlier, long time ago, he had a device that would just had flames coming out of it. And he actually hooked it up to some audio device where some wires were just going to these flames, and the music was actually coming out of the flames. There was no speaker, there were no tubes or pipes or anything else, just flames. The music was coming from the flames itself. So like they talk about all of these different invisible light spectrum. That's not light, is it? That's what I was trying to get to, and that's why I think that light isn't traveling. It's the frequencies that are in conjunction with the light that are what's moving. That's the only thing you can do to get information coming back to you. There's pinging a frequency.
Well,
Yeah.
it definitely propagates through the medium it's in, doesn't it? This light, and it looks like it travels, right? Because we can make something man-made and direct that source of where the light is coming from and turn it into a beam. Okay, so I think
Yeah,
that's where
like a torch, and that torch
exactly like a torch or a laser. Even
But they have their limitations. They don't go forever either, depending on their wattage. Yeah,
not at all. Not at all. Exactly right. There is a whatever it is. There is definitely a distance, but so it definitely is propagating through.
And that's
through
exactly how. Yeah, and that's exactly how that the laser pointer measure. So, like for building, you have the laser pointer, and you can see the distance with this laser. Well, that the light that you're given, that's just so that you can visually see what you're pointing at, and that's following the same direction as the signal. That's what you're getting, is a different type of signal. I'm not sure. I haven't investigated if it's an infrared signal, because that's based on the vibration of the molecules of whatever it's touching to get the pinging back. But I don't know how that works, but I imagine it's again frequency. It's not the light going to the wall and that light coming back and saying, well, that was 2.5 meters. No, the light is not carrying the information. Just like you were saying earlier, what you see in the distance, it's there, and then you've got lensing effects in between it or around it. That's there's no looming. There's no the light bringing the image to your eye. You just see it where it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Does my head in. Oh, good hell.
Light is a phenomena. That is for sure.
Well, if you ever get the chance to go back in time to see Santos Bonacci's display of like all sorts of these devices that they have for healing and stuff in the center, one of them on that show, he showed music coming from actual flames, like the sound of the music. You could hear it clearly, the music coming out of naked flame. There's no other device involved, just flames. And that's amazing. I've never seen anything like it reproduced anywhere. Yeah, searched and searched. How can that work? Because like light is like a naked flame is the most raw form of light that that there is. Yeah, and it's got so many attributes that are that haven't been researched. I think besides the gas, the color, the temperature, all of that. Yeah.
So what's it sound like?
It sounds like a radio. Like it sounds whatever you play. You play a CD. You play some music that comes out of a speaker. It sounded like it's coming out of a speaker, but it's coming out of these flames. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know. I'll see if I can find it.
But
It's quite a
that's
long
yeah,
time ago.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it and send a link.
Yeah, no, cheers, Carlos. Yeah, he's got some crazy stuff. Some of his stuff I've watched in the past, which is not too bad. Some other stuff goes a little bit well over my head, I must say.
It sounds similar to some people that added like a Tesla coil, and they input the song or the music, and the Tesla coil will produce the music.
You were really low there, Jamesy.
He was saying something about the flame and producing music with it.
Yes, he was. Yep.
So it sounds similar to people doing it with Tesla coils with electricity, and they input like a song and they produce the music with the Tesla coil.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't know you could do it with fire as well, with a flame.
No, this is the first time I've heard of this, but frequency is core for everything.
Check out music with a Tesla coil.
I will. Got a bit of a lull here before the night shift, morning shift kicks off.
Where are you? England?
No, Australia, mate.
Australia? What time
Yeah. Yep. So this is generally, it's about 7:30 at night here. It quietens down about this time and generally picks up in a couple of hours and starts to wind up as it's morning over in the States in a few hours.
This morning is 6 in the morning right now.
Okay.
I can see the sun, the east.
Oh, Geo's pulled an all-nighter. Damn.
Same here, but I've been working.
What do you do with yourself, Gemsy?
Driving around.
Driving around?
Driving.
Oh, okay, cool. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning in California. Top 7 movie songs on a Tesla coil. Damn. There's heaps. Huh.
Did you find the Tesla coil?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the music with Tesla coils now, and there's heaps. Crazy.
Kind of cool, right?
Yeah. He was definitely onto something, that Tesla fellow, Nikola.
Oh yeah. I think he was like kind of like multiplying the flow into the coils, the flow that is from the air to the ground. That is because there's an input into this system. So he was, I think, harvesting that and multiplying it somehow with the coils and all those metals and copper and that kind of stuff. So I think when you grab, when you have like the hose, the water hose, and you put you make that leak pressure, something like that, but with electricity. Definitely more complicated than that.
Isn't it funny, like how little credit Nikola gets, and yet one of the world's biggest electric car manufacturers names their car after it. But he doesn't seem to get much credit for anything else. It all goes to those other people like Newton and Einstein and all these other weird, wacky people.
Still there?
Yeah, mate. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's